I Am an Evil Sword Chapter 393 to Chapter 475. Hence, under Zhou Lihua's orders, the Southern Mountain Range's largest intelligence network, Sky Surveillance, was activated. Zhou Lihua waited in the capital for news. 1 day, 2 days, 5 days. Very quickly, 10 days had passed. But those outsiders seemed to have evaporated from the Southern Mountain Range. There was no news at all. In actual fact, just 10 days was not enough for the Sky Surveillance to be fully activated. The surface area of the Southern Mountain Range was just too big. There were still many remote places. If they wanted to be fully activated, they would need at least a month's time, but Zhou Lihua's heart still started to feel anxious. She didn't know how many outsiders there were, how strong they were, and what was their motive for coming to the Southern Mountain Range. The Southern Mountain Range was her, Zhou Lihua's back garden. Who knew where those intruders were hiding? Ever since she had taken over power, this was the first time she had faced such an opponent. Unseen dangers were truly worrisome. Just at this moment, Xianxia appeared. "Qingyu, is there any news?" "Yes." Qingyu nodded her head and said, 5 days ago, our Sky Surveillance found a corpse. It died in the same way as the soldier at the historical remains. It could be done by the same person. Where is it? Outside Kuei River City. Kuei River City? Zhou Lihua frowned and asked, do you have any information on those people? Qingyu said, no, they didn't stop at Kuei River City. They were just passing by. Can you confirm the time of death of that person? We've already confirmed the identity of the deceased. The deceased was a Xianxia primary stage expert in Kuei River City. According to his family, he left 6 days ago. The location of death wasn't far from Kuei River City. It should be that he met with the outsiders on the day he left. Their target is not me. Zhou Lihua asked in a low voice, then what is their goal? Zhou Lihua seriously pursed her lips and turned to look at the map of the Southern Mountain Range hanging on the back wall of the royal study. She used a brush to point at the approximate location of the ruins outside the Southern Mountain Range and then a black dot at the location of Kuei City. She muttered to herself, from the Southern Mountain Range to Kuei City, the Sky Surveillance didn't find any traces of them. They might not have entered the city. This emperor spent 10 days to return from the Southern Absolute Mountain Range, and they used more than 10 days to rush from the Southern Absolute Mountain Range to Kuei City. If they're outsiders with shattering heaven-tier elites, then they're definitely fighting with their lives on the line. If they're early-stage transcendent tier elites, then they're also in a rush. They came to the southern region with a certain goal in mind, and it's very likely that they're heading straight for their target. For thousands of years, the terrain of the southern domain hasn't changed at all. The map from 10,000 years ago is still applicable now. Then, their target, Zhou Lihua placed a brush on the small dot at the Southern Absolute Mountain Range and then connected it to Kuei City. The brush then drew straight to the sea of the southern domain. She looked at the 1,000 mountain range that was marked in dark red on the map. She said to Xianxia, immediately invite people who are familiar with the terrain, geography, and history of the southern domain to help this emperor analyze the nearby areas that this line passes through. See if there are any ancient ruins that have a long history or whose origins are hard to verify. 10,000 years ago, when the Southern Absolute Mountain Range was formed. This emperor feels that it should be very rare. Qingyu asked, Your Majesty, will this work? Why not? Zhou Lihua asked back. Other than this, what other methods do we have? The current capital of Zhou country was the center of the entire southern domain. Many people with talents were willing to come here and explore. All kinds of talents gathered here. The Sky Surveillance quickly found 4 of the talents that Zhou Lihua wanted. The Sky Surveillance would occasionally come into contact with such people and would even ask them about some of the secrets of the southern domain's history. The 2 white-haired ordinary old men were the learned and knowledgeable old chancellors of the Imperial College. One of them had lost both his legs and was sitting on a wooden wheelchair. He was an old Xiantian martial artist. The crippled old man was once a mercenary. When he was young, he loved adventuring. In the span of over 100 years, he had traversed through numerous mystic realms and dangerous places in the southern region. In his last adventure, he had lost both of his legs. After traveling extensively for over 100 years, His experience far exceeded that of ordinary people. The other one was an old general in the army. He was also very experienced. Before they came, Zhou Lihua had already ordered people to take down the map and place it on the spacious floor of the main hall. After the four of them bowed to Zhou Lihua, they followed Qingyu's instructions and laid down on the map. They followed the straight line that Zhou Lihua had drawn and crossed Kuei River City. They began to search for clues. Once they found a similar location, they would immediately mark it with a red pen. The old chancellors looked at the map and ordered the students to go through the materials. The old generals and mercenaries in the army would refer to the locations on the map and bury their heads in thought. The project was a little huge. However, the number of people who were in charge of searching for clues kept increasing. In the end, it increased to 21 people. These 21 people were all from the vicinity of Zhou country's capital city. They were people who had extremely high attainments in the topography, geography, and history of the southern domain. Among them, not only were there mercenaries, generals, old scholars, there were also old retired managers of trading companies, old shopkeepers of antique shops, captured bandits, peak experts from the top forces. Everyone's knowledge was limited. Some people felt that the origin of this place was untraceable. However, others might know its background, therefore, they joined forces and discussed to eliminate most of the places. The remaining 7 places were the most suitable for Zhou Lihua's requirements. Beyond Kuei River City, the history could be as long as 10,000 years. Zhou Lihua lowered her head and looked at the 7 locations on the map seriously. She frowned. There were some places that even she hadn't heard of before. Your Majesty, we can arrange them according to importance, mystery, and danger. Zhou Lihua turned around and saw Qin Yan behind her. She immediately clapped her hands and said, "Yes, yes, yes. Arrange them for me." Out of the 20 over people, one of the old chancellors pointed at 1,000 mesmerizing mountain range. The others also nodded their heads. Therefore, the old manager of the trading company marked the 1,000 mesmerizing mountain range with a 1. As for the other orders, they discussed for a while before deciding. 1,000 mesmerizing mountain range? Zhou Lihua asked softly, who knows about the 1,000 mesmerizing mountain range? More than 20 people looked at each other, but no one stood out. Until the old mercenary spoke, "Your Majesty, I know some legends about the 1,000 mesmerizing mountain range. Legends are good too. I want to hear about it." A lot of history was hidden in legends. Therefore, the old mercenary who lost his leg spoke, "I once wanted to enter the 1,000 mesmerizing mountain range. However, after standing in front of the 1,000 mesmerizing mountain range for a day and night, I didn't have the courage to enter. I was unwilling to give up and spent a month circling around the 1,000 mesmerizing mountain range. Get to the point. I found a small village near the 1,000 mesmerizing mountain range. I stayed in the village for a period of time. According to the villagers, they were a branch of the South Moon Empire's royal family from 10,000 years ago. Because they made a mistake back then, they were punished to guard the 1,000 mesmerizing mountain range. They also said that there was a demon sealed in the 1,000 mesmerizing mountain range that had the strength to destroy the world." Zhou Lihua asked softly, "Demon?" The old mercenary hurriedly said, "That was what the local villagers said. I don't know if it's fake or not. But the possibility of it being fake is very high. I've traveled extensively and heard many of these legends. There was even a remote little barbarian tribe that said they were the descendants of the demon race. In the end, they couldn't even take a beating." Demon race? Zhou Lihua's expression turned serious. As long as it was related to the demon race, it was either a false alarm or a shocking event. Before Zhou country was established, the Zhou family was also a large family with a long history. She knew that the demon race was not just a legend. If the legend is true and there is a powerful demon sealed in the 1,000 illusionary mountain range, what are those people doing there? Zhou Lihua spread out her hands and asked in disbelief, "Could it be that they are there to destroy the demon race? What's so hard to discuss? Why do they want to touch my people?" The 20 over people were also puzzled. "Your Majesty, do you think they are planning to release the demon race?" Zhou Lihua, Jiang Qinyu, and the 20 over people looked at Qin Yan who was speaking. "How is that possible? This doesn't make sense. Even if there is a demon race there, what can we gain by releasing them? However, Zhou Lihua's voice became softer and softer. Even she was not confident. As the Empress of Zhou country, Zhou Lihua was considered to be very knowledgeable. Sometimes, people could really do anything. As for the remaining 6 places, explain them to me one more time. Okay. After sending off the 20 over people, only Zhou Lihua and the other 2 were left in the hall. Zhou Lihua looked worriedly in the direction of the 1,000 illusionary mountain range. She felt that the enemy's target was there. What was attracting them? Could it be that it was really the demon race? Qinyu, I might have to make a trip out. Zhou Lihua said, if I leave those people in the southern region, I will not be able to eat or sleep in peace. Your Majesty, you must be careful. Qinyu knew that she could not persuade the Empress now. The enemy this time might not be weaker than your Majesty. Zhou Lihua turned to look at Qinyan. Qinyan, you are a smart girl. Stay in the capital and help Qinyu, understand? Understood. Qinyu sighed as she watched Zhou Lihua's figure disappear into the sky. I hope your Majesty won't encounter any danger. No, it won't. Qinyan said, your Majesty is very strong and has the Imperial Jade Seal to protect you. Ordinary Transcendent Realm experts are no match for your Majesty. Furthermore, your Majesty is very fast. That's true. Qinyu nodded. Thinking of Zhou Lihua's speed, she felt a lot more at ease. Above the clouds in the sky, Zhou Lihua flew at full speed towards the 1,000 Illusions mountain range. Even if she did her best, she did not have much confidence in catching up to those outsiders. She only wanted to give it a try. Not long after Zhou Lihua left, another guest arrived at the capital of Zhou country. A handsome, tall, and white-robed cultivator suddenly appeared in the sky above the imperial palace. He looked down at the entire imperial palace of the Zhou Empire and said loudly, Lin Yunge of the Central Region's 9 Sword Sect requests an audience with the Empress of the Zhou Empire. His voice resounded throughout the entire capital, and the hawkers' cries came to an abrupt end. The bustling streets of the capital instantly became so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Even the children playing on the streets stopped and looked in the direction of the voice. Lin Yunge of the Central Region's 9 Sword Sect is here to request an audience with the Empress of the Zhou country. I hope that the Empress can meet me personally. I have something important to tell you. Are you from the Central Region? A figure slowly appeared from within the Supreme Profound Hall. Zhou Lihua, who was dressed in an imperial robe, slowly walked out. Behind her, there were 5 Heavenbreaker experts following. Lin Yunge frowned and said in a low voice, I'm here to see the Empress of the Zhou country. That's me. But I heard that the Empress of the Zhou country is a Transcendent Realm expert. I don't think you look like one. Lin Yunge said, I'm from the Central Region, and I have no ill intentions. Not long ago, I was following the tracks of Bai Majia's followers. By chance, I discovered that they had opened a transmission array, so I followed them. An elder of Bai Majiao has brought many experts into the southern region. Bai Majiao's followers are very dangerous. I heard that there is only one Zhou country in the southern region, and the Empress of the Zhou country is also a Transcendent Realm expert. I hope to see her. Zhou Lihua turned around and looked at Qinyan. Qinyan asked in a loud voice, Senior, what do you mean by Bai Majiao? Do you mean people who worship demons? That's about it. Lin Yunge nodded and said, the people of Bai Majiao crazily worship the devil race. They like to offer sacrifices to the devil race. Their dream is to become a real devil. They are a group of dangerous lunatics. I didn't expect that they would be able to find a transmission array that leads to the southern region. Qinyan said in Jiang Qinyu's ear, Sister Qinyu, I think it's better for us to speak the truth. Bai Majiao's followers may be His Majesty's opponent. Moreover, we don't seem to be his opponent. He may be stronger than His Majesty. Then, guest, come in. Zhou Lihua waved her hand and dismissed the experts. The 2 women welcomed Lin Yunge into the hall, and Qinyan personally made tea for him. Lin Yunge took a sip of tea and asked, I still don't know Her Majesty? Zhou Lihua gently wiped her face, and her appearance returned to normal. Her Majesty has gone to chase that group of people. About a month ago, they came to the southern region through the transmission array. Her Majesty attached great importance to them. She thought that they might be going to the 1,000 Misty Mountain range, so she followed them. Thousand Misty Mountain Range? Lin Yunge frowned. Can you show me the map of the southern region? Of course. Qin Yan spread the map on the ground, and Lin Yunge took out a roll of animal skin from his space ring, and said to the curious Qin Yan, "This is an old map of the continent from 10,000 years ago." "So new?" "Mine is a rubbing copy." Qin Yan glanced at the other places in the southern region. The southern region they were in was just a small corner, and calling it the southern region was really flattering it. Qin Yan sighed, "Our southern region is really small." Lin Yunge shook his head. "Actually, the southern region you are talking about is different from the one we are talking about. The southern region is actually very big, and your southern region is just a corner separated by the Demon Beast clan. You are indeed in the southern region, but the real southern region doesn't only include your corner. Do you understand?" "I think I understand. Where is that black place?" Qin Yan saw that Yi Shiwen's strength was high, and his temper was good, so she wasn't afraid. She pointed at a black cross pattern on the coast of the southern region and asked, "What is that?" 10,000 years ago, the demon race entered the southern region from that position. Qin Yan said in a soft voice, "That is the current location of the Thousand Misty Mountain Range of the southern region. His Majesty believes that the demon worship religion's people are likely to be there." "What? Is what you said true?" "Yes, you can compare it, it is here." Qin Yan pointed at the map of the southern region on the ground and said, "You see, it is here." "Oh no, those lunatics want to open the passage to the demon race," Lin Yunge said anxiously while holding the map in his hand. "Then what should we do?" Qin Yan asked, "Aren't you from the Nine Sword sect? Can't you bring back some reinforcements?" Lin Yunge said with an ugly complexion, "If what you said is true, I am afraid it is too late now." Jiang Qinyu asked, "Is the devil race really as strong as the legends say?" "I have fought with the devil race before. Among the devil race, there are strong and weak ones. However, the overall strength of the devil race is very strong. Many races and the devil race are mortal enemies, but the devil race still stands tall." Lin Yunge said in a low voice, "When the space channel of the southern domain was sealed, there was a big battle. Several domain-level venerables died. If the southern domain only has one divine realm expert, Empress Zhou, then it shouldn't be able to stop the devil race. I can't catch up with Bai Majiao." Lin Yunge said, "In any case, this matter must be reported to the sect. Then the sect will report it to the alliance. This can't be a problem. The devil race's space channel has been opened for some time, so it is not very stable. The strength of the devil race who can enter through the space channel is not too strong. We may have a chance to reseal the space channel. Your Zhou country had better evacuate the civilians and get ready for battle." Lin Yunge said, "I must go back." Before Qin Yan could speak, Lin Yunge disappeared from his place. "Qin Yan, from now on, you are in charge of the Sky Observatory." Jiang Qinyu said, "We must get ready." "But what if that person is playing with us? If Her Majesty wants to blame us, I will take the blame." Qinyu pinched Qin Yan's little face and said, "I know you want me to take the blame for you. Sister Qinyu, I am not young anymore. Hee, no matter how big you are, I watched you grow up." Qinyu wiped her face and returned to Zhou Lihua's appearance. From that day onwards, imperial edicts began to be issued from the capital of Zhou country. Almost all the imperial edicts were to mobilize the army. Many military officers were confused by this imperial edict. In the entire southern domain, there was only one Zhou country. So, who was going to fight with? However, Zhou Lihua had supreme authority in the southern domain. Almost no one dared to disobey her decree. Jiang Qinyu summoned the 6 generals in the name of Empress Zhou country. She vaguely revealed a little about the devil race so that they could be mentally prepared. At the same time, she also told them not to spread this information outside. Otherwise, their families would be exterminated. While Zhou Lihua was heading to the Thousand Cloud Mountain Range, half of the Zhou nation's army was mobilized. Zhou Lihua had learned the fast god art, flowing light, and her flying speed was extremely fast. Among the Transcendent Realm experts, her speed was at the top. When she arrived at the outskirts of the Thousand Maze Mountain Range, it was already evening. The sky was filled with the glow of the sunset, and she predicted that the next day would be a good day. She gazed at the dense mist within Thousand Maze Mountain Range and didn't take a single step in, after thinking for a moment, she left the Thousand Illusionary Mountain Range and hid in a small town there. If they really went straight from Kuei River City to the Thousand Maze Mountain Range, then it was very likely that they would pass by this small town. If they had already entered the Thousand Maze Mountain Range, then she could also wait for them near the small town. In any case, it was impossible for Zhou Lihua to enter the Thousand Maze Mountain Range. On the night that Zhou Lihua hid in the town, she was in a guest room of an inn, looking up at the sky. In the night sky, under the full moon, 6 faint rays of light streaked across. She couldn't help but use her divine perception to scan the area. That group of people was terrifyingly strong. At least 5 of them could be Transcendent Realm experts. As for the one at the front, humph. Zhou Lihua heard a cold snort. The cold snort suddenly exploded in her mind. Zhou Lihua felt her mind jolt as she spat out a mouthful of blood. She took the red blood sword and endured the intense pain in her head, disappearing from her original spot. Very quickly, 3 black-robed men appeared in the inn. They jumped in through the window only to discover that there was no one in the guest room. They looked at the pool of warm blood on the floor, but they couldn't find Zhou Lihua's figure. The other party escaped very quickly. He's just a Transcendent Realm expert. He might be just passing by. There's no need to search anymore. Proper business is more important. Today is the 16th. If we don't enter today, we'll have to wait for another month. A voice rang in the ears of the 3 Transcendent Realm experts. The 3 Transcendent Realm experts nodded in unison and chased after the flowing light in front. Zhou Lihua leaned against a tree. The pain in her head had almost disappeared, but it was still buzzing. So strong. I've never seen such a strong expert. Zhou Lihua said, the so-called Domain Realm expert is only SOSO, right? N. Scarlet blood, I have a bad feeling. While Zhou Lihua was recuperating, 6 demon worshippers from the central region had already arrived near the Thousand Maze Mountain Range. They looked at the thick white fog. The black-robed man in the lead led them around the Thousand Maze Mountain Range for a kilometer before stopping. The black-robed man stretched out his withered hands and pointed at the fog. The entrance is here. Follow this, senior. Understood. The 6 people entered the Thousand Maze Mountain Range. The black-robed man in the lead took a deep breath and said, Sir Leader's information is indeed correct. The demon race's passage is indeed sealed here. Sir Elder, as long as we can open the passage's seal, we can be turned into demons? One of the Transcendent Realm experts asked excitedly. That's right. The Hierarch has already communicated with the Devil Race. The Devil Race has promised us that as long as we can break the seal of the passageway, they will give us 3 places. The truly powerful Devil Race bloodline will not be inferior. At that time, we will be able to become the real Devil Race. Bai Majiao's elder tried to suppress his mood and said, You are all my right-hand men, and this time, whoever performs well will have the opportunity to become my disciple, and I will not be stingy with my rewards. Thank you, Elder Mu, for your guidance. We will do our best. The remaining 5 Transcendent Realm experts replied. In this array, you must not wander around. If you take a wrong step, this senior may not be able to save you. Demon worshipper Elder Mu said, This array is the work of the spirit race's array master. Even after thousands of years, it is not something you can contend with. Elder Mu, are there any spirit race people left? Elder Mu glanced at the fog in the Thousand Maze Mountain Range and said, This, who can say for sure? I heard that they were all eaten? Another tall and skinny Transcendent Realm expert licked his lips and said, Pity we were born too late. As soon as the skinny Transcendent Realm expert said this, the other 4 all looked at him at the same time, making him feel very strange. You guys, what's wrong? What are you looking at me for? 5 withered vines shot out from the fog and wrapped around his neck. In the blink of an eye, the Transcendent Realm expert was dragged out of the fog. The other 4 Transcendent Realm experts could still hear him call out Elder Mu, then the voice suddenly stopped. They looked at Elder Mu with trepidation. Elder Mu did not explain. All of you, follow me. Before dawn, 6 black-robed men slowly walked out of the Thousand Maze Mountain Range. However, the leader was no longer Elder Mu. Instead, it was another 3-meter-tall creature. The black robes had emitted a faint blue light, and on his back, there was a slight protrusion, like a pair of folded wings. Elder Mu and the other 4 Transcendent Realm experts followed behind him obediently, not making a sound. 10,000 years have passed, and I'm finally out again. The demon slowly spread his wings and lifted his black robe. He opened his arms and laughed softly. The air outside is still better. The demon slowly turned around and looked at the 5 humans behind him. You guys are very good. I thought I would have to wait for 10,000 years. Thank you for your praise, Lord Night Demon. Elder Mu bowed. Night Demon waved his hand. I won't forget your contributions. I'll help you with the matter of transforming into a demon. Elder Mu was so excited that his body was trembling. Night Demon turned his head and looked at Elder Mu with interest as he asked, Mu Yongfeng, I'm very curious. Why would a martial artist like you let me out? If I'm not wrong, your status in the human race should be quite high, right? I saw the hatred of many powerful demons before they died on you. The number of demons who died at your hands is probably no less than 100,000, right? Elder Mu was silent. Night Demon laughed. No problem, I don't care. We demons respect the strong the most. Only a strong person like you will not disgrace our demon bloodline. Thank you, Lord Night Demon. You're welcome. We'll be family sooner or later. Night Demon patted Elder Mu's shoulder and casually asked, just now, I saw you bury the skeleton of that spirit race clansman. I know that you humans are most particular about being buried in the ground. The reason you want to transform into a demon bloodline can't be because of the spirit race, right? Elder Mu's pupils shrank. Night Demon smiled and didn't ask any more questions. Are there any human cities nearby? Yes. Good, then take me there. Night Demon stuck out his long tongue and licked his lips. 10,000 years, I haven't eaten for 10,000 years. I've almost forgotten the taste of blood. After Zhou Lihua's injuries were slightly better, she calmly thought about it and decided to leave temporarily. The other party was too strong. She was no match for him at all. If the other party was a little more serious, she might not even be able to escape. Damn it, is the southern region really that much weaker than the central region? Are there as many Transcendent Realm cultivators as there are dogs? She cursed in her heart as she flew back to the capital. Even though he didn't know the other party's identity, knowing their strength and numbers was enough. With that group's strength, they could definitely overturn the southern domain. She only hoped that the other party wasn't here to cause trouble. Whether it was slaying demons or searching for treasures, it would be best if they left as soon as they were done. It wasn't easy for her to return to Beijing. On the way back, Zhou Lihua realized that there was something wrong with the atmosphere around Beijing. She encountered 3 legions that were slowly approaching the capital. The entire southern mountain range had been occupied by the kingdom of Zhou. Zhou Lihua had already taken back her military authority. Only she had the authority to mobilize the army on such a large scale. However, she didn't go forward to ask. She felt that it might be Jiang Qinyu's doing. Was he worried about her safety? Zhou Lihua didn't think too much about it. She just increased her flying speed. Just as she returned to the imperial palace, she heard Qinyu's surprised voice, Your Majesty, you're back? Yes, I'm back. It's great that you're back safely. Qinyu held Zhou Lihua's hand and looked her up and down as if to see if she was injured. After that, she sighed in relief, Your Majesty, I have an urgent matter to report to you. What's the matter? Not long after you left, someone came from the transmission array in the southern mountain range. He was an expert who claimed to be from the Central Domain's Nine-Sword sect. He said that the group of people who broke into the southern mountain range were experts from the Central Domain's demon-worshipping cult. Their purpose in coming to the southern mountain range was to release the seal that sealed the passage to the demon race. The passage's seal is in the Thousand Mesmerizing Mountain range. This? Zhou Lihua's face turned pale with fright. Tell me the details. Jiang Qinyu told Zhou Lihua about Lin Yanzhi's matter. After listening, Zhou Lihua sat on the dragon throne in silence. After a long time, she asked, How is Great Master Chu? This servant has already informed him to temporarily stop tampering with the transmission array. Jiang Qinyu asked, Your Majesty, you won't blame me, right? I won't, you did well. Zhou Lihua shook her head helplessly. This emperor met the people from demon-worshipping cult. They are very strong, and this emperor is no match for them. This emperor can only rely on the central domain's support. Zhou Lihua drew out the red blood sword and said, however, this feeling of placing your hopes on someone else is really too uncomfortable. Since obtaining the red blood sword, this was the first time Zhou Lihua felt so powerless. There was no other way, the opponent was really too strong. Qingyu, you said that Lin Yunch was alone? Yes, your majesty. Zhou Lihua thought for a moment, then said, tomorrow, choose a group of outstanding young disciples from the Zhou clan and Jiang clan, 5 heaven-breaking tier experts, and some spirit stones. You'll personally lead them to the central region. It's best if they settle down in the central region. Also, there'll need to be someone to protect the transportation formation. Do you understand? This servant understands. Jiang Qingyu asked in a low voice, Your Majesty, is there a need to be so anxious? I think that once the central domain receives the news, they won't sit idly by, right? Who knows? Zhou Lihua smiled darkly and said, if it's really as you said, and our so-called southern domain is really just a small corner of the southern domain, why can't they give up on us? Don't forget who is standing behind us. Behind us? What's behind us? Jiang Qingyu reacted quickly and said, Your Majesty, you mean, the demonic beasts? Zhou Lihua nodded and didn't say anything else. Your Majesty, it can't be? It shouldn't be that bad, right? Qingyu, I'm not a good person, and I've never been afraid of guessing people's hearts with the worst intentions. Naive people aren't suitable for power. Zhou Lihua said in a low voice, just look at the southern mountain range. The demonic beast's preserved strength is probably not inferior to the human race on the continent. I don't believe that the people of the central domain don't want to weaken the demonic beast's strength. Of course, I hope that the southern domain can send experts to resist the demon race. Of course, I hope that the Zhou Empire can be preserved. Zhou Lihua said solemnly, however, we still have to prepare for the worst. Go and help me protect that transmission array. If something really happens, it'll be a way out for everyone. This servant understands. Of course, if something really happens, you have to remember to protect yourself, understand? On the third day of Zhou Lihua's return, she saw Jiang Qingyu leaving with more than 30 Zhou and Jiang family experts. The teleportation array required a large amount of spirit stones. Even if she controlled the southern region, it was impossible to teleport all of the Zhou family members away. She had to make a choice. Standing on the towering city wall, she felt empty in her heart. She turned around and said in a low voice, Qing Yan, pay close attention to the news from Thousand Maze mountain range. 3 days ago, she had already sent out a few breaking heaven realm experts to pass on the news along the way. From Zhou country's capital city to Thousand Maze mountain range, the distance was too far. Subordinate understands. Qi Shui, do you think that Lin Yunge is lying? Chen Hao asked softly, what's his motive? What's his motive? Why would he lie to you? Isn't the Devil Sword domain a bit weak? Zhou Lihua explained, can I use the Devil Sword domain to lead an army of the same age? Like Chen Pengfei? No need. Chen Hao denied, instead of leading an army, you might as well charge into the enemy's formation. That way, you can maximize the effect of the Devil Sword domain. No matter how strong the demon race is, it's impossible for all of them to be innate realm experts, right? If the demon race's weakest is innate realm expert, then I advise you to stop fighting and quickly escape. In any case, I don't believe that you will fight to the death with the demon race. Alright. If I really can't win, I should. Chen Hao chuckled, strategic shift? Yes, strategic shift. Zhou Lihua nodded heavily and praised from the bottom of her heart, you used this word very well. Something big happened near Thousand Maze mountain range. Thousand Maze city disappeared without a trace overnight and not many people were able to escape. The villagers living near Thousand Maze city claimed that they felt a strong tremor that night. It was as if the earth was quaking and the mountains were swaying. It was as if the entire world was about to be destroyed. The next day, when they entered the city, they discovered that the city walls of Thousand Maze city had collapsed. Most people suspected that it was Dragon Raising Head, but the experts sent out by Thousand Cloud County came back and believed that it was man-made. Not only did Thousand Maze city have a strong remnant spirit energy fluctuation, under the collapsed buildings, there were almost no corpses. This was very abnormal, because there were very few people who escaped from Thousand Mist City. No matter how one looked at it, it looked like a top demonic path expert had taken action to plunder the population and then destroyed the entire Thousand Mist City in an attempt to cover up their tracks. The county governor of Thousand Clouds County first sealed off the news and announced to the outside world that it was a natural disaster. Then, he informed the local astrologers. The news of an entire city could not be concealed. He could only place his hopes on the imperial court, hoping that the imperial court would send experts to deal with this matter. An expert who could easily destroy a city was definitely not an ordinary heaven-breaking realm expert. Many of the commoners who escaped from Thousand Mist City didn't even know what had happened. They only knew that they felt the earth shake that night, and then they ran for their lives. The Sky Observatory quickly sent the news back. However, they didn't know that Zhou Lihua had just left the Thousand Ju City not long ago. A few days after the Sky Observatory sent the news back, many people living in the villages and towns near the Thousand Maze Mountain Range discovered that the thick fog that had shrouded the Thousand Maze Mountain Range for thousands of years was fading day by day, as if it was showing signs of dissipating. When the villagers and townspeople saw this phenomenon, their hearts began to pound. They had all grown up listening to the legends of the Thousand Maze Mountain Range. It was said that a man-eating demon was sealed inside. The people of Thousand Clouds County and the Sky Observatory also quickly began to notice the phenomenon in the Thousand Maze Mountain Range. After all, the Thousand Maze Mountain Range was one of the most dangerous places in the southern region. Even transcendent realm experts wouldn't be able to return after entering, so they couldn't help but pay attention to it. On the 5th day after the destruction of Thousand Mist City, many commoners could see the treetops of the trees in the Thousand Maze Mountain Range through the fading white fog. The people of the Sky Observatory were scattered around the periphery of the Thousand Maze Mountain Range, and they didn't dare to enter. Not long after the news of the white fog dissipating in the Thousand Maze Mountain Range spread, more and more mercenaries and martial artists from the nearby areas rushed towards the Thousand Maze Mountain Range. Many martial artists believed that the Thousand Maze Mountain Range hid some great secret. Perhaps there were treasures or ruins left behind by a peerless martial artist from 10,000 years ago. When the white fog dissipated, it would be the day the treasures would be opened. The people of the Sky Observatory didn't enter to take a look, but the mercenaries and martial artists who weren't afraid of death directly entered. After entering, they never came out again. The Sky Observatory reported the news truthfully and waited for orders from above. At this time, Zhou Lihua was still on her way back to the capital city. When Zhou Lihua had just arrived at the capital city, the fog that enveloped the Thousand Maze Mountain Range became even fainter. Some of the martial artists with good eyesight could even faintly see some strange skeletons halfway up the mountain while flying in the air. The legend of the Thousand Maze Mountain Range being an ancient battlefield spread like wildfire. Ancient battlefield. It was enough to make many martial artists who thirsted for power go crazy. What was there in the ancient battlefield? It could be cultivation techniques left behind by powerful martial artists, divine weapons, and sharp weapons, hence, martial. Artists from the nearby counties also heard the news and rushed over. Outside the Thousand Maze Mountain Range, martial artists had set up temporary tents everywhere. Within the Thousand Maze Mountain Range, Night Demon looked at the increasing number of martial artists gathered outside and asked with some doubt, could it be that these human martial artists have discovered something? But that's not right. If it was an army, it would be better, but their strength. Those human martial artists haven't discovered anything. They only think that some ruins are about to appear in the Thousand Cloud Mountain Range. Elder Mu said in a low voice, they're just greedy. What a bunch of cute little fellows. Night Demon smiled as he turned around and looked at the dense crowd of demons behind him. Don't you think so? Yes. Yes. Lord Night Demon. Those devils were all grotesque in shape and size. Some of them looked like dwarfs, but they had sharp teeth, some were tall and mighty with green round eyes. They were at least 10 meters tall and held a mace. Their bodies were covered in lumps of muscle that made people afraid, some had black feathered wings. Their bodies were slender and they had human faces, bird beaks, and a pair of sharp claws. Demons were not a single race. They were the general term for all the residents of the demon realm. They were warlike by nature and liked to enjoy killing and plundering. The demon race was a race that paid attention to bloodlines. Demons with powerful bloodlines were born to be superior. They did not need to cultivate. They only needed a little time to become a powerful martial artist. Elder Mu lowered his head. He already knew that this Lord Night Demon in front of him was only the avatar of a demon race mighty figure. His strength was at the domain level, but his status was extremely high. Almost all the demons that came out of the spatial tunnel listened to him. Ever since the spatial tunnel's seal was broken, more and more demons came through the spatial tunnel. Night Demon and the others were waiting. They would wait until they had accumulated a certain amount of strength before charging out of the Thousand Maze mountain range. Another 10 days passed. Outside the fog of the Thousand Maze mountain range, tents had already been set up. From the materials of the tents, the disparity between rich and poor could be seen at a glance. The tents closest to the Thousand Maze mountain range were relatively new and gorgeous. The martial artists that went in and out of them all had dignified appearances. As for the tents outside or behind the camp, most of them were extremely old. Some of them even had 2 or 3 patches. The martial artists that came from aristocratic families and sects were very strong. When they went out, they often gathered together. The commoner martial artists also huddled together as much as possible. The martial artists that were familiar with each other and trusted each other were also willing to form small teams. After so many days of observation, the martial artists could already deduce when the fog of the Thousand Maze mountain range would dissipate. As the days passed, some martial artists were eager to give it a try. There were also some martial artists that were somewhat nervous and somewhat expectant. The Thousand Cloud Mountain Range was the most dangerous land in the southern domain. Soon, the mysterious veil that had been covering it for thousands of years would be lifted. Early in the morning, the sun had yet to rise. Most of the martial artists came out of their tents on time. Even if some martial artists had not woken up, they would be woken up by their companions. The teams of aristocratic families and sects began to gather. They stood in the area closest to the Thousand Maze mountain range. The other commoner martial artists were not willing to fall behind. The Thousand Maze mountain range was very large. They could always find a place near the front. A Xianxia realm expert asked in a low voice, "Do you guys hear something?" Another sect expert beside him also replied, "Yes. It seems like the Thousand Maze mountain range is shaking. Could it be an earthquake?" Another expert from an aristocratic family said, "Why do I hear the footsteps of an army?" "What footsteps? Why are the footsteps so chaotic?" "I think it's the footsteps of an army. It seems like many people are rushing over." The expert that suspected the footsteps of an army was once a general in the Black Blood Kingdom's army. Later on, his army was disbanded and he returned to his family. The shaking of the ground became more and more intense. In the end, almost all the martial artists could feel the intense shaking. It was as if there were boulders rolling down from the mountain. The martial artists began to subconsciously retreat. They felt as if something was about to rush over. The sun slowly rose from the east, spreading its warm and gentle rays over the land. Under the golden rays of the sun, the fog that had covered the Thousand Maze mountain range for tens of thousands of years finally dissipated. All the martial artists looked towards the mountain range and saw a black flood of water. A cultivator standing on the outermost perimeter looked at the demon race army and murmured, "What is that? A demonic beast? Who knows?" A warrior couldn't help but answer, "Don't all demonic beasts walk on all fours? Run! Run!" Someone finally realized that something was wrong and shouted loudly. However, most of them couldn't escape. There were many martial artists that came to the Thousand Maze mountain range, and there were quite a few of them. They could indeed bring about a certain amount of casualties to the fiend army. Unfortunately, the strongest among them was only a shattering heaven realm expert. Heaven-breaking realm experts, in the hands of demon-worshipping cult and night demons, were as weak as infants. The black torrent quickly drowned the human warriors. Then, under the command of the night demon, they rushed to the nearest city. Zhou Liwa received the news half a month after the appearance of the Devil Race army. She knew that the people who passed on the message had done their best, but it was still too late. After reading the contents of the letter, Zhou Liwa looked in the direction of the Thousand Maze mountain range and sighed heavily. Originally, she had been hoping for a fluke, but now the truth was right in front of her eyes. There really were demons in this world. The demons had really appeared in the southern region that she ruled. The Sky Observatory's letter said that the demons that rushed out of the Thousand Maze mountain range were very powerful. Ordinary demon soldiers were at least Chi High Realm and True Element Realm martial artists. The letter said that at least 50,000 demon soldiers rushed out of the Thousand Maze mountain range, and there was still an endless stream of demon soldiers rushing out of the Thousand Maze mountain range. That was terrifying. Probably only the Fire Qilin Legion and the Black Dragon Legion could stop those demon soldiers. But not to mention the number of troops in the southern region, just the experts of the demon race were not what the southern region could resist. Even she, the number one expert in the southern region, could only run when she saw the other party. Your Majesty, is that really the legendary demon race? The Shattering Heaven Realm expert who sent the letter asked in a low voice. Yes. At this time, Zhou Lihua couldn't hide it. Then what do we do? Spread the news of the demon race's appearance. Zhou Lihua turned around and said to Qing Yan, it's time to let everyone know. Tell them, if there's any place in the southern region that's slightly safer, it's only the outer area of the southern absolute mountain range. Let them retreat there. Until now, she could only point out a path that had a higher chance of survival for her people. As for the rest, they could only leave it up to fate. As for the army, she had already gathered more than 2 million. They were all stationed in the dozens of cities near the capital, and there were still many troops on the way. Your Majesty, is there still a safe place in the southern region? The Shattering Heaven Realm expert asked in a low voice. As long as it's in the southern region, there's no safe place. Zhou Lihua said softly, unless the entire demon race is chased out of the southern region. Your Majesty, can you do it? Zhou Lihua shook her head slowly. When they just appeared, we already fought with them. If you have family, let them go near the southern absolute mountain range. She didn't say the result, because the result was already very obvious. If she could really chase the demon race away, she would have done it long ago. Zhou Lihua sat alone in the study. She looked at the map of Zhou country hanging on the wall and smiled mockingly. Not long ago, she had unified the southern region and was very satisfied. She even wanted to be an emperor whose name would be remembered for centuries, but in the blink of an eye, the heavens seemed to have played a big joke on her. The demon race that had been silent for 10,000 years had actually appeared. Of all things, they had appeared in the southern region. On this day, Zhou Lihua summoned her second grandfather and asked him to urgently summon the Zhou family members scattered in the southern region to the southern absolute mountain range. At the morning court the next day, almost all the civil and military officials of Zhou country received the news. Zhou Lihua sat on the dragon throne and asked Yi Qingyan to explain to them. The news about the central region and the possibility of reinforcements coming from their small southern region had not been forgotten. She couldn't let them despair. After the morning court, Zhou Lihua suddenly didn't want to do anything. She stood on the eaves of the great hall and looked down at the entire capital. In the capital, the formerly bustling streets were somewhat desolate. It was probably because of the news from the Sky Observatory. She looked at the red blood sword beside her and asked, Red blood, do you have a way to stop the demon race this time? I don't have a way. But you have a way. Zhou Lihua couldn't help but frown. She had a way, but if she really did that, what was the difference between her and the demon race? She was the dignified great Zhou country's emperor. How could she do something like massacring her citizens? Then again, even if she really did this, what was the result? Would she win in the end? After winning, would she live or die? Zhou Lihua could indeed do this, but she had too many worries. Chen Hao urged in the red blood sword, sacrificing a few people to save the majority. I think it's possible. Zhou Lihua did not say anything else. The problem was who was willing to sacrifice. Ever since she received the news that Thousand Maze City had disappeared overnight, the Thousand Maze mountain range had changed, and countless demons had rushed out of the Thousand Maze mountain range like locusts, pouncing towards the surrounding cities. Zhou Lihua would receive news about the demons massacring cities almost every half a day. Zhou Lihua understood Yi Hongtao's situation when he was defeated like a mountain. Of course, Zhou Lihua's current situation was even more despairing. Because she knew that the demons were not something she could resist. The Sky Observatory had spread the news of the demons coming to the southern territory, so many families and sects received the news first. But even though the news came from the Sky Observatory, they still didn't believe it, just like Zhou Lihua in the past. They also used their own channels, and after spending a month, they confirmed the authenticity of the Sky Observatory's news. Not long after, there were many family and sect heads that came to see Zhou Lihua. Zhou Lihua did not reject them and met the leaders of these powers in the royal palace. There were a few people that Zhou Lihua was familiar with, half of them were in the royal court. Your Majesty, we've received news that the demons are cruel and tyrannical. Not only do they kill citizens, they even use them as food. They didn't leave many people alive along the way. The one speaking was the Great Zhou country's Cloud Smoke Sect's sect master. The Cloud Smoke sect had a good relationship with the Great Zhou country's royal court. Speaking of this, the Cloud Smoke sect's sect master Xianxia looked up at Zhou Lihua. Zhou Lihua replied with a noncommittal expression. Your Majesty, you really can't stop them? If I could really stop them, do you think this one wouldn't make a move? Seeing that everyone was looking at her, Zhou Lihua said slowly, I have fought with them before. They are very strong. I lost without being able to fight back. To put it simply, they might have 5 transcendent realm experts and 1 domain realm expert. As for the rest, I don't know. Yunsuan lowered her head and did not say a word. Instead, it was the sect leader of the Blazing Fire faction, Ma Chongliang, who stood up and said angrily, But Your Majesty, those people are your people after all. Do you have the heart to watch them get slaughtered by the demon race? Zhou Lihua glanced at him indifferently. His words made it sound as if she was going to leave him in the lurch. It was as if she, Zhou Lihua, should immediately rush to the southern region and engage in a life-and-death battle with the devil race. Where are the others? What do you think? Zhou Lihua looked at the other patriarchs and sect heads standing in front of her and asked in a calm tone, Do you all have the same opinion as sect head Ma? The other patriarchs lowered their heads in silence. Perhaps some of them had the same opinion as Ma Chongliang, but they were smarter. They knew what to say and what not to say. They were not like Ma Chongliang, who was foolish and said what was on his mind. Actually, I can't bear to watch my people get slaughtered by the demon race, but an ordinary army is useless in the face of the demon race's army. Zhou Lihua thought for a while and said, How about this? I will now write an imperial edict, ordering all warriors of the true energy realm and above to form an army under my command to fight against the demon race together. What do you all think? The Imperial Observatory has the name list of all the Khanate experts in the Zhou country. Those who do not come, I will punish them all for treason. When Zhou Lihua said this, almost all the patriarchs of the various sects and families widened their eyes. They looked at Zhou Lihua as if they were looking at a lunatic. Your Majesty. I think we should talk about this later. Yes. 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 We will talk about it later. Your Majesty, those practitioners are after all not part of the army and have not undergone professional military training. They are just a motley crew and I'm afraid it will be hard for them to resist the demon race's army. I feel that it is better for the army to take action. Isn't there an army of over 2 million soldiers near the capital? Right, if the Fire Qilin army takes action, perhaps they can resist the demon race's army? Zhou Lihua sneered in her heart. An army of true energy realm and above experts gathered together, how could they be treated as a motley crew? Almost all the patriarchs of the various sects and families were trying their best to shirk responsibility, wanting the Zhou country's army to stop the demon race. The reason why they didn't agree with Zhou Lihua's idea was simple, they didn't want to die. Ever since the Zhou country had unified the entire southern region, there was no need to investigate the enemy's intelligence. The Imperial Observatory's intelligence system had also started to change and started to monitor all the aristocratic families, sects, and other powerhouses. In the entire southern region, most of the experts who had reached the Khanate stage were recorded in the records. Among those Khanate experts, more than 90% had the background of an aristocratic family or sect. Zhou Lihua's move was tantamount to digging out their roots. Your Majesty, if you really want to form an army of experts, I'm willing to go. However, I can't guarantee the others in our Blazing Fire sect. I can only guarantee myself. Ma Chongliang shouted loudly. His roar gave the others a fright, then, many people looked at him strangely and didn't say anything else. Your Majesty, I, Yunsuan, am also willing to go. The Cloud Smoke sect's sect master said, I can't force the others in the sect. Your Majesty, our Su family is willing to go. Su Wang, who had been standing quietly in the crowd, stood up and said, I have 3 sons, 10 grandsons, all of them meet your majesty's requirements, 21 great-grandchildren, all of them meet your majesty's requirements. Your majesty, our Xiao family's experts can also go. Xiao Haoqi, who had been silent all this time, slowly stood up and said, our Xiao family doesn't have a single coward. Whoever doesn't go, I'll kill them. Zhou Lihua looked at the people who stood up. Most of them were patriarchs who had a close relationship with the Zhou country, or old generals in the army. There were also 1 or 2 patriarchs who Zhou Lihua usually didn't like. This time, it really made Zhou Lihua's impression of them change. But so what? Standing in front of Zhou Lihua, there were more than 130 patriarchs, including half of the southern region's forces. Those who could stand up were less than 20. If all the forces in the southern region were included, the proportion who could stand up would probably be even less, because those who could gather in front of Zhou Lihua so quickly, most of them were forces in the territory of the original Zhou country. The Zhou country had the deepest influence on them, and they usually followed the laws of the Zhou country. All of you can leave now. Zhou Lihua waved her hand and dismissed them. Su Sheng wanted to say something but was interrupted by Zhou Lihua. General Su, you can go back now. Su Sheng thought for a while but didn't say anything. He could tell that the empress wasn't in a good mood. After everyone left, Zhou Lihua took a sip of the tea on the table. It was a little cold. Qin Yan, what do you think of these people? They always want others to sacrifice themselves. Qin Yan smiled. Then they can continue to live a peaceful life. Yes. Zhou Lihua shook her head helplessly. When she said that she wanted to draft such an imperial edict, she had already guessed the reactions of most of the aristocratic families and sections. She was just saying it out loud to shut the mouths of these people up, therefore, her mood wasn't as bad as Su Sheng thought. After all, the threat of the demons is too far away. They can't feel it. Yi Qingyan continued, they are waiting. Waiting for what? Of course they are waiting for someone to step forward. Qingyan said matter-of-factly. What if no one steps forward? Then they run. If they can't escape, they will fight with their lives. Why do I feel like you are talking about me? Zhou Lihua smiled. I finally know why you can't get married. No man will like such a smart girl. I don't need anyone to like me. Yes. I don't need anyone to like me. Zhou Lihua nodded. Qingyan, you can just snatch any man you like. If you can't, I will help you. Your Majesty, you are still joking at a time like this? Zhou Lihua spread her hands. If I don't joke, what else can I do? Qingyan reminded her, the dungeon is full. Your Majesty, you can clean it up. Yes, Qingyu is gone. Fortunately, you are still by my side. Qingyan whispered into Zhou Lihua's ear, Your Majesty, why don't you clean up those aristocratic families and sects? I can't. Zhou Lihua shook her head. As long as I make a move, the Sky Observatory will be paralyzed. More than half of the cities in the Zhou Empire will be unable to be commanded. If I can't clear out a few forces, the remaining forces will dig into the ground. Do you believe me? Yes. Qingyan nodded and didn't deny it. She had only said those words out of anger. Although Zhou Lihua was the empress of the Zhou country, she was very powerful. However, the prerequisite was that most of the aristocratic families and sects had to submit to her. Most of the armies were under Zhou Lihua's control, but in the cities, the aristocratic families and sects had the final say. They had most of the experts in the southern mountain range, and those experts had long since merged with the entire Great Zhou dynasty. If they really knew Zhou Lihua's plan, no one would be willing to stretch out their neck to be slaughtered. Without the support of most of the aristocratic families and sects, she was just an ordinary #1 expert in the southern region. After another month, refugees began to appear in the capital of the Zhou nation. Most of them had heard the news of the demon race sweeping through the southern mountain range. They were afraid of the terrifying reputation of the demon race, so they began to flee here. The Sky Observatory had let out a rumor that the outskirts of the southern mountain range were safer. However, most people still believed that the imperial city was the safest. After all, there was a 1,000,000-strong army and the #1 expert of the southern region. Among these refugees, there were also people from aristocratic families and sections. In front of the demons, everyone was equal, and their status was not considered high or low. They even felt that the meat of martial experts was more delicious. Zhou Lihua was lost in thought as she watched the refugees slowly converge into the capital. At this moment, Ho Qingyan's voice sounded behind her. "Your Majesty, the Black Star King has died in battle. Didn't I ask you to deliver my imperial edict? Why didn't he retreat? Could it be that the person delivering the imperial edict was too late? He made it in time, but the Black Star King was unwilling to retreat." Yi Qingyan said in a low voice, "He only sent his son, grandson, and a few pregnant wives and concubines out. He didn't embarrass his parents." Zhou Lihua sighed. "Bring them back." She thought for a while and said, "Forget it. Get someone to bring them directly to the teleportation formation." "I promised Meng Junpei." "I understand." The Black Star King was not the only city lord and county governor who defended their cities and territories to the death. In troubled times and desperate times, there would always be someone who would stand up. When Zhou Lihua first heard this news, she sighed slightly. However, after hearing so much, she became numb. "Is there any news from the teleportation formation?" "On the other side of the teleportation formation is a cave. Sister Qingyu has already brought people to the central region. As they are not familiar with the situation in the central region, they are now hiding in the mountains and forests, only sending people out to gather information," Qingyan reported. The central region has developed rapidly in the past few thousand years, and its strength has far surpassed the southern region. The demon race appeared once more than 3,000 years ago, but they did not cause much of a commotion and were quickly exterminated. Most people in the central region do not know about the demon race's appearance in the southern region. Many people there have already forgotten about our small southern region. Qingyan thought for a while and said, "The biggest threat in the central region is the demon race. It's not just the Purple Moon Wolf King of the southern mountain range." Purple Moon Wolf King, this was the first time Zhou Lihua had heard of such a name. However, this was definitely the worst news Zhou Lihua had heard. "Try to arrange for the Zhou family members, or perhaps the family members of the experts who are loyal to the Zhou nation, to leave the southern region," Zhou Lihua said seriously. "Of course, arrange for them to leave, not for them to enjoy themselves. Let them spread the news that the demon race has invaded here. Try to get in touch with the upper echelons of the central region and ask them for help." "Your Majesty, will this really work?" "There's no better way now. Compared to persuading the demon race to lay down their butcher's knife and coexist peacefully with us, compared to persuading the demon race to let our ships pass freely, persuading the people of the central region to come and help us should be much easier." Zhou Lihua's words made sense. Qingyan agreed with her. The human race would definitely be easier to communicate with than the demon race. "Your Majesty, the 2 million troops stationed in the capital are starting to have problems. They might riot at any time." "What's wrong?" "Many of their family members are not in the capital." If they're really worried about their family members, let them go back." Zhou Lihua sighed softly. When she and Jiang Qingyu had mobilized the troops, they had not thought so much. Now, it seemed that in the face of the demon race, the role of the troops was far less important than they had imagined. When she was in the Transcendent Realm, she could already annihilate hundreds of thousands of elites from the Black Blood Kingdom, not to mention that the demon race had more than one Transcendent Realm expert. "Your Majesty, if we really do that, I'm afraid there won't be many of the 2 million troops left." "No need. Let them leave. Let them bring their families and escape in the direction of the teleportation formation. If there's a place with the most hope, it must be there." 2 months later, the capital became more and more crowded. The demons had already occupied 1/3 of the land in the southern region. More and more refugees rushed to the capital. The 8 gates of the capital were closed. Countless refugees couldn't enter the city and could only settle down outside the capital. Zhou Lihua sent people to persuade them to continue to the southern mountain range. Unfortunately, half of the refugees were still unwilling to leave. Some of them were old and weak. The journey was bumpy and they couldn't walk anymore. Some of them had run out of food and wouldn't be able to go far if they continued to walk. Or rather, they thought the capital was safer. Even with half of the refugees, there were more than 100,000 of them. More and more of them were gathering. More than 100,000 refugees gathered together and formed many small camps. Zhou Lihua had no choice but to send soldiers to maintain order in the camps every day. Zhou Lihua changed her clothes and walked out of the palace with Qing Yan. After a few turns, before they reached the main street, they heard hawkers shouting, "Meat buns! Delicious hot buns! Fresh hot buns! Come and buy them!" Zhou Lihua felt helpless when she heard the shouting. What time was it? Walking on the main street, she was shocked to find that the capital was still as bustling as before. There were hawkers, aunties setting up stalls, and old men walking birds with bird cages. There were even more people on the main street than usual. What's going on? Zhou Lihua turned around and asked Qing Yan, "Why do I feel like there are more people? Some of them are people who escaped from the capital. How many of the locals in the capital have left?" "Maybe half." Qing Yan thought for a moment and answered. Zhou Lihua glared at Qing Yan. She saw two old men sitting on two small stools under an ancient banyan tree. They were playing chess on a stone block. She walked over to them. "Old men, why are you still playing chess? Didn't the imperial court say that the demons are coming and want us to escape to the southern mountain range?" One of the old men was seriously looking at the chess game, as if he didn't hear Zhou Lihua. The other old man glanced at Zhou Lihua and felt that she was quite good-looking and noble. She shouldn't be an ordinary person. He replied, "Miss, you're a foreigner, right?" "Yes, I fled to the capital." Zhou Lihua nodded. "I heard that the imperial court allowed us to continue towards the southern mountain range." "Don't listen to their nonsense. With His Majesty around, the capital is the safest place. We're already a bunch of old bones, what's there to run for?" Another old man who was deep in thought said in a low voice, "Anyway, I can't walk anymore, and I don't plan to. I can't go far even if I walk. I'm just a burden. I might as well die here. The capital is the safest place. With Her Majesty the Empress in charge, anyone who tries to escape would be a fool. Anyway, I'm not going anywhere." "Who are you calling a fool? Is there a problem with your son and your son-in-law's family?" "I'm telling you, I was the one who told them to leave." Seeing that the two old men were about to fight, Zhou Lihua quickly said, Okay. You're both so old. What's there to fight about? Today, I'll give this lady face and not argue with you. Do you think you can out-argue me?" Zhou Lihua didn't know whether to laugh or cry as she left the two old men. She could tell that the two old men had a good relationship. They probably wouldn't fight. Qing Yan said softly, "Many people think that the place where His Majesty is the safest. Are you saying that it's not good for me to stay in the capital?" "That's not what I meant." Zhou Lihua thought for a moment and said, "Tomorrow, I'll prepare to leave as well." "Yes, Your Majesty." In the palace, most of the valuable things had already been taken away. The reason why Zhou Lihua was still here was because she couldn't bear to leave. She was born in the palace and grew up in the palace. When she was young, she hated everything in the palace, even in her dreams. She wanted to escape, but now, she was about to lose the capital and might even lose her country. She couldn't help but feel bitter. In the past few months, she hadn't been able to sleep well. On the second day of Zhou Lihua's incognito visit, the news of Her Majesty leaving the capital for southern mountain range spread. Many people saw with their own eyes that Her Majesty left with hundreds of thousands of troops. Many people who were still guarding the capital were shaken. Even Her Majesty had left. What was the point of them staying here? Therefore, most people packed their luggage and left. Qing Yan stood in the empty hall and looked around the dragon throne. She then looked around and sat down on the dragon throne. "It feels ordinary." "You feel ordinary because you only sat on it with your butt. Your heart didn't sit on it." Yi Qingyan turned around abruptly and saw Zhou Lihua standing beside her. "Your Majesty." She quickly jumped up. "Didn't you leave?" "I forgot something, so I came back to get it." Seeing that Zhou Lihua didn't intend to pursue the matter, Qingyan quickly asked, "What is it?" "This." Zhou Lihua pointed at the throne, "Huh?" "Along the way, I felt that I had missed something. After walking for more than 10 miles, I realized that I had left the throne behind." Qingyan watched as Zhou Lihua took out a dagger and nimbly pried the 4 legs of the throne out of the ground. She then stuffed them into her space ring. Qingyan couldn't help but pout. When the hall was built, the throne was fixed in place. For thousands of years, every emperor of the Zhou state had sat on this chair. I am definitely the most useless emperor in the history of the Zhou kingdom. Zhou Lihua stood up and looked at the empty hall. She smiled and said, in the history of the Zhou kingdom, no enemy has ever been able to invade the imperial city. I fled at the sight of them. Qingyan didn't say anything. Zhou Lihua slowly walked down the stairs and gently touched the dragon jade pillar. Then, she walked along the hall to the main entrance. Looking at the magnificent palace, she suddenly didn't want to leave. On the day that the capital was destroyed by the demons, Zhou Lihua didn't even dare to look at it. On the day that the capital was destroyed, Zhou Lihua was already in the southern mountain range. A crack appeared on the imperial jade seal. She didn't say anything. She just chased everyone out of the imperial carriage. Zhou Lihua always thought that her heart was as hard as stone. But now, she realized that there were still things that she cared about. When it hurt, it still felt like her heart was being torn apart. About 3 days later, Zhou Lihua heard a commotion outside the imperial carriage. Who was making a ruckus outside? Your Majesty, it's the heads of those aristocratic families and sections. They want to see you. Zhou Lihua pulled open the curtain. Qingyan raised her head and looked at her from outside the imperial carriage. She quickly pointed at her own head. Your Majesty, your hair. Hair? Forget it, let me do it. Qingyan jumped onto the imperial carriage and pulled the curtain. Your Majesty, your hair is messy. She sat in front of the bronze mirror and asked softly, what's going on outside? Why do those people want to see me? They want to use the teleportation portal. Qingyan replied. General Zhou is guarding the teleportation portal. They don't have your Majesty's warrant. I trust Zhou Yun's ability. Zhou Lihua looked at Qingyan, who was combing her hair, and said, wait a few days. You can go to the central region first. Your Majesty, what about you? I? Zhou Lihua said hesitantly. Let's wait a little longer. Your Majesty, don't count on reinforcements from the central region. Qingyan advised. The leaders of the aristocratic families have seen through us. It's been so long. If they were really willing to help us, they would have sent people over already. Sister Qingyu asked you to go over as soon as possible. Zhou Lihua responded in a low voice. Anyone could hear the depression in her heart. If your Majesty doesn't go over, I'll stay for a while longer. Sister Qingyu has already left. If I leave too, your Majesty won't have any useful people. I don't need those people. Qingyan smiled and didn't say anything else. After tying her hair into a bun, Qingyan carefully fixed it. Your Majesty, what do you think? Very good. This is your first time combing my hair, right? You're so attentive. Zhou Lihua was very satisfied with the woman in the mirror. However, she asked doubtfully, did Qingyu teach you? Yes. Sister Qingyu taught me before she left. I feel that your method is very familiar. Zhou Lihua stood up. Yi Qingyan quickly pulled open the curtains. Tents were densely packed and stretched to the horizon. There were probably close to 10 million people gathered near the periphery of the southern extremity mountain range. Moreover, many people were still rushing over. Zhou Lihua arrived at the temporary imperial residence and met the leaders of the aristocratic families. The temporary imperial residence wasn't luxurious or exquisite. Zhou Lihua didn't care too much about it. After all, they were fleeing for their lives. The main hall was a little narrow. More than 300 people were squeezed into the hall. Everyone was tactful enough to line up according to their strength and influence. When Zhou Lihua entered, many people bowed to Zhou Lihua. However, many of them did not have much respect in their eyes. Perhaps, in their eyes, Zhou Lihua was just a stray dog. If it wasn't for the fact that Zhou Lihua's strength still had some deterrence, these aristocratic families might not even care about her. Sitting on the dragon throne, Zhou Lihua looked at them and asked, why have you come here? The dragon chair she was sitting on was the one that Zhou Lihua had brought out from the palace. Your Majesty, we need a teleportation array to leave the southern region. Someone stood up and said loudly. As soon as someone spoke, the others followed suit. Your Majesty, your royal family has been using the teleportation array for a long time. It's time for us to use it. That's right. The demon race is about to attack. Your Majesty, you have to think about us, right? That's right. Your Majesty, please grant us the right to use the teleportation portal. Zhou Lihua thought about it. She had no reason to stop them. For a long time, she had been in control of the teleportation portal. Many members of the Zhou clan, as well as the clans and sects that were loyal to the Zhou clan, had been teleporting to the Middle Realm. As for the other factions that had nothing to do with the Zhou royal family, very few of them were able to leave. In the face of a great disaster, she naturally chose to protect her own people. Of course, even so, only a little over 1,000 people had been able to leave the southern region through the teleportation portal. Among the 1,000 people, most of them were young disciples with good martial arts talent and a small number of experts from their clans and sections. If they wanted to gain a foothold in the unfamiliar Middle Realm, they had to be powerful. However, even though more than 1,000 people had left, the number was still too small. Many of the larger clans that had been around for a longer time had more than 1,000 people. For those few places, the clans and sects that were close to the Zhou royal family had fought both openly and covertly. Why did Zhou Lihua not allow the people from the southern region to leave? The reason was very simple. The burden of spirit stones was too great. The teleportation portal could only be activated once and could only teleport 3 people at a time. It required tens of thousands of low-grade spirit stones. This was not something that an ordinary clan could afford. This kind of consumption was very abnormal. However, this was not something that the array masters of the southern region could solve. According to the records of countless array masters of the southern region, for thousands of years, the consumption of spirit stones for the teleportation portal had been increasing. It was very likely that the teleportation portal was originally damaged and had not been repaired and maintained. The remaining array masters of the southern region simply did not have the ability to repair the teleportation portal. Zhou Lihua lightly said, "Okay, you can go. 20,000 spirit stones for one teleportation, 3 people at a time." Your Majesty, this price is too high. The sect master of the Divine Wind sect awkwardly said. Almost every top power was very clear about the cost of the teleportation portal to the Middle Realm. Because some of their elders had gone out from there. The price had directly doubled, no top power could afford it. Even if the teleportation cost was 10,000 spirit stones, they could only take away a small number of important people. Now that the price had doubled, it meant that they had to choose to give up half of their people, half of their elites. They could not afford it no matter what. Zhou Lihua slowly stood up, pulled out the red blood sword and said, "I do not accept any bargaining." The hall suddenly became silent. Facing this kind of robbery, the leaders of many forces looked at each other. In the end, no one dared to stand up and speak. Master Chu is in the ruins, they can just give the spirit stones to him. After speaking, Zhou Lihua directly left. No one blocked Zhou Lihua's way. Coming out of the temporary palace, Zhou Lihua looked at the tents in the sky and did not speak. She knew that there were probably countless civilians gathered at the outskirts of the camp. But Zhou Lihua did not dare to look at them. They might be in despair, no one was willing to see such a disaster happen. But what could she do? Kill all the demons by herself? Zhou Lihua was a rational person. She never dreamed. She was not only the empress of the Zhou country, but also the patriarch of the Zhou family. She could not save everyone, she could only choose to save herself and as many of her clansmen and subordinates as possible. As for the issue of who would be teleported first and who would be teleported later, Zhou Lihua did not care. They would naturally be arranged in an order. As long as they handed over enough spirit stones, then it would be fine. Stepping on the imperial carriage, Zhou Lihua felt more comfortable here. The space was very small. After closing the curtain, the sky turned dark. She did not know why, but recently, she suddenly liked this kind of dark and claustrophobic environment. At the same time, at the edge of the true southern realm of the continent, an uninvited guest came to a cave in the ruins near the Middle Realm. The moment the two people stepped into the cave, they aroused Jiang Qingyu's vigilance. Jiang Qingyu walked out of the cave and asked vigilantly, "Who are you?" "This is a senior from the Seven Ultimates sect." The Seven Ultimates sect's expert had a head of white hair and a cold expression. Even his pupils were white. He stood there like a lifeless sculpture. Lin Yunj, who had not been seen for a long time, stood out from behind that expert and said. He lowered his head, not daring to look at Jiang Qinyu's eyes. His face was haggard and appeared somewhat dispirited. He no longer had the elegant bearing of an expert when Jiang Qinyu first met him. Jiang Qinyu asked in surprise, "Senior is going to help our side?" In these few months, Zhou Empire's situation had already completely collapsed. She was waiting in her dreams for the central region to send experts to Zhou Empire. "No, I'm here to close the transmission array." This? Qinyu looked at the 7 ultimate sex expert blankly. She simply could not believe her ears. Zhou Lihua had once analyzed the possibility of the central region watching with folded arms, but she did not care. She always felt that Zhou Lihua was overthinking. She did not expect that she actually guessed it. An emotion called anger instantly filled Jiang Qinyu's chest. Why? At this moment, she had already forgotten that the one standing in front of her was an existence that could not be provoked. She shouted at the 7 ultimate sex expert. Why? Why? The 7 ultimate sex expert did not even look at Jiang Qinyu. The middle stage heaven-breaking realm Jiang Qinyu was still an ant in his eyes. Of course, it's to prevent the fiend race from coming here through the transmission array. There are tens of millions of people in the southern region. Little girl, your vision is too narrow. The 7 ultimate sex expert slowly turned around and said, your side is only a small part of the southern region. It can't be called the southern region yet. That spatial passageway leading to the fiend race is not stable. Within 2 years, the fiend race's true powerhouses can't come out from there. Jiang Qinyu said in despair, but our side can't resist either. The 7 ultimate sex expert pointed to the south and said, if that demon king in the south takes out his trump card and fights, he can definitely block that spatial passageway within 2 years. The 7 ultimate sex expert stepped into the cave and came to the transmission array. At this time, there were 2 late-stage heaven-breaking realm powerhouses from the Zhou family guarding beside the transmission array. They all heard Lin Yunji's introduction as well as the other party's intentions. The transmission array absolutely could not be destroyed. The Zhou clan's expert pleaded, Senior, can you give us a little more time? There are still many people who have not been teleported over. No, I don't have the time to wait for you. The 7 ultimate sex expert coldly refused. Senior, we still have many clansmen and experts who haven't arrived yet. Then let them stay there forever. Senior, you can't close this teleportation array. The 2 experts of the Zhou family stood in front of the teleportation array and said firmly. Noisy. The 7 ultimate sect expert let out a low roar, and a berserk, ice-cold aura instantly engulfed the entire cave. The 2 Zhou clan experts gritted their teeth and resisted with all their might, but their bodies didn't retreat even a little bit. The 7 ultimate sex expert didn't even blink. With a wave of his hand, the white mist instantly turned the 2 into ice sculptures. The 2 ice sculptures were struck by his aura, and immediately opened up a path for him. He glanced at the teleportation circle on the ground, and at the special leaf symbol in the center of the teleportation circle. He then raised his hand, and a dazzling and beautiful ice spear formed. The spear slowly pierced towards the node of the teleportation circle, but at this moment, Jiang Qinyu suddenly appeared in front of him and shouted, Senior. You can't destroy the teleportation circle. The ice spear in the 7 ultimate sex expert's hand paused slightly, and then he resolutely pierced it, but the speed was much slower. Even ordinary people could see his slow piercing motion. Jiang Qinyu was also very determined. She resolutely stood in front of the teleportation circle. She felt the spear piercing her chest, and then her back was cold. It hurt, it was very cold, it was as if her soul was about to be frozen. Lin Yunji looked at this scene and turned to run out of the cave. The spear pierced Jiang Qinyu, and the tip of the spear behind Jiang Qinyu swallowed and spat out a white aura. The white aura slowly extended towards the teleportation circle on the ground. The 7 ultimate sect expert stared at Jiang Qinyu's eyes. In her eyes, he saw not only himself, but also many other things. He slowly let go of his hand, and Jiang Qinyu directly knelt in front of him. Good, this senior understands. I'll give you a chance. The teleportation circle can only be used once. Within half a quarter of an hour, if you're late, then die. Many. Jiang Qinyu just opened her mouth and spat out a ball of ice-cold white mist. Many thanks, senior. You go. Jiang Qinyu lowered her head and glanced at the ice spear in her chest. There was no blood on her chest. Her entire chest was frozen. This ice spear that was inserted into her chest also temporarily froze her life. She crawled to the teleportation circle with the 1-meter-long ice spear and trembled as she took out the spirit stones from her interspatial ring. She felt very cold. It was so cold that she wanted to shiver. She felt dizzy, and she could even feel her life quickly flowing away. The spirit stones were overlapping in front of her. This kind of feeling was really uncomfortable. She still had many things to tell Zhou Lihua and many things to tell Yi Qingyan. After setting up the teleportation circle, a burst of white light flashed, and she disappeared in the dark cave. Seeing Jiang Qinyu disappear, the 7 ultimate sect expert whispered, "It seems that she still hasn't cultivated to perfection." In the Zhou country, inside the teleportation circle of the southern mountain range ruins, the Divine Wind sect had already paid the 600,000 spirit stones. 2 elders and the son of the sect master stood on the teleportation circle. Master Chu held the last spirit stone and said, "Be prepared. You will feel a little uncomfortable when you use the teleportation circle." The 3 disciples of the Divine Wind sect nodded. The sect master of the Divine Wind sect said, "Master Chu, you can teleport now." Okay. Just when the 3 of them were about to teleport, the teleportation circle suddenly lit up. After a burst of dazzling light, Jiang Qinyu appeared beside the 3 disciples of the Divine Wind sect. "Lord Jiang, what happened to you?" An elder of the Divine Wind sect saw Jiang Qinyu lying on the ground. When he saw the ice spear that penetrated her chest, he sucked in a breath of cold air. Jiang Qinyu was Zhou Lihua's most favored confidant. She had accumulated a lot of power. In the Zhou country, no power dared to offend her. Jiang Qinyu was lying on the teleportation circle. A piece of ice was hanging in the corner of her eye. She didn't move. Her eyes were looking forward with unfocused eyes. After being penetrated by the ice spear, the teleportation circle started. Coupled with the bumpy teleportation, it was already not easy for her to persist until now. In front of her was a vast expanse of white. She could vaguely hear the voices of people. She exhaled a mouthful of white mist and whispered, "Quickly tell His Majesty that the teleportation circle can only be used once. After using it, the experts of the central region will close the teleportation circle. There is only one chance." "Lord Jiang, what did you say?" The elder of the Divine Wind sect said in amazement, "Why did they close the teleportation circle?" Jiang Qinyu couldn't say the reason why the teleportation circle was closed. Or rather, she couldn't hear the words of the people around her. She just repeated mechanically, "Tell His Majesty that the teleportation circle can only be used once. After using it, the experts of the central region will close the teleportation circle. Tell His Majesty that there is only one chance." One chance, one chance? The sect master of the Divine Wind sect suddenly raised his head and snatched the spirit stone from Master Chu's hand. He kicked the elder of the sect and put the last spirit stone into the teleportation circle. The teleportation array flashed with white light, but after the white light, they were still in the ruins of southern Absolute Mountain Range. Divine Wind sect master, Deng Liping, was dazed. What happened? "Dad, there's one more person." His son pointed at Jiang Qinyu lying at his feet. Deng Liping kicked Jiang Qinyu away, and the white light flashed again, but the 3 people of Divine Wind sect could no longer teleport. On the teleportation array, experts from various sects and families of Zhou Empire stood densely. Deng Liping missed the best time to teleport. Many experts present heard Jiang Qinyu's words with their own ears, but they didn't react as fast as Deng Liping. After Deng Liping kicked Jiang Qinyu away, how could they not react? In the small space of the teleportation array, there were 10 people squeezed together, and all of them were experts from various aristocratic families. They almost didn't speak, and all of them tacitly attacked the people around them. A great battle instantly unfolded in this ruined space. No one doubted Jiang Qinyu's words. Jiang Qinyu was loyal and devoted to Empress Zhou, and was famous for being a loyal dog. She said there was only one chance to teleport, so there should only be one chance. No one was willing to give up this chance to live. Deng Liping's son was the first to be thrown out, and another elder of Divine Wind sect was also seriously injured by a sneak attack. Only Deng Lihua relied on his strength to barely hold on. When there were only 3 heaven-breaking realm peak stage experts left on the teleportation array, the 3 looked at each other with apprehension, and didn't attack again. Deng Lihua helplessly glanced at his son lying outside the teleportation array. He knew he couldn't take him away this time. Seeing that the teleportation array was about to activate, all the experts in the ruins heard Zhou Lihua's furious roar. "None of you can leave." Everyone only felt a flash of bloody light. Like an illusion, the 3 heaven-breaking realm peak stage experts disappeared in the teleportation array. If it weren't for the long and narrow opening on the wall of the ruins, the experts would still think that the bloody light just now was just an illusion. Qinyu, what happened to you?" A familiar voice sounded beside them. Many experts saw Zhou Lihua holding Jiang Qinyu beside the teleportation array and shouting anxiously, "Qinyu, don't scare me. Wake up." No one dared to speak. Almost everyone sensed that Jiang Qinyu was already dead. He couldn't be any more dead. There were no signs of life, and even his corpse was cold. But no one dared to remind him. On the Central Region's side, the 7 Ultimate Sect experts saw the teleportation array's white light flash and saw someone appear. However, he was stunned for a moment. The people who were teleported over were 3 people who were cut in half at the waist. One of them painfully dragged half of his body and crawled out of the teleportation array. Just as he was about to approach the 7 Ultimate Sect expert, he was kicked away by the 7 Ultimate Sect expert. "Senior, can you wait a little longer? This must be a mistake." Lin Yanch pleaded. "The one who sent the message should be the Empress of Zhou country. Her strength is not bad. She's so young, but she's already a transcendent expert. I never go back on my words." After destroying the teleportation formation, the 7 Ultimate Sect experts said, "This teleportation formation still has some value. You stay here and guard it. 3 days later, there will be 7 Ultimate Sect disciples coming to guard it." After saying that, he walked out of the cave. Lin Yanch looked at the 6 pieces of corpses at his feet and sighed heavily. He also felt that the alliance was too cruel, but so what? Although he was one of the young geniuses of the 9-Sword sect, he was just a young genius. Who did this? In the ruins of the southern mountain range, Zhou Lihua hugged Jiang Qinyu's body and asked. Her eyes flickered with a faint bloody light. The air was cold, bone-chilling cold. The experts in the ruins, if placed outside, were all famous people. However, in front of Zhou Lihua, they didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Even their breathing stopped. "Zhou Yun, tell me, who did this?" Zhou Lihua painfully wiped the footprints on Jiang Qinyu's body and asked. Zhou Yun directly knelt on the ground. When Lord Jiang was teleported over, he was already dying. Lord Jiang said before he died, what did he say? He said that there's an expert in the central region who wants to destroy the teleportation array. The teleportation array can only be used once more. Central region? Hee. Zhou Lihua turned around and ordered, Chu Sui, open the teleportation array. Okay. Chu Sui didn't dare to say anything else and quickly stored the spirit stones. Zhou Lihua hugged Jiang Qinyu's body and stood on the teleportation array. No one in the ruins is allowed to leave. Wait for me to return. White light flickered slightly. Zhou Lihua was still in the teleportation array. Her fierce eyes stared directly at Chu Sui. Anyone could see how angry she was. Chu Sui's head was covered in cold sweat. Your Majesty, the teleportation array can't be used. It's probably closed over there. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Zhou Lihua's laughter was filled with anger, hatred, and killing intent. It made all the experts in the ruins shudder. An expert near the entrance of the ruins finally couldn't bear the pressure. Under the urging of fear, he ran 2 steps out of the ruins. However, he only ran 2 steps. Immediately after, a blood-red fog spewed out from the ruins and instantly drowned him. After a quarter of an hour, Zhou Lihua shouted in a low voice, General Zhou. This general is here. Zhou Yun crawled on the ground, his body twitching from time to time. Sweep the ground quickly. Yes, Your Majesty. Zhou Lihua carried Jiang Qinyu's body and walked out of the ruins. Yi Qingyan felt that something was wrong when there was a noise in the ruins and Zhou Lihua disappeared from the imperial chariot. She had just arrived at the entrance of the ruins when she saw Zhou Lihua. "Your Majesty, Sister Qinyu she's tired. She's resting," Zhou Lihua said calmly. There was a blood-red glow in her eyes. Yi Qingyan was very familiar with this gaze. Zhou Lihua placed the body on the big bed in the imperial chariot and covered her with a blanket. She didn't say anything and just sat by the bed. Yi Qingyan got down from the imperial chariot and gently drew the curtains. At this time it was better for her not to be present. She felt terrible. Jiang Qinyu had always treated her very well. She never dreamed that something would happen to Jiang Qinyu. Didn't she already go to the safe central region? At this time, the entrance of the ruins had been completely sealed by the soldiers. However, no one dared to stop her. At the entrance of the ruins, a blood-red stream flowed along the passage to the outside of the ruins. As soon as she stepped into the ruins, the choking smell of blood hit her in the face. The floor and walls of the ruins were covered in blood. The ground was piled with grotesque and incomplete corpses. A soldier lowered his head and put the body parts into a bag as if he was picking up garbage. Yi Qingyan saw Zhou Yun sitting on the dirty ground. He leaned against the wall and ordered the soldiers to clean up the scene. She asked Zhou Yun and quickly understood what had happened. "So, none of us can leave?" "Yes, the transportation formation can't be used anymore." Zhou Yun nodded and said with lingering fear, "I've never seen His Majesty so angry." "Neither have I." Night fell and left. In the imperial carriage, Zhou Lihua sat by the bed without moving for the entire night. If it weren't for her light breathing, Chen Hao would have thought that she was a statue. She had gone from a mighty lord who unified the southern region and was loved by the people to the ruler of a fallen nation. Her escape route was cut off, and the people she cared about died an unnatural death. She had fallen from heaven to hell. No matter how strong Zhou Lihua was, she wouldn't be able to take such a series of painful blows. "Your Majesty, may I come in?" 5 days had passed, and Yi Qingyan's voice came from outside the imperial carriage. Zhou Lihua still didn't say anything. Finally, Yi Qingyan couldn't take it anymore. She opened the curtain gently and jumped in. She saw Zhou Lihua's silhouette in the dark. There was a thin layer of dust on her body. "Your Majesty." "What's the matter?" Zhou Lihua's voice was low and hoarse. In the dark, Yi Qingyan could see the faint blood-red glow in her eyes. "The remaining elites of the aristocratic families and sects are causing trouble. Our people can't suppress them anymore." Yi Qingyan added, "I blocked the news of their deaths." "Your Majesty, you won't blame me for acting on my own accord, right?" If the news wasn't blocked, at least half of the elites would be at odds with the Zhou imperial family. The tens of millions of refugees near the southern mountain range would probably be in chaos. "I won't." "Your Majesty, you've been here for so many days. You should bury Sister Qinyu." "You don't have to worry about that." Zhou Lihua turned around mechanically and glanced at Yi Qingyan. "Come here and help me change my clothes. I'll go out and meet them." After dressing up, Zhou Lihua glanced at the body wrapped in a blanket on the bed and left with Yi Qingyan. "Many of the elites are agitated," Yi Qingyan said briefly. "They think that those who handed in 20,000 spirit stones have left safely. They want to leave as well." In many matters, one does not worry about scarcity, but about uneven distribution. Knowing that there were experts who could use the transmission array to leave the great Zhou Empire and escape from the demon race, those experts who didn't have enough spirit stones were all envious. And then? Recently, in the campsite, there were some experts who robbed other people's spirit stones. There were also a few experts who were slightly agitated. Recently, there were 3 innate experts who went on a killing spree in the campsite, causing great casualties to the civilians. How did you handle it? They're not dead. But they're pretty much dead. Well done. Zhou Lihua nodded in agreement. Walking out of her encampment, a group of martial arts experts sat quietly at the entrance of the encampment without making any noise. Their strength was not weak, and there were even quite a few shattering heaven realm experts. Not every heaven-breaking realm expert could casually take out tens of thousands of spirit stones. The ones Zhou Lihua had killed in the ruins were all the elites of the southern mountain range, pushing her cultivation to the late stage of the divine power realm. As soon as Zhou Lihua appeared, those experts stood up excitedly. Your Majesty! Your Majesty! One by one, they shouted excitedly. To be honest, this was the first time Zhou Lihua realized that she was actually so welcomed by martial artists. In the past, those martial arts experts were all respectful to her on the surface, but more than that, they were still fearful. But now, they looked at her as if they were looking at their savior. What's the matter? Your Majesty, my strength is at the peak of the innate realm. I hope to serve Your Majesty, and only beg Your Majesty to bring me to the southern mountain range. Your Majesty, my strength is at the early stage of the heaven-breaking realm. I'm willing to swear a heart demon oath to be loyal to Your Majesty for the rest of my life. I only beg Your Majesty to bring me and my wife. Your Majesty, my strength is at the middle stage of the heaven-breaking realm. Zhou Lihua waved her hand impatiently, and those agitated experts instantly quieted down. There's a problem with the transportation array. What? What problem? How could there be a problem with the transportation array? In an instant, the experts completely exploded. I won't joke with you. Master Chu said that someone destroyed the transportation array on the other side. Someone asked, then didn't those people all teleport over a few days ago? Zhou Lihua said meaningfully, indeed, they did teleport over. However, after they teleported over, the transportation array suddenly stopped working. Your Majesty, you're not joking, right? I won't joke with you about such things. There should be experts in formations among you. You can go and take a look for yourselves. Zhou Lihua said calmly, not only can you not leave, even I can't leave. Among the group of experts, 3 people walked toward the ruins but were stopped by the guards. Zhou Lihua waved her hand, and Yi Qingyan allowed them to pass. Not long after, the 3 masters who were proficient in formations returned. How was it? How's the transportation array? 3 masters? One of the stooped old men stepped forward and said, Your Majesty is right. The array here is intact. Someone destroyed the transportation array on the other side. Of course, these masters of formations did not know how to set up a transportation array, but they still had the ability to identify whether the transportation array was intact or not. Why did those people who teleported over destroy the transportation array? That's right. Why? Why didn't they leave us any hope? Zhou Lihua stepped forward slowly and said with a smile, but it's because of me. Everyone looked at Zhou Lihua. Realization dawned on most of them. In the past 10 years, almost all the major forces in the southern region had been suppressed by Zhou Lihua. It could be said that in the entire southern region, there were many top clans and sects who hated Zhou Lihua. Coincidentally, the hundreds of experts who left the southern region through the transportation array 5 days ago were mostly from those clans and sects who hated Zhou Lihua. It was very likely that some of them wanted to kill Zhou Lihua, so, they destroyed the transportation array. Zhou Lihua sighed and said, I didn't think this through. They might be upset that I'm charging them 20,000 spirit stones each. Actually, I'm being selfish. I only want to leave a few hundred spots open so that I can recruit some strong and talented martial artists to go to the central region and take the opportunity to revive the country. Powerful and talented cultivators, wasn't that them? All the cultivators had the same thought. It was not that they were narcissistic, but those who had the courage to stand in front of Zhou Lihua and use their loyalty as the price to ask for 1 or 2 spots to lead the southern region were all very confident and powerful. They believed that Zhou Lihua, the #1 expert of Zhou Nation, would take a liking to them. In other words, Zhou Lihua's spots were left for them. Zhou Lihua sighed softly and said, I didn't expect them to not even give me this chance. Your Majesty, it's not your fault. It's their fault for being inhuman. They're beasts. I really want to kill their entire families. At this moment, someone stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, those fellows actually tried to endanger Your Majesty and all the other southern region cultivators' lives. According to the law, they should be exterminated. That's right. Your Majesty, kill all those scum. Kill them all. In the laws of Zhou country, there is no such thing as not harming family members. As for the martial artists, there is no need to talk about it. One must know that those who can gather 20,000 spirit stones are not only the top families. Some of the top forces can also gather enough spirit stones to get a place to leave, however, their strength is slightly weaker and they are placed at the back. Destroying the teleportation array not only cuts off Zhou Lihua's escape route, it also cuts off the escape route of everyone in Zhou country. Those who destroyed the teleportation array incurred the wrath of the public. Since they could not find the culprit, the wrath was transferred to their families and sections. The monk can run away, but the temple can't run away, right? The warriors who left 5 days ago were all the pillars of the top families and sections. If they dared to leave, then the remaining family members would not be able to withstand the siege of the Zhou Empire's major forces and the Zhou Empire's imperial court. Zhou Lihua glanced at the first warrior who said that he wants to kill all his family members and felt that what he said was too coincidental. Ordinary warriors will not quote the law. Everyone, isn't this too much? At this time, a warrior stood up and said, there is only one person who destroyed the teleportation array. We don't need to kill all of them, right? You are from the Lu family, right? That warrior just stood up and was immediately recognized. When your Lu family's old ancestor left yesterday, he didn't take you with him? The destruction of the teleportation array might be done by your Lu family's old ancestor. Another warrior said angrily, your Lu family's relationship with His Majesty is not good. 3 years ago, your Lu family's old ancestor's younger brother was executed by the Sky Observatory. This group of people in front of Zhou Lihua, not only are there people from the first and second class families and sects, there are also warriors from the top families and sections. It's just that when their elders left, they did not take them with them. Therefore, they came over to try their luck with Zhou Lihua. Your Majesty, we support you, kill them. Yes, Divine Wind sect has done all kinds of bad things, they should have died long ago. Spirit Returning sect too. And that South Suzhou family, kill them all. Under the influence of someone with ulterior motives, this group of cultivators who were in despair went completely crazy. Perhaps there were still a lot of grudges between different forces, but Zhou Lihua didn't care anymore, or rather, no one cared anymore. Since you all think so, then let's do it according to the laws of the Zhou state. Zhou Lihua said indifferently. As soon as Zhou Lihua finished speaking, dozens of figures fled into the distance. However, none of them managed to escape. After the incident in the ruins, Zhou Lihua's strength directly approached the peak stage of the transcendent tier. Among those cultivators who wanted to escape and report back to their clans, even shattering heaven tier experts were pitifully few. There was a difference of almost an entire realm between them. Wanting to escape from Zhou Lihua, who had comprehended the speed sacred art, was simply a dream. There were only 500,000 soldiers left in the entire Zhou nation. If it were any other time, it would be a fool's dream to think that 500,000 elites could wipe out all the top forces in the Zhou nation. But today was different. Almost all of the top experts from the top forces had left, and Zhou Lihua had the help of most of the southern territory's cultivators. When the devil calamity descended, almost all of the top forces lived in the same camp. Most of the top forces were close to each other and were located closest to the teleportation array. In addition, Zhou Lihua was personally overseeing the situation. Even if they fought to the death, it would be like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Most of them still did not manage to escape. As for those who escaped, Zhou Lihua did not care either. The Zhou nation was gone. She had no way out. Why would she care so much? There were many cultivators who had the same attitude as Zhou Lihua. Some were even crazier than her. A desperate situation was enough to drive many crazy. The fiend race had yet to come knocking on their door. The Zhou nation first carried out a large-scale purge internally. This purge wiped out almost half of the Zhou nation's strength. This made Chen Hao, who was inside the red blood sword, somewhat amused. The purge lasted for a full 10 days. Countless top forces in the entire Zhou nation that were glorious for a time suffered a fatal blow. Wanting to recover to their former glory, might take another 1,000 years. As the biggest beneficiary of this operation, Zhou Lihua's strength also reached the peak stage of the transcendent tier. Her slaughter sacred art successfully broke through to perfection. Breaking through to the peak stage of the transcendent tier, Chen Hao discovered that Zhou Lihua did not seem very happy. But Chen Hao did not mind. After so many sword masters, he could be considered quite experienced. It was inevitable for humans to be pretentious. The red blood sword made breaking through easy. It was inevitable that they did not know how to cherish it. When should I make it harder for them to break through? Chen Hao could not help but think. If Zhou Lihua knew Chen Hao's thoughts, she would probably be so angry that she wanted to break the red blood sword in half. In the bath, steam rose. The maid scattered 2 baskets of flower petals into the bath. Zhou Lihua lay in the bath and closed her eyes. Yi Qingyan walked to her side and placed her hands on her temples, gently massaging them. Zhou Lihua closed her eyes and asked softly, "Last time, 10 days ago, was it your idea to kill their entire family?" "Your Majesty, I'm just trying to share your burden." Zhou Lihua smiled and said, "You did well." "I did not think of it back then." It was not that Zhou Lihua did not think of it, but that her state of mind was not right at that time. "Your Majesty, Sister Qinyu's corpse, leave it with me first." Zhou Lihua said, "You know the current situation." "Your Majesty, do you know who killed Sister Qinyu?" "I don't know. I only know that it was someone from the central region." Zhou Lihua's voice was filled with anger when she mentioned Jiang Qinyu. Even though she had just vented her anger in the massacre, Zhou Lihua still could not forget Jiang Qinyu's revenge. That Lin Yunj might know. "Your Majesty, have you made any progress in your strength?" "Yes, I have." "Are you confident in dealing with the demons?" "No." Zhou Lihua shook her head. With her current strength, she was still no match for the demons. She could only kill one demon if she tried her best, and she was not facing just one demon. "Then we can only resign ourselves to fate. But we don't have much time left." "Yes, I know." Recently, Zhou Lihua had suffered a lot of blows. She was in a state of anger where she could draw her sword and kill anyone at any time. Zhou Lihua knew that there was a problem with her state of mind. However, there were some problems that she knew but could not avoid. She did not have enough time to solve them. In fact, she did not even want to solve them. Zhou Lihua could wash away the blood and dust on her body, but she could not wash away the murderous intent and hatred in her body. It was Zhou Lihua's first time in the civilian district. Many of the fleeing civilians did not even have a tent. Because they did not have enough food, most of the civilians were sickly. In order to reduce consumption, many of them could only lie on the ground. Some of them even fell ill and coughed from time to time. In this world, there were also weak ordinary people who would fall ill. However, for powerful warriors, illness was almost impossible for them. There was always an unpleasant stench lingering in the camp. Many of the civilian women saw Zhou Lihua, who was dressed gorgeously and had a noble aura. They nervously pulled at their clothes and quickly lowered their heads. There were also some men lying on the ground who only looked up slightly when they saw her. Then, they did not pay attention to her anymore. Almost every civilian's eyes were filled with despair and helplessness. Zhou Lihua's sudden arrival caught the soldiers in charge of discipline in the camp unprepared. She saw the most realistic scene in the civilian district. Zhou Lihua's expression was not good. Or rather, she had not been in a good mood recently. A group of soldiers patrolling here suddenly saw Zhou Lihua and immediately bowed to her. "Greetings, Your Majesty." "Your Majesty?" When the surrounding civilians heard this address, they looked at Zhou Lihua in shock. Then, almost all of the civilians knelt down. This included the civilians lying on the ground. They struggled to stand up and knelt down weakly. Then, they lay on the ground and did not move again. Zhou Lihua did not look at the soldiers. Instead, she said to the civilians, "I have let everyone down this time. Do you blame me?" No one dared to answer Zhou Lihua. "The demons are really too strong. I have fought with them before. I am not their match. The ordinary soldiers of the Zhou nation are also not their match." Zhou Lihua said in a low voice. "The strength of the Zhou nation is not enough to resist the demons. I did not want to waste their lives, so I kept retreating. I originally planned to use the teleportation array to ask for help from the central region. Unfortunately, I failed." The civilians looked at Zhou Lihua. The despair in their eyes could no longer be concealed. "But don't worry. I will stay here and fight the demons to the end. If the Zhou nation is really gone, I will not leave you behind and run away alone." Everyone could hear Zhou Lihua's determination. Even the civilians kneeling in front of Zhou Lihua. In fact, Before this, many people in the southern mountain range had not objected to Zhou Lihua's policy of not resisting, and had allowed the demon race to invade as they pleased. Many of them had complained about Empress Zhou Lihua in private. Not only among the commoners, but many commoners had also complained about her. In the army, there were also many people who were unhappy with her behind her back. But now, Zhou Lihua's words had not only moved the commoners, but even the soldiers in front of her were moved, who said that Zhou Lihua was weak. She just didn't want them to go to the front line and die for nothing. Your Majesty, we soldiers actually respect you very much, but we really want to go to the battlefield and have a good fight with the devil race. The soldier standing in front of Zhou Lihua plucked up his courage and said loudly, even if we die in battle, we won't have any regrets. Losing without a fight is too humiliating. Zhou Lihua looked at the young corporal and smiled gently. She extended her right hand to him. Zhou Lihua maintained her skin very well. Her hands were very white and very delicate, just like a young girl's slender and beautiful hands. The young soldier looked at Her Majesty, who suddenly stretched out her hand, and looked at her timidly. He saw encouragement in Zhou Lihua's eyes. Unexpectedly, he also stretched out his hand and held Zhou Lihua's hand. Their hands were tightly clasped together and their palms were pressed together. This was a handshake between brothers and comrades. Then, from now on, we are comrades. Zhou Lihua smiled and added, perhaps, we can even die together. This subordinate is honored. Your Majesty. The young soldier's face turned red and he stuttered. The old lady beside Zhou Lihua said, Your Majesty, actually we don't blame you. You are a good emperor, really. After you succeeded the throne, especially after you unified the southern region, our lives have been getting better and better. It's all because of those damn devil race. Thank you, old lady. Walking out of the crowd, Qing Yan said softly, I heard Sister Qingyu say that the civilians have very few requests. Now, it seems that it is indeed so. Zhou Lihua replied softly, they seem to be very willing to believe in me. Your Majesty is indeed a wise emperor. In the face of Qing Yan's flattery, Zhou Lihua smiled noncommittally. Zhou Lihua's prestige among the soldiers and civilians of Zhou country was not something that the devil race could destroy in a few months. As long as she raised her arm and called for help, there would be as many people as the clouds. The more desperate it was, the more people were willing to believe in her. After all, she was the only hope of the entire Zhou country. Especially the people of Zhou country. Zhou Lihua's words of inspecting the commoners' district, under the influence of some people, quickly spread to the entire camp of the southern region. Almost everyone knew that Zhou Lihua wanted to live and die with Zhou country. All the soldiers knew that the reason why Zhou Lihua did not take the initiative to fight against the devil race was because she did not want their sacrifice to be in vain. A tall and sturdy man took out a fiery red armor from his bag and said, Wife, I heard that His Majesty is going to reorganize the army. I have to go back, take care of yourself. The man's wife suddenly tugged at the corner of his shirt and asked, Can you not go? No, I am a soldier of the Fire Qilin army, and we have no way out. But, wife, I believe in His Majesty. Under His Majesty, we have never been defeated. Take care. Xiaoye and I will wait for you to come back. N. This scene happened in almost every corner of the camp. Looking at their backs as they left, many commoners sighed heavily in their hearts. There was a sense of respect in their heavy hearts. Countless soldiers who had left the army and were scattered all over the place began to gather at the camp. There were also many practitioners who were not soldiers who also wanted to join the army and fight to the death with the devil race, just like what the soldier who shook hands with Zhou Lihua said. The soldiers of Zhou country had never officially fought with the devil race. The devil race was indeed very scary. However, as soldiers, they were also unwilling to accept this. They just wanted to have a good fight with the devil race. I heard that His Majesty really shook hands with you. In the military camp, countless people surrounded a young corporal in the center. Even the commander of the camp leaned forward and looked at this lucky guy with envy. N. The young lad was also emotional and excited. Their commander enviously asked, How does it feel to shake hands with His Majesty? His Majesty's hand is very strong and very cold. I feel that my entire body is filled with energy. I really want to fight with the devil race. 7 days later, Su Xing reported to Zhou Lihua that in the past 7 days, more and more soldiers had rushed back to the barracks. In addition to the cultivators who had volunteered to join the army, Zhou's hundreds of thousands of soldiers had gradually recovered to 1 million. Furthermore, there were still soldiers and cultivators rushing over from the distant barracks. After the demon invasion, the refugees who had fled to the southern mountain range had almost occupied half of the outer region of the southern mountain range. The barracks stretched for hundreds of kilometers. It would also take some time for them to deal with their relatives and rush over to the barracks. Perhaps it wouldn't be difficult to recover 2 million soldiers. However, their overall combat power would definitely not be comparable to the previous 2 million. King Su, are you confident in this battle? Su Sheng shook his head helplessly. I've seen the Sky Observatory's report on the demons. There are at least 500,000 demons that have invaded Zhou. In addition to the few Transcendent Realm cultivators that Your Majesty mentioned, and the suspected Domain Realm cultivators. I really don't have much confidence. Su Sheng said. However, even if we don't have confidence, we still have to fight. We have no other choice. Su Sheng had spent half his life in the military. He had been bestowed the title of king through his military achievements. He had reached the top of the court and died on the battlefield with no regrets. This life of his was originally picked up from the ground. Yes, we have no other choice. Su Sheng sighed. It's just that those ordinary people have it hard. Zhou Lihua glanced at Su Sheng and tightly gripped the armrests of the dragon throne. King Su, when our army is no match for the demons, take them and retreat to the southern mountain range. Your Majesty, you're thinking of. Zhou Lihua didn't hide anything and said directly, the demons in the southern mountain range also know about the demons. Recently, I've noticed flying demons entering and leaving the southern mountain range from time to time, and there are also demons in the outer region of the southern mountain range. She said calmly, those demons want to wait until all of Zhou's people are dead before making their move. Zhou Lihua was really calm. The people of the central region might give up on Zhou in order to reduce the power of the demons. It was reasonable for the demons to wait until Zhou was completely destroyed before making their move. So, when our army is defeated, command them to escape to the inner region of the southern mountain range. Zhou Lihua thought of the people of the central region and gritted her teeth. However, for the people of Zhou, she had to lead the demons to the demons. Moreover, Zhou Lihua did not feel guilty at all. In any case, the Devil Clan had killed all the humans in the southern mountain range. Sooner or later, they would make a move on the southern absolute mountain range's demonic beasts. There was nothing wrong with letting the demonic beasts face the enemy earlier. This way, they could at least fight for a chance of survival for the people of Zhou State. The periphery of the southern mountain range was very large. Most of the people of the Zhou Empire were gathered on the side of the transportation formation. There was still a large empty space for the demons to pass through. Your Majesty is far-sighted. This old subject understands. The Sky Observatory will report all the movements of the demon race to you. Walk around the outskirts of the southern mountain range and familiarize yourself with the terrain. See where you can lead the demon race into the southern mountain range without letting them discover our Zhou country's people. Your Majesty, will those demons really be led by the nose by us to the demonic beast mountain range to fight with the demonic beasts? Why not? Zhou Lihua retorted, the Devil Clan is bloodthirsty. They've been unstoppable in the southern mountain range. Wherever they go, they kill. Our Zhou nation doesn't even have the ability to resist. And that's the truth. We really don't have the ability to resist. Those Devil Clan definitely looks down on us. They look down on us, that's a good thing. Zhou Lihua sighed sorrowfully, if they find out that they've encountered a group of demonic beasts that they can take seriously, and they happen to be in the southern mountain range, will they attack us first, or the demonic beasts first? I'm guessing that once the Devil Clan, who's had a smooth journey and almost occupied the entire Zhou nation, suffers a setback, they should first deal with the demonic beasts. Zhou Lihua said in a low voice, that's the best way. Our citizens can only survive in the cracks. If they can live a little longer, it's a little longer. Who told them to have such an empress? Zhou Lihua smiled somewhat mockingly. Her gaze looked towards the southern mountain range. Her eyes were filled with resentment, her eyes were bloodshot. Her originally pitch black and determined eyes were also dyed with a faint red color. In the end, it was still those people from the central mountain range who ruined things. In Zhou Lihua's eyes, the people from the central mountain range were 100 times more despicable than the demon race. It was the people from the central mountain range who came and opened the seal of the demon race's passageway, allowing the demon race to enter through the spatial passageway. It was also the people from the central mountain range who cut off their last hope. Seeing the red light in her eyes, Su Xing immediately comforted her. "Your Majesty, you've done enough. The demon race was just an accident. No one wants to see it. You can leave. There are still many things for you to do. Your Majesty, have a good rest." "All right, you can leave." Su Xing turned around and was about to leave. However, he suddenly turned his head and said, "Your Majesty, your eyes." Zhou Lihua laughed softly. "Did you notice it? Is that the sign of qi deviation?" "Maybe," Zhou Lihua said carelessly. "Your Majesty, don't rashly use your killing intent. Take care of yourself. You should still be able to recover." Su Xing said, "I've heard that your Majesty has comprehended the killing intent. The killing intent is very unknown. In the army, I've seen many genius warriors who comprehended the killing intent. However, because they were too immersed in it, they were gradually controlled by the killing intent and died of qi deviation. Your Majesty, you'd better not use the red blood sword personally." Zhou Lihua held the red blood sword's hilt tightly and said, "I understand." Su Xing sighed deeply and turned to leave. Zhou Lihua silently watched the hunchbacked figure of this old official disappear into the corner of the palace. She whispered to Yi Qingyan, who was beside her, "Qingyan, do you know that I have no choice?" "I understand, Your Majesty." It was impossible for Zhou Lihua to restrain her killing intent and not use the red blood sword. The demon race was coming. In the entire Zhou kingdom, Zhou Lihua was the only powerful warrior who could fight. In fact, even Su Xing understood that he couldn't persuade Zhou Lihua. However, as a loyal official of the Zhou kingdom, he had to say it. Yi Qingyan looked at Zhou Lihua and thought of General Chen Pengfei. They seemed to have a lot in common. Yi Qingyan had always had one goal, which was to take back the red blood sword. That was Chen Pengfei's sword. No one could lay a finger on it. She was Chen Pengfei's disciple. She should be the next Ren Kenju of the red blood sword. However, since Zhou Lihua had the red blood sword, Yi Qingyan had temporarily extinguished that thought in her heart. Zhou Lihua was too powerful. She was so powerful that Yi Qingyan felt desperate. Moreover, Yi Qingyan really admired Zhou Lihua. She didn't disgrace General Chen's reputation by holding the red blood sword. "Qingyan, you know, I really don't like being used as a pawn. I really don't like it. Your Majesty, I'm afraid we're not even chess pieces, right? At most, we're abandoned pawns." Zhou Lihua suddenly hugged her head with both hands and took a deep breath. "Qingyan, are you trying to anger me to death?" As she spoke, Zhou Lihua suddenly laughed. Her laughter was filled with helplessness and sadness. Qingyan could even see the tears rolling in her eyes. She forcibly held back her tears. "But it's also pretty good. We can be considered to have adjusted our position." "Qingyan." Zhou Lihua sat on the dragon throne and opened her arms. "Come here." Yi Qingyan walked over. Zhou Lihua turned her around and held her in her arms. "Relax. You're as stiff as a rock," Zhou Lihua said softly when she felt Qingyan's body relax. "Every time I'm sad, I want to find something to hug," Qingyan responded in a low voice. "Qingyan, I know how you feel about Chen Pengfei." Qingyan's body tensed up when she heard this. Then, she slowly relaxed. Zhou Lihua's words continued to ring in her ears. "I also know that you've always wanted the red blood sword. But I don't care. After all, Qingyu likes you. Moreover, I can't kill everyone who covets the red blood sword." When the teleportation portal was destroyed and Qingyan left, I thought about whether I should give the red blood sword to you after I die. Almost all the experts of the Zhou family have left the southern region. Yi Qingyan turned around abruptly and looked at Zhou Lihua, who had a magnanimous expression on her face. She believed that the Empress was telling the truth. She had no reason or need to lie. "But you're right about one thing. The red blood sword is indeed an inauspicious sword." At this point, the red blood sword at Zhou Lihua's waist began to buzz. Zhou Lihua patted her sword and smiled. Scarlet blood, be quiet. Can we say something bad about you? She continued to speak to Yi Qingyan. I've always been conceited, but even I can't completely control my heart. The red blood sword is a good sword. It's harmless, but its ability will always tempt you. As long as you accidentally reveal a flaw, you'll be doomed eternally. You know what? I don't want you to be like this. But I still want it. Yi Qingyan looked at Zhou Lihua's bloodshot eyes and said seriously. Zhou Lihua looked at Qingyan and saw the determination on her beautiful face. She smiled helplessly. She regretted it a little. He regretted being soft-hearted back then. Otherwise, Qingyan might not have been reduced to such a state. Otherwise, Qingyan might already be married and have a happy family. Perhaps, he could even have a granddaughter. Yi Qingyan struggled and stood up from Zhou Lihua's arms. She questioned in a dissatisfied tone, since your majesty doesn't want to give it to me, why do you have to say so much to me? Zhou Lihua lowered her head and said in a light tone, perhaps, it's because I'm old. In terms of the lifespan of a transcendent realm expert, Zhou Lihua was actually too young. Her cultivation realm had indeed stagnated in the early years. However, after she obtained the red blood sword, she broke through from the middle stage of the heaven-breaking realm to the peak stage of the transcendent realm too quickly. Zhou Lihua let out a long sigh and sat up from the dragon throne. She walked to Qingyan and looked at her, who was staring at her. She couldn't help but smile. She stroked Qingyan's beautiful and smooth hair and slid her hand from the top of her head to her back. Did anyone say anything? When you're angry, you're actually quite cute. Zhou Lihua rubbed her right hand and walked out of the palace. Qingyan followed behind her step by step. I've always wanted to touch your hair, but I was afraid that Qingyu would be unhappy. Yi Qingyan paused and slowly maintained a distance of 3 meters from Zhou Lihua. Zhou Lihua smiled gently and looked up at the starry sky. In the past, I always thought that I was the sun that could illuminate the entire world. Later, I thought that I was a star that would only appear when night fell. Now, I realize that I might just be a shooting star, no different from Chen Pengfei. What a joke. I used to think that Chen Pengfei was stupid. Your Majesty, General Chen isn't stupid. Yes, he's not stupid. I was wrong. The two strolled slowly until they reached the imperial carriage. Although there was a palace, Zhou Lihua rarely rested there. During this period of time, she had almost never gone back. Zhou Lihua turned and said to Qingyan, go back and rest. The moment the curtain was lifted, a gust of cold air came out. Yi Qingyan looked at the familiar furnishings in the imperial carriage. On the big bed, a blue woman's arm flashed before her eyes. Yi Qingyan looked at the tightly closed curtain and wondered if she was hallucinating. She sprinkled a drop of water on the imperial carriage. Before the drop of water fell, it froze into ice crystals. She took a deep breath and quickly turned to leave. Qingyu, little Qingyan's temper is even more stubborn than the two of us. She really makes people want to dote on her. I've said it before. We should have found a man with a good character for her. Then, we should have given her an imperial edict and ordered her to have a few more children. After another month, the army under Zhou Lihua's control was restored to 1.5 million. Famine also came, but it was quickly resolved by Zhou Lihua. After the Zhou Empire unified the entire little southern territory, the weather was good for many years. Coupled with the fact that there were no wars, the granaries in various places were filled to the brim. Long ago, she had transferred all the grain in the granaries in the country to this place. Although more than half of the grain had not been transported, the stored grain was enough to feed tens of millions of people for half a year if they were frugal. 1.5 million were not all the cultivators who fled to the southern territory. There were always some cultivators who were afraid of death. As long as the demons did not stand in front of him, they would not do anything. Regarding this, Zhou Lihua expressed her understanding. While Su Shun was training the new soldiers, he also cooperated with the Sky Observatory and spent 2 months to gather all the cultivators who were above the Qi Hai realm and did not join the army. Facing the Zhou Empire's army, they did not have much ability to resist. At this time, the demons were getting closer to the southern mountain range. Zhou Lihua was dressed in a dragon robe. She walked down the stairs and stood on a temporary high platform. The discontent and curses of the martial artists that were surrounded by the army grew softer and softer. When Zhou Lihua stood on the high platform and looked down at them, they all fell silent. She looked at the cultivators below and said in a low voice, "The Zhou Empire has reached its most dangerous moment. If you don't stand up, the demons will attack us and we will lose everything. Your family, your friends, they will all die in the hands of the demons. Isn't this the reason why everyone learns martial arts? I'll give you a chance to protect the Zhou Empire, the southern territory, and the people around you. If anyone is willing to join the army, go over there and register." Zhou Lihua's words were very indifferent. It was just a few sentences that didn't have much of an impact. Her words were also very plain and didn't have any momentum at all. Even if she used her aura to oppress these warriors, they would probably submit obediently. Therefore, in the eyes of others, this kind of speech was completely useless. It was very unqualified and too perfunctory. It was against the standards of the Empress of Zhou country. After all, Zhou Lihua had been the Empress for so many years. When it came to giving speeches, she definitely had a certain level of attainment. Among the 100,000 warriors, there were warriors who stepped forward one after another. However, there were even more who stood in place and didn't move. In the army, many soldiers looked at this group of warriors with disdain. However, these warriors didn't seem to notice. Perhaps some warriors were a little hesitant. However, when they saw so many people around them and how calm they were, they felt assured. It was said that the law couldn't punish the majority. There were more than 100,000 warriors here, and there were many experts among them. If they stood here, even Empress Zhou couldn't do anything to them, right? Yi Qingyan stood below the stage and silently looked at those warriors who didn't move. Her eyes were very calm, as if she was looking at a group of dead people. At this moment, Zhou Lihua's heart was like a volcano that could erupt at any time. Even someone like her who had been with Zhou Lihua for a long time was trembling with fear. She was afraid of angering Zhou Lihua. "Alright, there shouldn't be anyone else." Zhou Lihua said slowly, "I can understand you. Humans always seek advantages and avoid disadvantages. No one wants to die. No one wants to die. Actually, I don't want to die either." Zhou Lihua lowered her eyelids. Many warriors who felt pressured heaved a sigh of relief. Judging from Zhou Lihua's tone, she probably wouldn't do anything to them. Zhou Lihua said in a low voice, "However, it won't be long before we leave for war. This time even we don't have the confidence to survive. After all, we aren't as strong as you think." Her voice accurately spread throughout the entire large square. Almost all the martial artists standing below the stage could hear it clearly. Many warriors became serious. They wanted to know what Zhou Lihua was going to say next. "So, since you are not willing to fight against the demons, we hope that you can give us your strength. Let us step onto the battlefield, let us fight against the demons for you, let us protect your family and friends." Those martial artists who weren't willing to join the army looked at Zhou Lihua on the stage with some surprise. They suddenly realized that Empress Zhou's image didn't match the rumors. Rumor had it that she was selfish and cruel, but now, they realized that Zhou Lihua's body seemed to be shrouded in a holy light. Was he a hero? "Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty." Someone in the crowd suddenly shouted. Zhou Lihua fiercely raised her head, and her pair of beautiful and dignified light red eyes instantly turned a deep red. She tilted her head and looked at the martial artist who spoke. That martial artist immediately hid behind the other martial artists. Yi Qingyan smiled at the sight of Zhou Lihua. If it weren't for those creepy, cold, blood-red eyes, the Empress' smile would definitely be as refreshing as a spring breeze. Zhou Lihua's lips parted slightly, revealing her neat, white teeth. She smiled and said, "Empathize with you? You're welcome, you're welcome. We are the Empress of Zhou country, and protecting our citizens is our responsibility." Her voice was crisp and lively. If one closed their eyes, it was easy to think of the voice of a 16-year-old girl. But this voice coming from Zhou Lihua's mouth was very abnormal. Zhou Lihua's voice had always been calm, hoarse, and filled with dignity and determination. This was the voice of an empress. Perhaps it wasn't Zhou Lihua's original voice, but she needed this voice, and Zhou Lihua had always been an empress who paid attention to such details. But Yi Qingyan heard a strange rhythm and inexplicable nervousness in her voice. Thinking of Jiang Qinyu's corpse, she lowered her head and nervously distanced herself from the group of martial artists. Ever since Jiang Qinyu passed away, Zhou Lihua's personality became more and more unpredictable. Even Yi Qingyan didn't dare to get too close to her. She could vaguely guess how Zhou Lihua would punish these cowards, but she didn't expect her to be so violent and radical. Last time, almost all the top forces were wiped out, and it was already a chilling experience. After all, even the martial artists from the top forces had a few civilian martial artists as friends, especially in the army. After that purge, there were still some undercurrents in the army. Many people were dissatisfied with Zhou Lihua. If it weren't for the demon race, they would probably have given up their armors and returned to their fields. Yi Qingyan didn't naively think that those soldiers weren't worth winning over. At this time, every bit of strength should be cherished. Zhou Lihua's plan also required the soldiers to do their best to carry it out. In the past, Zhou Lihua could always find ways to make her accept more easily. Maybe she had to be prepared. She turned her gaze to a general in the army, opened her mouth slightly, and said a few words. The general glanced at Yi Qingyan, and then at Empress Zhou, who was standing on the stage and obviously in a strange state. Without thinking much, he nodded solemnly. Many powerful martial artists had begun to realize that something was wrong with Zhou Lihua, including some martial artists who didn't want to join the army. Zhou Lihua's eyes, since you are willing to trust me, then, it's settled. Give your strength to me. Just as Zhou Lihua finished speaking, the sound of weapons being unsheathed could be heard from below the stage. However, they were still too late. Perhaps, when Zhou Lihua saw them for the first time, she had already made her judgment on their fates. Blood mist rose to the sky. When the blood mist dissipated, Zhou Lihua was still standing on the stage. The red blood sword was still hanging on her waist. However, the hundreds of thousands of martial artists below the stage were all silent. Zhou Lihua bowed deeply to the corpses on the stage. On behalf of the people of the Zhou Kingdom, I thank you for your contribution. Although you didn't step onto the battlefield, I will take your contribution and work hard together. On the stage, Zhou Lihua's figure gradually faded and disappeared into the air. If it weren't for the hundreds of thousands of corpses below the stage, it would have seemed like an illusion. The hundreds of thousands of soldiers looked at the corpses silently. Some of the new soldiers turned pale. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and clean up. Yi Qingyan flew into the air and said loudly, there are too many civilians nearby. It's easy to cause a plague. Clean up all the corpses. Many soldiers began to vomit. Almost all of them were martial artists and had seen people killed before. However, this was the first time they had seen a massacre on such a scale. At this moment, a valiant general stepped forward and said loudly, Lord Yi, even if these martial artists are cowardly, isn't Her Majesty going overboard with her punishment? That's too cruel. Another person stepped forward and retorted loudly, General Gu, as martial artists, when the demon race was wreaking havoc in the southern region and we had nowhere to retreat, these people only wanted to seek refuge in the rear. Why should we go to the battlefield and risk our lives for these cowardly people? These cowardly people deserve more than death. They don't deserve to be called martial artists, they don't deserve to be called human beings. They don't deserve to be called martial artists. Yes, they deserve more than death. Well done, Her Majesty. They deserve to die. Why should we go to the battlefield and risk our lives for these cowardly people? Many soldiers shouted loudly. They also looked down on these cowardly people. The general who stepped forward at the end seemed to have spoken their minds. Even a small portion of the martial artists who had just joined the army and the veterans who were dissatisfied with Zhou Lihua's punishment were gradually influenced by the other veterans. It seemed that these people really deserved to be despised. They really deserved to die. 15 minutes later, the angry roars of the soldiers gradually subsided. Actually, I was the one who suggested to Her Majesty how to deal with those martial artists who were clearly capable but didn't want to participate in the war. Yi Qingyan said loudly. After Yi Qingyan said this, the clamor gradually stopped. Everyone was waiting for her to continue. Everyone knows that this battle is unavoidable. Many of us, including Her Majesty, may not be able to come back. We don't know how long the battle will last, and we can't leave too many troops here to guard the food and maintain order. We're already short on food. The food we give out every day is only enough to keep everyone alive. I know that many martial artists have expressed their dissatisfaction. Those 100,000 cowardly martial artists are a very unstable force. No one knows what they'll do after we leave or after we die in battle. Many martial artists in the army lowered their heads and pondered Yi Qingyan's words. Those people's characters were needless to say. No one could guarantee what they would do in a desperate situation. Yi Qingyan was almost as famous as Jiang Qingyu in the Zhou nation. Jiang Qingyu had always been Zhou Lihua's confidant. Although she was also a great beauty, most martial artists in the southern region feared her like a snake or a scorpion. Yi Qingyan, on the other hand, had always been very popular among martial artists. Not only because of her status as Jiang Qingyu's follower, but also because of her beauty. For more than a decade, Yi Qingyan had been firmly at the top of the beauty rankings in the southern region. Her martial strength was also unfathomable. She rarely fought, and most of the people who had seen her fight were dead. However, many people knew that she probably had the battle prowess of the middle stage of the heaven-breaking realm because 2 veteran heaven-breaking realm cultivators had died at her hands. Among them, there may be some hidden enemies of ours. We can't say for sure. Why don't we let Her Majesty increase her strength and increase our chances of winning? Besides, we didn't fight so hard for them to enjoy themselves, did we? Yi Qingyan's words made the countless soldiers below fall silent. Stepping onto the battlefield, the only thing they cared about was their families. Of course, if you want to blame someone, then blame me. After all, I was the one who suggested it to Her Majesty. The soldiers were silent. They looked at the beautiful woman swaying in the wind in the air like a delicate orchid in an empty valley. No one had the heart to blame her. After all, although it was too cruel, it was indeed a way to protect their families. Those people indeed deserved to die. How could we possibly blame Lord Yi? A general stepped out from the army and asked respectfully, "However, Lord Yi, may I be so bold as to say that I have a question that I have always wanted to ask but was afraid to ask?" Yi Qingyan looked at the man and frowned slightly. She knew this general, but he was not the one she had arranged. However, with so many people present today, she couldn't refuse. "Go ahead and ask." "Lord Yi, is His Majesty's health all right?" "What do you mean?" Yi Qingyan asked in confusion. Everyone in Zhou knew of Zhou Lihua's strength. How could a transcendent realm expert's body not be healthy? "I feel that Your Majesty's personality has changed a lot recently. Sometimes, you seem to have become another person." Yi Qingyan looked at the crowd, who were also looking at her. The general was not the only one who had the same question. There were also the top experts of the various sects that were attached to the royal family, as well as the main generals in the army. They did not have time to leave. Those who left through the teleportation array in the early stages were some of the experts and young geniuses of their sects and families. They were loyal to Zhou Lihua and were very familiar with Zhou Lihua's speech and behavior. Now that they thought about it, Zhou Lihua's behavior today was indeed worrying. It was very different from her usual behavior. Yi Qingyan looked at the crowd and said worriedly, "Her Majesty has been in a bad mood recently. Even King Su advised her to rest more and stop thinking about killing. However, given the current situation, Her Majesty has no better choice." At this point, tears welled up in Yi Qingyan's eyes. She said in a choked voice, "However, what if? No matter how Her Majesty changes, she will always be our Her Majesty. As long as she walks in front, I, Yi Qingyan, will follow behind. Isn't that the same for everyone? Our goal is always the same." Many warriors lowered their heads and did not speak. Yi Qingyan had already revealed a lot of information in her words. Zhou Lihua's state of mind was indeed problematic, but because of the demon race, she had no time to resolve it. Thinking of this, many warriors felt an inexplicable sense of sorrow. That's right. Anyway, we have no way out. We will do whatever Her Majesty asks us to do. We swear allegiance to Her Majesty. Su Shen roared in a deep voice. We swear allegiance to Her Majesty. We swear allegiance to Her Majesty. Hearing the warriors roaring from the bottom of their hearts, Yi Qingyan said, I am here. Thank you all. Zhou Lihua sat in the imperial carriage. When she heard the voices of the warriors, she smiled helplessly. Your Majesty, may I come in? Come in. Yi Qingyan got into the imperial carriage and pulled the curtains. There were no windows in the imperial carriage, and no lights were lit. In the pitch-black darkness, Zhou Lihua's eyes were like a cat's eyes. They flickered with a faint red light in the darkness. It was very obvious. Yi Qingyan swallowed her saliva. "Your Majesty, did you hear everything?" "Yes." "You won't blame Qingyan for acting on her own, right?" "Why would I?" Zhou Lihua said softly. "I know that you did it for my own good." Yi Qingyan's heart was finally at ease. At least for now, it seemed that Zhou Lihua was still clear-headed. "Your Majesty, your body, you're right. I'm about to be possessed." Zhou Lihua's voice was filled with indescribable tiredness and joy. "But I don't know why, but I didn't struggle or care. Instead, I felt a sense of relief." "Qingyan, do you understand that feeling? When all the masks and shackles are removed, I feel very relaxed." Zhou Lihua took a deep breath. Her tone was strange and lively. "It's like a person holding her breath and sinking into the water. It's like returning to her mother's embrace. It's like embracing a brand new self." Yi Qingyan prided herself on being smart, but she still couldn't follow Zhou Lihua's train of thought. She could only persuade her, "Your Majesty, it's not good for you to do this." "What's not good about it?" "I feel that there are no shackles." In the darkness, the two red pupils curved into crescents. She waved her hands casually. "I feel very happy. I've never felt so happy before. I just realized that the feeling of being possessed isn't that bad." Zhou Lihua seemed to be sharing her understanding of being possessed with Yi Qingyan. "It's really very relaxing." Yi Qingyan was a little regretful. She felt that she shouldn't have come. "Your Majesty, if Sister Qingyu knows what you're like now, she'll be sad." As Jiang Qingyu's servant, Yi Qingyan knew the relationship between Jiang Qingyu and Zhou Lihua best. Jiang Qingyu might be respectful to Zhou Lihua in front of others, but Yi Qingyan knew that when Jiang Qingyu was angry, even Zhou Lihua would choose to give in to her. After Zhou Lihua unified the southern region, Jiang Qingyu probably played a big part in the fact that she was diligent in governing and loving the people for so many years. She was like a rein on Zhou Lihua's back. Otherwise, with Zhou Lihua's character and strength, no one in the southern region could control her if she let her do as she pleased. "Shoo!" Zhou Lihua put her index finger to her lips and suddenly moved closer to Yi Qingyan. She pointed at the big bed and said, "Keep your voice down. Don't let Qingyu hear you." Yi Qingyan saw the tenderness and nervousness in Zhou Lihua's eyes. Instantly, Yi Qingyan's hair stood on end. In this strange atmosphere, Yi Qingyan had the urge to escape immediately. Did Zhou Lihua think that Jiang Qingyu was still alive, or something else? "Your Majesty, I'll take my leave now," Yi Qingyan said in a low voice. "Go." Yi Qingyan was about to run away when Zhou Lihua stopped her. "Your Majesty, what else do you want? Don't tell Qingyu behind her back. Don't tell on her, okay?" "Okay. Of course." Chen Hao looked at Yi Qingyan, who left in a fluster, and then looked at Zhou Lihua beside him helplessly. Even he was confused by Zhou Lihua's current situation. She was indeed going further and further down the path of becoming a demon. However, with Zhou Lihua's ability, as long as she still had a little desire to live, it wasn't difficult for her to wake up. Chen Hao knew very well that Zhou Lihua was on the verge of becoming a demon. She had a chance to turn back, but she forced herself to sink. It was like a swimming champion who had fallen into the water. Her legs did not cramp, her body was fine, and her mind was still relatively clear. However, she still hugged her hands and chose to sink. Chen Hao still remembered that at that time, Zhou Lihua looked at Jiang Qingyu's corpse on the bed and said to the red blood sword, "Qingyu is gone. I don't think it's fun anymore." At that time, Zhou Lihua did not explain to Chen Hao exactly what she meant. But now, Chen Hao seemed to understand. For people who let themselves go, going into a demonic state was really addictive. It could make people feel relaxed, abandon all rationality, and believe what they wanted to believe. Just like laziness, it was even more addictive than laziness. Chen Hao suspected that if it weren't for the existence of the fiend race in the southern domain, Zhou Lihua would probably go completely crazy. As a woman, Zhou Lihua was not lacking in willfulness and selfishness. As the empress, she was diligent and loved the people. she suppressed the aristocratic families and sections. Her performance could be said to be perfect. Zhou Lihua really had a sense of responsibility. The training of the new soldiers had been completed. The reports from the Sky Observatory were getting more frequent because the fiend race was getting closer and closer. Yi Qingyan had recently discovered that Zhou Lihua had not completely lost her rationality. As long as she did not kill anyone and was not in the imperial carriage, she was very clear-headed. Especially when they were discussing how to deal with the fiend race, her tone was still calm, her thoughts were still meticulous, and her temperament was still so convincing. It was as if the wise empress who ruled the southern domain had returned. Even Su Xing and the group of old officials heaved a sigh of relief. No one wanted anything to happen to Zhou Lihua at this time. In the entire southern domain, only Zhou Lihua had the prestige and power to make all the martial artists, generals, aristocratic families, and sects believe in her. Anyone could fall, but Zhou Lihua could never fall. Anyone could get into trouble, but Zhou Lihua must not get into trouble. Qingyan, come and take care of this. Qingyan, who was handling matters, suddenly heard Zhou Lihua's call. She put down the memorials in her hands, which were piled up like a mountain on her desk. The imperial jade seal was also with Qingyan so that it was convenient to seal it. Recently, she had been handling many things on behalf of Zhou Lihua. What's the matter, Your Majesty? Zhou Lihua's angry words reached her ears. I asked them to comb Qingyu's hair, but they said that Qingyu is dead. Yi Qingyan rubbed her forehead, stood up, and walked toward Zhou Lihua's imperial carriage. It seemed that Zhou Lihua had ordered the palace maids to enter the imperial carriage today. No matter how sealed the imperial carriage was, dust would accumulate after a long time. No matter how one looked at it, Zhou Lihua didn't look like the kind of person who would clean herself. Candles were lit in the imperial carriage. It was very clean, without any dust, as if it had just been cleaned. A young girl's corpse was placed on the ground, her blood splattered all over. She was holding a wooden comb tightly in her hand. The other maid was lying on the ground, unconscious. Your Majesty, they are still young and don't know any better. Please don't be calculative with them. She added, if Sister Qingyu knows that you kill the palace maids around her for no reason, she will be very angry. Zhou Lihua looked at Qingyan with a cold expression. She waved her hand at Yi Qingyan, gesturing for her to leave. Yi Qingyan carried the two palace maids. The bodies of the two palace maids in her hands gradually faded and then disappeared. When she came to the side hall, she saw the other palace maid with a bruised forehead. She pulled out the soft sword around her waist. After thinking for a while, she decided not to kill her. She splashed the palace maid awake with a basin of water. When the palace maid saw Yi Qingyan, she shuddered. What happened today can't be spread. Do you understand? The palace maid cried, I understand. I will keep my mouth shut. Lord Yi, please let me go. Qingyan glanced at the pretty palace maid indifferently and said, actually, I prefer to believe the dead. The dead can keep secrets better than the living. The palace maid's tears streamed down her face, but Qingyan was unmoved. There were too many people who cried in front of her. Qingyan continued, I can let you go, but you have to stay by Her Majesty's side in the future and take good care of her. But Your Majesty. The palace maid trembled in fear at the mention of Her Majesty. As long as you believe that Sister Qingyu is still alive, nothing will happen to her. What's your choice? The palace maid lowered her head, gritted her teeth, and cried, I will take care of Her Majesty. That's a wise choice. Yi Qingyan encouraged her in a low voice. Okay, go. Remember to treat your wounds and change into a new set of clothes. The palace maid nodded seriously. Thank you, Lord Yi. Go, it's okay. Yi Qingyan sighed softly as she watched the palace maid run away. It would be great if Zhou Lihua could stay conscious at all times, however, Yi Qingyan didn't think too much about it. Anyway, it was time to go to war. Zhou Lihua would definitely go to war with the army soon. As for the outcome, Yi Qingyan couldn't predict it. She just hoped that everything would go according to Zhou Lihua's plan. After all, although Zhou Lihua's plan when she was conscious was a little risky, it was quite reliable. The army set off. There were more than 1 million soldiers. Countless people of Zhou sent him off in silence, filling the mountains and plains. Zhou Lihua's carriage was in the middle of the army. She lifted the curtain and looked at the people of Zhou Kingdom. Or perhaps, it was her people. Qingyu, you will see. Although you have never said it yourself, what do you want me to do? Chen Hao, who had been silent in the red blood sword for a long time, asked, is there a need? If you want, you won't die. With the red blood sword in hand, there is always hope. Hope? How long is it? 100 years? A few hundred years? I can't wait that long. The one in the southern region who destroyed the teleportation array is still alive. As the sword master, Zhou Lihua was quite qualified. Although the red blood sword had lived peacefully in the past 10 years, Zhou Lihua had never neglected him. Life didn't have to be spectacular. It was not bad to live a long life. He appreciated Zhou Lihua more. Hearing Chen Hao's words, Zhou Lihua held the sword tightly, as if she wanted to break the red blood sword with brute force. The veins on the back of her hand swelled, but she still couldn't do anything to the red blood sword. In the end, she relaxed and said, I only have 2 choices. I can either abandon them and leave, find a way to cross the southern mountain range and enter the central region to avenge Qingyu, or I can take them with me and try my best to fight for a chance for the people of Zhou to survive. Qi Shui, if it were you, what would you choose? Of course I would run. Chen Hao answered without thinking. Zhou Lihua gently stroked the red blood sword and whispered, if I were you, it would be good. I don't have to think about anything, I don't have to do anything. Every day, besides eating and drinking, I don't have to care about anything. Hearing Zhou Lihua's description, Chen Hao couldn't help but think of an animal. I think Qingyu still hopes that you can live. Qingyu? Zhou Lihua turned to look at Jiang Qingyu and gently closed her eyes. Of course Qingyu wants me to live. But sometimes, we always let down the expectations of the people around us, right? For example, Lan Yanlin. Do you still remember her? I remember. Doesn't 17 want her to live a good life? But XVI thought too simply. Sometimes, being alive was worse than being dead. Living required even more courage. Lan Yanlin was originally a cripple, and she was also once an empress. She was destined to have a difficult end. Especially after she obtained it and used scarlet blood, her fate was practically sealed. What does that have to do with me? How is it none of your business? Especially after I understand your character, I know that you won't really protect her. Zhou Lihua smiled contemptuously. Even if you could take care of her for 17's sake, what about after that? Who is she to you? How long will you take care of her? A month was still possible. But if it was a year? It was 5 years. 10 years? How long will your patience last? Zhou Lihua gritted her teeth and said, she has almost no ability to survive on her own. Almost the entire southern mountain range will become her enemy. All the forces in the southern mountain range will target her crazily until you leave her side. Lan Yanlin is not stupid. Women like her who come from a big family and can't practice martial arts usually think a lot. Her character may be strange, but she's not bad at scheming. Chen Hao said unhappily, I feel like you're still saying that I'm the one who harmed Lan Yanlin. When it came to Lan Yanlin, he had a clear conscience. That's a net. Zhou Lihua opened her fingers and slowly closed them into a fist. That's a net. The net slowly shrinks, and then you realize that you have no other way out. I also want to live a good life, but sometimes, I can't live a good life just because I want to. Do you understand? Some people are always looking for death. Some people are always looking for me to die. You're not human, so you won't understand. It's good to be heartless. Chen Hao felt that if Zhou Lihua died, it wouldn't be unacceptable. I realized that I'm just like Lan Yanlin now. Zhou Lihua squeezed out a smile. However, I might be slightly luckier than her. I'm stronger than her. Chen Hao said, yes, you're strong enough to break free from this net. Listen. Zhou Lihua suddenly stretched out her finger and pointed in a direction. Over there, we'll talk at 1,261 meters. Chen Hao scanned with his divine perception and happened to hear a Khanate realm general who was very agitated. He deliberately lowered his voice and said, so what if something really happened to Her Majesty? Even if she's possessed, she's still my Majesty. Even if she's crazy, I'll still follow her wherever she goes. Xianxia expanded his divine perception and heard more of the soldiers' conversations. He carefully selected the key words. Yes, I don't trust anyone but Her Majesty. Only Her Majesty can lead us to victory. Her Majesty did lose once, but it's only temporary. Her Majesty lost last time, so we'll win this time. Newbie, don't worry, don't be afraid of death. Even Her Majesty isn't afraid, what are we afraid of? Straighten your back and don't die like a coward. With Her Majesty around, what's there to be afraid of? Anyway, our lives are worthless. After so many years, we've never lost a battle with Her Majesty. Wherever Her Majesty goes, we'll fight. In the entire southern region, I trust Her Majesty the most. Did you hear that? Zhou Lihua said softly, your words. Yes, they seem to trust you a lot. Zhou Lihua, who was lying on her side on the bed, stretched, revealing her voluptuous figure. She said lazily, sometimes, it's not that you don't want to break free from this net, but that you can't bear to. Maybe. Based on the current situation in the southern region, Zhou Lihua indeed couldn't escape. She was like a needle that could restore one's spirit. If she were to escape, everyone would probably be in despair. Just as Xianxia was about to withdraw his divine sense, he suddenly sensed two familiar auras. He knew that he wouldn't be mistaken. Xiao Hongyan's son was also in the army, and Xiao Hongyan's senior brother, Su Yuanxiong, was with him. After so many years, the child who only knew how to cry in his mother's arms had grown up. His strength was also in the middle Khanate realm. It was obvious that he had worked hard to practice martial arts. They wore the standard armor of the Zhou nation and stood in the ranks of the soldiers without saying anything. Perhaps they didn't like the Zhou nation and didn't want to fight for it, but sometimes, they had no choice but to join the Zhou nation's army. If Xiao Hongyan knew, perhaps she would sigh at the fickleness of fate. The fact that they didn't die under Zhou Lihua's indiscriminate slaughter proved that they were lucky. Xianxia's divine sense circled around them twice before withdrawing. Even if she killed more than 100,000 martial artists who did not want to take part in the battle, Zhou Lihua's cultivation was still stuck at peak divine ability realm. After the fiend race surged out of the spatial passageway, they only had one team in the beginning. Perhaps they were also afraid of the entire continent's reaction. But later, they discovered that this place that they entered was actually isolated from the central region. No human experts came to deal with them either. As their team's numbers increased, they also did not encounter any tenacious resistance. Hence, they divided into three armies. According to the intelligence from the Sky Observatory, the first to appear in front of them was a fiend army of more than 500,000. Among all the fiend armies that entered the southern region, their strength should be the strongest. It was also them who first breached Zhou Nation's capital city. This 500,000-strong army similarly seemed to know the movements of Zhou Nation's army. It could also be a coincidence. The direction of their march pointed straight for the southern absolute mountain range. When the 500,000 fiend army encountered Zhou Nation's army, Zhou Nation's defensive barrier was already completed. The defensive fortifications were presided over by Su Sheng. With the help of countless martial artists, they practically completely hollowed out the 13 great mountains outside the southern absolute mountain range, spending more than a full month's time. Inside the 13 great mountains, there were countless mechanisms, traps, and secret paths, virtually exhausting Zhou Nation's treasury. The 13 great mountains formed a tight defensive system. After the construction was completed, they even specially spent more than 10 days, more than 1 million soldiers continuously carrying out coordinated drills, in order to achieve the best defensive effect. When the fiend race arrived, many Zhou Nation martial artists looked at the fiend race's appearance and could not help being somewhat nervous. The fiend race's appearance was seriously somewhat different from normal people's aesthetics. The humans who saw them for the first time all could not quite accept it. But this was not a big problem. There were virtually no ordinary people in the army, and they were not scared. Demonic beasts were similarly all kinds of strange creatures. Looking at it from looks, they were not enough to scare the soldiers. Su Sheng turned his gaze to Zhou Lihua. Zhou Lihua asked for Scarlet Blood's opinion. The fiend race's true experts are not here. There are only over a dozen divine ability realm strength. Su Sheng and the experts present sucked in a cold breath. Some heaven-breaking realm experts almost lost their footing. In the entire southern region, there was only Zhou Lihua, this one divine ability realm expert, right? When did divine ability realm experts not count as experts, and more than a dozen, if not for Zhou Lihua, even if the enemy only had one divine tier expert, it would have been enough to cause heavy losses to the million-strong army. They finally knew why the Zhou Empire didn't send any soldiers to defend against the devil race at the beginning of their invasion. According to what Zhou Lihua said, there should be experts above the transcendent realm in the demon race. The demon race army faced the layers of fortifications of the Zhou country without any hesitation and directly pressed forward. More than 10 immortal state experts floated in the air, looking down at the 13 mountain ranges that Sushing had painstakingly managed, almost as if they were looking at toys. They even made fun of each other in the language of the demon race, with relaxed and disdainful smiles on their faces. They had been here for a year and were almost clear about the strength of the top experts in the Zhou nation. Only Zhou Lihua was a transcendent realm expert. If it weren't for them, the 500,000-strong demon race army wouldn't have been able to take down the fortifications formed by the 13 mountains. But if they were here, then the situation would be completely different. Transcendent realm experts had enough power to change the landscape. They could flatten a mountain in an instant. Your Majesty. Zhou Lihua slowly drew out the red blood sword and said, leave it to this emperor. Your Majesty, isn't it too forceful? Sushing asked. Why don't we directly retreat along the predetermined route? No, it's too early to retreat now. Zhou Lihua shook her head and rejected. We must fight it out with them and retreat more naturally. We have to consider the demonic beast's feelings. Although they'll encounter the demon race sooner or later, if we too deliberately lead the demon race to their territory, they'll still be unhappy. The demonic beasts can sense it? A late-stage heaven-shattering realm martial artist asked. You think they don't have brains? Zhou Lihua countered with a question. If they really don't have brains, can they still live for so many years on the continent? Perhaps the vast majority of demonic beasts practically don't have intelligence, but among the demonic beast race, there must be a small portion of demonic beasts that possess intelligence that doesn't lose to humans. Although this emperor hasn't seen it before, we should be seeing it soon. Yunyan sect master Yun Suan asked, Your Majesty, if the southern absolute mountain range's demonic beasts are really that strong, why don't they make a move against our southern mountain range? You ask this emperor, but who should this emperor ask? Zhou Lihua said. In any case, when the time comes, perhaps we'll still have a chance to ask those demonic beasts. Your Majesty, they have more than a dozen divine power realm experts. This old official feels that if Your Majesty goes, it'll be a little too dangerous. If this emperor doesn't go, who can go? You guys go? Zhou Lihua looked at everyone's silence and ultimately still somewhat couldn't bear it. Don't worry, even divine power realm martial artists have differences in strength. And although this emperor hasn't officially exchanged blows with divine power realm martial artists, this emperor's strength shouldn't be weak. Zhou Lihua's figure gradually disappeared before everyone's eyes. The other heaven-shattering realm experts glanced at each other and then similarly left, rushing to the battlefield. Facing the demon race army's attack, Zhou nation's soldiers relied on the defensive fortifications and resisted with all their might. Both sides of the battlefield were in a chaotic battle, as if heaven and earth were roaring angrily. Even if the demon race army's overall strength was stronger than Zhou nation's army, they actually didn't make any progress for a while. When the demon race experts standing in midair saw this situation, practically all planned to make a move. In the sky, black fiendish energy spread out. Faintly, even the heaven and earth spiritual energy was changing. But right at this time, a golden figure attracted the gazes of the demon race experts. Zhou Lihua wore a dark red martial artist outfit. The martial artist outfit had a savage golden dragon rusted on it, standing on the highest peak of the 13 mountain peaks. On the mountain peak, a strong wind blew, but the wind didn't even blow the corners of her skirt. Her aura was steady like a mountain, looking down on the world. A pair of dark red eyes gave her a cruel and strange beauty. Her long hair was coiled into a bun. A golden hairpin was inserted into the bun. Her smooth chin was always slightly raised, as if she was looking down on everyone in the world. Practically, as long as one saw Zhou Lihua's face once, they could not forget her. She held a long sword in her hand. Under the sunlight, it suffused with a blood-red light. Some demon race members looked at that woman on the mountain peak and said, "This must be Zhou Nation's empress, right? It's definitely her, it can't be anyone else. I like it like this. None of you are allowed to snatch with me. She's mine. Whoever snatches it, whoever gets it." In an instant, 6 demon race divine power realm experts rushed towards Zhou Lihua virtually at the same time. On the ground, many of the soldiers at the rear raised their heads and looked nervously and expectantly at the red figure in the sky. When a demon expert charged at Zhou Lihua, he did not forget to shout in human language, "Empress of Zhou, you belong to me, Lord Babuto." When Zhou Lihua heard this, she frowned and gritted her teeth in disgust. "Has anyone ever told you that you look too disgusting?" Crimson blood, demon sword domain. The bloody mist instantly exploded with Zhou Lihua at the center. The moment the demon sword domain was activated, even Zhou Lihua's mind became unsteady. The 6 transcendent realm experts of the demon race were instantly swept into the bloody mist. Killing aura. Killing intent also exploded from Zhou Lihua's body. This killing intent merged into the demon sword domain, and the 6 demon experts' minds were thrown into disarray at the same time. In their eyes, the entire world seemed to have turned blood red. Fast transcendent technique, flowing shadow. Countless shadows shuttled through the bloody mist like swimming fish. The red blood sword in her hand also merged into the bloody mist. Outside the bloody mist, the corpses of the 3 demon experts fell from the sky one after another. They smashed into the formation of the demon army and sent dust flying into the air. Many human soldiers were excited, but they still held their breaths. They knew very well that their empress had more than 3 enemies. When the 9 demons who remained outside the bloody mist saw the situation, they all charged into the bloody mist without hesitation. "Damn it! 15 against 1, what kind of heroes are you?" A soldier of the Zhou state cursed loudly. Many soldiers knew that his words were childish, but they did not refute him. The bloody mist was still spreading, almost covering the entire sky. It reflected the entire battlefield's ground into a bloody red color. Before the 9 demon experts had charged into the bloody mist, Zhou Lihua decisively abandoned the 3 surviving demon experts who had entered earlier. Because the 3 surviving demon experts were very strong, and one of them was even at the peak of the transcendent realm. It was impossible to kill them in a short period of time. The 3 demon experts she had just killed were only at the initial stage of the transcendent realm. Furthermore, she also discovered that the speed at which the demon race experts adapted to the demon sword domain was too fast. It was as if they were born to live in that kind of environment. The 3 demon experts who had entered the demon sword domain earlier were almost unaffected by the domain. The 9 transcendent realm demon experts had just entered the blood mist when Zhou Lihua used her home advantage to give them a head-on blow. Bang! The corpse of a demon expert fell to the ground, and blue blood spurted out. Countless demon soldiers stained with the blue blood emitted black smoke and turned into ashes. Many of the demon soldiers in the rear raised their heads and saw a demon expert with bird wings spinning in the air as he fell from the sky. Bang! That voice seemed to smash into the hearts of the 500,000 devils present. Bang bang! One by one, the corpses of demon experts fell to the ground from the blood mist, stirring up clouds of dust. The demon soldiers who were crazily attacking the defense line of the Zhou state on the ground all stopped. Almost all of those who fell from the sky were famous generals in this great army. Ever since the demonic army entered the southern domain, they were practically invincible. Divinity realm experts were practically unscathed. But the demonic army didn't expect that 7 divinity realm experts would perish one after another here in less than 15 minutes. In the blood mist, Zhou Lihua clutched her abdomen in pain. Dark red blood seeped out of her abdomen, but she didn't look at the wound. Instead, she looked warily at the demon expert in front of her. This demon expert was very strong. He was at the peak of the transcendent realm and very tall, a full 3 meters tall. He had a slender figure and a pair of huge black wings on his back. Those wings weren't for decoration. He was very fast, almost on par with Zhou Lihua's domain, which had reached great mastery of the profound meaning of speed. Just now, Zhou Lihua hadn't been paying attention and had been ambushed by him. He grinned, revealing 4 fangs, and said in human language, "Woman, you're very strong. What kind of demon are you?" "Night demon, you should be glad that it's not night time. If it was night time, you wouldn't be my match at all." You should also be glad that this emperor isn't angry yet. The demon army that entered this area this time was led by us, the night demons. I'm a genius of the night demons, so my words carry some weight. The night demon expert didn't pay attention to Zhou Lihua's words. Instead, he licked his chin with his long tongue and grinned. Let me ask you, are you willing to submit to me? If you're willing to submit to me, I can take you as my concubine. I can even let you continue to be the Empress of Zhou. Even if you want to become a demon, it's possible. We demons have long lives and strong bodies. The quota to become a demon is very precious. Countless humans dream of becoming a demon. How about it, submit? Submit? Zhou Lihua stretched out her left foot and pointed the red blood sword at her black little boot. If you're willing to lick this emperor's soul, this emperor is willing to spare your dog life. How about it? Human woman, you've angered me. How could I possibly anger you? Zhou Lihua smiled in all seriousness. This is your honor. In Zhou. Who knows how many people are willing to lick this emperor's boots? This emperor sees that your tongue is quite long. You were born to lick this emperor's boots. If you lick this emperor's boots clean, this emperor will bestow upon you the title of King of the Night Demons. How about it? Die. The night demon genius roared in anger. It's hard to say who will live and who will die. The moment the night demon genius disappeared, Zhou Lihua moved her left hand away from her lower abdomen. The wound on her lower abdomen had already completely healed, leaving only 3 faint red claw marks on her delicate skin. If it wasn't for the fact that she'd suffered a vicious blow, with Zhou Lihua's temper, she wouldn't have talked to this demon. Zhou Lihua had always been a person with a violent temper. If she said she wanted to kill someone, she would kill someone. Clang! The red blood sword and the night demon genius claw collided in midair, creating sparks. The night demon genius figure paused. He was shocked to discover that Zhou Lihua seemed to have become stronger. He glanced at his claw and saw that there were cracks on it. He narrowed his eyes and took a deep look at the red blood sword. He knew that the sword wasn't simple at all. What are you waiting for? Everyone, attack together and kill this woman, said the night demon genius. Be careful, this woman is very fast. She's almost on par with me. Understood, a demon expert said loudly. We were just careless and fell into her trap. The weak devil race experts were almost all killed by Zhou Lihua. The remaining ones weren't easy to deal with. The 8 demon experts were all veterans of the battlefield. With the night demon expert holding them back, the pressure on Zhou Lihua increased greatly. Xianxia was very clear about Zhou Lihua's combat experience. She was very lacking. You could not expect an emperor to have much experience in life and death battles. None of the remaining 8 divine power realm demon experts were weak. The demon sword domain's influence on the demons was also very limited. In addition, Zhou Lihua's greatest advantage in speed could not be fully utilized due to the presence of a night demon expert. The situation of the entire battlefield was completely tilted towards the demon race. Zhou Lihua gradually fell into an absolute disadvantage. What do we do, Scarlet Blood? She had thought that she would be at a disadvantage, but she did not expect it to come so quickly. She felt that every demon expert she faced seemed to have the combat ability to challenge human martial artists above their level. Zhou Lihua could be considered to have personally experienced why the demons could make the central region's people pale at the mention of them. There were even stronger experts on the demons' side. They could afford to delay. But she, Zhou Lihua, could not afford to delay. Either go all out or run, Xianxia said in a concise manner. The 8 divine power realm experts slowly closed in, reducing Zhou Lihua's space to maneuver. Although her expression was still cold, she was starting to feel anxious. If this continued, she would be surrounded and killed by this group of divine power realm experts even before the top experts of the demons came out. On the ground, a demon expert shouted, "Demon warriors, continue to fight. The demons will win. The demons will win. The demons will win." Seeing that no more demon experts were killed, almost all the demons were certain that Zhou Lihua would be killed by the demon experts. Under the military order, they launched a new round of attacks on the Zhou soldiers. In the air, under the blood fog, countless demon experts and Zhou's experts were fighting in close quarters. But very soon, the Zhou experts were completely at a disadvantage. There were simply too many demon experts and they were too strong. It was far from what a small Zhou country could resist. Moreover, most of Zhou's top martial artists had already died in Zhou Lihua's hands. Of course, if they did not die, Zhou would probably be defeated even faster. The strength of Zhou and the invading demons were not on the same level to begin with. Zhou was a mantis trying to stop a chariot. However, the vast majority of Zhou's soldiers still risked their lives to fight against the demons, because they knew that their emperor was also fighting right above their heads. Because they knew that they were the last hope of the southern region. For this expedition, the Zhou nation did not hold back at all. Other than the 70,000 old and weak soldiers, all the other soldiers were sent to the battlefield. If they died, the human race of the southern region would never be able to rise again. Su Sheng's face was calm as he watched hundreds and thousands of soldiers die in battle. He watched as layers of defenses were broken through. He calmly commanded the situation on the battlefield and did his best to restrain the attacks of the demons. But sometimes, strength. This was strength, facing a large number of heaven-breaking realm and Xiantian realm experts of the devil race. Even if he exerted all his strength, he was still powerless. He could only look on helplessly as one mountain peak after another was razed to the ground. This was the most helpless war Su Sheng had ever led since he joined the army. Now, he finally understood the helplessness the general of the Black Blood Kingdom had felt when facing the Empress. No matter how much effort you put into scheming, it was still not as good as a casual wave of the other party's hand. In the bloody mist, Zhou Lihua finally killed a late-stage Transcendent Realm expert with great difficulty. However, Zhou Lihua's thigh was pierced by a bone spike. She cut through the white bone with her sword and immediately felt a heart-wrenching pain. This pain cleared her mind, which was addicted to killing, a little. She glanced at the wound. Black pus flowed out of the wound. She knew that it was time to retreat. If she stayed any longer, there would not be a good outcome. She rushed out of the bloody mist and glanced at Yi Qingyan, who was standing beside Su Sheng, and secretly made a hand gesture. Yi Qingyan nodded at her, then whispered something in Su Sheng's ear. Su Sheng raised his head and nodded at Zhou Lihua resolutely. Although they did not exchange a single word, both of them knew what to do. Zhou Lihua's divine sense swept across the depths of the southern absolute mountain range. Almost unsurprisingly, she discovered the demonic beasts hiding in the depths of the forest. There were many demonic beasts, but they were all hibernating. Their ability to hide their auras was extremely good. If Zhou Lihua had not deliberately searched for them, it would not have been easy to find them. The demonic beast race had long been waiting in formation, but they had no reason to come out now and help Zhou defend against the devil race. In this short while, the 8 Transcendent Realm experts of the devil race also broke through the bloody mist and caught up. Zhou Lihua glanced at the wound on her leg and directly ran left into the southern absolute mountain range. In front of her right was the camp of the remaining citizens of Zhou. In front of her left was the demonic beast race's massive army. There was no need to consider an escape route at all. Quickly capture her for me. She's injured. Don't let her escape, a night demon expert shouted loudly. It could be seen that his position in this devil army was extremely high. Perhaps, he was the commander of this devil army. Just as Zhou Lihua was escaping, the devil army suddenly discovered that the Zhou army, which had originally been tenaciously resisting by relying on their fortifications, inevitably began to weaken in a straight line after seeing their empress flee in defeat. The heaven-breaking realm experts of the devil race discovered in the air that the rear troops of Zhou were the first to begin to flee. The direction they were fleeing in was precisely the direction Zhou Lihua had fled. This discovery caused their confidence to increase by several folds. Ever since stepping onto this land, they had fought smoothly and practically did not encounter any effective resistance, but right here, they encountered the frenzied resistance of the humans. Even 8 Transcendent Realm experts died. The devil race army held their breaths. They wanted to kill this million-human army cleanly. Even when fleeing, Su Sheng still had experts carry the dragon banner. Many soldiers who fled until they could not find the direction would subconsciously follow that banner and run. Su Sheng turned his head around at the periphery of the southern absolute mountain range. Looking at the fleeing Zhou army that might not even be 500,000, his eyes could not help becoming somewhat moist. If it was just an ordinary defeat, no matter how many died, his feelings would not be too great. But this was a premeditated defeat. many soldiers did not know at all that their defeat, their death in battle, was just a part of the Empress's plan. And he, Su Sheng, also personally participated. The devil army crazily chased after the collapsing Zhou army from behind. Fresh blood splattered everywhere, severed limbs filled the sky, frenzied and intoxicating. The devil race liked to enjoy this kind of slaughter. The frantic escape of the Zhou soldiers only served to increase their morale. They liked to admire the enemy's fearful appearance. On the right, leading to Zhou's final encampment, was a vast and empty wilderness. Only extremely far away were a few lonely mountain peaks. On the left was the lush southern absolute mountain range, layers upon layers, dense forests. When they saw the dragon banner directly guiding them into the southern absolute mountain range, they did not hesitate either, directly fleeing into the deep forests of the southern absolute mountain range. Soldiers with a little bit of rationality all knew that even if they did not care about those civilians of Zhou, fleeing to the left was absolutely a dead end. Only in the complicated terrain of the southern absolute mountain range could they find a ray of hope. Although Zhou Lihua's leg was injured and poisoned, the red blood sword continued to infuse the demon expert's blood energy into her body after killing a late-stage transcendent realm demon expert. It healed the wound on her leg and stopped the poison from spreading. In addition, at her level of cultivation, she really didn't rely on her legs to use her movement technique. The demon experts really wouldn't be able to catch up to her for a while. Of course, she didn't pull away from the night demon expert. "Human, you have to stop." A huge bird-type demon beast suddenly jumped out of the forest and blocked in front of Zhou Lihua. "We have the right to kill any human expert that steps into this place. I advise you to return quickly." This bird-type demonic beast had a wingspan of 100 meters, and its entire body was covered in light blue feathers. It had golden eyes and a huge beak. Combined with its late-stage transcendent realm strength, Zhou Lihua immediately recognized its identity, giant blue cloud condor. The humans living near the southern absolute mountain range could occasionally see the shadow of giant blue cloud eagles in the sky. The Sky Observatory had previously obtained information about their race. In recent months, the most active creatures near the southern absolute mountain range were the bird-type demon beasts. They appeared in large numbers in the sky to investigate the demon race. Zhou Lihua often saw the giant blue cloud eagles. When the weather was clear, they flew in the sky. It was hard to distinguish them from the blue sky with the naked eye. "There are demons chasing after me. When I escape, I will come back another day to ask for forgiveness." Zhou Lihua had already disappeared in front of the golden eagle when she left these words. Zhou Lihua was used to being the emperor. All the martial practitioners in Zhou knew that she was extremely domineering. But today, she was reasonable and polite. There was a reason. The demon beasts of the southern absolute mountain range were definitely stronger than Zhou. They hadn't attacked Zhou. There was probably a reason Zhou Lihua didn't know. It was impossible for Zhou and the demon race to make peace. Zhou Lihua wanted to divert the trouble, but she couldn't offend the demon beasts to the extreme. "Demon beast. Are you trying to stop me?" The night demon expert looked at the huge demon beast in front of him and scanned with his consciousness. He found a large number of demon beasts lying in ambush. He didn't wait for the giant eagle's response. His claws were covered in dense demon chi as he attacked the giant eagle. On this continent, any race that stood in the way of the demon race was their enemy. In front of them, there was only the difference between slaves and enemies. Ever since the capture of the Zhou Empire's capital, the demon beast clan in the southern mountain range had become the demon race's imaginary enemy. Discovering that there were so many demonic beasts hiding in the surroundings, his first reaction was that the humans had once again joined forces with the demonic beasts to lure the devil clan into the encirclement of the demonic beasts. However, he didn't think that since the devil race's army was close to the southern desolate mountain range, how could the monster beasts in the southern desolate mountain range not gather their troops to guard against the devil race? Almost all the races on the continent knew the temperament of the demon race. They would never reason with anyone. "Rip." The night demon expert clawed forward, and countless blue feathers danced in the air. The blue cloud eagle flapped its wings and soared into the skies, opening its massive beak. With a shrill cry, more than 10 divine power realm demon beasts rushed over from all directions. At this moment, the remaining 6 divinity realm demons had just arrived. Both sides immediately engaged in a chaotic battle. Zhou Lihua ran for more than 20 miles in a single breath. When she turned her head back, she just happened to see the Demon Beast clan and the Devil clan fighting. She heaved a sigh of relief. She pulled down her pant leg and glanced at her thigh. The blood she sent by the red blood sword had already been used up. The poison in the wound on Zhou Lihua's thigh began to spread inch by inch. She circulated her true essence, wanting to suppress the poison. However, it wasn't very effective. That poison not only corroded blood qi, it also corroded true essence. The effect of true essence was only to slow down the speed of the poison's spread. What kind of divine power was this? Zhou Lihua's scalp went numb. Zhou Lihua had many pills on her, but they definitely wouldn't be of any use. Just as Zhou Lihua was checking her wound, a sudden gust of wind blew over. A purple demonic wolf appeared in front of her. Human, leave this place. This is not a place you should be. This purple demonic wolf was about the same size as a normal wolf demonic beast. It was over 2 meters long, with a body full of healthy muscles. Its eyes were bright and full of spirit, with a bit of hatred. Its purple fur was very beautiful. Upon closer inspection, each strand of its fur seemed to be glowing. If it was night time, it might even be glowing. If it was in the past, Zhou Lihua would have thought of ways to skin this demonic wolf and make beautiful clothes out of it. But now, she remembered the information that Qing Yu brought from the central region. A purple demonic wolf. Perhaps it was related to the purple moon wolf king in the southern mountains. Her face immediately became serious. Look, my leg. I can't move it. The purple demonic wolf sniffed at Zhou Lihua. I can't do anything about this poison unless my father does it himself. But my father won't do it for a human like you. What a pity. What's a pity? The purple demonic wolf licked its lips and said, the smell on your body is very nice. You must be delicious to eat. If you are poisoned to death, I can't eat your meat. While they were talking, the poison had spread to the root of her thigh. Of course, it had only spread to the root of her thigh because a line of blood was blocking the poison. Zhou Lihua held on to the red blood sword with a pale face. Her body began to fall from the sky. Just as she was about to hit the ground, she stopped and took out a dragon throne from her infinite space ring and sat on it. Zhou Lihua used her left hand to suck the thigh over and she held it tightly. Seeing that the demonic wolf was following her, Zhou Lihua shook the thigh in her hand and asked with a smile, do you want this leg? If you want it, I'll give it to you. Idiot, throw it away. The demonic wolf reminded her. Zhou Lihua glanced at the thigh and sighed reluctantly. She aimed at the outskirts of the southern mountains and threw it in the direction of the Infernal's army. She lowered her head and looked at her remaining leg. After a moment of silence, she sighed, I think I've become ugly. I can't tell. You humans are all ugly. To me, there's no difference whether you have one leg or two. The demonic wolf walked around Zhou Lihua and said, that's good too. After we remove that thigh, we can eat the rest of you. Hearing that, Zhou Lihua held on to the red blood sword in her hand tightly. Just as Zhou Lihua and the demonic wolf were confronting each other, the Zhou army and the Shifter's army met face to face. Su Xing loudly ordered the army not to attack the demonic beasts and directed them to the side. The demonic beasts did not immediately attack the human army. They were also waiting for orders. Soon, they saw the Infernal's army that was chasing after them. When the Infernal's army saw the demonic beasts, their first reaction was that they had been ambushed, and they immediately attacked. The Infernals were not afraid of any opponents. The demon army had just started fighting with the demonic beasts, and they suffered a loss. The ground under their feet suddenly collapsed, and numerous demon soldiers fell into the deep pit. In the deep pit, densely packed calf-sized gold-devouring rats rushed up madly, gnawing at their flesh and blood, leaving behind white bones. Some demon soldiers who escaped the calamity felt pain in their feet, and they instantly lost consciousness, falling onto a thick layer of rotten leaves. Among the rotten leaves, colorful poisonous snakes slithered through. Hordes of demonic beasts charged towards the devil race. Giant apes waved their thick trunks, sweeping through the demon army. Bear-type demonic beasts waved their claws, easily smashing the demons into pieces. Huge wild boar demonic beasts rampaged through the demon army. Wolf packs wandered around the border, cruelly hunting down the demon soldiers. This mountain range was the demonic beasts' home ground. Since the demon army came to this continent, when had they suffered such a loss? Moreover, they all discovered that the threat of demonic beasts was far stronger than that of humans. They almost didn't think too much, and directly charged at those powerful demonic beasts, letting go of the defeated Zhou soldiers. Yi Qingyan saw those rat-type demonic beasts, and her expression was somewhat ugly. However, she still reminded King Su, "It should be about time." "Yes," Su Xing said with heartache, "after this battle, who knows how many of us will be left? At least, we can save more people, right?" "Yes." He grabbed the dragon flag alone, raised it above his head, and rushed against the human flow formed by the defeated soldiers. As he rushed, he shouted loudly, "Our reinforcements have arrived, it's time to counterattack." The few remaining heaven-breaking realm generals in the army had long known that it was embarrassing. They also stood out and killed a few hundred deserters, stopping the defeated soldiers who wanted to continue fleeing, and ordered them to start the counterattack. The Xianxia generals also reacted. Seeing the demons and demonic beasts fighting, they also began to order their soldiers to start attacking the demons. On the battlefield, military orders were like mountains. Moreover, there was the cruel suppression of heaven-breaking realm and Xiantian realm experts. No matter how frightened the Zhou soldiers were, they still had to obey orders, and attacked the side of the demon army. "Are we going to attack the humans?" In the dense forest of the southern mountain range, a colorful little snake poked its head out from a tree branch and asked a white wolf beneath it. The white wolf looked at the group of humans who were fighting with the Devil Clan. Their strength was not much, but they were still effective in restraining some of the Devil Clan's energy. The white wolf growled in a low voice, "Forget it, let's deal with the demons first." The intelligent demonic beasts in the southern absolute mountain range looked down on the humans in the little southern domain. As the white wolf that commanded the demon beasts in battle, his intelligence was at the top of the demon beasts in the southern absolute mountain range. "It's those humans who lured the demons here." A huge golden rat crawled out of the soil and said, "We don't need to care about those weak humans in the little southern domain. Getting rid of the demons is our top priority." The white wolf glanced at the golden rat and asked, "Besides, even if they don't lure the demons here, won't the demons enter the southern mountain range?" The golden rat didn't say anything. Obviously, with their understanding of the demons, that was impossible. If the demons took over the humans' territory and didn't attack the southern absolute mountain range, maybe, the demon beasts in the southern absolute mountain range would take the initiative to attack. No race would be willing to be neighbors with the crazy and bloodthirsty demons. How could they allow others to snore beside their bed? Of course, the weak humans in the little southern domain were the exception. This was the agreement between the Demon King and the humans in the little southern domain 10,000 years ago. Even now, the Demon King was still alive, so they couldn't break the agreement. "We have been preparing for this war since half a year ago." The white wolf growled, "Now, it's time to start the war. If we wait any longer, many demon beasts will get impatient." "Yes, Lord White Wolf." At this time, the white wolf looked at the sky and asked in confusion, "What is that? It looks like a human leg?" The golden rat agreed, "This subordinate also thinks that it's a human leg. A human leg is like that. I've eaten it before, so I won't remember wrongly." The three demon beasts watched as the leg fell into the demon army and suddenly exploded. Countless black smoke spread out, and the 2,000 demon soldiers that were enveloped by the black smoke instantly turned into pus. "So poisonous." The golden rat sighed. They all saw that the poison in the leg was something that even normal demon beasts in the transcendent realm couldn't resist. "A bit more poisonous than mine." The piebald viper flicked out its tongue and looked at the sky. "Why? Is there only one?" White Wolf growled in a low voice, "Don't say any more, go and join the battle." In the dense forest of the southern absolute mountain range, Zhou Lihua sat on the dragon throne, holding the red blood sword and facing off against the purple demon wolf. She could already see that the opponent's strength was also at the peak of the transcendent realm. The demon beasts in the southern absolute mountain range were indeed very strong. Just a few demon beasts she met were all at the transcendent realm. Thinking that the opponent might be a relative of the purple moon wolf king, Zhou Lihua felt troubled. No choice, she was used to being an emperor, she had always been the most respected person. Just as Zhou Lihua was feeling troubled, she heard a mournful bird cry. Turning around, she saw the blue cloud eagle that had blocked her just now splattered blood in the air. It flapped its wings weakly and fell to the ground. Aren't you going to help those demon beasts? My target is you. Alright, I'll go help them. The purple demon wolf was slightly taken aback. As a demon beast, it wasn't going to help, but this human wanted to go. What was this? Zhou Lihua didn't say anything. She took out a red dress from her interspatial ring and tore off the tattered warrior uniform on her body in front of the demon wolf, putting on the red dress. It was a floor-length dress that was only suitable for the clean roads of the palace. But now, she had no other choice. After putting on the red dress, she stood up on one leg and glanced at the hem of the dress. Zhou Lihua nodded in satisfaction. She didn't want anyone to see that she had lost a leg. Since ancient times, she had never heard of an emperor who only had one leg. Moreover, she was a woman. You can just stay here. Zhou Lihua stared at the distant demon expert whose body was covered in white bones. It just so happens that there are some debts that I need to settle with the demon race. Zhou Lihua was ambushed by him. Looking at Zhou Lihua, who was flying towards the devil experts, the purple demon wolf thought for a moment and decided to follow her towards the group of devil experts. As a wolf of the southern absolute mountain range, it couldn't just stand by and watch. Even though the demonic beast clan had the advantage in terms of numbers, the demonic beast clan had the upper hand. But in the current situation, they were still being suppressed by the demon experts. After all, the remaining experts of the demon race were all elites of the transcendent realm. The weaker ones had all been killed by Zhou Lihua. Zhou Lihua realized that the demon wolf had followed her but had no intention of attacking her. She heaved a sigh of relief. Everything was still under her control. Judging from the current situation, the beasts of the southern absolute mountain range definitely didn't have a good impression of the humans of the southern mountain range. After the appearance of the devil clan, they had been watching with folded arms. Their original plan was to wait for the devil race to kill most of the human experts in the southern region before attacking the devil race. Of course, Zhou Lihua wanted the devil race to fight with the demonic beast race first, so that both sides would temporarily ignore the people of Zhou country. The great Zhou country could not be at odds with demons. That was why she allowed the soldiers of Zhou country to escape into the encirclement of the monster beast clan after they were defeated. Then, after the battle between the monster beast clan and the devil clan, she would assist the monster beast clan in dealing with the devil clan. Of course, she hoped that the demonic beasts of the southern mountain range would form an alliance with the Zhou country. However, the demonic beasts were too strong, and they didn't have a good impression of humans. The Zhou country was too weak, and the gap between the two was too big. Forming an alliance was just a joke. If she really sent a messenger into the southern absolute mountain range, she probably wouldn't even be able to see the important figures of the southern absolute mountain range's demonic beasts. They would be killed by other demonic beasts. Since the other party didn't want to form an alliance, Zhou Lihua had no choice but to take the initiative to approach them. Then, he would dispel the demonic beast's malice towards Zhou country. Everyone was fighting against the demons together. No matter what, they could be considered comrades, right? Regarding the matter of her leading the devil clan into the southern mountain range, as long as the monster beast clan could no longer haggle over it, and both sides could maintain their previous relationship of minding their own business, Zhou Lihua would be satisfied. Zhou Lihua looked at the blue sky and sighed helplessly. Life is getting worse day by day. Woman, don't you think your dress is too long? It's none of your business. Zhou Lihua said in annoyance. That winged night demon clan member has the fastest flying speed and is the strongest. You deal with him. In order to please the monster beast clan, one did not necessarily have to be servile. If their intentions were too obvious, perhaps even the demonic beasts would not respect them. Night demon clan? Did it awaken its innate ability? Demons can also awaken innate abilities? The devil clan had been extinct in the southern region for 10,000 years. 10,000 years might be a short time for the monster clan, but to the southern domain, where even divine ability realm experts were scarce, 10,000 years was simply too long. Countless dynasties and empires were built and destroyed, and countless aristocratic families were toppled and then rose again. The demon wolf looked at Zhou Lihua with disdain. The demon race is very similar to us monster beasts. Some demons with noble bloodlines have a high chance of awakening innate abilities. Once awakened, even if they don't cultivate, their strength will continue to rise until they reach the transcendent realm. But you humans, so what if they were humans? Zhou Lihua sneered in her heart. Although Zhou Lihua didn't like the humans of the central region, she had to admit that the humans of the central region didn't lack skills and strength. Just by looking at the current situation of the continent, one would know that the most fertile central region was still firmly occupied by the human race. And, the demon beasts could only retreat to the edge of the continent. It was clear at a glance who was stronger and who was weaker. Of course, Zhou Lihua couldn't expose other people's scars. The Zhou kingdom seemed to have unified a vast expanse of land, but what they unified was not the real southern region. It was only a corner of the real southern region, an isolated island isolated by the demon beasts of the southern mountain range. After so many years, the central region seemed to have forgotten about them. The development of martial arts not only stagnated, but also continuously regressed. They were indeed weak. Being weak wasn't scary. What was scary was not being able to recognize themselves. Zhou Lihua didn't expect the Zhou country to rise, nor did she expect the people of the Zhou country to be like dragons. Zhou country's geographical environment was destined to make it difficult for them to rise. As long as they could continue to live in this land where their ancestors lived, Zhou Lihua would be satisfied. That night demon, leave him to me. The demon wolf said. Okay. The night. Demon expert killed the giant condor and happened to see the purple demon wolf flying towards him. He immediately knew who it was, regarding the information about the monster clan of the southern mountain range, those demon-worshipping cult humans had mentioned before. He didn't think too much about it as he fought with the demon wolf. Zhou Lihua didn't watch their battle, but flew towards the demon expert covered in bones. That demon expert already had an opponent. It was a mid-stage transcendent realm giant ape. The giant ape's eyes were wild and ferocious, and its black fur was covered in a layer of lead-gray aura. Its body was more than 50 meters tall, and covered in lumps of muscle gave it terrifying strength and powerful defense. With a raise of its hand, it could collapse mountains and split the earth. Even facing a peak transcendent realm demon expert, it was fearless. Each of its punches could turn a demon expert's attack into nothingness. On the entire battlefield, the one who caused the biggest commotion was this giant ape. That giant ape, is it using strength? It must be. Xianxia said with certainty in red blood sword. This kind of wild power, that kind of gray aura, Xianxia wouldn't mistake it. So strong. Your speed divine ability is also at the minor completion stage. It's not much worse than that giant ape. Xianxia looked at the giant ape and said, although its speed isn't bad, its attack style is too simple. That demon expert also seems to have a wind god art. He dodges very quickly, and the giant ape can't hit him. It seems that if you don't intervene, this will be a long battle. That guy is dead for sure. Seeing the giant ape waving its fist, the demon expert dodged like before, and a red light suddenly appeared in front of him. Zhou Lihua looked at the opponent proudly. Slaughter god art, slaughter momentum. Metal god art, gold radiant slash. Blood red killing intent rushed towards the demon expert, and then a dazzling golden sword light appeared in front of the demon expert's face. Bone god art, limitless bone wall. A wall made of the bones of many unknown creatures blocked in front of the demon expert. Although the limitless bone wall blocked Zhou Lihua's attack, the demon expert knew that the real killing move wasn't here. Seeing the fist in front of him, he knew it was too late to dodge. Limitless bone wall. With a loud bang, the wall made of skulls was smashed to pieces by the giant ape's fist. The demon expert behind the bone wall was also sent flying. The moment he was sent flying, a red light caught up to him. Seeing the demon expert fly away, the giant ape's eyes were filled with excitement. It roared and stomped on the ground, and its huge body shot out like a cannonball. The demon expert suffered a blow from the giant ape and felt all the bones in his body shatter. Demon Sword Domain, activate. The moment the Demon Sword Domain was activated, Zhou Lihua's eyes turned blood red. Wind Divine Ability, Strangle. A bloody mist instantly enveloped him, and countless wind blades attacked, making the demon expert exhausted. But at this moment, a huge fist smashed over, and a huge shadow completely enveloped the two of them at the same time. The berserk giant ape didn't care who was friend or foe. It was like a fist smashing into that hateful demon fly. Lunatic, you want to die with me? The demon expert roared in human language. Even if he was very strong, he was not willing to suffer this blow from the giant ape. Zhou Lihua was a human, and her body was naturally weak. If Zhou Lihua was hit, her fate would probably be worse than his. Zhou Lihua shook her head. Just as the wind from the giant ape's fist blew her long hair, she disappeared on the spot. Then, only the demon expert was left looking at the fist in despair. Bang! He was hammered into the ground like a cannonball, causing a strong shockwave. Countless trees were lifted into the sky, and the trees within 100 miles were either cut in half or fell to the ground. Zhou Lihua brushed past the giant ape's fist and almost got sucked into the turbulence formed by the fist. It was not easy for her to stabilize her body. The giant ape roared and stepped into the sky, jumping 2,000 meters in the air. Then, it stretched out a big foot and fell to the ground like a meteor. The ear-piercing sound of air friction made Zhou Lihua's eardrums hurt. Seeing this situation, she didn't even think about it and immediately hid behind a hill. Bang! It stepped on the deep pit where the demon expert fell. Countless dust, mud, and rocks were stepped into the sky by its foot. Many experts of the demonic beast clan and the demon clan took the time to glance at them. There was no choice, the commotion was too big. The giant ape's fierce attack hit its target. It beat its chest and roared loudly at the sky. Just as it was roaring loudly, Zhou Lihua came to its side and looked at the huge footprint on the ground. She scanned with her divine sense and found the dying demon expert in the hard soil. That demon expert only had one breath left, and his body was almost smashed into pieces. Death was only a matter of time. Perhaps he would die in the next second. Good thing he's not completely dead. Zhou Lihua happily stabbed the devil sword into the ground. Golden Moon Emperor Extreme Sword. The sword chi pierced through the soil and directly cut open the head of the demon expert. Zhou Lihua was very serious when it came to snatching kills. Whether the sword master was qualified or not, he would be able to tell based on his skill in snatching kills. Zhou Lihua's body greedily absorbed the endless blood energy and true essence from the devil sword. This feeling always made her intoxicated. He felt an itch at the base of his right thigh. This was a sign that his broken limb was regenerating. Zhou Lihua only opened her eyes when the blood chi disappeared. She found the giant ape standing in front of her, staring at her with a burning gaze. The wind god art swept past and the dust on her body was blown away. She brushed her messy hair behind her ear to make herself look more beautiful and dignified. She, Zhou Lihua, the empress of Zhou country, had always been very concerned about her image. Standing on one leg was not difficult at all. The giant ape looked at the human in front of it in confusion. Zhou Lihua looked at the giant ape and asked, "What's the matter?" The giant ape pointed at the other battlefields and waved its fist fiercely. "You want me to cooperate with you?" The giant ape nodded and confirmed Zhou Lihua's words. "Okay." Zhou Lihua did not refuse. In terms of talent, this giant ape was really strong. Perhaps it was the bloodline of a powerful demon beast in the southern Absolute Mountain Range. Cooperating with him was a strong alliance and would not be a disgrace to Zhou Lihua's identity. One person and one ape were rushing to another battlefield when something unexpected happened. The giant ape suddenly turned around and grabbed at Zhou Lihua with one hand. Zhou Lihua was already prepared for this grab. The giant ape only caught the afterimage she left behind. Wasn't it too fast to turn hostile? Zhou Lihua originally thought that this giant ape should be the simple and honest type. She did not expect it to sneak attack her. "What are you doing?" Even if Zhou Lihua deliberately told herself to endure, she still could not help but get angry. The giant ape pointed in the direction of the demon army and then pointed behind Zhou Lihua with a panicked expression. It then fled into the depths of the southern Absolute Mountain Range. The giant ape that was so majestic and insufferably arrogant a moment ago fled just like that. Zhou Lihua was only stunned for a breath's time and then chased after the giant ape. An enemy that could make the giant ape flee in panic was definitely not simple. It was not even afraid of a demon at the peak of the transcendent realm. Then the danger level of the enemy was obvious. What is scarlet blood? Zhou Lihua already knew that red blood sword's Jianling was much stronger than her in terms of divine sense. "Keep running." Chen Hao and Red Blood Sword said, "If you don't want to be affected, if I'm not wrong, a domain-level expert from the demon army is coming." As expected, the enemy that Zhou Lihua was most worried about still came. This was why she did not dare to fight the demons for a long time. The demons had domain-level experts, but in their Zhou, she was the only transcendent realm expert. Once she encountered a domain-level expert from the demon army, she had to be prepared to die. Although Zhou Lihua also felt that there was not much meaning in living, it did not mean that she was willing to be killed. Fortunately, this was the territory of the southern Absolute Mountain Range. There were also many Yao Beast experts on the battlefield. Presumably, the top experts of the Yao Beast clan would not make a move, right? The other experts of the Yao Beast clan also noticed that something was wrong. They began to want to escape the battlefield, but the demon experts stubbornly held them back. A black cloud came from the demon army. It spread at an extremely fast speed, blotting out the sky and covering the sun. Then, the sky turned dark. This kind of darkness, even Zhou Lihua's eyesight could not see through. Zhou Lihua felt that her divine sense was being suppressed. Fortunately, the giant ape's body was huge, so she could rely on her hearing to keep up with the giant ape's footsteps. A wolf's howl pierced through the endless night. Zhou Lihua shuddered as she felt a chill run down her spine. Snowflakes fell from the sky. The snowflakes fell on Zhou Lihua's skin, but did not melt. The night began to thin, and a faint light shone through. Accompanied by another terrifying howl, the world suddenly lit up. Zhou Lihua raised her head and saw that the entire world seemed to have been divided into two. One half was pitch black, like the night, and the other half was sparkling, like a world of ice and snow. And she and the giant ape stood at the edge of the two worlds. Then, the woman and the ape directly entered the world of ice and snow. This is a domain? Zhou Lihua tightened her clothes and said in disbelief. You haven't seen a domain before, have you? A familiar voice came. Zhou Lihua turned around and saw the purple demon wolf again. No, why? Zhou Lihua asked with a smile. Do you know domain too? Can you show it to me? No. The purple wolf said unhappily, but my father knows domain. How old are you? Don't call me young. Zhou Lihua denied, I didn't mean that. The purple wolf looked up at the sky and said, forget it, I won't talk to you anymore. It's just a human. Zhou Lihua also didn't care about the wolf. She also looked at the sky eagerly. Domain, she also yearned for the power of a domain. After seeing the strength of a domain realm, Zhou Lihua was even more certain that there would be a huge qualitative change from the divine power realm to the domain realm. This change far surpassed the Khanate realm to the heaven-breaking realm, or the heaven-breaking realm to the divine power realm. With the red blood sword, as long as she killed enough, she wouldn't encounter the so-called bottleneck. She wouldn't be stuck at a stage for decades, hundreds of years, or even her entire life because of some fortuitous encounter or comprehension problem. But ever since she broke through to the peak of the divine power realm, she realized that there was a bottleneck from the peak of the divine power realm to the domain realm. Her bottleneck was that she didn't kill enough experts. Even if she killed all the remaining warriors of Zhou country, she might not be able to meet the conditions for breaking through. As for the demons and beasts, she also didn't dare to have any ideas. Right now, the big shots of both sides were either on the battlefield or paying attention to the battlefield. As long as her performance was too outstanding, she might be finished off by them in one move. Whether it was the demons or beasts, they didn't seem to have a good impression of humans. Zhou Lihua didn't want to die for no reason. The world gradually regained its color. Zhou Lihua's eyes regained their vision. She asked softly, is there a result? The wolf said uncertainly, not yet, they just moved the battlefield. Zhou Lihua flew into the air. The battle between the demons and beasts also ended. The beasts didn't continue fighting, and the demons didn't chase after them. Instead, they slowly retreated, but they didn't retreat far. They were all waiting for the result of the battle between the domain realm experts. The soldiers of Zhou country also stopped fighting. They stayed in place and slowly surrounded. They didn't dare to enter the southern Absolute Mountain Range, nor did they dare to retreat. They were in a dilemma. They had suffered heavy casualties today. Out of more than 1 million Zhou soldiers, less than 300,000 were left. Most of the Zhou soldiers didn't die in the hands of the devil soldiers, but rather the Xianxia stage and heaven-breaking stage experts of the devil race. The difference in the number of experts between the two sides was really too big. Yi Qingyan also noticed Zhou Lihua. She flew over and asked with concern, Your Majesty, are you all right? It's fine. Although the demon experts are powerful, they can't do anything to me. Then whose leg was lost? Demon Wolf pursed his lips. What a hypocrite. Is it fun to force yourself? Zhou Lihua said faintly, if I don't hold on, who will? There's nothing we can do about it. This is the current situation of our Zhou nation. The demon wolf glanced at the Zhou nation's soldiers. He could clearly see the number of human experts in the Zhou nation. There were no more than 10 heaven-shattering realm experts. To have a peak transcendent realm Zhou Lihua was already a very miraculous thing. Yi Qingyan called out softly with concern, Your Majesty. It's fine. It's just a leg. It won't be long before it grows back. Zhou Lihua said, Let Sushin count the losses and treat the injured. Army, let's set up camp here for the time being. No, tell your people to retreat to the southern absolute mountain range immediately. Purple Demon Wolf immediately roared. Many of them are heavily injured. Zhou Lihua insisted. There are demons outside. If you tell them to retreat now, I don't think many of them will be able to survive. This is the rule. Demon Wolf half bowed and roared. What rule? Demon beasts aren't allowed to deliberately attack the humans on your side. If the humans on your side step into the southern absolute mountain range, we demon beasts have the right to kill them. Of course, when our wolf clan retreated to the southern absolute mountain range, we made an agreement with a domain master from the South Moon Empire who stayed behind to guard your side. Both sides wouldn't interfere with each other. In all these years, our wolf clan has always abided by the agreement and never invaded the human territory on your side. And this is our territory. Then can't you make an exception? Zhou Lihua said in a low voice. Look, today we humans are helping you deal with the demons. We're all comrades. If you send them out to die, do you have the heart to do so? Plus, when we deal with the demons in the future, we can still work together. Saying this, Zhou Lihua turned around and shouted to the huge ape sitting on the hill. Big guy, what do you think? The huge ape nodded. Demon Wolf shouted, Little ape, don't interrupt when the master is talking. The huge ape shook its head and waved its hand, looking dissatisfied. Zhou Lihua pondered. This arrogant demon wolf's position in the southern absolute mountain range shouldn't be low, but it seemed to care about this huge ape. Wait. Zhou Lihua pointed at the 50-meter-tall transcendent realm middle stage huge ape and asked, What did you call it, little ape? Of course it's little ape. It was born not long ago and can't even speak. Demon Wolf looked coldly at Zhou Lihua and said, I'm warning you, little ape is very important. Don't try anything funny. My father values it very much, Zhou Lihua asked in a small voice, Can I see your father? Impossible. Purple Demon Wolf flatly refused. Then you demon beasts must have a leader, right? I'm talking about the demon beasts that manage the entire southern absolute mountain range. Zhou Lihua said seriously. I want to see her as the Empress of Zhou country. Purple Demon Wolf looked at Zhou Lihua and asked in a mocking tone, Are you sure you want to see the leader of southern absolute mountain range? Yes, I'm very sure. I can tell you with certainty that meeting the leader of southern absolute mountain range will be the most unwise decision you've ever made. What do you mean? Come with me and you'll know. Zhou Lihua knew that this trip would be risky, but there were some risks that she had to take. She had to know what kind of attitude the demon beasts in southern absolute mountain range had towards the humans of Zhou country and try her best to cooperate. After flying with the purple demon wolf for about 2 hours, they stopped in front of a mountain covered in thick snow. Wolf Demon Wolf pointed at a cave at the top of the mountain and said, It's there. Come with me. What's its name? You can call it Lord Old Wolf. Purple Demon Wolf grinned and said, But it's not much older than me. It's just that its bloodline is a little weaker, so it looks a little old. When my father saw it back then, he valued it a lot and entrusted it with such an important task. Wait at the entrance of the cave. The purple demon wolf said, I'll go in and talk to it. Is there a need? Of course there is. If you go in directly, you might die before you can even finish your sentence. The demon wolf said meaningfully, the reason why we Monster Beast clan didn't make a move is because of its intention. Before all the humans on your side die, we won't make a move. After saying this, the demon wolf went into the cave. Zhou Lihua's face sank. The situation was unexpectedly tricky. Zhou Lihua didn't have to wait too long before the demon wolf came out of the cave. Come in, I've already talked to it. Zhou Lihua held the red blood sword's hilt and stepped into the dark cave with firm steps. Not long after, she saw the leader of the monster beast clan in the southern mountain range. It was a very thin and weak-looking old wolf. It stood in front of Zhou Lihua and stared at her with its only left eye. Its eyes were filled with hatred and cruelty. Zhou Lihua didn't doubt that if the purple demon wolf hadn't informed her beforehand, she might have been torn to pieces by this old wolf the moment she appeared. The old wolf stood up. It was more than 2 meters tall, but its body looked very thin. Zhou Lihua could clearly see the 2 rows of ribs on its body. The gray fur on its body had fallen off quite a bit, and its body was full of bumps and hollows, revealing the same gray skin. Zhou Lihua sized up the old wolf, and the old wolf also sized up Zhou Lihua. It sniffed lightly with its nose and immediately turned its head away in disgust. What a disgusting smell. How many years has it been since I smelled this? I really want to tear you apart and bury you in wolf dung. Zhou Lihua glanced at the purple demon wolf. It was silently staring at the wall of the cave. The old wolf kept pacing back and forth in the small space of the cave, as if there was a fire burning in its heart. Only by pacing could it be a little sober and not directly pounce on Zhou Lihua. As it paced, it said, "That kid said that you are the Empress of Zhou country and that you have something to talk to me about. For the sake of that kid's father, I'll give you 15 minutes. You should feel honored that in the past 1,000 years, you're the only human that I haven't killed immediately. No, human woman. My men have just fought with the devil race and suffered heavy losses. I hope that those soldiers can rest in the demon beast mountain range for a while." Impossible. When the old wolf heard this, it was as if someone had stepped on its tail. It immediately jumped in front of Zhou Lihua, revealing its yellowed fangs, and said word by word, "According to the rules of the Southern Extremity Mountain Range, any human who steps into the Southern Extremity Mountain Range, we, the Monster Beast clan, have the right to kill them. For 1,000 years, we, the Monster Beast clan, have scrupulously followed the rules, and will also, strictly enforce the rules." Without waiting for Zhou Lihua's reply, the old wolf continued, "When I came to the Southern Extremity Mountain Range, I mentioned to His Excellency the Demon King that the humans on your side were a hidden danger. I once suggested to him that it would be best to kill all of you, but His Excellency the Demon King valued his promise too much and didn't listen to me. Why? Our strength is completely not a match for you demonic beasts, right? It's precisely because your strength is very weak that it's the best time to eliminate you." The old wolf fiercely closed its mouth, and its teeth collided together, making a knocking sound. "I've wandered in your human world for 100 years, and I understand your human nature very well. You'll never be satisfied. The only difference between you and the humans in the central region is that you're weak, but you're all humans, and there's no difference in your nature. One day, once you have enough strength, you'll make a move on us, the same as your kin in the central region. You didn't make a move on us because you're weak. It's not because you don't have the ambition or courage. Nipping you in the bud is the best choice." The old wolf turned around and looked at the purple demonic wolf. "Purple Fang, pass down my orders. Kill all humans who step into the Southern Extremity Mountain Range." "Wait, the devil race is still here." "How do you say that? We helped you resist the devil race." The old wolf looked at Purple Fang, and Purple Fang briefly described what happened on the battlefield from a very neutral point of view. "How's their strength?" Purple Fang shook his head. "No, she's a transcendent realm expert, and there's only 10 heaven-breaking realm martial artists." The old wolf narrowed its one eye and asked Zhou Lihua, "Then it was you who lured the devil race here, right?" Zhou Lihua defended herself. "We were defeated, and panicked. I don't care about the reason, I only care about the result I want." The old wolf snorted, and its one eye seemed to see through everything. "Empress of Zhou, if I remember correctly, Zhou is the only human country on your side, right? This time, your country's soldiers stepped into the Southern Extremity Mountain Range, so I'll take it that you want to start a war with us demonic beasts. This way, even if the Demon King wakes up, he won't blame me." "Purple Fang, are Zhou's people still gathered at the ruins?" "Most of the Zhou nation's survivors are there. There are about 10 million people, 100,000 soldiers. The rest are commoners or warriors. With low strength." Send the gold-devouring rat clan and black army ant clan to eliminate them. You'll lead the wolf pack to eliminate Zhou's army, once and for all. The old wolf didn't care about Zhou Lihua's ugly expression at all. It was very casual to find an excuse. Or, if it wasn't for the Demon King's orders, he didn't need any excuse at all. The deep hatred between the demonic beasts and the Central Region's humans had long been engraved in their bones. Purple Fang asked, "Is it necessary?" One-eyed? The one-eyed old wolf glanced at Purple Fang and reminded him, "Don't forget your father's injury." Okay. Purple Fang nodded, looked at Zhou Lihua with some pity, and turned to leave. The one-eyed old wolf's eyes were filled with killing intent, and his aura slowly condensed in his old body. It was like a mountain, making Zhou Lihua feel suffocated. Under this heavy pressure, her dark red eyes gradually turned blood red. Was Zhou really going to be finished? Wait. Zhou Lihua shouted, "I'm actually not that weak. If possible, I can have the strength of a peak domain realm in a short time." The old wolf's terrifying aura dissipated. Even Purple Fang stopped in his tracks. The two of them looked at Zhou Lihua at the same time. "Empress of Zhou, do you know what the domain realm is?" Zhou Lihua gritted her teeth and said, "I don't know what the domain realm is, but I know that I can have the combat strength of a peak domain realm." "Of course, that's only temporary." The one-eyed old wolf looked at Zhou Lihua, who was standing with one leg in front of him, and said, "You're not thinking of lying to us demonic beasts, are you?" Zhou Lihua said very straightforwardly, "There are only 10 million people left in Zhou. If I lie to you, kill them all." The old wolf looked at the peak transcendent realm woman in front of him and asked, "How long can you last?" 2 hours. "What's the price?" "I'll die." "You'll die?" The old wolf nodded seriously. "That's not bad." Zhou Lihua had the urge to skin this old wolf and make a coat out of it. No matter how ugly it was, she would wear it. Of course, that was just a thought. She wasn't a match for this old wolf. Of course, if she went all out, she could still win. But it wasn't worth it. "Do you know what it means to be at Grand Dominion Realm Pinnacle?" "I don't." Zhou Lihua shook her head. She was the only Transcendent Realm expert in the small southern region. There was no one else who could point the way for her. She had asked Crimson Blood about it, and Crimson Blood said that she would understand when the time came. That was as good as not saying anything at all. "Let me tell you. Our Yao King is only at Grand Dominion Realm Pinnacle." The old wolf looked at Zhou Lihua and said, "You should understand now, right?" "I understand." If that was the case, Grand Dominion Realm Pinnacle experts could be considered super experts among the humans of the Middle Region. Since there was a Yao Emperor among the monster beasts, the pinnacle experts of this continent should be at least at Grand Dominion Realm. "Are you still certain that you're at Grand Dominion Realm Pinnacle?" "I'm certain." "All right." The old wolf walked a few laps in the cave. Suddenly, he leaned close to Zhou Lihua and whispered, "I have to say, although most of the human race are despicable, occasionally, there will be a few who are as responsible as us demon beasts." Zhou Lihua didn't know how to respond to that. The old wolf looked at Zhou Lihua's bloodshot eyes and said uncertainly, "You don't seem to be in a good condition. You seem to be showing signs of turning into a demon. This won't affect me from making a move." "That's good." The old wolf continued, "The spatial passageway can only allow Grand Dominion Realm Pinnacle experts to pass through. Every time a Grand Dominion Realm Pinnacle expert passes through the spatial passageway, it will cause spatial turbulence. The spatial turbulence lasts for about a year. However, what puzzles us is that there's a Grand Dominion Realm Pinnacle expert from the Night Demon tribe here as well. We need you to deal with this Grand Dominion Realm Pinnacle expert. Even if you can't kill him, you have to injure him severely before we make a move." Zhou Lihua asked doubtfully, "How do you monster beasts know so much about this?" "Not long after the space channel appeared, it was sealed by us, the Monster Beast Clan, the Human Clan, and the Spirit Clan." Old Wolf licked his lips and said, "Although I didn't participate, the Demon King of the Giant Ape Clan did. It's best that we reseal the spatial tunnel within a year. Otherwise, we might have to face more than one peak Grand Dominion Realm expert." Zhou Lihua asked curiously, "Where is your Demon King? Why didn't your Demon Kings make a move?" "This isn't a secret." Many people in the central region know that the current demon king of the southern region is heavily injured and is still in a deep sleep. It was you humans who did it. Of course, you humans didn't have it easy either. I saw with my own eyes how His Majesty swallowed a human at the pinnacle of the domain realm in a single gulp. Why are they fighting? Old Wolf smiled and pointed at Purple Fang with its paw. Ask it. Xia's back was facing them. He lay on the ground and did not move. That brat was running around and was caught by the humans. Old Wolf smiled. Those humans knew that he was the descendant of our demon king, but they still dared to lay their hands on him. Don't you think they deserve to die? Yes, they deserve to die. Zhou Lihua did not sympathize with them at all. Just like now, wasn't she negotiating terms with the demon beasts? The final elegy had indeed made her invincible for a short period of time. However, what about after that? If she was lucky, she could at most kill an expert of the same level. Then there would be nothing left. It was of no value to the war and Zhou nation. It's true that we'll be able to drive the devil tribe back if we pay a huge price. However, if you're able to injure or even kill that Grand Dominion Realm Pinnacle Devil Tribe expert, the Monster Beast clan will be able to seal the spatial passageway and wipe out the Devil Tribe. Old Wolf said, it's best that our Demon King doesn't make a move. Once he makes a move, he might need to spend another 1,000 years to recover. If that happens, the humans in the central region will wake up laughing in their dreams. Zhou Lihua smiled bitterly. No wonder the central region is unwilling to come to our rescue. You've contacted the central region? Old Wolf was surprised. Through the spatial tunnel in the ruins? That teleportation array has been destroyed by the experts from the central region. People from the central region can teleport here, but we can't. However, I think this teleportation array is still valuable. Zhou Lihua smiled and said, how about I give it to you directly? Since Zhou Lihua could not use it, giving it to the demon beasts could still cause trouble for the central region. Zhou Lihua had never been a magnanimous person. You humans are still so sinister. We want this teleportation array. We demon beasts have a lot of time to wait. I'm looking forward to when they will need this teleportation array. Old Wolf squeezed out a smile on his ugly face. I'm curious. How does it feel to be abandoned by your own race? At first, it was very uncomfortable. What about now? It's still very uncomfortable. Zhou Lihua thought of Jiang Qingyu and said softly, if you really wait for the people from the central region, I hope you can tell them that this is a surprise from me. Zhou Lihua lowered her head and took a look at the red blood sword. Actually, she had the impulse to give the red blood sword to the demon beasts. This was the surprise that would make the central region remember her for life, of course. That was just an impulse. Sure. I want to ask, if I fulfill my promise and severely injure or kill that domain realm pinnacle demon, will you Monster Beast clan allow the people of Zhou country to continue living on that land and mind your own business like before? Of course, I'm sure. I want to meet the Demon King. I need his promise. Zhou Lihua said seriously. To be honest, I don't believe you. You have a point. Old Wolf nodded. Its single eye rolled around in its socket and said, but I need to add another condition. What condition? There will definitely not be a Transcendent Realm expert in Zhou. Once a Transcendent Realm expert appears, we demon beasts have the right to kill him. Old Wolf narrowed its eyes and said, you must understand that I have to consider the interests of the demon beasts. I understand. I can accept this condition of yours. It was already impossible for Zhou to have another Transcendent Realm expert. Even if a Transcendent Realm expert appeared, he would most likely have the Red Blood Sword. With the remaining population and experts in Zhou, if the Red Blood Sword Master really reached the Transcendent Realm, then that Sword Master really deserved to die. Zhou Lihua didn't need to worry about that for thousands of years. Old Wolf nodded. Xia, bring the Empress of Zhou to see the Demon King. But won't this affect Father's recovery? This is very important. If your father doesn't agree, she won't be at ease. Can't you see? She doesn't trust you or me. Old Wolf said slowly, it's been so many years. You should meet your father. Believe me, he doesn't blame you. Don't be afraid of delaying his recovery. Given the current situation, if the Empress can't be reassured, I'm afraid your father will have to do it himself. Xia nodded. Okay. Zhou Lihua's thoughts flew as she followed Xia away from Old Wolf. This negotiation had completely deviated from her predictions. She didn't doubt that if she hadn't used her trump card, Old Wolf would have killed her, along with all the remaining Zhou soldiers and humans guarding the ruins. The remaining human experts really didn't have the ability to resist in front of the Demon Beast clan. I couldn't tell that you're a qualified king. Xia looked ahead without turning back. After knowing that Zhou Lihua could exert the strength of a peak domain realm cultivator and could possibly help its father, Xia's view of Zhou Lihua changed. People with strength would be respected wherever they went. This was especially true when they needed it. If I could escape, maybe I would. Zhou Lihua asked in a low voice. Can a peak transcendent realm cultivator safely pass through southern Overlook mountain range? Xia asked, do you really want to know? Let's forget it. Xia nodded and asked, Old Wolf said that you're showing signs of turning into a demon. How does it feel? We demon beasts won't turn into demons, so I'm curious. I heard that humans who turn into demons will go crazy. Believe in what you want to see and don't think about anything. Indulge your inner desires and let them control you completely. Zhou Lihua said. Some cultivators who don't have enough willpower and whose strength surpasses their mental state, coupled with the influence of the outside world, can easily turn into demons. What's the problem with you? Zhou Lihua said indifferently, it's all not enough. I can understand that strength far surpasses one's state of mind. You're not even 100 years old, are you? A pinnacle divine power realm expert under the age of 100 is considered a peerless genius among the humans of the central region. I can understand the influence of the outside world. Zhou is indeed in a bad situation, and the humans of the central region have gone overboard. They didn't even leave you a way out. What's wrong with your willpower? You know what? Back then, my harem had more than 1,000 men. Is she your spouse? Xia asked in surprise. Yes. You're really amazing. I only have 3 spouses. Zhou Lihua smiled and didn't say anything. Who hasn't done something ridiculous? Back then, she was just an emperor who indulged in pleasure. If not for the red blood sword, she would still be an empress. By the way, why does that old wolf hate humans so much? Zhou Lihua asked the question that she wanted to ask the most. Isn't it normal for demonic beasts to hate humans? The first time I saw you, I wanted to eat you. Purple Fong said faintly, however, Old Wolf is just more knowledgeable and decisive. Father once told me to learn from him. From the limited information Zhou Lihua had gathered, demonic beasts and humans were like fire and water. When Old Wolf was young, he was also captured by humans. He lost an eye and fought in the Bestial Colosseum for a while. He told me stories about the Bestial Colosseum. Many demonic beasts were locked inside and fought with human martial artists. Later, he escaped and wandered around the human world before finally coming to us. It sounded like a legend, but Zhou Lihua knew that Old Wolf probably didn't have a happy life in the human world. For some reason, Zhou Lihua felt that the humans of the central region were drinking and eating meat while the humans of Zhou were taking the blame for them. At the critical moment, they were kicked into the abyss. Really, it was a little unfair. Following Xia, with the permission of the 2 divine power realm white demonic beasts, Zhou Lihua saw the demonic king of the southern absolute mountain range, the Purple Moon Wolf King. The Purple Moon Wolf King stood in a cave, wrapped in a light purple crystal like a huge purple amber. Its eyes were closed and motionless, as if it was resting. It wasn't as mighty and domineering as Zhou Lihua had imagined. It was only slightly bigger than Xia and also had a bright purple fur covering its body. However, a demonic beast's strength wasn't judged by its appearance or size. Take that old wolf for example. It didn't look very impressive and didn't have any aura, but it was still a domain realm expert. Xia looked at its father sealed in the purple crystal and called out softly, "Father." Not long after, the middle wolf king in the purple crystal slowly opened a pair of purple eyes. Its eyes were very bright, like the purple stars in the night sky. Its gaze contained a father's love for his child. "Xia, you've grown up." The Wolf King's mouth was closed, but its voice echoed in the cave. Who is she?" The Purple Moon Wolf King turned to Zhou Lihua and asked. The Empress of Zhou in the south. Something happened there. Even though Xia had a lot to tell its father, it didn't say it out loud. It only picked the important things. It briefly described the invasion of the demon race, the invasion of the Zhou country built by the human race in the south, the strength of the demon race, and the conditions negotiated between the queen of the Zhou country and the old wolf. The Purple Moon Wolf King looked at Zhou Lihua with its purple eyes and said, Empress of Zhou, as long as you can seriously injure or kill the domain realm experts of the demons and help the demonic beasts drive the demons away, I'll agree to your conditions. Thank you, Wolf King. Zhou Lihua said respectfully. I believe in your credibility. For thousands of years, humans were able to thrive on that land because of the Purple Moon Wolf King's trustworthiness. Most of the time, demonic beasts were more trustworthy than humans. A human's life was too short. Their memories were also a little short. Xia, take the Empress of Zhou and leave. Yes, father. The conditions were agreed upon. Zhou Lihua couldn't go back on her words. The outcome made Zhou Lihua feel helpless. The remaining soldiers of Zhou didn't set up camp. They gathered together, looking exhausted. However, they had no choice but to hold their weapons tightly. They looked at the countless demonic beasts surrounding them warily. The confrontation between the two sides lasted for several hours. They had just fought a great battle with the demons and lost miserably. Now, they had to face the hatred of the demonic beasts. They didn't look like reinforcements at all. The Empress still hadn't left. They didn't even know if she was alive or dead. Many people were in despair, the soldiers of Zhou didn't dare to attack, and the demonic beasts were waiting for orders. When the soldiers saw Zhou Lihua in the sky, they seemed to see hope. They told their comrades loudly so that more people could see her. They were all very excited. Ask those demon beasts to leave. Zhou Lihua said to Purple Fang, my people need to rest. Sure. Purple Fang quickly found the white wolf sitting on a conspicuous huge rock. In front of the white wolf was a bonfire. A human woman was holding a long sword with many pieces of meat skewering on it and roasting it. A tempting aroma of meat permeated the air, making the 7 or 8 little white wolves sitting around the huge rock drool. Purple Fang recognized this woman. She seemed to be Zhou Lihua's maid. Judging by human beauty standards, she was quite good-looking. The only flaw was that she had no fur on her body. Pass on my father's order. We will temporarily cooperate with the Zhou Kingdom. The soldiers of the Zhou Kingdom can be stationed in the mountains. The people of the Zhou Kingdom can enter the mountains to hide from the demons until the war ends. Okay. The white wolf didn't ask why. It stood up from the huge rock and looked at Yi Qingyan's long sword with meat skewering on it. It licked its lips and disappeared. Purple Fang asked, why are you here? After I separated from you and His Majesty, I wanted to go back to send a message. But I was caught by the white wolf halfway. Yi Qingyan pouted and said helplessly, I had no choice. It wouldn't let me go. Since I had nothing to do, I asked for Lord White Wolf's opinion. They all seemed to like it very much. Yi Qingyan pointed at the 7 or 8 little white wolves. Purple Fang looked at the few clean skeletons beside him. This woman must have been roasting meat all this time. Go back. We have reached an agreement. My father has agreed to cooperate with the Zhou Kingdom temporarily. Oh, okay. Let me finish roasting this meat skewer. They have been waiting for a long time. Didn't you roast it for the whole afternoon? Purple Fang was confused. Can't they be full? Can they eat so much? I roasted it in the afternoon. I fed it to Lord White Wolf, the one that just left. Purple Fang bared his teeth. Yi Qingyan asked enthusiastically, do you want to eat some? In the past, I studied cooking very seriously. Unfortunately, the conditions are limited now, and I didn't prepare in advance. However, I have seasonings with me. My skills should be good. There's no need for that. You should go back first. Otherwise, your empress will think that we ate you. Yes. Yi Qingyan gave 8 slices of meat to the 8 little white wolves and said apologetically, sorry, I have to go back. She carried her long sword and stepped onto the boulder. With a light jump, she was about to fly away. However, she had only flown 3 or 4 meters when she felt her body sink. She lowered her head and saw the 6 little white wolves biting onto the hem of her clothes. Their 4 legs kept kicking, refusing to let go no matter what. On the ground, there were still 2 little white wolves rolling on the ground. Perhaps they were too slow to bite Qingyan's clothes. Lord Wolf, what should we do? While they were talking, 2 more little white wolves hung onto Qingyan's body. Fortunately, her clothes were specially made for the palace. They were very tough and wouldn't be torn apart by normal tearing. Qingyan didn't dare to use violence to break free from this pack of little white wolves. The wolf race of the southern absolute mountain range couldn't be provoked. The people of Zhou were now living under someone else's roof. You stay and continue to roast meat for them. Purple Fang hesitated and said, as for your empress, I will inform her. These 8 little white wolves were the descendants of the white wolf just now. Purple Fang didn't want to bother them. Thank you, Lord Wolf. My name is Purple Fang. After Purple Fang finished speaking, he disappeared. When the demonic beast slowly retreated and Zhou Lihua floated out from the pack of demonic beasts, all the soldiers of Zhou heaved a sigh of relief. Zhou Lihua regained the demeanor of a ruler of a country. She smiled and said loudly to everyone, I have discussed with the demon king of the southern absolute mountain range. We will temporarily cooperate. We can rest and reorganize in the mountain range. I will also inform the people of Zhou at the ruins to temporarily enter the southern absolute mountain range to avoid the demons. The Breaking Heaven realm experts and important generals of Zhou were so excited that their eyes turned sour. They knew the inside story and knew what their empress was doing. Now, they finally succeeded. Zhou could be considered to have relied on the demonic beasts. Long live Her Majesty! Long live Her Majesty! Long live Her Majesty! The cheers of the soldiers made many retreating demonic beasts turn their heads, including many high-level demonic beasts with intelligence. They didn't understand why this group of humans who had just lost a battle and suffered heavy losses were so happy. After a few cheers, many soldiers directly fainted. After the great battle with the demon army, many soldiers were injured. After being surrounded by demonic beasts, they could only continue to hold on. Now that the pressure was gone, that taut string snapped. Returning to the army camp, Zhou Lihua met the remaining Breaking Heaven realm experts. Almost everyone was injured, and many familiar people were missing. For example, Xiaohaoqi, Yun Suan, Gong Qing. If they could really defeat the demons and rebuild Zhou, it would probably take at least 1,000 years to recover the strength they had before the demons invaded. However, being able to survive was already pretty good. Your Majesty, you really succeeded in convincing the demonic beasts? Su Sheng still didn't dare to believe it. Zhou Lihua nodded. Succeeded. That's good, that's good. Zhou Lihua looked at everyone in confusion and asked, where's Qingyan? Where did that girl go? Su Sheng replied, after the great battle with the demons, she left, saying she was going to look for you. She still hasn't returned? Su Sheng shook his head. No. It's fine. Our agreement with the demonic beasts has been settled. With that girl's ability, there shouldn't be any danger. Zhou Lihua looked at the injured people and said, you guys go and rest first. Zhou Lihua walked out of the tent and touched her spatial ring. Thinking of her imperial carriage, she finally gave up. Su Sheng softly called, Your Majesty. What's the matter? I want to know how Your Majesty convinced the demonic beasts. Zhou Lihua raised her eyebrows. Do I need to report to you? Your Majesty, I'm just worried about you. There's no need to say any more. The agreement has been settled. Zhou Lihua looked at the green grass on the ground and said softly. There's no way to change it. Does Your Majesty need to do it personally? Yes. Zhou Lihua patted the scarlet blood sword on her waist. In any case, I'm still the #1 expert in Zhou country. I still have some value. Su Sheng lowered his head and thought of the many legends of the red blood sword. Your Majesty. Su Sheng said, Your Majesty, but it contained thousands of words. It's fine. You know that I'm Your Majesty. At this moment, a purple demonic wolf appeared beside Zhou Lihua. What's the matter, Xia? The woman beside you earlier, she's your subordinate, right? You mean Qingyan? If it's her, then she is. Zhou Lihua was puzzled. What about her? Xia said, she's your subordinate. I'll borrow her first. Okay. Okay. Before she could ask anything else, Xia disappeared. Zhou Lihua looked at the direction where Xia disappeared and frowned. At the same time, she suddenly laughed. Her expression was awkward and strange. What did Qingyan do? Qingyan only returned to the campsite in the evening. Originally, the little white wolf's appetites were very easy to satisfy. However, later on, the purple demon wolf made a trip there again. Purple Fang's appetite was like a bottomless pit. After returning to the campsite, Yi Qingyan did not look for Zhou Lihua immediately. Instead, she went to look for Su Sheng. Sir Su, Her Majesty is cooperating with the demon race. Do they have any requests? Qingyan had seen the battle during the day. The demon race was similar to the demon race. They had many divine power realm experts. In fact, they had the advantage in numbers. With the attitude of the demon race compared to the human race, it would not be easy for the Zhou nation to get close to them. When she was with Purple Fang, she had asked it about this in a roundabout way. However, Purple Fang had kept this information to himself. Qingyan could only vaguely guess. Su Sheng was Zhou Lihua's most trusted official. She wanted to get some confirmation from him. Su Sheng lowered his head and sighed. Those demon beasts want Her Majesty to take action personally. The demon race doesn't lack divine power realm experts, right? Yes, the demon race does not lack divine power realm experts. I understand. Qingyan's tone was indescribably heavy. What about Her Majesty? Where is Her Majesty? I didn't even see her carriage. She's resting in the tent. Su Sheng asked. You can find her there. Forget it. Her Majesty probably needs to rest more. Qingyan looked at the luxurious tent. Tears welled up in her eyes. There are some things that I need to prepare as well. Go ahead. Sir Su, you should rest well too. Su Sheng smiled. No need. Although I'm old, I'm still useful. I can go without sleep for a month. However, no matter how one looked at it, his smile was somewhat forced. The next morning, Yi Qingyan volunteered to go to the ruins with the big white wolf. The citizens of the Zhou nation were still in danger. They needed to move them all to the southern mountain range. The demonic beast clan would specially arrange an area for them to live in temporarily. This matter involved the lives of millions of citizens of the Zhou nation. It was the most important thing besides fighting against the demon race. Zhou Lihua sat on the dragon throne and asked noncommittally, Do you really want to go? Yes, Your Majesty. Qingyan said, the Sky Observatory is already useless, and our intelligence system has completely collapsed. I only have the strength of the early stage of the heaven-shattering tier, so I won't be of much use on the battlefield. Thinking about it, this matter is very important to Your Majesty, and this subordinate hopes to share Your Majesty's burden. The other heaven-breaking realm experts didn't say anything. Yi Qingyan was indeed quite suitable to go. In terms of status, Yi Qingyan was definitely able to control the situation. The army, warriors, and civilians at the relics would definitely strictly follow her orders. After all, she was the most favored person of the Empress. At the critical moment, there must be someone like this. Tens of millions of people entering the Demon Beast mountain range was a huge number. If they didn't pay attention, they might provoke those demon beasts who didn't like humans. In terms of ability, Yi Qingyan was also outstanding in the Zhou nation. Since Jiang Qingyu went to the central region, she had been in charge of the Sky Observatory. Since the demon race's invasion, under her management, the Sky Observatory had almost never had any problems, and had constantly transmitted information about the demon race's invasion. Even Zhou Lihua's memorials were handled by Yi Qingyan. Almost everyone could see that Zhou Lihua relied heavily on Yi Qingyan. Yi Qingyan was already showing signs of becoming an internal minister. Moreover, going there would definitely be much safer than going on the battlefield. Zhou Lihua looked at Qingyan in a daze, and her index finger tapped lightly on the armrest of the dragon throne. I appreciate your kindness, but the journey is long, and it might take a long time. I feel uncomfortable without you by my side. You'd better stay. Qingyan replied in a low voice, "Yes, your majesty." Zhou Lihua glanced at the people below, and finally set her gaze on a one-armed man. "Kai Changdong, you've lost an arm, so you'll be in charge of the transfer." "Yes, your majesty." Everyone left the tent, and Yi Qingyan looked at the vast southern Demon Mountain range in silence. Kai Changdong came to her side and greeted, "Lord Yi." Yi Qingyan tilted her head and looked at him blankly. That casual expression made Kai Changdong's breath stop slightly. Yi Qingyan had always presented herself as a smart and capable person. It was rare to see such a blank and lonely expression on her face. At least, it was his first time seeing it. However, Kai Changdong was only in a daze. After interacting with Yi Qingyan for so long, he was more or less immune to her. "Lord Yi, about what happened just now." Kai Changdong looked a little ashamed, as if he had stolen Yi Qingyan's task. "It's all right, we're all sharing your majesty's burden." Qingyan smiled gently, took out a token from her chest, and handed it to Kai Changdong. Kai Changdong could still feel the warmth of the token as he held it in his hand. "This is my personal token." Qingyan looked at the wounded soldiers lying in the sun in the distance and said, "Before we left, I placed all the members of the astrology bureau who were not fit to participate in the battle at the ruins. There are people from the astrology bureau in all the civilian gathering areas and in the garrison troops. It's to prevent riots and monitor all hidden dangers. At the same time, it's also to nip any hidden dangers in the bud. You know, even if it's a low-level martial artist, when they gather together, they also like to form cliques. Over at the ruins, the management is strict. In that kind of desperate environment, not only martial artists, but also commoners may stand up and cause trouble. If we're not careful, it could lead to a big riot." Kai Changdong was sincerely impressed. "Lord Yi, you're so considerate." As a general, Kai Changdong had personally experienced the riot in the barracks in his early years. In the middle of the night, someone shouted and caused a riot in the entire army. Due to long-term mental repression, all the soldiers were infected with the hysterical and crazy atmosphere. They completely broke free from the shackles of military discipline and vented crazily. Some of the clear-headed fellows began to pick up weapons to take revenge. Thus, a chaotic battle began. The next day, out of the 70,000 soldiers, less than 20,000 survived. There were tens of millions of people gathered at the ruins. Even if they were all scattered and suppressed by the army, the desperate and oppressive environment was enough to cause a riot. After entering the southern extremity mountain range, General Kai, remember to strictly enforce discipline. Don't touch anything in the southern extremity mountain range. Especially those demonic beasts. Don't kill them casually. They might be the descendants of some demonic beast experts. Be careful. Qingyan said in a heavy tone. 10 million people, there are many martial artists mixed in. They might not be obedient. You have to restrain them. His Majesty paid a lot to cooperate with the demonic beast clan. It wasn't easy. Hearing Yi Qingyan's words, Kai Changdong suddenly realized that this mission wasn't as easy as he had imagined. There were even great risks involved. "Please teach me, Lord Yi. Take my token and find General Yan Yun at the relic. The people from the Sky Observatory will fully cooperate with you. You should be able to reduce a lot of hidden dangers." Kai Changdong was a little excited. With the help of the Sky Observatory, he could indeed reduce a lot of trouble. If Yan Yun acted according to my orders, he should have a list of names and places of residence of those who were judged to be hidden threats or disobedient, but did not meet the requirements to be dealt with. Yi Qingyan thought for a while and said, "You can take a look. If there are only a few of them and you want to save trouble, you can kill them all." "Thank you, Lord Yi." Kai Changdong was completely convinced by Yi Qingyan. He finally understood why Yi Qingyan could hold so much power in the Zhou nation after Jiang Qinyu's death, even surpassing Jiang Qinyu's. Her Majesty hadn't even given her a mission, but she was already prepared to complete it. He asked respectfully, "Lord Yi, do you have any suggestions for this mission? If we can pacify those people and prevent them from rioting and provoking the demonic beast clan." Yi Qingyan bit her lower lip and said, "First, immediately announce that the Empress has formed an alliance with the demonic beast clan. Tell those people that the day of killing the demon clan and recovering the lost land is just around the corner. Let them see hope, and they won't do anything desperate. Kai Changdong understood Yi Qingyan's intention. Although it was a little exaggerated, it would definitely play a role in stabilizing the situation over there. And then? Second, the demonic beast clan has always disliked us. There are too many of us. The temporary settlement that they have assigned to us might be small. You have to fight for a settlement with a larger range of activities so that the civilians and martial artists can have a certain range of activities. If the space is too small, or if you draw a circle on the ground, it will really become a prison. No one can stand it. Why is that? One of the reasons for the riot in the camp is that the environment is too oppressive. Give the civilians and martial artists a range of activities and let them move around, and they won't feel too oppressed. You can even set up dozens of arenas for those martial artists who have too much energy to vent. Anything else? Kai Changdong had just received this mission and realized that it wasn't that simple. He humbly asked for guidance. Thirdly, invite a transcendent realm expert from the monster beast clan to oversee the operation. It would be best to find someone with a good temper. He was in a difficult position, inviting a transcendent realm expert of the monster beast clan to assume command. Kai Changdong felt like he was inviting a wolf into the house. Qingyan explained, don't forget where we are right now. It doesn't make much of a difference whether or not we have that divinity realm beast. There are many benefits to having a divinity realm expert of the beast clan to hold the fort. Not only can it ensure the safety of the camp, it can also express our sincerity to the beast clan. You can also consult the beast clan for some decisions, reducing the possibility of conflict between the 10 million people and the beasts of the southern desolate mountain range. Your camp is too far away. If you cause trouble, the beast clan might not give you face. If you don't have an existence that can allow you to communicate with the beast clan, you might not even know how you offended them. Qingyan pointed at the tent behind her and said, regarding this matter, you can ask Her Majesty the Empress for her opinion and let her help you talk to the demonic beast clan. The demonic beast clan should give Her Majesty some face. All right. Kai Changdong nodded and asked, Lord Yi, is there anything else? Some warriors haven't eaten meat for a long time. There will definitely be people who have designs on the beasts of the southern desolate mountain range. You have to pay attention to this point. The beasts might be very concerned. Then what should we do? What should we do? What else can we do? Just tell the beasts that there might be such a situation. You can't control them. Let the beasts deal with it themselves. Qingyan looked at a handsome middle-aged warrior who had just walked out of the tent. She immediately left Kai Changdong and said, I can only think of so much for now. There are many things that I can't predict. The principle is to not have too many casualties, not to offend the beast clan, and not to cause trouble for Her Majesty. You can deal with it flexibly. I have official business to attend to, so I'll take my leave first. Kai Changdong looked at Qingyan's departing figure. He calmed down his somewhat impetuous mood and extinguished some thoughts that he shouldn't have in his heart. He sorted out Qingyan's suggestions in his mind and looked at the token in his hand. He had a little more confidence in this troublesome mission. Not long after, Qingyan appeared in another part of the military camp. She slowly walked towards her own tent. A handsome middle-aged warrior with a pale face walked towards her. His nose and eyes were very similar to Zhou Lihua's, cold and firm. He had a tall and sturdy figure, and was a head taller than Zhou Lihua. He wore a dark golden armor. There were many cracks on the armor, and there was a flat hole in the chest of the armor, as if it had been pierced by a sharp blade. When the two met, Qingyan greeted first, Your Highness Chen Wang. Chen Wang stopped and smiled happily. Lady Yi, I didn't expect to meet you here. Zhou Lihua held great power. As her trusted aide, even the imperial family had to give Yi Qingyan face. I'm not in a good mood, so I came out for a walk. Qingyan said with a smile. How's Your Highness Chen Wang's injury? I saw Your Highness Chen Wang on the battlefield yesterday. Your Highness Chen Wang was very brave. I think you killed 2 heaven-breaking realm demon experts. Hearing Yi Qingyan mention this, Chen Wang's pale and dispirited face immediately brightened up. After all, this was praise from Yi Qingyan. Chen Wang couldn't say that he was very lucky to be praised by her, but he was definitely very happy. Almost all men would be happy when they were praised by a woman who liked them. Chen Wang did have a good impression of Qing Yan, or rather, most of the men in Zhou country had a good impression of Qing Yan, even if they didn't have any feelings for her. Just her face alone was enough to make people want her. Unfortunately, countless people had failed in front of Qing Yan, including Chen Wang's younger brother and elder brother. Qing Yan lowered her head and said embarrassedly, "I can't do it. I didn't kill a single demon expert. They are all quite strong." Qing Yan had always stood beside Zhou Lihua or Jiang Qingyu, showing a cold face. Chen Wang had never seen such an expression on Qing Yan's face. His heart skipped a beat, but he immediately suppressed his emotions and comforted Qing Yan. "Lady Yi, I know your strength. You are definitely one of the best among your peers." He didn't dare to think about Qing Yan. "Call me Qing Yan. It feels weird when you call me Lady Yi." Chen Wang shuddered when he heard this. He realized that Qing Yan's attitude towards him was a bit strange. Could it be an illusion? Zhou Jiqiang thought. Rumor had it that Qing Yan had been led astray by Jiang Qingyu. She didn't seem to like men. "Qing Yan." Chen Wang was a little nervous when he called out her name. He was afraid that Qing Yan would turn against him. "Mm." Qing Yan nodded and smiled sweetly. Chen Wang interpreted it this way. He was Zhou Lihua's younger brother. Although he was younger than Zhou Lihua, he had a wife and concubines. He didn't lack emotional intelligence. Chen Wang was a little excited. He couldn't find a topic to talk about. He was at a loss. "Your Highness Chen Wang, I saw that you were injured yesterday." Qing Yan lowered her head and extended her small hand to Chen Wang. Her small hand was beautiful. He had never seen such a beautiful hand. It was almost flawless. "This is the ointment I made. It's very effective. You should be able to use it." Only then did Chen Wang notice the small black box in Qing Yan's hand. "Thank you for your kindness, Miss Qing Yan." Chen Wang took the box from Qing Yan's hand. He was careful not to touch her fingers. Qing Yan gave him a feeling of blurry beauty, purity, and enchantment. It was the same feeling he had when he was 10 years old and fell in love with his mother's maidservant in the palace. "It's just a little ointment. You fought for the country. That's hard work." Chen Wang said with a sorrowful expression, "I can't say that. I'm not the only one who shed blood for the Zhou nation. There are millions of soldiers. I'm lucky to be alive. But among the younger generation in His Majesty's family, you're the only one who has the courage to step onto the battlefield and fight against the demons." Qing Yan looked at him respectfully and continued asking, "His Majesty must have praised you when he asked you to stay, right?" "No. His Majesty just asked me about my recent cultivation progress and gave me some pointers." Chen Wang was happy to hear this. As far as he knew, Zhou Lihua had never given pointers to anyone in the royal family. He felt much better after receiving pointers from Zhou Lihua. "Then I must congratulate you, Your Highness." Qing Yan smiled and said, "I still have something to discuss with His Majesty. I'll take my leave." "Qing Yan, take care." Seeing Qing Yan turn around and leave, Chen Wang took a serious look at Qing Yan's back before quickly turning around. His mind was filled with Qing Yan's back. He took a deep breath, and his entire spirit was roused. Qing Yan, who had always treated men harshly, had actually vaguely expressed her affection for him. Chen Wang felt that he could really win the girl's heart. That was Qing Yan. Chen Wang's footsteps became lighter and lighter. His thoughts were in a mess. Thinking about his recent performance, he became more confident. In the royal family, his status was naturally extremely high. After all, he was the younger brother of the Empress. Among his many siblings, his strength could not be considered as the strongest. However, those who were slightly stronger than him did not step onto the battlefield. Instead, they went to the central region. Among the remaining young members of the royal family, he was indeed the one who performed the best on the battlefield. It was said that beauties loved heroes. Could it be that Qing Yan had taken a fancy to him? Chen Wang thought that it was possible. In terms of status and strength, Zhou Jiqiang was worthy of Qing Yan. He held the box in his hand and sniffed it lightly. A strong medicinal fragrance made Chen Wang smile. When Yi Qingyan saw Zhou Lihua was resting on the dragon throne with her eyes closed. There was no one else in the tent. In the entire Zhou nation, she was the only one who could directly come to Zhou Lihua's side without reporting. "Your Majesty, let me give you a massage." "Okay." Qingyan came behind Zhou Lihua and gently massaged her. Zhou Lihua leaned her head comfortably into Qingyan's arms. Her breathing gradually became heavier. She closed her eyes and said, "Qingyan, fortunately, I still have you by my side." "Your Majesty, don't say that. King Su, General Gong, and the others are also very supportive of you, aren't they?" Zhou Lihua smiled and said, "Gong Changdong came to see me just now." "Tell me honestly, are you helping him?" With his ability, it's impossible for him to prepare so much in such a short period of time. As subjects, aren't we all sharing your Majesty's burdens? Qingyan said in a low voice, "The matter over there doesn't seem to be life-threatening, but it's a heavy responsibility. I'm quite happy to be of some help." "Oh, you." Zhou Lihua smiled but shook her head helplessly. "Thank you so much for these days. What I've done are all stupid tasks. Your Majesty, you've suffered the most recently. It's just that many people don't see it." You're so considerate." Zhou Lihua sat up and opened her eyes. The dark red in her eyes deepened. "I'm afraid I won't be able to return from this battle." Qingyan's hand stopped. "Your Majesty, don't say such inauspicious things. With your Majesty's strength, you should be able to protect yourself." Yi Qingyan said in a low voice, "After we've dealt with the demons, we'll go to the central region to find trouble with those people. We can't let Sister Qingyu off so easily." Qingyu. At the mention of this name, Zhou Lihua slowly closed her eyes again. She waved her hand and said with flagging interest, "I'm tired. I want to rest alone. You can leave first." "Yes, Your Majesty." "Don't tire yourself out." Yi Qingyan left Zhou Lihua's tent in small steps and went back to her own tent. She fell directly onto her bed. Drops of cold sweat began to seep out from her smooth forehead. After a long time, she heaved a long sigh of relief and hastily wiped off the sweat on her forehead. For Qingyan, Zhou Lihua was becoming more and more terrifying. Sometimes, she was really worried that she wouldn't be able to return if she went there. For example, today. Although she didn't feel Zhou Lihua's murderous intent, she could guess her intention. Besides, some experts wouldn't show any murderous intent before they killed someone. When the enemy really felt it, they were already dead. As for the reason why Zhou Lihua might attack her, it wasn't difficult to guess. It was impossible for Yi Qingyan to covet the throne. She didn't have absolute strength and no one would support her. No matter when Zhou Lihua was alive or dead, the Zhou family's throne was as stable as Mount Tai. Excluding the throne, the reason was obvious. The most precious thing on Zhou Lihua, the thing that Yi Qingyan wanted the most, was the red blood sword. Everyone had their own selfish motives. "Does your Majesty want to continue passing down the red blood sword?" Yi Qingyan murmured, "But it's not easy. Let's not talk about the situation on the battlefield. Whether Zhou Lihua could hand the red blood sword to her designated person or not. Even if the red blood sword was handed to her designated person, would that person be able to keep the red blood sword? Let's not talk about the people of the Zhou kingdom and the demonic beasts. Even if they didn't know about the red blood sword for now, what about the future? Even if the demonic beasts didn't use weapons, they had no reason to let the red blood sword wander outside. What Qingyan was worried about didn't happen because Zhou Lihua was so busy these 2 days that her feet didn't touch the ground. It seemed that she often went out to discuss war matters with the demon beasts of the southern Absolute Mountain Range. Many soldiers could understand. After the great battle with the demon race, they thoroughly understood the difference between Zhou and the demon race. They finally understood why their empress didn't actively resist at the beginning. The demon race had so many transcendent realm experts. Zhou's millions of soldiers didn't have any resistance in front of him. What's more, they also saw the demon race and demon beast domain realm experts attack at the same time. The entire world changed color. They were clear that their last hope was on the demon beasts. Her Majesty actively worked for the future of Zhou's people. They didn't complain. After all, Zhou Lihua already did her best. If it wasn't for Zhou Lihua, their Zhou, along with their families and friends, would have been finished long ago. Everyone understood that the demon race was only temporarily retreating. The upper echelons of the demon beasts and Zhou Lihua all understood that the final battle was coming. The demon race had an endless amount of troops. Zhou couldn't afford to delay. The demon beasts of the southern absolute mountain range also couldn't afford to delay. 10,000 years ago, the demon race invaded the continent on a large scale. The entire continent's races united together. With the help of the spirit race, they barely managed to repel the demon race. Now, although the demon race only had a small space passage, the demon beasts of the southern absolute mountain range also only had a quarter of the demon beast's strength. This quarter of strength was much weaker than the quarter of the demon beasts from 10,000 years ago. 10,000 years ago, after the great battle with the demon race, the demon beast's strength was greatly reduced. After that, they had conflicts with the humans, and their strength was reduced again and again, especially when the demon king's injuries hadn't healed. It caused the demon beast's strength to decrease by a lot. The demon beasts of the southern absolute mountain range also had doubts about Zhou Lihua's strength. However, under the leadership of the old wolf, they chose to believe Zhou Lihua. The old wolf had a good saying. Even if Zhou Lihua was lying to them, they didn't have anything to lose. They just needed to act according to their previous plan. In any case, the situation couldn't be worse. The demon beasts began to prepare for war. Other than the demon beast experts near the borders of the continent's southern absolute mountain range, the demon beasts of the other regions were all mobilized. The demon race's side was the same. The monster beast clan had already received the news, and the devil race army that was scattered in the Zhou country had already started to move towards the southern mountain range. Even though they hadn't found any traces of the domain realm experts of the demon race, it was unlikely that they would be absent when the time came. These days, Yi Qingyan was a little idle. She went out from time to chat with the demonic beast expert who was in charge of monitoring the Zhou army. It was the big white wolf. She was the only exception among the more than 200,000 people stationed here in the entire Zhou state. The big white wolf had a good temper. It had a good first impression of Yi Qingyan. Later on, when they met often, some of the wolf cubs liked her. After they got familiar with each other, it gradually developed a good impression of her. However, it was only limited to a favorable impression. Every time Qingyan went over, the big white wolf would prepare some ingredients for her. Qingyan didn't disappoint it. She could make all kinds of interesting delicacies, and she didn't have to repeat them. Every time after eating, Qingyan would take out a human musical instrument and play a song. The tune was very nice, and its few lively wolf pups would sit quietly on the ground and listen to it. However, this soft and somewhat sad tune was not the type that the big white wolf liked. Purple Fang would occasionally appear, but it was just for a meal. On this day, it also appeared. As the war approached, Purple Fang appeared more frequently. After another song, Qingyan put away the guzheng. Her face was full of sadness, as if she was still immersed in the sadness of the tune. The big white wolf and the wolf cubs were all lying on the ground. They were dispirited, and their sparkling eyes were full of sadness. Today's tune was indeed too sad, even more so than usual. The big white wolf couldn't stand it anymore. Don't play this kind of tune next time. Can't you play something more emotional? We're going to war with the demon race. Your tune makes me uncomfortable. Don't you think so, Purple Fang? Xia also agreed, yes, this song is indeed too sorrowful. Yi Qingyan said apologetically, I'm sorry. I've been in a bad mood recently. Why are you in a bad mood? Big White Wolf said, Your Empress Majesty has already reached an agreement with the Demon King. With the protection of our Demon Beast clan, what are you afraid of? Purple Fang lay on the big rock and stared at Yi Qingyan curiously. Qingyan asked softly, Her Majesty doesn't have much time left, right? The big white wolf turned to look at Purple Fang. Is this news true? Purple Fang didn't hide it. The Zhou country empress seems to have a secret technique that can allow her strength to cross a major realm in a short period of time. The price is death. The big white wolf jumped up from the rock. So powerful? A major realm? Doesn't that mean that if she fights with her life, she can unleash the strength of a peak domain realm cultivator? The same level as our Demon King? What else? Otherwise, why would the old wolf let the people of Zhou country hide in our territory? No wonder, no wonder. The big white wolf continued, I was wondering why the old wolf's personality suddenly changed. It turns out that the human empress is so powerful. Looks like I have to be more respectful the next time I see her. Purple Fang slowly sat up from the rock and asked Yi Qingyan, are you sad for her? Yes and no. The big white wolf interrupted. Don't beat around the bush. Just say it. Don't dawdle. Speak human language. Otherwise, we won't understand. Qingyan glanced at the Zhou nation's camp in the distance and muttered in a sorrowful tone, I am indeed grieving for His Majesty, but I am also grieving for myself. The day His Majesty steps onto the battlefield will probably be the day I die. Her delicate and pitiful appearance, coupled with her peerless beauty, would have moved any human standing here. They would have been deeply concerned about her and would have continued to ask questions. Unfortunately, she was facing the demon race now. It was just like how humans couldn't tell which dog was prettier among a group of dogs. At most, they could barely tell if she was sad or happy. Purple Fang was puzzled. You mean she wants to kill you? Yi Qingyan nodded. Yes. Why? I remember that you're the closest person to her, right? Purple Fang asked. She should think highly of you, right? Yes, she does. Yi Qingyan nodded. Right now, I'm the person Her Majesty thinks highly of. In Zhou country, my power is very great, second only to Her Majesty. Recently, Her Majesty has been unwell and has not been handling any military affairs. I've been handling everything on her behalf. At the same time, I'm also the leader of the Zhou country's Heavenly Observatory. You might not understand the Heavenly Observatory, but it's the largest intelligence agency in the Zhou country. Almost nothing in the Zhou country can escape my eyes. My spies are around many members of the royal family, the lieutenant general of the Zhou country's army, and even the generals. Purple Fang and White Wolf listened carefully and were even a little surprised. Even though they looked down on the Zhou country, they still admired Yi Qingyan for being able to reach this stage. If there was no deep hatred between them, they would give a little respect to those who were capable. Recently, many experts of the royal family have left the Zhou country through teleportation portals. There are very few powerful royal family members left in the Zhou country. Yi Qingyan explained, if I'm still around after Her Majesty leaves, the next emperor of the Zhou country will very likely be made into a figurehead by me. Do you understand? When Her Majesty was still alive, with her tyrannical strength and absolute prestige, no matter how much power I had, I would never be able to threaten her. However, once she's gone, I'll be the biggest obstacle to the change of power in the Zhou country. If she wants her clansmen to successfully ascend the throne and wield power, getting rid of me is the best choice. Recently, I've already had a premonition. Yi Qingyan's words were half true and half false. After Zhou Lihua ascended the throne, the power of the Heavenly Observatory swelled tremendously. After unifying the southern region, due to her needs and her trust in Jiang Qinyu, the Heavenly Observatory gradually developed into a colossus. Even when the demons invaded the southern region, the Heavenly Observatory was still the one with the most intact power. Now that the Zhou country's power was greatly weakened, the power of the Heavenly Observatory had to be controlled by the new emperor. Otherwise, the new emperor might not be able to sleep at night. Of course, this was not the main reason why Zhou Lihua wanted to attack Yi Qingyan. White Wolf said matter-of-factly, why don't you just tell your empress that you're not interested in power? White Wolf, the truth is not as simple as you think. The change of power in the human race is much more complicated than that of us demon beasts. Ziya shook his head and said, I've heard from Old Wolf that many old emperors would choose to get rid of powerful officials before they died because the new emperor might not be able to suppress them and cause chaos. Even if the old emperor didn't get rid of them, the new emperor would still get rid of the powerful officials of the previous dynasty when he ascended the throne. She has too much power in the Zhou kingdom now. Even if she expressed her loyalty to Zhou Lihua might not believe her. I know the empress of the Zhou kingdom very well. She is not a soft-hearted person. Our demonic beast clan is still the best. Whoever wants to be king will know after a fight. White Wolf muttered unhappily. He glanced at Yi Qingyan and said, why don't you just leave? Leave? Qingyan smiled bitterly. Where else can I go? You want to pass through our territory? Xia suddenly asked. Yi Qingyan nodded her head heavily. Now that the teleportation array had been closed, there were only two ways to leave Zhou country. One was the sea route, and the other was through the southern desert mountain range. The sea route was almost blocked by the sea race demonic beast clan. She had never come into contact with them. Her only choice was to pass through the southern desert mountain range. Now, the demonic beast clan had allied with Zhou country. The relationship between the two was the best in thousands of years. This was a good opportunity. Yi Qingyan had no confidence in forcing her way through. She was only at the early stage of the heaven-breaking realm. In Zhou country, the early stage of the heaven-breaking realm was considered a top-notch expert. However, in the demonic beast clan, it was nothing. Qingyan asked softly, "Can I?" "Of course not." Xia shook his head firmly. "Why? If it was any other time and we knew each other, it wouldn't be impossible to let you pass." Xia said slowly, "But now, our demonic beast clan has officially allied with your empress. She is very important to us. If she really wants to kill you, we have no reason to let you go. Do you understand?" Qingyan lowered her head. White Wolf lay on the huge rock and basked in the sun indifferently. He couldn't interfere with Xia's decision. Qingyan was a human. He and Qingyan were just acquaintances. As for the delicious food Qingyan made, they didn't take it to heart. It was just human food. It was good to try it once in a while. Qingyan asked unwillingly, "Can't you make an exception?" "I'm sorry, I can't." Xia looked at Qingyan and continued, "But since you've been roasting meat for the past few days, we won't tell your empress about you. How she deals with you will depend on your fate." Qingyan heard from Zhou Lihua that the demonic beast clan was more trustworthy. However, she now realized that the demonic beast clan, which had a good reputation, was also very annoying. White Wolf turned to look at Qingyan and said, "Little girl, maybe things aren't as bad as you think." Qingyan forced a smile. However, her smile was uglier than crying. "Things aren't that bad, actually, the truth was worse than what she had said." Zhou Lihua knew about her background and identity. Zhou Lihua also knew that she wanted the red blood sword. Of course, when Zhou Lihua was still in power, she didn't care about her. After all, she wasn't the only one who coveted the red blood sword. No one could take it from her. However, things were different now. Zhou Lihua knew that she wouldn't live long. In order to ensure that the red blood sword could continue to be passed down, there was no reason for her to continue existing. Yi Qingyan scratched the zither with her fingernails. She bit her cheeks as if she had made a decision. She looked up at Xia and asked, Do you know the secret of Her Majesty's ability to challenge those who are one realm higher?" Xia and White Wolf turned to Yi Qingyan at the same time. Looking at their eyes, Yi Qingyan knew that she had guessed correctly. The information she got from Zhou Lihua was right. The demonic beast clan had always been dismissive of the Zhou country. In the past 1,000 years, there were almost no powerful demonic beasts in the humans' territory. In addition, the demonic beasts looked very different from humans. There was a lot of information about the Zhou country that the demonic beasts living in the southern mountains didn't know. Xia asked, "Is it another secret technique created by the geniuses of the human clan?" "However, it's not a big problem. We have already negotiated with Her Majesty. No divine tier masters are allowed to appear. Once a divine tier master appears, the demonic beast clan has the right to kill him. It's not a secret technique." Qingyan shook her head. "It's much stronger than any secret technique. Secret techniques are limited by cultivation and comprehension ability. Her Majesty's trump card can be used immediately after obtaining it. There are almost no restrictions. I can understand the conditions you set. However, this agreement doesn't seem to be a threat to you demonic beasts. In fact, there are still many hidden dangers." "What hidden danger?" "Of course, the Zhou nation won't be your enemy," Qingyan said softly. "But what if the humans on the other side of the mountain used Her Majesty's method? Think about it. Even if it's only for 2 hours, under the right conditions, it's enough to make the monster beast clan pay a heavy price." Purple Fang and White Wolf looked at each other. Indeed, Yi Qingyan's words made sense. The central region definitely knew about the existence of the Zhou nation. Think about it. If other humans knew about Zhou Li was secret, once the monster beast clan and the humans went to war, don't you want to nip the danger in the bud? Qingyan lowered her voice and pointed at herself. In the entire Zhou nation, there are no more than 5 people who know about this. I'm one of them. Purple Fang took a deep breath and stared at Yi Qingyan with a pair of cold eyes. If you can help me lead the Zhou nation, I'll tell you. Is that okay? Yi Qingyan continued, Her Majesty does want to kill me, but she's mainly worried that the new emperor won't be able to suppress me. As long as I leave and never come back, it won't affect Her Majesty's interests. It won't do her any harm. You can save a lot of time on investigation. Apart from me, almost everyone who knows Her Majesty's secret is an important member of the royal family and a minister. You monster beast clan always keeps your promises. You won't capture Her Majesty's relatives and torture them before her body is cold, right? If they really did that, the 2 wolf clan monsters would feel embarrassed. She's actually not that important. I think we can promise her, White Wolf said. Purple Fang, what do you think? He had to admit that Zhou Li's secret could indeed threaten the Monster Beast clan. As the son of the Monster King of the Southern Monster Beast clan, Purple Fang had the responsibility to find out the source of the danger. It would be best if he could completely eliminate the danger without violating the agreement with Zhou Lihua. However, the current situation was that he still had to consider Zhou Lihua's reputation. After all, Zhou Lihua's performance on the battlefield directly affected the recovery of his father's injuries. Qingyan asked in a low voice, Lord Purple Fang, are you worried that if you take me away directly, Her Majesty might be displeased and affect our cooperation? Purple Fang glanced at Qingyan in surprise. He finally understood why Yi Qingyan was Zhou Lihua's confidant even though she was so weak. It was as if she could read minds. Yes, what should we do? I can fake my death on the battlefield. Qingyan said, on the battlefield, there are so many experts of the demon race. Blades and swords have no eyes, so it's normal for me to die. As long as Lord Purple Fang can testify, His Majesty will not suspect that I faked my death. This way, it will not affect your cooperation with His Majesty. This can be done. Xia looked at Yi Qingyan's small head. He couldn't understand how such a small head could consider so many things. It was said that the apes would become as smart as them if they ate the brains of humans. He wondered if that was true. However, when he thought of those idiots from the giant ape clan, he didn't think too much about it. It should be useless. I promise you, as long as your information is true, we will help you fake your death and escort you through our territory into the human world. Xia said. So, can you tell me now? Yi Qingyan asked awkwardly, how can I trust you? Purple Fang stood up and said in a deep voice, I swear on the name of my father, the Purple Moon Wolf King. Alright, I'll trust you. Qingyan hesitated for a moment and said, actually, the reason why Her Majesty can fight across a realm is all because of her sword. Xia thought of Zhou Lihua's sword. At that time it did feel very powerful. However, that was all. However, if it could really increase the strength of a human warrior by a realm in a short period of time, then it would be completely different. That sword is called the Red Blood Sword. In the past, it wasn't very famous. However, in the past decade, several Red Blood Sword owners have caused a bloodbath in the Zhou nation. This made the Red Blood Sword famous. Her Majesty also relied on this sword to unify the southern region and increase her strength to her current level. Many people know that the Red Blood Sword is a demon sword. They all know that the Red Blood Sword can increase the strength of its owner by several times. However, almost no one knows that the Red Blood Sword can not only slightly increase the strength of its owner through killing, but also temporarily increase the strength of its owner by a realm for about 2 hours. Yi Qingyan wasn't lying. Many top forces in the Zhou nation were able to deduce some of the Red Blood Sword's abilities through the performance of the Red Blood Sword's owners. However, most of those top forces had been killed by Zhou Lihua. Therefore, there were very few people who knew about the Red Blood Sword. Almost all of them were Zhou Lihua's hardcore supporters. A demon sword? Xia said softly, you humans really have many geniuses. You can even create such a demonic sword. The birth of that sword should be an accident. Xia asked curiously, what's the story? Obviously, with the ability to temporarily increase the strength of its owner by a realm, the demon sword Red Blood Sword had attracted Xia's attention. Yes. Back then, His Majesty ordered my superior, Jiang Qinyu, to investigate the origin of the Red Blood Sword. Because almost every Renkenju of the Red Blood Sword would comprehend the slaughter concept. The slaughter concept is a very rare concept. However, not every owner of the Red Blood Sword was so high profile. It was very difficult for us to investigate all the inheritances of the Red Blood Sword. However, we still found out the possible origin of the Red Blood Sword. The Red Blood Sword first appeared in the Ironstone city of the southern Cloud Nation. An executioner named Fu Yuanming used a demon sword to slaughter half of the city. At that time, he already had the slaughter concept. According to the retired city guards who witnessed Fu Yuanming killing people, Fu Yuanming's strength came from the sword in his hand. Our people investigated the Ironstone city and found that the sword in Fu Yuanming's hand at that time was indeed the same as the Red Blood Sword. Also, before Fu Yuanming appeared, a master swordsman named Xianxia went missing in the Ironstone city. Qing Yan continued, while Xia and White Wolf listened attentively. We sent a few master swordsmiths to check the furnace that Xianxia used. There were human remains in his furnace. He had used an evil method to forge the sword, therefore, we speculated that Xianxia might have succeeded in forging the Crimson Blood Demon sword by chance. His swordsmithing technique was too clumsy, and even those master swordsmiths looked down on him. Yi Qingyan spread out her hands, this is the most reasonable speculation. Besides this, our Sky Surveillance Bureau has no other clues. Xia nodded and asked, then how can you prove that your information is true? That the Empress of the Zhou Nation can indeed increase her strength by a realm through the Red Blood Sword? About the Scarlet Blood Sword, there is almost no one in the Zhou Empire who doesn't know about it. You just have to ask any civilian martial artist and they will all know about it. Qing Yan said, you can ask them if the Scarlet Blood Sword Sword Master, Chen Pengfei, at the age of 16, annihilated the Black Blood country's army of over 400,000 and countless heaven-shattering experts with his battle prowess at the early stage of the Transcendent Realm, and then died of exhaustion. You can ask them if the Xiantian realm Xiao Hongyan was chased by the Zhou nation like a stray dog, and in the end, after obtaining the Scarlet Blood Sword, did she turn the Zhou nation's capital upside down with her peak heaven-breaking realm strength in a little more than a month, and finally turn it into ashes? In that battle, 100,000 members of Her Majesty's family were killed. Her Majesty's harem, almost all of them were killed in that battle. Yi Qingyan smiled and said, on the divine weapon ranking of Zhou, the Red Blood Sword is at the top, followed by the Imperial Jade Seal. They're both in His Majesty's hands. Almost every martial artist knows about them. In the ruins, there are tens of millions of humans. Just grab a few commoner martial artists and ask them. It's no big deal. Gong Changdong won't dare to pursue the matter and won't even mention it. Purple Fong took a deep breath. A 16-year-old Khanate realm early-stage expert. Even the super geniuses of the Central Region's human race weren't that exaggerated, it took it a few hundred years to break through to the Khanate realm. If the human race had a few hundred more such monsters, their monster race probably wouldn't be able to resist. As for the one who rose from the Khanate realm to the peak of the heaven-breaking realm in a month, that was even more unbelievable. Although Yi Qingyan didn't have direct evidence, if her indirect evidence was verified, it could also prove the Red Blood Sword's ability, Purple Fong said in a serious tone, understood. I'll send my subordinates to verify it. If the news is verified to be true, I'll fulfill my promise. Then you have to confirm it quickly. I don't want to die yet. I will, as soon as possible. Having obtained important information, Purple Fong wouldn't make things difficult for a heaven-breaking realm girl. White Wolf tilted his head and looked at Yi Qingyan with his gray eyes. I'm curious about something, but I don't know if I should ask. Qingyan didn't refuse White Wolf. Lord White Wolf, ask away. It slowly moved closer to Qingyan and sniffed her body, as if it wanted to remember her scent. I want to ask, the majority of your achievements today should be attributed to that Empress of yours. And that Empress of yours, regardless of whether it is her spirit or her strength, is indeed a rare hero. Don't you feel the slightest bit of guilt in your heart for selling her out so cleanly? Purple Fawn glared at White Wolf and said, "This question, you don't have to answer." The White Wolf also bared his teeth and said, "Yes, I was just curious." "It's fine if you don't answer." Her Majesty's Empress clan's family. Even Her Majesty's Her Majesty's Empresses, hers. Hers even her be hers her s of Her Majesty's hers. The two demonic beasts looked at each other. They could not keep up with Qingyan's train of thought. Tian Qingyi of her s. Tian's. Wasn't this nonsense? However, Purple Fang and White Wolf looked at Yi Qingyan's serious face. She didn't seem to be lying. "First of all, I heard from His Majesty that you beasts always keep your promises. Because of your promises, you haven't attacked us for thousands of years, right?" Purple Fang said seriously, "Of course. My father always keeps his promises." "Of course, so do I, that's right. So, no matter whether the Scarlet Blood Sword exists or not, as long as the Demon Clan is defeated, the passage will be completely sealed. With your protection, the Zhou Empire will be safe. After I leave, the new emperor will still be able to control the Imperial Jade Seal and firmly control the military power of the country. The ordinary people of the Zhou Empire will still be able to live in peace and contentment. So, whether the Scarlet Blood Sword exists or not is actually not important to the Zhou Empire. Perhaps the existence of the Scarlet Blood Sword will instead bring disaster to the Zhou Empire." "What do you mean? Have you noticed Her Majesty's eyes?" Purple Fang replied, "Yes, they are red. They are signs of being possessed by the demons." "Yes, signs of being possessed by the demons. Almost every Renkenju of the Red Blood Sword will be possessed by the demons. Almost all of them will die an unnatural death. There are no exceptions." Yi Qingyan sighed helplessly. "I had thought that Her Majesty, who annihilated more than 10 countries, unified the land, and ended the war that had lasted for 1,000 years, would be an exception. But now, I realize that I was wrong. The wise and mighty Her Majesty couldn't escape the fate of being possessed by the demons. Then, if the Red Blood Sword falls into the hands of the new Empress, facing the temptation of power, can he escape?" The two wolf beasts weren't so optimistic. Zhou Lihua was a rare great empress. She was also an excellent human. If she could be possessed by the demons, then her successor would probably follow in her footsteps, or even worse. "Do you know what Her Majesty did after being possessed by the demons?" The two beasts shook their heads. Of course, they didn't know. "Look at the last strength of our Zhou country." Qingyan pointed at one of the camps of the Zhou country in the distance. "Do you think that they are weak?" The White Wolf said, "They are indeed very weak. Excluding your Empress, I can defeat them all by myself. Our Zhou country can't be compared to your beast clan, but actually, our Zhou country's original strength was far more than this." The White Wolf asked, amused, "Did you hide your strength?" "No." Qingyan shook her head. "Almost all the survivors are here." Purple Fang asked softly, "Then, are they dead?" "Yes, they are dead." The White Wolf exclaimed, "Don't tell me they died in the hands of your Empress?" "You guessed right." Yi Qingyan closed her eyes and said with a heavy expression, "After the demons invaded, Her Majesty became possessed by the demons. She killed many experts of the Zhou country and completely destroyed countless top forces of the Zhou country. After that, the Zhou country's strength was weakened by at least 80 to 90%. The two beasts of the wolf clan gasped. An empress killed 80 to 90% of her country's combat strength when the demons invaded and urgently needed combat strength. How crazy was that? If you go and ask those martial artists, you will know. Every Scarlet Blood Sword master has taken the lives of countless people. If they haven't taken the lives of millions of people, they would be ashamed to call themselves the Scarlet Blood Sword master. Wherever they go, there will be a storm of blood and carnage. It is nearly impossible to restrain them, and even if it is possible to do so, it will cost an enormous price. Especially now, the Zhou Empire is unprecedentedly weak. Countless top masters have been killed or perished in battle, and the population is only around 10 million. To be honest, the Zhou Empire can no longer withstand the torment of the Scarlet Blood Sword. Therefore, when the demon army is annihilated by the monster beast clan, the biggest threat to the Zhou kingdom will be the Red Blood Sword. Although I'm leaving soon, the Zhou Kingdom is my hometown. I hope that after I leave, the Zhou Kingdom that Her Majesty protected with her life can continue to exist. Purple Fang asked, since the red blood sword is so powerful, why don't you seal the red blood sword? In this world, everyone will have times when they are not happy. Power is the most direct solution. If they want to use the red blood sword, they can quickly list 1,000 reasons to use the red blood sword. No warrior can resist the temptation of the red blood sword. Although it is a demon sword, sometimes, the benefits it brings far outweigh the harm it brings. Yi Qingyan smiled. The Zhou Kingdom sealed the red blood sword, but the Zhou Kingdom can't seal people's hearts. Purple Fang nodded and praised, you can seal the red blood sword, but you can't seal people's hearts. That's true. Most of the time, you humans are eager for quick success. White Wolf also interrupted, I think you're quite clear-headed. It's okay. After all, Her Majesty used to be my idol and the person I respected the most. I also personally participated in the investigation of the lives of many owners of the red blood sword. I have a deep feeling about their miserable endings. Yi Qingyan said helplessly, even Her Majesty can't control the red blood sword. Of course, if I encounter it, I will only suffer from qigong deviation and die an unnatural death. Therefore, your appearance is an opportunity to get rid of the scarlet blood sword. Your monster beast clan hardly knows how to use weapons, and your strength is strong enough. If you take away the scarlet blood sword, not only will your monster beast clan eliminate a possible hidden danger, but it will also allow the Zhou country to recuperate. This is a way to get the best of both worlds. The two monster beasts looked at each other. After listening to Yi Qingyan's description, they believed half of the red blood sword. As for the other half, they needed to catch a few humans to verify it. Alright, wait for our news. As long as the information you provide is true, we will fulfill our promise. When they heard Qingyan say so much, the two honest monsters suddenly realized that Qingyan, who had betrayed her master for her life, didn't seem to be that bad after all. Her perspective was different from others. Compared to the majority of the monster beast clan, her vision was much broader. She did not have any prejudice against the monster beast clan. Towards the human race of Zhou country, she was extremely benevolent. Before she left, she did not forget to destroy the demon sword Crimson Blood that had brought so much pain and suffering to Zhou country. No matter how one looked at it, she seemed to be in the right. As for her betrayal of Zhou Lihua, the two demonic beasts could understand. Who wouldn't cherish their own lives? In the end, she did not cause any substantial harm to Zhou Lihua's interests. It had to be said that Yi Qingyan had left a deep impression on the two masters of the demonic beast clan in a short period of time. Okay, then I'll go back and wait for your news. Yi Qingyan was about to get up and leave when Xia stopped her. By the way, little girl, we still don't know your name after chatting for so long. I'm Yi Qingyan. Yi Qingyan? Xia repeated her name and asked in a low voice, the word Qing rarely appears in the names of the human race, right? An elder of mine once taught me a lot of knowledge and words about the human race. He said that many of the names of the human race have some meanings. For example, your Empress Zhou Lihua's name is easier to understand. Does your name have any meaning? Yes. Yi Qingyan said with nostalgia, my father was a scholar. Not long after I was born, my father thought that I was too beautiful and would easily bring disaster. Therefore, he named me Qingyan. He hoped that when I grew up, I would be a little less beautiful. Speaking of this, Yi Qingyan could not help but smile bitterly. Unfortunately, my father's wish did not come true. I seem to be getting more and more beautiful. The other meaning of my name should be that my father hoped that I would not care too much about my appearance. He hoped that I would study hard and become a well-educated lady in the future. I can't be a lady from a respectable family, but I'm pretty good at killing people. His wish has come true again. 5 days later, Yi Qingyan met Xia again at the White Wolf's place. I've sent my subordinates to investigate. We've captured 10 human cultivators on your side. Aside from 2 cultivators who don't know much about the Scarlet Blood Sword, the other 8 human cultivators know about the Scarlet Blood Sword. Xia suppressed a shock and said, that devil sword is indeed evil. The strength of the Zhou kingdom has indeed been weakened by the red blood sword by 80 to 90%. Moreover, there is a legend that the sword can increase the strength of its owner through killing. As for the temporary increase of a big realm, almost no one knows about that. Although Xia did not care about the strength of the Zhou kingdom, it was still shocked that a devil sword could weaken the strength of the Zhou kingdom by 80 to 90%. When it first verified this information, it had an impulse to snatch the red blood sword and throw it to the central region. In that case, wouldn't the monster beast clan win without a fight and wait to collect the corpses of those despicable humans? Of course, it was just an impulse. If the humans of the central region really obtained the red blood sword, it would definitely not be willing. Think about it. Zhou Lihua, an expert at the peak of the transcendent realm, could fight against its father for a short period of time with the red blood sword. What if the red blood sword fell into the hands of a domain realm expert? That's good. Xia asked, when do you plan to leave? I want to pretend to be dead and leave Her Majesty's side. I will leave the Zhou kingdom after watching Her Majesty's battle. Qingyan said with sadness and reverence. After all, I am indebted to Her Majesty. I want to see her leave and send her off. Xia knew that Yi Qingyan was a typical human. She had a complicated and contradictory personality. Most monster beasts with some intelligence could not understand her. Can I? Yes. After receiving the information about the red blood sword, Yi Qingyan seemed insignificant. She could leave whenever she wanted. There were countless monster beast experts. Any one of them could escort her safely to the human settlement. Thank you. But don't let Her Majesty find out. Xia exhorted. Your life is secondary. It won't be good if Her Majesty finds out that I gave false testimony for you. The monster beast clan still cared about their reputation. Okay, I know what to do. Then get ready. When you're ready, inform White Wolf. Stepping into the camp again, Yi Qingyan found King Chen, Zhou Jiqiang. Zhou Jiqiang was not the strongest martial artist in the Zhou clan, but he was young and brave. He was also Zhou Lihua's younger brother. He was one of the few remaining heaven-breaking realm experts in the Zhou clan. When the Zhou clan's genius disciples left the Zhou kingdom, he did not leave. Originally, Yi Qingyan had refused to let him go to war. However, he went to Zhou Lihua and applied to fight for the Zhou kingdom. To Yi Qingyan's surprise, his performance on the battlefield was outstanding. Zhou Lihua had no children. Chen Wang had a high status, powerful strength, brains, courage, and contributions. When Zhou Lihua was on the throne, he kept a low profile, as if he was invisible. The demons hadn't set foot on this land. When Zhou Lihua talked about Chen Wang with Jiang Qingyu, she was satisfied with him. Qingyan couldn't think of anyone more suitable to inherit the throne than Chen Wang. Of course, Chen Wang didn't know that Zhou Lihua was preparing to die. Other than Zhou Lihua herself, only she and Su Xing knew about this news. Smelling the familiar medicinal fragrance on Chen Wang, Qingyan smiled sweetly. Chen Wang was dazzled by her sweet smile. It was his first time seeing such a bright smile on Qingyan. Your Highness King Chen, are you feeling better? Thanks to Miss Qingyan, my injuries are much better, Chen Wang said with a smile. Miss Qingyan's medicine is very effective. It's even more effective than the secret medicine of the royal family. Of course, Qingyan's medicine was good. She had spent countless precious herbs and painstakingly refined it, although she had added some other harmless ingredients. That's good. You're so powerful. Otherwise, an ordinary warrior would have to lie in bed for at least 10 days to half a month. Seeing that there was no one around, Qingyan took out a small box of ointment from her bosom and handed it to him, saying, Your Highness, I reckon that the ointment has already been used up. I still have some here that should be able to speed up your recovery. How can I accept this? Your Highness, please accept it. I heard from His Majesty that the war is imminent. Our Zhou kingdom might have to step onto the battlefield. Qingyan lowered her head. Her ears were red. Chen Wang had the urge to reach out and pinch her cheeks. Swords have no eyes on the battlefield. I hope your Highness can take care of yourself on the battlefield. Qingyan's voice was as soft as a mosquito. If Chen Wang didn't have good hearing, he wouldn't have heard what she said. Thank you for your kind intentions, Miss Qingyan. I will be fine. When Chen Wang reached out to take the medicine box, his hand gently brushed against Qingyan's palm, causing Qingyan to withdraw her hand as if she had been electrocuted. Yes, Your Highness, take care. Qing Yan was like a frightened rabbit, disappearing in the blink of an eye. As for Chen Wang, he was staring at his hand in a daze. He had just seen Qing Yan's bashful expression, there was no way he would mistake that gaze. At the thought of Qing Yan, his heart began to burn. Perhaps, this was Zhou Jicheng's chance to rise. Just as his aides had analyzed, Zhou Lihua was showing signs of being possessed by the devil. Many people in the Zhou kingdom knew this. They didn't dare to think about Zhou Lihua's death. However, Zhou Lihua, who showed signs of being possessed by the devil, was indeed not suitable to be the emperor of the Zhou kingdom. If the demons really failed this time, then Zhou Lihua would most likely abdicate. As long as Zhou Lihua abdicated, he would be a strong contender for the throne, Chen Wang pondered as he returned to his tent. Inside the tent, there were 2 of his aides and an alchemist. Furthermore, they were not weak. As the king of Chen, he had his own team. Master Chen, look at this ointment. Qing Yan gave it to me. The alchemist with the surname Chen took the ointment from Chen Wang, opened the box, and sniffed it. He even dipped a little with his index finger and tasted it. A smile appeared on his face as he said, "It seems that Lady Yi cares a lot about your highness. This ointment is even more valuable than the last one. It must be something that Lady Yi treasured. Just like the last time, this ointment is very complicated to make and has some strange ingredients. However, it's not harmful to the body and should be part of the formula. I should be able to study it thoroughly in half a year. With this ointment, your highness's injuries will be healed within 5 days." The 2 aides also smiled. If Qing Yan had feelings for Chen Wang, they would be happy to see it happen. Chen Wang sat in his chair and said to his 2 aides happily, "Today, I accidentally touched Qing Yan's hand." How did she react? Yu Chen, a lean aide with triangular eyes, asked. She seemed to be shy. Yu Chen immediately said happily, "Congratulations, your highness. This is great news." "Of course it is." Chen Wang rubbed his hands and said, "That's Qing Yan we're talking about." "No, your highness." Yu Chen quickly said, "I mean, your highness might be able to get the throne." "You mean Qing Yan?" "Yes, Qing Yan." Yu Chen said in a low voice, "Her Majesty has always been dictatorial and unpredictable. However, we all know that Her Majesty likes Qing Yan very much. Qing Yan also knows Her Majesty's likes and dislikes like the back of her hand. As long as your highness can get Qing Yan and get her to put in a good word for your highness in front of Her Majesty, your highness might succeed. Your highness, since you've noticed Lady Qing Yan's feelings for you, don't give up. You must seize the opportunity." Yu Chen said with a smile, "As long as your highness works hard, not only will you be able to get the throne, but you'll also be able to get a beauty like Lady Qing Yan." Even Chen Wang was intoxicated by the beautiful future Yu Chen had described. "Your highness, I think we should be careful about Lady Qing Yan." Chen Wang's aide, Xianxia, who had been sitting silently at the side, slowly opened his mouth and said, "Miss Qing Yan, I have heard that she is very capable, even surpassing her predecessor, Jiang Qingyu. She has always been a very rational woman, not the kind of woman who is easily moved." Yu Chen asked unhappily, "So you think Lady Qing Yan is trying to get close to your highness with ulterior motives?" Xianxian shook his head. "That's not what I meant." Qing Yan was Zhou Lihua's confidant. Even the royal family members had to bow to her respectfully. Even Chen Wang was afraid of her and didn't dare to offend her. "What could she possibly want from Chen Wang?" Yu Chen asked. "Then what do you mean?" Xianxian and Yu Chen had always been at odds. However, this was normal. They were both aides of Chen Wang. Of course, they would subconsciously compete with each other. "I just think it's a little strange." Yu Chen sneered. "Strange? You want Chen Wang to give up this great opportunity?" Xianxian was rendered speechless by Yu Chen's words. "There's one thing I admit. Lady Qing Yan is a very rational woman," Yu Chen said confidently. "However, we all know that she's a woman. Since she's a woman, she has needs, just like how men need women. If we ignore her appearance and look at her age, she's already in her 30s. She's not young anymore. It's absolutely normal for her to want to find a man." Seeing that Chen Wang, the alchemist surnamed Chen, and Jiang Xian were all listening carefully, Yu Chen smiled proudly and continued to analyze. With Miss Qing Yan's status, If she wants to get married, she must find a man who can match her social status. Among the young talents in the Zhou nation, Chen Wang's status is the highest and he is the strongest. He might even have a chance to fight for the throne. Therefore, it is absolutely normal that she likes Chen Wang. I think that Miss Qing Yan probably fell in love with His Highness after seeing His Highness on the battlefield. All beauties like heroes. This has been an unbreakable truth since ancient times. Chen Wang was overjoyed when he heard Yu Chen's analysis. Your Highness, I think Miss Qing Yan is interested in you. Your Highness should be more proactive. You must get Miss Qing Yan. Yu Chen said softly, forgive me for being disrespectful, but if something happens to Her Majesty on the battlefield, with Miss Qing Yan's support, Your Highness will definitely be able to ascend the throne. Chen Wang said softly, really? Yu Chen said, of course. If you don't believe me, you can ask Wang Xian. Wang Xian nodded reluctantly, the Sky Observatory is all-pervasive. The military has been infiltrated since a long time ago. Miss Qing Yan has a very good relationship with the generals in the military. Not to mention King Su, even Gong Changdong, who Her Majesty recently placed in an important position, is said to have a good relationship with Miss Qing Yan. Also, regarding the demon beasts of the southern Absolute Mountain Range, Miss Qing Yan is the only person other than Her Majesty the Empress who has interacted with the higher-ups of the demon beast clan. She is indeed a very capable woman. At this moment, Yu Chen suggested again, Your Highness, remember to promise Miss Qing Yan the position of your first wife when you express your feelings to her. If you ascend the throne, she will be the Empress. Wang Xian thought for a moment and decided not to pour cold water on Yu Chen. Miss Qing Yan can indeed be the Empress. Chen Wang said awkwardly, but I have a first wife now. Divorce her. Yu Chen directly said, Your Highness, don't forget that Your Highness's official wife's family has already been exterminated by Her Majesty the Empress. The reason why she is still alive today is all because of Your Highness. She shouldn't have any complaints. After all, Yan'er gave birth to a son and daughter for me. Let me think about it. Chen Wang said helplessly. Yu Chen and Wang Xian cursed in their hearts, you've already made up your mind, why are you still pretending? However, the two of them still dutifully played along with His Highness King Chen. In the end, under their firm persuasion, the King of Chen reluctantly accepted their suggestion. Inside Qing Yan's tent, her face was filled with disgust as she placed her hands in a basin of water. She used a brush to vigorously scrub her hands until her palms turned red. Only then did she stop. She silently looked at her bright red palms, and her brows furrowed even deeper. She took out a dagger from her spatial ring and pressed the shiny blade down. Pain assaulted her. Yi Qingyan lay on her back on the bed and gently touched her face with her bandaged right hand. The rough texture of the cloth made her feel much more relaxed. She stared blankly at the ceiling of the tent for a quarter of an hour. Zhou Lihua sat on her familiar dragon throne and gently let out a sigh of relief. Recently, she had felt an unprecedented fatigue, she was really busy. How busy was she? She was so busy that the signs of her being possessed by the devil gradually disappeared. It was said that the devil was born from the heart. Although the red blood sword had become much stronger, Zhou Lihua had not forcibly increased her strength. Her willpower was not particularly strong, but her strength had been improving. She could barely keep up with the evolution of the red blood sword. Therefore, the influence of the red blood sword was only a small part of the reason why Zhou Lihua was on the verge of being possessed by the devil. The real reason why Zhou Lihua was possessed by her own emotions. Hatred could cause one to be possessed by the devil, pain could cause one to be possessed by the devil, guilt could also cause one to be possessed by the devil. In short, when a human's negative emotions were so strong that they could overwhelm their rationality, it could cause a martial artist to be possessed by the devil. After witnessing the process of Zhou Lihua gradually finding herself, even the experienced and knowledgeable Chen Hao felt a little emotional. The reason why Zhou Lihua found herself was simple and honest. She worked hard for the people of the Zhou Empire. The sense of mission and responsibility supported her, making her as strong as a meteorite. She racked her brains for the Zhou Empire. She was so busy that her feet did not touch the ground. The pain and helplessness in her heart, as well as the deep guilt, were all replaced by the strong sense of mission and responsibility. Coupled with the unprecedented satisfaction after she decided to sacrifice herself, she was gradually pulled back from the brink of being possessed by the devil. In other words, this could be said to be Zhou Lihua's path of self-redemption. Since Zhou Lihua officially cooperated with the monster beast clan, she had never seen Jiang Qinyu's corpse again. The imperial carriage had always been in her space ring. It seemed, she had almost completely forgotten about it. Zhou Lihua did not even notice that she was gradually recovering. The only one who noticed was Chen Hao, who was inside the red blood sword. Chen Hao always paid attention to the qualified sword master. He had no choice. Being trapped inside the red blood sword, there was almost nothing he could do other than observe the sword master. Zhou Lihua's recent efforts did not go to waste. She worked hard to persuade that stubborn old wolf, and even persuaded Purple Fang and the Purple Moon Wolf King to attack together with her on that day. This was because Zhou Lihua did not know how strong she was after using the red blood sword to reach the peak of the domain realm. What if the gap between her and her opponent was still too big, and she could not even severely injure him? The Purple Moon Wolf King also agreed, but it took Zhou Lihua a lot of effort to persuade that old wolf. That fellow simply treated their Wolf King like a treasure. He was afraid of bumping into it. Rubbing her temples, Zhou Lihua thought of Qing Yan. Go and call Qing Yan over. She ordered the guards who were waiting outside the tent. The guard outside the tent immediately reported, Your Majesty, Lord Yi personally led a group of scouts out yesterday. She said that she wanted to investigate the demon's movements. Although the Zhou Kingdom's strength was not worth mentioning, under Yi Qingyan's suggestion, the Zhou Kingdom still created a state of active preparation for the demon race. From time to time, they would even send out groups of scouts to obtain information about the demon race. Of course, this was very dangerous. The Zhou Kingdom scouts had a high casualty rate. Zhou Lihua asked somewhat angrily, What is she doing? Doesn't she know that it is very dangerous over there? Lord Yi said that Your Majesty is so busy every day that your feet barely touch the ground. She felt sorry for you and wanted to do something for Your Majesty, so, the guard lowered his head. This silly girl. Zhou Lihua waved her hand and said, You may leave. When Qing Yan returns, tell her to come and see me. Yes, Your Majesty. However, 1 day passed, 2 days passed, 5 days passed. Yi Qingyan did not return to the camp. At first, Zhou Lihua didn't notice, but after 10 days, Qing Yan still hadn't returned. She started to get anxious. Usually, the scouts sent out would take a few days to return, but 10 days was still too long. The other scouts who returned didn't bring any news of Yi Qingyan either. Zhou Lihua asked the guards several times every day. 3 days later, Zhou Lihua couldn't sit still anymore. She went to the Beast clan. In this area, she could only seek help from the demonic Beast clan. What? You lost your little follower? After receiving the news, Xia couldn't help but ask, that little girl who loves to roast meat for the white wolf? Yes, that's her. Zhou Lihua nodded. Xia, help me look for her. She seems to be an early-stage heaven-breaking realm expert. Why would she need you to come find me? Zhou Lihua insisted, help me look for her. Alright, I can. Xia pondered for a moment, then said, since she went out to investigate the demon race, do you know where she went? We Beast clan have always sent flying beasts to monitor the demon race. Tell me, and I might be able to ask them if they've seen your little servant girl. That direction. Zhou Lihua pointed into the distance, answering with certainty. Every time the Great Zhou Empire sent out a team of scouts, the specific area they investigated would be recorded in the army. That direction. Not long after a wolf howl, a huge peak-stage transcendent blue cloud condor appeared in front of Xia. Xia, do you have any orders? Her Majesty's subordinates went out to investigate the demon race. It's been 13 days, and they haven't returned. She's a little anxious. Xia pointed to the southwest. She should be moving in that area. The blue cloud condor raised its head high and said disdainfully, how troublesome. Since she's not strong enough, she shouldn't go out. We, the blue cloud condors, are the best scouts. Lan Fei, don't be rude to Her Majesty. Xia reprimanded the blue cloud condor angrily, then turned to apologize to Zhou Lihua. Her Majesty, don't be angry. You know, most of us beast clans don't like humans. We have deep prejudices. Help me ask about Qingyan's whereabouts. Ask them if they've seen it. Blue Cloud Condor turned its head away in dissatisfaction after being scolded by Purple Fong. However, it still replied, "We send 2 Tong clan members to scout every direction. One of our Tong clan members should be resting in the nest." Purple Fong asked, "Did he report to you about the human scouts?" "No." Lan Fei said firmly. "No, it didn't mention it." Zhou Lihua sighed in disappointment. However, it was at this moment that the Blue Cloud Condor added, "However, if you really want to know about the human scouts, I think it's better for me to call them over. After all, my kind might overlook some unimportant information," Xia ordered, "then call it over." "All right." Not long after, Lan Fei brought a blue cloud giant eagle that was slightly smaller than him. Xia asked the same question again. The new giant eagle thought for a moment and replied, "5 days ago, I did see a group of human scouts being killed by demon experts. I don't know if you're talking about them. Was there a woman in that group of scouts?" "Woman?" The giant eagle said apologetically, "Well, I really didn't notice. I just took a look and flew away." Xia asked helplessly, "Why didn't you save them?" "What's there to save? It's not the first time I saw it." The giant eagle glanced at Zhou Lihua, who was cold all over and had a somewhat frightening aura, and hurriedly added, "At that time, I was flying too high. When we monitor the devil race, we always fly so high, otherwise, it would be very dangerous. So, although I saw them at that time, I didn't have time to save them. However, I remembered one thing. I saw one of the scouts attack, and his strength seemed to be in the heaven-breaking realm, which is very rare. I remember that the strongest human scouts are generally only Xianxia masters. Is this information helpful to you?" Zhou Lihua looked at the giant eagle that spoke, but she couldn't see anything. The giant eagle's eyes were slightly different from human eyes. It also had facial paralysis. Zhou Lihua nodded and replied, "It is indeed very helpful." "Thank you." The 2 blue cloud giant eagles laughed. Zhou Lihua had already accepted the fact that Yi Qingyan was dead. It wasn't that she didn't suspect the possibility of Qingyan faking her death, but it was impossible for Qingyan to bribe the demons to cooperate with her. With her strength at the early stage of the heaven-breaking realm, it was even more impossible for her to fool the eyes of a transcendent blue cloud giant eagle. In the southern absolute mountain range, the blue cloud giant eagles had the strongest eyesight. They were mostly responsible for monitoring the demons. As for Qingyan's corpse, it was almost impossible to find it. The million corpses of Zhou's soldiers had all been eaten up by the demons. Many demons could increase their strength by devouring the elites of other races. Although this increase was very weak, they would never give up any chance to become stronger. "Your Majesty, it seems that your subordinate won't be coming back." It's fine. Perhaps this is her fate." Zhou Lihua's tone was somewhat dejected as she said, "Anyway, that child didn't live very happily. This kind of ending might be a kind of relief for her. Qingyan had died in the hands of the demons." Zhou Lihua was indeed sad. However, Zhou Lihua had to admit that Qingyan dying in the hands of the demons was much better than dying in her hands. Recently, Zhou Lihua had been hesitating, wondering if she should make a move on Qingyan. Her feelings for Qingyan were very complicated. There was kinship, pity, admiration, love, but these were not as important as the importance she placed on her family's foundation. Qingyan's obsession with the red blood sword had always been an unstable factor. When she first met Qingyan, she already knew of Qingyan's desire for the red blood sword. At that time, Qingyan was still too young. She was only 15 years old and lacked the ability to conceal herself. She gave herself away in front of Zhou Lihua. Zhou Lihua wanted to give the red blood sword to her descendant, and Qingyan was a very big threat. Not to mention Qingyan's strength and ability, just her face alone was enough to cause a great deal of damage. Zhou Lihua was not naive enough to think that her descendant could completely ignore Yi Qingyan's existence after being recognized as the master of the red blood sword. Zhou Lihua did not forget how she got the red blood sword in her hands. Now, it was fine. She did not have to feel sorry anymore. After watching Zhou Lihua leave, Xia also left its residence. It entered a hidden cave and walked along a winding path for about 1,000 meters. After turning a corner, it was blocked by a wooden door. This wooden door didn't exist in the past. Looking at the squarish wall of the cave that fit perfectly with the wooden door, Purple Fang knew that it was Qingyan's doing. It extended its paw and pushed. With a creak, the wooden door fell to the ground. A gentle light came from the dark cave as if it was daytime. Purple Fang looked at the 7 huge luminous pearls embedded in the ceiling of the cave and turned its gaze to Yi Qingyan. Yi Qingyan was sitting on a chair with a book in her hand. She was also reading it. Purple Fang stepped into Qingyan's room through the newly made wooden door and looked at the furnishings in the room curiously. Not long ago, when it brought Qingyan here, this place was still dark. The ground was uneven and the ceiling was filled with stalactites. But now, this place was completely different, the ground and ceiling were leveled. A thick blanket was spread on the ground. There was a big bed and a dressing table. On the wall behind Qingyan, there was a row of bookshelves with many books. On the table in front of Qingyan, there was a guzheng and a small bronze incense burner. The incense burner emitted a faint fragrance. In the corner, there was a pot of radiant indigo grass. Purple Fang recognized this plant. At night, its leaves would emit a faint blue light and could even drive away mosquitoes. You've been busy with this for the past few days? I have nothing to do anyway. Qingyan put down the book in her hand and stood up to reply. We've already followed our promise and created the illusion that you're dead. Your empress shouldn't suspect anything. Actually, even if she suspects something, there's nothing she can do. Qingyan was silent for a moment. She asked with some anticipation and some apprehension, then, how did Her Majesty react when she received the news of my death? How do you want her to react? It's not that I want her to react. I just want to know how she looked at that time. Was she sad or anything? To be honest, Purple Fang didn't quite understand why humans had so many complicated emotions. But seeing how expectant Qingyan was, it didn't feel right to reject her and just said a few words. I can see that your empress is indeed a little sad. Xia squatted on the carpet and continued, actually, you should have guessed it already. The first thing she did was to find out if you were dead or alive. This already proves that she cares about you. Qingyan's face shows a satisfied smile. Purple Fawn can see that she seems to be very happy. After so many days, this was the first time it had seen this little girl smile so happily. Lord Xia, you don't understand. Although there are some things that I can guess, they are only guesses. They are not the truth. Qingyan said in a slightly cheerful tone, Your Majesty is sad for me. This proves that my efforts over the years have not been in vain. Seeing the little girl's smug look, Xia couldn't help but say, however, your choice is indeed wise. After the Empress learned of your death, other than feeling sad, she also felt relieved. It seems like she really wanted to make a move on you. Your premonition was correct. What do you think? Are you sad? I don't think so. Qingyan said with a smile, I just need to remember when she was sad for me. By the way, Lord Purple Fang, can I ask for a favor? Tell me. Tell me, and I will see if I agree. Yi Qingyan didn't keep them in suspense. Can you take the red blood sword after your majesty is buried? Why? Your majesty really wants to keep the red blood sword in her family. Qingyan pleaded, it is said that when a person dies, their soul will remain. It will only dissipate on the day of their burial. I don't want your majesty to see her plan go down the drain. Xia could clearly sense Yi Qingyan's complicated feelings towards Zhou Lihua. There was dissatisfaction and resentment, as well as loyalty and reverence. Actually, we don't plan to take the red blood sword on the battlefield. Thinking about it, Zhou Lihua had just fought side by side with the Monster King. She had just died, and the monster beasts had already taken her belongings from her family. It didn't feel like an ordinary despicable thing. The monster beasts were also prideful. As long as the red blood sword didn't fall into the hands of the monster clan, they wouldn't take it immediately. However, Xia didn't think such a situation would happen. With Zhou Lihua's shrewdness, she should be fully prepared. So that means you've agreed? Xia nodded. Yes. The red blood sword couldn't fly. They could take it at any time. It was suitable to do it after Zhou Lihua was buried. Thank you, Lord Xia. Xia handed a light blue feather to Qingyan. When the war starts, I may be very busy and won't be able to take care of you. This feather is a token. When you want to leave, just blow on this feather, and a blue cloud condor will take you away from our territory. If you have anything else to do, do it in the next few days. Okay. Yi Qingyan took the feather. The base of the feather was hollow, and there was a small hole on the shaft. As long as she blew into the hole, the feather would make a sound. After Xia left, Yi Qingyan propped up the door. She left it ajar and didn't fix it. This cave was very safe. With Xia's scent, almost none of the monster beasts in the southern mountains dared to enter. Sitting cross-legged on the carpet, Yi Qingyan put away the feather of the blue cloud condor and began to change her cultivation technique. The cultivation technique of Yi Qingyan in the demon spirit sect was very unique. It was also very rare in the Zhou nation. Strictly speaking, the inherited enchanting mantra was not a real cultivation method. It was a secret method to cultivate one's spirit and soul force. While cultivating enchanting mantra, one could also cultivate other cultivation methods. Without absolute talent, one would have to give up something if he wanted to cultivate spirit and soul power at the same time. Most of the female disciples in the demon spirit sect paid more attention to the enchanting mantra. As a result, although they were very good at confusing people, they were always at a disadvantage when fighting against people of the same level. Yi Qingyan was different. Her talent was already very good. While cultivating the enchanting mantra, she also cultivated the cloud cauldron technique, a black-level upper-grade cultivation technique passed down by the southern cloud imperial family. The two techniques went hand in hand. The cloud cauldron technique was definitely one of the best cultivation techniques in the Zhou nation. It was only slightly weaker than the inherited techniques of the Zhou nation's imperial family. For so many years, Yi Qingyan had never used the enchanting mantra. However, she could use the 7 styles of wind and cloud cauldron technique quite well. But now, because of Zhou Lihua, Yi Qingyan had to change her cultivation technique. Her appearance could be changed, her attire could be changed, but her aura could not be changed. Zhou Lihua's divine sense was very powerful. As long as Yi Qingyan stepped into the military camp, she would be detected by Zhou Lihua. Yi Qingyan thought that if she was found by Zhou Lihua would not listen to her nonsense. Almost all human experts relied on aura to identify friends and foes. The composition of aura was very complicated, and it rarely changed in a short period of time. Different cultivators, different cultivation techniques, different comprehension of intent, and different profoundness would all affect aura. Zhou Lihua should be very familiar with Yi Qingyan's aura, therefore, in order to ensure her safety, Yi Qingyan had no choice but to cultivate another cultivation technique. Coupled with the secret technique she had learned from Jiang Qingyu, she was confident that she could step into the military camp. Jiang Qingyu's disguise and aura-changing techniques were definitely the best in Zhou nation. She could even transform into Zhou Lihua's appearance, imitate her tone, expression, and temperament, and replace Zhou Lihua in morning court, and those big shots of Zhou nation wouldn't be able to see through her disguise. As far as Yi Qingyan knew, Jiang Qingyu had only failed once. However, Jiang Qingyu really couldn't be blamed for that failure. It could only be said that Lin Yunj from the central region was too powerful. He could see that Jiang Qingyu wasn't in the transcendent realm at a glance and deduced that she wasn't the empress of Zhou nation herself. Yi Qingyan's cultivation technique was a low-grade black class wood attribute cultivation technique, the wood origin spring technique. It wasn't that she didn't want to cultivate a higher-grade cultivation technique, but that she had no choice. This cultivation technique was the most reliable. With Qingyan's comprehension, it wasn't difficult to cultivate the low-grade black class wood origin spring technique. Moreover, she was already prepared and had begun to comprehend it a while ago, so it was very smooth for her. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. When Yi Qingyan finished converting all the true yuan she had gained from cultivating the cloud cauldron art into wood essence spring birth true qi, she looked at her own Xiantian mid-stage strength. Even though she had mentally prepared herself, she still felt a little heartache. Logically speaking, as long as she progressed step by step from the high-grade black class cloud cauldron technique to the low-grade black class wood origin spring technique, her strength should still be in the early stage of the heaven-breaking realm even if there was some loss during the transformation. It was just that her true strength had decreased a lot. After all, the true essence from the cloud cauldron technique was large and pure, so it could withstand the loss. After the loss, Yi Qingyan's strength would still be in the heaven-breaking realm. The problem was that Qingyan didn't have enough time. Of course, it was impossible to transform all the true essence in her body in 5 days. Due to her eagerness for quick success and her relentless efforts, her strength had directly dropped to the middle greater heaven realm. She touched the interspatial ring that Zhen Pengfei had given her. Inside the interspatial ring, not only did it contain some of the southern cloud nation's heritage, it also contained many cultivation resources that she had plundered through her authority over the years. These cultivation resources were enough for her to cultivate again. However, Yi Qingyan didn't continue to cultivate because the strength of a mid-stage Xiantian realm expert was just right. In the middle of the night, Yi Qingyan found White Wolf near the encampment of the Zhou Kingdom's army in the southern mountain range. "Lord White Wolf, can you recognize me?" White Wolf glanced at her. "Are you Yi Qingyan? I noticed you when we were on the other side of the mountain. Only you and Zhou Lihua have the guts to come out of our territory. Zhou Lihua is not as boring as you." When it saw Yi Qingyan's mid-stage connate strength, it didn't say anything. It was probably another boring technique created by some human to hide one's strength. However, the concealment effect was indeed very good. Even a transcendent realm expert like him could not see through it. "I'll make a trip back and inform Lord Xia that I'll be leaving once I'm done here." "I know. Off you go." White Wolf laid lazily on the huge rock and said, "Remember not to cause trouble. If your empress is alerted, I'll kill you first." "I understand. I cherish my life." Qingyan asked carefully, "By the way, is Her Majesty here?" "Yes." "Can you tell me her exact location?" "Sometimes, she's not in the tent. I'm afraid I'll meet her halfway." "I don't know." "Lord White Wolf, you can scan with your divine sense." White Wolf grinned and said, "The military camp is your Zhou nation's territory for the time being. I don't dare to use my divine sense to check the situation inside. This will offend Her Majesty. Similarly, Her Majesty's divine sense will not leave the military camp. This is a tacit agreement between us." "Then, will I be scanned by Her Majesty's divine sense?" "Don't worry. In our monster beast clan's territory, no one can sneak attack you. Her Majesty rarely uses her divine sense. Even if she scanned you, she probably wouldn't recognize you." White Wolf looked at the unfamiliar Qingyan and said, "Unless her nose is as sensitive as mine." Hearing White Wolf's explanation, Qingyan was relieved. She turned and disappeared into the darkness. Qingyan knew the location of all the sentry posts in Zhou Nation's military camp, no matter if they were open or hidden. She blended into the military camp very calmly. The moment she entered the military camp, the eyes that were spying on her also disappeared. Under the profound meaning of illusion, it was as if Qingyan didn't exist in the eyes of ordinary patrolling soldiers. She avoided the tents of several heaven-breaking realm experts and arrived in front of a small independent tent. Sensing the inside of the tent, she found that there was only one middle-stage Xiantian realm expert. Without much hesitation, she walked in directly. "Who is it?" the person in the tent shouted. "It's me." Yi Qingyan gently lifted the layer of skin on her face, revealing half of her beautiful face. "Lord Yi?" Yu Chun whispered in disbelief. Throwing the token to Yu Chun, Qingyan said indifferently, "Who else could it be other than me?" "You thought I was dead?" "Yes, Her Majesty said you were dead." His Highness King Chen was sad for several days. Yu Chun looked at Yi Qingyan seriously. His lips moved, but no sound came out. Only Yi Qingyan could hear his words. His Highness seems to have fallen in love with Lord Yi. Every member of the Sky Observatory who was in charge of intelligence work knew how to transmit sound to the ears. "Isn't this your mission?" When Yu Chun heard this, she heaved a sigh of relief. Yi Qingyan was the only one who knew about this mission. Before this mission was assigned, his superiors had completely cut off all contact with him. He was under Yi Qingyan's direct control. Anyway, he didn't believe that this mission was assigned by the Empress. It must be Yi Qingyan's private mission. She wanted to be the Empress. Yu Chun didn't dare to ask why Yi Qingyan faked her death. In their line of work, the less they knew, the safer they would be. However, he guessed that it was very likely that Her Majesty had assigned Lord Yi some secret mission. Anyway, he couldn't figure it out. "Lord Yi, what orders do you have for me?" Yu Chun knew that it must be very important. Otherwise, Yi Qingyan wouldn't have appeared in the middle of the night. Her Majesty asked me who is suitable to be her successor. I recommended His Highness King Chen to Her Majesty. Hearing this, Yu Chen became excited. If King Chen could really ascend the throne, it would be greatly beneficial to him. Her Majesty also thinks that King Chen is suitable. However, the throne is related to the Zhou clan's 1,000-year foundation. She needs to be very careful and can't be careless. Therefore, Her Majesty asked me to hide by King Chen's side temporarily and seriously observe him. Only a confidant of the Empress like Yi Qingyan was qualified to test the King of Chen. So, I need to borrow your identity for a while. Do you have any objections? Absolutely not. It's my honor. We don't have much time. Tell me everything you know about the King of Chen. Yi Qingyan continued, also, I need to imitate your habits in the army, your demeanor, your speech, and your interpersonal relationships. Time is tight. Let's start now. Okay. Yu Chen didn't leave the tent for 3 days, using the excuse that he was about to break through and needed to cultivate in seclusion. Yi Qingyan learned from Yu Chen for 3 days. On the 3rd night, Yu Chen looked at himself in front of him and was stunned. Even some of the little habits that he did not notice were noticed by Yi Qingyan and imitated. She was so skillful that it was almost as if she was doing it perfectly. Is this okay? Yu Chen exclaimed, it's okay. If I didn't know beforehand, I would have suspected that I was an imposter. However, Qingyan said in dissatisfaction, if you really want to imitate it completely, 3 days is too tight. You might even expose some flaws. That old rival of yours, Wang Xian, who was beside Chen Wang, might notice something. Wang Xian is indeed smart. But with Lord Ye's ability, it shouldn't be a problem to deal with him. Yu Chen said, as for the others, it shouldn't be a problem. The King of Chen is still sad because of Lord Ye's death. Alchemist Chen doesn't care about the outside world. The war is imminent. Recently, even Wang Xian doesn't want to fight with me. Now is the best time for Lord Yi to cut in. Well, that's good. You should leave now. Lord Yi, where should I go now? Go where you should go. Yi Qingyan smiled faintly. Thank you so much for these days. Yu Chen stood in front of Yi Qingyan. His eyes suddenly became dull. A mid-stage innate realm expert was almost powerless in front of her. Today, Yu Chen was the only one left in the tent. Of course, Yu Chen's breakthrough ended in failure. But it also became a good cover for Yi Qingyan. In these 2 days, everyone around the King of Chen knew that Yu Chen had failed to break through. Except for the King of Chen, everyone else was unhappy. However, the others didn't clash with him openly. They even gave in to him. Of course, behind their backs, they were probably gloating over the misfortune of others. This was also in line with Yu Chen's character. She was not very popular and was somewhat arrogant because of her talent. Or rather, it could be said that she was arrogant because she was favored. 3 days later, as the Yao beasts gathered in large numbers, a tense atmosphere enveloped the entire southern Overlook mountain range. On this day, His Highness King Chen returned from Zhou Lihua's place and immediately summoned Yu Chen and Wang Xian. Chen Wang asked Wang Xian, who had arrived late, to close the tent. Then, he took out a disc array and set up a soundproof barrier. Yu Chen looked at Chen Wang, who was trying his best to keep a straight face, and couldn't help but smile. She couldn't help but ask, Your Highness, did something good happen? I knew I couldn't hide it from you. Chen Wang shook his head. What is it? A smile gradually appeared on the King of Chen's face. Just now, His Majesty summoned me. He said that the Zhou nation's army will be mobilized for this war, but he wants me to stay in the camp and take charge of the affairs in the camp. He also said, Wang Xian asked, what else did he say? He also said that if anything happens to His Majesty on the battlefield, he will inherit the throne. The imperial edict has been drafted, and all heaven-breaking realm generals will be notified before the battle. His Highness King Chen said excitedly, moreover, if anything happens to His Majesty, the red blood sword and the imperial jade seal will fly back to me. He also gave me the method to refine the imperial jade seal. Wang Xian couldn't help but shout excitedly, Congratulations, Your Majesty! For so many years, Wang Xian had worked hard to assist the King of Chen. Wasn't it because he wanted the king of Chen to ascend to the throne, become a minister of the emperor, and obtain glory and wealth? Now, they had finally endured and appeared. How could they not be happy? Yi Qingyan shook her head in her heart, but she still cleared her throat and said, Your Highness, it's too early for you to be happy. Chen Wang asked, What do you mean? As long as His Majesty is still alive, His Majesty's decision can be changed. Yu Chen asked, Your Highness, when His Majesty said that he would pass the red blood sword and the imperial jade seal to you if anything happens to His Majesty on the battlefield, what was your reaction? Of course, he said that His Majesty is powerful and has great fortune. He will definitely be fine. Yu Chen nodded. This answer was more suitable. Then, what was your expression on the way back? You weren't excited or happy, right? No, definitely not. Chen Wang shook his head and denied, I restrained myself until I came back. That's good, that's good. Your Highness did well. At this time, Chen Wang's heart calmed down slightly. His Majesty also talked to me about his tomb. Do you think something will happen to His Majesty? It's hard to say. Wang Xian said in a low voice, the demon race is really too powerful. On the battlefield, many things are unpredictable. I think His Majesty is dead for sure. Yu Chen said with certainty. The other two looked at Yu Chen, not understanding where he got his confidence from. I want to ask Your Highness, when your Zhou family's forefather died, did he have anything in common with Xiao Hongyan? They both turned to ashes. Does that count? Chen Wang asked. Yes. Yu Chen nodded and continued to ask, then, before your forefather Zhou and Xiao Hongyan died, what did they have in common? Does exploding with powerful battle strength count? Chen Wang said in a low voice, I heard from my family that when our forefather died, he also broke through to the transcendent realm, so, that rumor might be true. The red blood sword can indeed temporarily increase the strength of its owner, but the price is turning to ashes. Yu Chen said in a heavy tone, if this is true, then it can explain why the demon beasts in the southern mountain range are willing to protect millions of people in Zhou. After all, the demon beasts don't lack transcendent realm experts like His Majesty, they lack experts above the transcendent realm. Wang Xian said in horror, then, His Majesty will definitely die. Yu Chen said very proudly, yes. That's the only way to explain Her Majesty's performance today. To be honest, Yi Qingyan didn't want to waste any time. However, in order to play the role of a qualified advisor, she had to work hard for Chen Wang and make him understand the current situation clearly. Sister wants to risk her life? But she doesn't seem like that kind of person. Yu Chen said calmly, Your Highness, it's not that Her Majesty doesn't want to risk her life. She has no choice. Other than her, no one else can. Chen Wang heard Yu Chen's words and said with some dissatisfaction, that's because she has the red blood sword. If I had the red blood sword, I could do it too. Yi Qingyan laughed in her heart, but she didn't show it. Who said that the red blood sword could do it? As for whether Chen Wang could do it or not, that would depend on his performance. However, she still flattered him, Your Highness is right. If you have the red blood sword, you might be more powerful than the current empress. When I ascend the throne, I won't forget your contributions. I'll reward you accordingly. Thank you, Your Highness. Thank you, Your Highness. Yu Chen continued, Your Highness, when Her Majesty mentioned the mausoleum to you, what did you say? Of course not. Even if Her Majesty doesn't have long to live, I can't say that she's dying. Chen Wang said in distress, but Her Majesty doesn't seem to be satisfied with my answer. She asked me to come back and think about it. I'm afraid that I won't know how to answer her next time. Yu Chen stroked her mustache and said, Your Highness, if Her Majesty asks you this next time, just tell her that you'll bury her in the same coffin as Jiang Qingyu. This? Chen Wang stared at Yu Chen with his eyes wide open. How can that be? Because I can't figure out why Her Majesty would ask this question. Her Majesty had already chosen the location and plan for the mausoleum. She had been building it before the invasion of the demons. She should know that if she really dies and can recover the lost land, Her Majesty will definitely bury her in the mausoleum she chose. We all know that Her Majesty is truly alone now. I heard that Her Majesty and Jiang Qingyu are like sisters. So, it might be because of this. Chen Wang had heard some of Zhou Lihua's secrets. Although it was hard to say, Zhou Lihua was definitely not the most ridiculous among all the emperors of the Zhou dynasty. She was at most the third, however, some things couldn't be revealed. The royal family would never admit it. Chen Wang said awkwardly, Jiang Qingyu was Her Majesty's trusted maid when she was alive. She does have the right to be buried in Her Majesty's mausoleum. But in the same coffin, it's not appropriate. It doesn't make sense. Even the Empress couldn't be buried in the same coffin as the Emperor. Isn't Her Majesty reasonable? Isn't the throne reasonable? Yu Chen smiled meaningfully and said, of course, if Your Majesty doesn't ask about it, then forget it. If you do, Your Majesty will consider it yourself. No one knew Zhou Lihua's thoughts better than Yi Qingyan. And, I will think about it. 3 days later, Zhou Lihua asked Chen Wang to meet her. Zhou Lihua sized up Chen Wang and Zhou Jiqiang. She was quite satisfied. The strength of the middle stage of the heaven-breaking realm was quite a bit stronger than when she ascended the throne. Qin Jiqiang's character wasn't bad. He didn't have too many shortcomings. He was also quite decisive. The fact that he was able to step onto the battlefield showed that he was very courageous. Perhaps he was lacking in strategy, but when he became the emperor in the future, there would naturally be people who would give him advice. Of course, the most important thing was that Zhou Lihua did not have enough time and did not have a better choice. Do you have an answer to the question I asked you last time? If I unfortunately die in battle and you succeed the throne, where will you bury me? Zhou Lihua's sharp eyes stared at Chen Wang. Her tone was cold and serious. You must answer this question. I don't want to listen to those deceiving words. In the red blood sword, Chen Hao looked amusedly at Chen Wang, who was frightened like a quail by Zhou Lihua's aura. He felt that it was quite boring. He felt that Zhou Lihua was deliberately mystifying and deliberately making things difficult for him. She could have just said how she wanted to bury him, horizontally or vertically, in the water, in the mountains, or in the sea. Couldn't she have just told him? Zhou Jiqiang knelt on the ground and shouted, Your Majesty is powerful and blessed. Nothing will happen to you. Your Majesty is making things difficult for me. Bang! A murderous aura pervaded the tent. Zhou Jiqiang was directly pressed to the ground by Zhou Lihua's aura. He seemed to see a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. He had a premonition that if he didn't answer this question honestly, he might die. Didn't Your Majesty choose the location of the mausoleum? Chen Wang suddenly thought of Yu Chen's suggestion. He gritted his teeth and said, Of course, I think that Sister Qingyu should be buried together with Your Majesty, so that Your Majesty won't be lonely. Chen Wang suddenly felt the cold aura on his body disappear. Damn it, Yu Chen guessed it right. How did he think of it? If Zhou Lihua wasn't still in front of him, Chen Wang would definitely run back and give Yu Chen a man's hug. Anything else? Zhou Lihua asked. How about? Zhou Jiqiang, who was lying on the ground, slowly raised his head and looked at Zhou Lihua who was sitting in front of him. He asked carefully, How about you and Sister Qingyu be buried in the same coffin? What did Zhou Jiqiang see? He saw Zhou Lihua smile. It wasn't a cold smile, but a genuine smile from the bottom of her heart. He couldn't be wrong. After all, they had grown up together. But later, Zhou Lihua became more and more difficult to deal with. Zhou Lihua nodded. Your idea is very good. I agree. Zhou Jiqiang squeezed out an ugly smile. Your Majesty, I think it's better to keep this a secret. Okay, we'll do as you say. Understood. I'll definitely do it well. After Zhou Jiqiang said this, he added, But Your Majesty will definitely be fine. Zhou Lihua glanced at Chen Wang and didn't say anything. Qin Jiqiang should understand what she meant. There's one more thing that I didn't think about. But I still want to tell you so that you can be prepared. Your Majesty, what's the matter? It's about the red blood sword. Zhou Lihua said in a low voice. Of course, I want to keep the red blood sword in the family. But some things can't be kept just because we say so. I'm not sure if the demon beasts know about the red blood sword. I don't want to test them because I'm afraid that it will backfire. Your Majesty, are you worried that the demon beasts might already know about the red blood sword? Are you afraid that the demon beasts will be greedy? Chen Wang's heart was bitter. The throne was his dream, but the red blood sword was just as important to him. If the demon beasts really wanted to snatch it, he might not be able to keep it. Yes. Zhou Lihua nodded heavily. So, I hope that after you get the red blood sword, there can only be one owner for the red blood sword. The previous owner is still alive, and there will never be a new owner. If the demon beasts really want to snatch it, you won't be able to keep your life. So, don't touch its hilt for now. After a while, when you think it's safe, then grab the hilt and make it recognize you as its owner. I understand. Zhou Lihua glanced at Zhou Jiqiang. She knew that he was unwilling. But so what if she was unwilling? She wasn't willing either, that was all she had to say. She had already reminded him of what she needed to do. She had also done her best to fulfill her responsibilities. If you obtain the red blood sword, don't be blinded by power. Zhou Gua needs to rest and recuperate. I understand. Did Zhou Jiqiang really understand? Zhou Lihua could only hope that this brother of hers really understood, otherwise, there was nothing she could do. She didn't know if her choice was right or wrong, but she really didn't want to give the red blood sword to the beasts. The mutated race would always be the mutated race. The clan should be the clan. As for the outcome, it would depend on the performance of the younger generation. Go and inform the main generals in the army that I have something to announce. I will do it right away. Go. Zhou Jiqiang turned around and left the tent. He was full of energy, he felt as if he had passed the test. Zhou Lihua sat on the dragon throne and looked around her. There was no one next to her. In the past, Qingyu stood beside her. After Qingyu passed away, Qingyan took over her position. Now, Qingyan was also gone, death wasn't scary. The scary thing was waiting for death. Recently, she felt very uncomfortable without Qingyan. It was as if she was missing an arm. Yi Qingyan could take over Jiang Qingyu's position because of Jiang Qingyu's many years of cultivation and Qingyan's comprehension. But after Yi Qingyan left, no one could take over her position. Zhou Lihua didn't dare to cultivate. In her current state, she couldn't guarantee that she wouldn't encounter any problems during cultivation. She often woke up in the middle of the night and sat on the dragon throne to wait for dawn. Just as Zhou Lihua was deep in thought, Chen Hao spoke in the red blood sword. Do you think the beasts will really have designs on the red blood sword? If they know your ability, they should. Zhou Lihua thought for a while and suddenly asked, Qi Shui, you should be thinking of going to the beasts right now, right? Why not? Zhou Lihua couldn't sit still. She wasn't dead yet, but Qi Shui was already planning to rebel? We agreed that after I die, you will go to Chenwang. But you said that the demonic beasts might have thoughts about me? If anyone else dared to go against Zhou Lihua's wishes, Zhou Lihua would give them a stab. But if it was the scarlet blood in her hands, then she had no choice but to coax it gently. Qi Shui, I suggest that you don't go to the demonic beasts. They might destroy you. Why? You've been with me for so long and have seen countless demonic beasts. Have you ever seen a demonic beast clan using weapons? Chen Hao carefully thought for a moment and realized that in the entire demon race, it seemed that only the tree trunks used by the giant ape could be related to weapons. Are you saying that the demonic beasts never use weapons? No need. Zhou Lihua nodded affirmatively. Purple Fawn doesn't need it, and neither does the Monster King, unless you're willing to be swung around like a tree trunk by the giant ape tribe. How is that any different from a club? Red blood sword equals Korean. This was something that Chen Hao could not tolerate. Chen Hao was still unwilling to give up. Those demonic beasts can't transform? What do you mean by transforming? It means to transform into a human form and then talk about love with the human race and give birth to a bunch of children. When Zhou Lihua heard this, she was stunned for a long time. Suddenly, she grabbed her head with both hands and asked in disbelief, Qi Shui, tell me. When you were in the red blood sword, what were you thinking all day long? If you were a human, would you be willing to transform into a dog and find a bitch to mate with and give birth to children? I'm not willing. Although Chen Hao had seen a lot of demonic beasts from the wolf clan recently, he felt that they were somewhat delicate and pretty. Then why would a demonic beast be willing to transform into a human and give birth to children with a human? Who knew? Anyway, there were many such legends in Chen Hao's hometown. Chen Hao carefully pondered over these legends and suddenly his heart trembled. Everyone said that Su Xian had a strong taste. Actually, the one with a strong taste was probably the white snake, right? The scholars and generals in the stories could still treat female foxes and snakes as humans. After all, they had a human form. But those scholars and generals could not transform into foxes and snakes. TSK, the more he tasted, the more Chen Hao felt that the flavor was getting thicker. However, Chen Hao did not forget about the matter at hand. Can't a demonic beast transform into a human form? Why do they have to transform into a human form? Is there a need for that? Have you ever heard of a human expert transforming into a demonic beast? I don't think so. Zhou Lihua continued, I have never traveled far in my life. Maybe I don't know enough. Maybe there are some special demonic beasts that can transform into a human form. Maybe there are some human experts that can transform into demonic beasts. But they should be very special or have special abilities. Even if you meet one that can transform into a human form, I believe that it would be easier for them to use their original form. Zhou Lihua's words made sense. Chen Hao temporarily dismissed the idea of joining the demonic beast race. When everyone was present, Zhou Lihua said, Chen Wang, stand by my side. Yes, Your Majesty. Almost all the generals looked at Chen Wang, who was standing beside Zhou Lihua. They could guess what was going on. Looking at her subordinates, Zhou Lihua said, there is news from the demonic beast race. More than one. 7 million demonic beasts have gathered. The war is imminent. We will all fight in this war. Everyone was silent. In this war, our Zhou country's mission is not that important. But many of us might not be able to return, including me. Zhou Lihua said slowly, if I really can't return, the throne will be inherited by Chen Wang, Zhou Jiqiang. Zhou Jiqiang wanted to say something, but he was shocked to find that he could not say anything. He could not even move his body. Obviously, Zhou Lihua did not want to listen to his nonsense. If we win this war, I hope that you can help him. To rebuild Zhou country, I need everyone's strength. I am willing to die for Your Majesty. Su Xing knelt down. I am willing to die for Your Majesty. All the generals knelt down. Zhou Jiqiang held his breath. He was excited, nervous, and envious. Kneeling was a great gift. In Zhou country, when the generals and officials met the emperor, they did not need to kneel. He hoped that in the future, he could be like Zhou Lihua, making all the nobles, generals, and ministers kneel in front of him willingly. Zhou Lihua still looked indifferent. You can all rise. Now, I will talk about the war. All the nobles and generals stood up and listened attentively to what Zhou Lihua was going to say. Originally, we did not have to participate in this war. The demonic beast race did not ask for it. This was my idea. Zhou Lihua continued, maybe you don't understand why I want you to die, but I feel that we have to participate in this war. In front of the demonic beast clan in the southern mountain range, our Zhou country is only a small country. Those demonic beasts can strangle us to death with just a flick of their fingers. Moreover, in the following period of time, due to the limitations of the conditions and territory, our Zhou country will continue to be weak and small. Therefore, to put it bluntly, we must continue to be on good terms with the demonic beast clan, even if it means forcefully sticking to them. If we win this battle, the demonic beast clan will be able to successfully seal off the demonic beast clan's spatial passageway. However, everyone should not forget that there may still be some demonic beasts left in the Zhou country. The demonic beast clan has agreed to help us clear them out. However, I know that this is likely to cause dissatisfaction among some of the demonic beasts in the southern mountain range. Perhaps you don't know this, but until now, the human clan in the central region has always been in a state of war with all the demonic beast clans on the continent. There is almost no possibility of reconciliation. The demonic beast king in the southern mountain range has been heavily injured by the human clan and has yet to recover. Almost all the generals were looking at Zhou Lihua, including Zhou Jiqiang. Before this, Zhou Lihua had never explained the relationship between the monster beast clan and the central region human clan in detail. The Zhou kingdom was completely sealed off by the southern mountain range and the sea. They thought that the human clan had fought with the demonic beast clan thousands of years ago. Unexpectedly, the two clans were still fighting. Even the demon monarch of the southern absolute mountain range had been injured by human experts. I don't want to show off my achievements, but it really wasn't easy for me to reach an agreement with the Monster Beast clan. Zhou Lihua's face was cold as she said, after all, Zhou country is our country. If the Monster Beast clan helps us reclaim it, they won't get any benefits. Instead, they will cause casualties. I don't want any cracks in our relationship. So, I hope that you all can join this war. Moreover, this is our responsibility. I don't ask for any merits, but at least let the Monster Beast clan see that although we are weak, we are trying our best. Do you all understand? Your Majesty, what if we meet people from the central region in the future? Zhou Jiqiang could finally speak. I mean, what if they appear? Zhou Lihua's eyes were bloodshot. She gritted her teeth and said word by word, of course, we'll kill everyone we see. If we can't beat them, we'll inform the Monster Beast clan and let them deal with them. It can be said that the reason why our Zhou country has fallen to such a state, and 300 million of our citizens have died without a burial place, is all thanks to the humans at the southern mountain range. They are the ones who opened the sealed passage and released the demons. They were also the ones who left him to die. They were the ones who destroyed the teleportation formation and forced us into a dead end. Zhou Lihua looked at the crowd crazily and asked, do you know what's the funniest thing? No one dared to answer her. The funniest thing was that in the end, we actually had to seek protection from the Monster Beast clan, and in the end, we even succeeded. Zhou Lihua slapped the table in front of her, and the hard table instantly turned into mustard powder. Don't you think it's funny? No one could laugh. Sometimes, we really want to take the red blood sword and cross the southern desolation mountain range to let the people there know the consequences of offending us. Your Majesty, you need to calm down. Su Shen quickly stood up and said. I'm very calm now. Zhou Lihua turned around and looked at Zhou Jiqiang. Zhou Jiqiang swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said, little brother, remember to write my name into the family rules. As long as the demonic beast clan in the southern mountain range still exists, our Zhou country will never contact the human race there. If they take the initiative to contact us, let them die. Understand? I understand. I understand. I understand. Chen Wang nodded. As long as Zhou Lihua didn't ask him to die, he would agree to anything. That's good. Only 2 days later, Xia appeared in front of Zhou Lihua's tent. Your Majesty, the demon race's army has begun to move towards us. It is estimated that they will appear in front of us in 2 hours. Zhou Lihua opened the tent door and walked out. The leg that she lost had already grown back. I've been waiting for them for a long time. Is the Wolf King here? My father is already there. Zhou Lihua turned around and said to the guard, immediately report to King Su and ask him to reorganize the army. The war is coming. Let's go to the Wolf King. Follow me. The Purple Moon Wolf King stood at the peak of the mountain with the old wolf beside him. Behind the Purple Moon Wolf King, and halfway up the mountain, there were the 17th demonic beasts with terrifying auras gathered. More than half of them were demonic beasts from the Wolf clan. Chen Hao didn't give up and looked at the domain realm demonic beasts. None of them were in human form. Zhou Lihua knew that there was a high chance that they were domain realm experts of the demonic beast clan. The 17th demonic beasts were only domain realm demonic beasts. To be honest, Zhou Lihua felt that there were too few of them. She felt that it made sense for the demonic beast king to have dozens of domain realm demonic beasts under him. Zhou Lihua's appearance attracted the attention of all the demonic beasts. Some of them stared at her with curiosity, some with doubt, and some with hatred. However, with the Purple Moon Wolf King around, they didn't do anything. At most, they would scare her. Zhou Lihua wasn't afraid at all. She walked up to the Purple Moon Wolf King and said in a low voice, Demonic Beast King, you seem to have too few subordinates. The Demonic Beast clan has even fewer domain realm demonic beasts. Those whom I've picked out are all decent Grand Dominion realm experts, and some of them are even capable of exchanging a few blows with a Grand Dominion realm pinnacle expert. If it was 10,000 years ago, I wouldn't have been so stingy. However, things are different now. I don't wish for the Monster Beast tribe to suffer too many casualties. Zhou Lihua nodded and said, I understand. Even for domain realm demonic beasts, there are no more than 5 domain realm demonic beasts. Other than the peak domain realm demonic beasts from the night demonic beasts, the rest are not a problem. The one who will decide the outcome of this battle is still you and me. The Purple Moon Wolf King looked at Zhou Lihua and said, if you can't do it, I will give it a try even if I have to risk my life. Zhou Lihua said seriously, if I'm not confident, I won't say anything. If I was at my peak, this group of devils would definitely not fight against us demons with such fanfare. Perhaps they would hide for a few years and develop in secret. Once they have accumulated enough strength, they would come out to make trouble for us. The Purple Moon Wolf King said slowly, the people from demon-worshipping cult should have told the demonic beasts about my injuries. Zhou Lihua slowly drew out the red blood sword and said, are the Peak Domain Realm demonic beasts here? They are all here. The Purple Moon Wolf King pointed at the demonic beasts' army in the distance and said, they are above the army. Zhou Lihua looked at the sky above the demonic beasts' army. It was dark and she couldn't see anything. With her current strength, she couldn't see the domain realm demonic beasts if they didn't show themselves. Do you know anything about him? I only know that he's a night demon expert. Purple Moon Wolf King replied. The night demon race is considered an extremely powerful race among the demons. The demons who came out of that tunnel back then were also from the night demon race. It's said that there are many spatial tunnels to other worlds in the demon realm. Perhaps that spatial tunnel is controlled by the night demon race. We and the night demon race are old rivals. Due to their bloodline, it's not hard to guess what kind of domain a night demon expert controls. The most common ones are the eternal night domain, the darkness domain. They have a suppressive effect on vision and divine sense. Weaker domain realm experts are like headless flies in the night demon expert's domain. They can only be slaughtered. The most troublesome one is the speed domain. In that great battle, a night demon expert with the speed domain appeared. More than 5 experts of the same level died at his hands. Zhou Lihua thought of the peak transcendent realm night demon expert whose speed was on par with hers. What if we meet him? Purple Moon Wolf King said. In my current state, I can protect myself, but I can't protect my fellow demons. Behind the Purple Moon Monstrous King, countless demonic beasts fell silent. Zhou Lihua looked at the demonic beasts gathered together and saw the Zhou country's soldiers standing in formation. When she thought of the fact that her opponent was at the pinnacle of the Grand Dominion realm, no matter how resolute she was, she still couldn't help but waver. It's best if we don't meet him. Purple Moon Wolf King said. A night demon expert with the speed domain must have a high status in the night demon race. We might not meet him this time. Zhou Lihua looked at the black mass of demons, her killing intent stirring. She had the urge to charge into the enemy's formation and slaughter them all. But she knew that she couldn't do that now. If she were to charge forward like this, what if she attracted the attention of a domain realm expert of the demon race? What if he killed her with a single move? That was hard to say. As for finding demons to protect her, she could only think about it. Purple Moon Wolf King meant for the two of them to go first and deal with the night demon expert. Wolf King, I'll be back soon. Do you need time to prepare? Yes, but it won't take too long. Wolf King nodded. Go. Zhou Lihua needed time to improve. It wouldn't be long, but it would be enough to attract the attention of the demon experts on the battlefield. With the Wolf King's injured body, he might not be able to protect her. Therefore, Zhou Lihua decided to play it safe. He had to improve first before going to the battlefield. Just like Xiao Hongyan back then. Ziyu watched Zhou Lihua fly into the depths of the mountain range without saying anything. Wolf King, who is she? A demonic beast asked. Help. A human expert? What's the use of transcendent realm experts? If she didn't lie to us, she should be very strong later. Lord Wolf King made the demon race sound so strong, maybe you scared them away. A giant ape standing at the bottom of the mountain raised its head and mocked. The Wolf King looked at the 200,000 Zhou nation soldiers in a corner of the battlefield. That shouldn't be the case. She's not bad, a little like me. While they were talking, the darkness above the demon army had already spread to the southern extreme mountain range. Zhou Lihua carried Qi Shui, and in a single breath ran 70 to 80 kilometers before stopping. She glanced at her surroundings. She was surrounded by mountains. Qi Shui, let's do it here. Have you thought about it? Chen Hao suggested. It's not too late to regret now. The demonic beasts have already brought most of their experts to the battlefield. Now is a good time to cross the southern extreme mountain range. No need to say any more, open it. A bloody light shot up from Zhou Lihua's body, piercing through the clouds and reaching the heavens. Zhou Lihua closed her eyes, holding the red blood sword, standing in the bloody light. Her body was burning and her blood was boiling. Her soul seemed to have lost its restraint, floating higher and higher. I want to try the fast domain. Zhou Lihua whispered. Chen Hao heard her words. I can't control what domain you have, but if you insist in your heart, you should be able to achieve it. N. Just when Zhou Lihua felt that her soul was about to leave her body, her soul shook and suddenly burst out with a strong and gorgeous light. That resplendent and gorgeous light seemed to surpass the sum of all the beauty in the world. It was so beautiful that it made people dazzled, so beautiful that it made people drunk and suffocated. Zhou Lihua was the only one who could see this beautiful light. Perhaps it was Zhou Lihua's insistence, but there was a response. Many mysteries of the fast divine ability emerged. Her mind was unprecedentedly clear, and all these profound and obscure comprehensions were quickly absorbed by her. Her fast divine ability was upgraded from large success to perfection, and then she broke through the cocoon and became a butterfly. Strong winds blew between heaven and earth, and spiritual energy surged. A mysterious imprint was deeply engraved in her sea of consciousness. That imprint became clearer as the true essence in Zhou Lihua's body crazily increased, and as her fast domain improved, with her as the center, countless trees, rocks, and mountains within a radius of 10 miles were flattened by a force. Chen Hao could feel that the space Zhou Lihua was in seemed to have changed, as if it was forcibly separated from the world. Or it could be said that Zhou Lihua used her own strength to change the surrounding world. 10 miles away, a leaf fell from a tree due to the turbulence caused by Zhou Lihua's breakthrough. It just happened to fall into the flattened area. Then, in an instant, it suddenly accelerated, leaving behind afterimages in the air, deeply embedded into the hard rock, and disappeared. On the battlefield, a night demon clansman walked out from the darkness. He immediately stared at the Purple Moon Wolf King standing on the mountain peak in the distance. Purple Moon Wolf King? You are? Night Demon Clan, Yi Ji. Yi Ji stared at the Wolf King, and a sinister smile gradually appeared on his face. It seems that Elder Mu was right. You are indeed injured. My luck is really not bad. Purple Moon Wolf King, do you still remember me? 10,000 years ago, we once fought. Fought? The Wolf King desperately searched his mind for memories of the battle 10,000 years ago. At that time, there were many Night Demon Clan experts on the battlefield. Those humans were too weak, and the taste of their flesh was also very, very bad. Yi Ji said with some dissatisfaction. The flesh of your monster clan should be much more delicious than theirs. Even though his injuries hadn't healed, he still had enough confidence in front of the Monster King. Who knows who will eat who? All of the Monster Domain Realm experts glared fiercely at the Night Demon Clan experts. The Monster Beast Clan's degree of belligerence was not much weaker than the Demon Clan's. Hee, I like the way you speak. After coming here, I couldn't even find a decent opponent. Originally, I wanted to kill all the humans here before finding trouble with the Monster Beast Clan. After all, your Purple Moon Wolf King bloodline still gives me a headache. But I didn't expect you to be so impatient to jump out. As Yi Ji said this, a burst of bloody light suddenly exploded in the distance. Yi Ji didn't even bat an eyelid. He could vaguely sense that there was a demonic beast trying to break through from peak transcendent realm to early stage domain realm in the distance. Early stage domain realm demonic beasts were a joke in front of him. He could kill several of them with a single move. Instead, he was more concerned about the group of domain realm demonic beasts standing in front of him. Those demonic beasts were strong and were at least mid-stage domain realm. If it were other peak Night Demon Realm experts, they might not be able to do anything. He had heard of the Wolf Clan's name in the Night Devil Clan's inner circle. 10,000 years ago, the demon race discovered this continent. Several major demon races had prepared for 100 years and joined forces to attack this continent. The wolf race was the main opponent of the night demon race. Yi Ji didn't intend to attack the demonic beasts with just this bit of strength, but he didn't expect the demonic beasts here to be so weak. There was only one peak domain realm demonic beast king holding the fort, and it was still heavily injured. as long as he could get his hands on this demonic beast king's flesh, the resentment from being stuck in the spatial tunnel for 10,000 years would dissipate significantly. At this moment, Yi Ji suddenly felt a strong spiritual energy fluctuation in this world. He finally raised his head and looked into the distance. A demonic beast had broken through from early-stage domain realm to mid-stage domain realm, and it seemed to be the same demonic beast, and that kind of domain realm seemed to be familiar to him. This phenomenon also attracted the attention of the demonic beasts surrounding the Purple Moon Wolf King. Who would break through at this time, tired of living? The Purple Moon Wolf King said, "Actually, we wanted to wait until you killed all those humans before making a move." "Oh, what I mean is, Elder Mu told me that your demonic beast clan has completely broken off relations with the humans. The battle was so intense that several demonic beast kings have died. I thought he was lying to me, but it turns out to be true," Yi Ji said curiously. "Then why are you protecting those humans?" "There's an empress of the human race. She hopes that we can protect her people." "That transcendent realm empress of Zhou?" Yi Ji teased. "You like her?" The Purple Moon Wolf King narrowed its eyes and nodded. "She is indeed very beautiful, a rare beauty of the human race." "You're interested?" Yi Ji didn't expect the Wolf King in front of him to admit it so easily. Wasn't it said that the human race and the demonic beast race were on the verge of death? As the leader of the Southern Demon Beast clan, the Purple Moon Wolf King actually dared to risk universal condemnation and fall in love with the human empress. Yi Ji could clearly see that even the other domain realm demonic beasts around the Demon King were looking at their king with astonishment. Clearly, they didn't know about this beforehand. Yi Ji discovered that when he casually asked that question, it was as if he had unearthed some heaven-shaking great secret. At this time, the surge of spiritual energy appeared once again. Yi Ji heard the Demon King say with deep emotion, "I admit that my heart is indeed moved. Even in my dreams, I would never have thought that I would be moved by a human. The first time I saw her, it was in the Demon Beast mountain range. She was being chased by you demons. When I first saw her, I knew she was." The story sounded a little old-fashioned, however, Yi Ji hadn't been listening for long when he suddenly raised his head. He noticed that the same demonic beast was making a breakthrough to Grand Dominion Realm Advanced Stage in the same location. Something was definitely wrong. He roared angrily and interrupted the Demon King's story. "You old bastard, you are stalling for time." Yi Ji was mad with anger. He had seen people who could break through 2 realms consecutively. They were indeed rare geniuses. But to break through 3 realms consecutively, that was very likely a problem. Connecting this to the Demon King's behavior of stalling for time, Yi Ji was almost certain. Purple crystal. The Purple Moon Wolf King disappeared and flew into the sky. Countless purple crystal mountains rose from the ground and formed a huge wall in front of Yi Ji. "We can talk again. After I deal with that fellow, we can sit down and talk." Yi Ji glared at the Demon King hatefully. He knew that it was very likely the Demon Beast clan's trump card. Otherwise, the Demon King would definitely not use self-destruction to divert his attention. Yi Ji spread his wings and said, "I will definitely kill it. You can't stop me." Speed domain. Yi Ji's figure flew into the sky. Even the Purple Moon Wolf King's eyes could not follow his figure, it was too fast. Oh no. The Violet Moon Wolf King would never have dreamed that the Night Demon clan would actually send a super expert with the domain of speed over. Since when did the speed domain become so common? Purple crystal domain, shattered star. Rumble. Countless purple ice crystals exploded and turned into fragments, filling the sky with purple powder. Yi Ji looked at his own body. There were also countless purple ice crystals on his body. As more and more purple ice crystals gathered and solidified, his speed suddenly decreased. If this continued, he would probably be frozen. Yi Ji flapped his wings crazily. The demonic aura in his body suddenly exploded. With a crash, the purple ice crystals on his body shattered. In the end, the Purple Moon Wolf King was not at his peak. If he was not injured, he might have been able to restrict Yi Ji's movements. The Purple Moon Wolf King chased after Yi Ji crazily. The more Yi Ji saw its crazed appearance, the more certain he was of his guess. The Demon King, who had not recovered from its injuries, dared to face him. It definitely had a trump card, and it was in that bloody light. The bloody light was right in front of him. Just as Yi was about to kill the demon beast in the bloody light, another strong wave of spiritual energy appeared. Countless spiritual energy gathered crazily in the bloody light, causing him to lose his balance. It can't be. At this moment, Yi only had one thought. This world was too crazy. From the peak of the transcendent realm to the peak of the domain realm, what the hell was this? Kill it, we must kill it. Yi roared in his heart. Although the distance was far, it was not a problem for Yi. He sensed the enemy's position. Yi waved his sharp claws, and 4 black lights shot towards the center of the bloody light. The 4 black lights were so fast that even the purple moon wolf king could not see them clearly. Zhou Lihua! The wolf king roared. As if the wolf king's shout had an effect, just as the black lights were about to touch the center of the bloody light, a blood-red figure rushed out from the bloody light and dodged the black lights with terrifying speed. Good. I'm fine. The wolf king heaved a sigh of relief. The enemy's strength was somewhat out of his expectations. Fortunately, Zhou Lihua was still reliable. If something happened to Zhou Lihua, then the demon beasts in the southern absolute mountain range would be in trouble. Seeing the woman shrouded in the bloody light, Yi's footsteps involuntarily stopped. He knew that he was a little late. The opponent's strength had successfully reached the peak of the domain realm. No, more accurately, the opponent's advancement was too fast. To be honest, her speed of advancement was frightening. From the peak of the transcendent realm all the way to the peak of the domain realm, she seemed to have used less than 15 minutes. Take Yi for example. Back then, he had spent a total of 4 hours to advance from late-stage Grand Dominion Realm to Pinnacle Grand Dominion Realm. His father had even praised him back then, saying that he had accumulated a lot of resources, which was why he was able to advance so quickly. But now, he realized that his advancement speed was nothing compared to the woman in front of him. Moreover, her true essence was abundant, and she didn't look like she had advanced in a hurry or had an unstable foundation. Of course, what Yi was most wary of was the domain she had comprehended. Coincidentally, it was the kind that Yi didn't want to encounter, the fast domain. The fast domain was a domain that only the top geniuses of the Night Demon clan could achieve. It was definitely a very powerful domain, and it was an existence that gave countless enemies a headache. Because the Night Demon bloodline had the possibility of awakening such a domain, they could become a powerful force in the demon realm. Yi didn't expect to encounter an enemy who had the same domain as him. What he couldn't accept the most was that the other party was a human. If it was a demon beast like the Purple Moon Wolf King with a powerful ancient demon bloodline, he would have accepted it. After all, demon beasts were very similar to demons. With a powerful bloodline, they could awaken a powerful domain. But she was a human. Yi still couldn't believe it. How did you comprehend the fast domain? Zhou Lihua's entire body was enveloped in a bloody light, but her consciousness was still clear. I heard from the Wolf King that the domain of speed is very powerful, so I chose to comprehend the domain of speed. I didn't expect that I would succeed. From what she said, it seemed like she could comprehend any domain she wanted. Yi almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Even the Purple Moon Wolf King, who had rushed over, couldn't help but twitch when he heard Zhou Lihua's honest words. Look at your capabilities. Why don't you destroy your domain? However, the Wolf King didn't say that out loud. After all, she was a powerful ally now. Yi glanced at Zhou Lihua, who was also at the peak of the domain realm, and then at the Purple Moon Wolf King. He felt that his chances of winning weren't too high. But at this moment, Zhou Lihua had already charged in front of him with her sword. Zhou Lihua's eyes were bloodshot. She only had a single thought in her mind, and that was to kill this demon before her. She wasn't a true Grand Dominion Realm Pinnacle expert. She only had 2 hours, and once 2 hours passed, she would be reduced to ashes just like her grandfather. This was a collision of pure speed. The earth was shaking, the mountains were collapsing, and the clouds in the sky were disappearing for no reason at all. Demonic energy and true yuan seemed to appear out of thin air and then disappear into thin air. But other than the Violet Moon Wolf King, a Grand Dominion Realm Pinnacle expert, no one could catch sight of the two of them. Even the Violet Moon Wolf King could only see them clearly when the two of them collided. Their speed was almost the same, but Zhou Lihua had the upper hand. Neither the Demon King nor Yi had expected this. Even though Zhou Lihua's strength had risen to the pinnacle of the Grand Dominion realm, her usage and control of her domain was still far inferior to her opponent's. experts who had ascended to Grand Dominion realm pinnacle through normal means would have plenty of time to slowly study their battle techniques and styles. However, Zhou Lihua didn't have that much time. She only had craziness, 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 and it was precisely this craziness and craziness that gave Yi Ji, who clearly had the upper hand, a huge headache. His opponent could disregard her life, but he couldn't. He still had plenty of lifespan to squander. When the Violet Moon Wolf King saw a new scar appear on Zhou Lihua's face, he knew that he had to make a move. Zhou Lihua's craziness could naturally overwhelm her opponent, but it would also create openings. As long as Yi Ji could get used to Zhou Lihua's attacking rhythm, he would be able to launch a counterattack. Zhou Lihua, keep him busy. Just as the Violet Moon Wolf King finished speaking, the sky suddenly changed color. Countless crystal and purple snowflakes fell from the sky. Beneath the Violet Moon Wolf King's feet, purple ice crystals began to form and spread out. There was only a patch of purple on the ground. No mountains or land could be seen. In almost a breath's time, it was as if the entire world had turned into purple ice crystals. On the battlefield, many Yao beasts and demons looked at the purple ice crystals in the distance with shock in their eyes. Old Wolf looked at the purple world in the distance and said worriedly, "The enemy is very strong." Zhou Lihua wasn't lying. Lord Demon King has made his move. Purple Fang said softly, "I'll go take a look." "Wait, don't go. I'll be careful. I definitely won't go near." Purple Fang said loudly and left. When the purple snowflakes began to fill the sky, Yi Ji's speed began to decrease. If it were any other time, he was confident that he could escape from the Violet Moon Wolf King's abilities that somewhat restrained him. But now, there was a human woman who was as fast as him. He was in trouble. Looking at the purple snowflake stuck to his body, Yi Ji exploded. His demonic aura blew away the ice crystals on his body as he frantically tried to escape. He even used his physical body to withstand some of Zhou Lihua's non-lethal attacks. The demon race's physical body was much stronger than that of the human race. He could already tell that Zhou Lihua's weapon was good, but her attack style was a little monotonous. Yi Ji's madness was effective. The purple crystal domain had limits, and the Violet Moon Wolf King was not as fast as him. Soon, he reached the edge of the domain. "Zhou Lihua, stop him. As long as you stop him, I'll take care of the rest." Zhou Lihua's blood-red eyes turned back to look at the Demon King who was desperately running toward her. Then, she glanced at the back of the demon. Yi Ji's back was covered in blue blood. Even his fleshy wings, which were stained with purple ice crystals, were covered in wounds and tattered. This was all Zhou Lihua's masterpiece. Zhou Lihua had slashed him no less than 10 times. 5 slashes had cut his fleshy wings, 2 slashes had cut his back, and 3 slashes had pierced his back, penetrating a bone plate in the demon's body. But even with such serious injuries, Yi Ji was still able to hold on, even though the Wolf King had told Zhou Lihua about the demon's strong vitality and she was already mentally prepared. Seeing it with her own eyes still made her very alarmed. Zhou Lihua knew that she had to keep this powerful demon here today, because she did not have a second chance. If the demon was allowed to escape the Wolf King's domain, then this battle could very well turn into a chase between the two sides. This was something Zhou Lihua absolutely could not allow. Zhou Lihua steeled her heart and the true essence in her body suddenly erupted. Her body left behind afterimages in the air as she directly rode on Yi Ji's back. Then, she stabbed her sword into the demon's back. "Get off me!" Yi Ji roared loudly. Demonic aura exploded from Yi Ji's body and almost sent Zhou Lihua flying. Fortunately, Zhou Lihua was fast enough. She hugged Yi Ji's 4-meter-tall body tightly and refused to let go. No matter how Yi Ji struggled, he could not break free from Zhou Lihua's grasp. Yi Ji dragged Zhou Lihua out of the purple crystal domain while Zhou Lihua desperately dragged Yi Ji in the direction of the Purple Moon Demon King. The two figures suddenly stopped and fell straight to the ground. "Damn it!" Yi Ji cursed under his breath. He reached behind him and caught the sharp edge of the red blood sword. "Die!" He flipped his fleshy wings and slashed at Zhou Lihua like sharp blades. Zhou Lihua was not afraid at all. With the red blood sword in her hand, she managed to block all the attacks. Yi Ji used his powerful strength to turn around in the air and pressed Zhou Lihua beneath him. With a boom, the two fell to the ground at the same time. However, Zhou Lihua was beneath Yi Ji, Even with such a powerful impact, Zhou Lihua still held on tightly to his body, firmly restricting his movements. Their speed domain kept colliding, but because they were moving in opposite directions, their speeds were almost completely negated. The Purple Moon Wolf King had already arrived. The purple crystal domain exploded wildly and countless purplish-black ice crystals clung to the two of them. There was no powerful attack, but even a blind man could see that the Purple Moon Wolf King was preparing for a big move. Yi Ji roared, "Let go of me. That demon beast can't be trusted. It wants to kill you too. Let go of me and we'll escape together." "It's fine. I've discussed this with it." Zhou Lihua's voice came from behind Yi Ji. Her voice was very cold. It was thousands of times colder than the purple ice crystals covering Yi Ji's body. "Are you crazy? What kind of deep hatred do we have? Let go of me. I don't want to die with a crazy woman like you. Actually, I don't want to die with an ugly demon like you either. Really, you're too ugly." Yi Ji wanted to say something, but the purple ice crystals had already blocked his mouth. Zhou Lihua slowly raised the red blood sword in her right hand and glanced at the Violet Moon Wolf King. "Remember your promise, Lord Demon King." Zhou Lihua still had the Imperial Ruler's seal with her, but today, she realized that the Imperial Ruler's seal wasn't of much help in a battle between peak-stage Grand Dominion realm cultivators. Luckily, he still had scarlet blood. The Purple Moon Wolf King nodded but did not say anything. He could not afford to be distracted. She tried her best to turn her head and look at the red blood sword in her hand. The red blood sword was stained with the blood of the demons. Its body was covered with ugly cracks and claw marks. Even the edge of the blade was curled. It was not easy for it to hold on for so long without being broken. "Qi Shui, don't forget what you promised me. Go to Zhou Jiqiang." Chen Hao looked at the dying Zhou Lihua and replied in a low voice, "I won't. I've always been a man of my word." "Yes, I believe you." At this point, she had no choice but to believe in Qi Shui. Zhou Lihua and Yi Ji were already covered in dark purple ice crystals. The only thing exposed was Zhou Lihua's arm and the red blood sword in her hand. As more and more purple ice crystals gathered and almost covered Zhou Lihua's arm, Chen Hao could clearly sense that her life force had completely disappeared from the red blood sword. The demon's life force was also rapidly declining. Even though the Violet Moon Wolf King had yet to recover from his injuries, he was still not weak. As long as he was given some time, he still had the ability to kill peak-stage Grand Dominion realm cultivators. The red blood sword trembled slightly, and Zhou Lihua's frozen body suddenly turned into black ash. The black ash was like a small snake. Together with a ring, the red blood sword flew into the sky. The Violet Moon Wolf King glanced at the red blood sword that was flying away and paused for a moment. Then, he turned his attention back to the trapped demon. Today, this night demon had to die. The longsword in Zhou Lihua's hand didn't seem that important. Far away in the clouds, Purple Fang saw the red blood sword fly away and immediately chased after it. He was no longer used to his promise with Yi Qingyan. Purple Fang was simply too shocked. He had personally witnessed the peak-stage Transcendent Realm Zhou Lihua use the red blood sword to defeat a Grand Dominion realm cultivator of the demon race. After witnessing the red blood sword's abilities, no one would let go of the red blood sword. Purple Fang believed that the sword had to be left in the hands of the Yao race. He couldn't rest easy if the red blood sword was left outside. In midair, the red blood sword exploded with a bloody light. The cracks on the sword quickly healed, and even the blue blood was washed clean. It was as if it had never participated in the battle. Under the domain of speed, the red blood sword quickly disappeared without a trace. But Purple Fang could roughly guess where the red blood sword had gone. The Zhou camp was empty. Almost everyone who could fight had gone out. Those who didn't were mostly injured. Zhou Jiqiang paced back and forth in his tent. He didn't know what the situation was like on the battlefield. Did they win or lose? Did something happen to Zhou Lihua? Would he be able to obtain the throne? All sorts of thoughts made him restless. Other than him, there were 3 other people in his tent. They were his 2 aides, Yu Chen, Wang Xian, and his personal alchemist. Wang Xian sat on the chair and tapped the table with his index finger, making a kaka sound. Alchemist Chen squatted in a corner and messed up many herbs. He slowly sorted them out as if this was the only way to calm him down. Only Yu Chen was calm. He held a cup of tea and slowly sipped it. Every time he took a sip, he would make exaggerated slurping sounds. That sound seemed to be mocking everyone else. Wang Xian really wanted to beat him up. Hearing Yu Chun's slurping sounds, Chen Wang sat down beside him and said, "Yu Chun, why are you still so calm at this time? Your Highness, do you want to try a cup? This is my collection of tea leaves. It has the effect of calming the heart. I don't give it to normal people." After saying that, he glanced at Wang Xian. It was as if he was talking about normal people. This made Wang Xian hate him to the core. "Really? Of course," Yu Chun said with a smile. "Give me a cup." Yu Chun took out a ceramic cup and a bag of tea leaves from his interspatial ring. He carefully scooped out a spoonful of tea leaves from the cloth bag with a wooden spoon. Yu Chun's hand was suspended in the air. He paused for a moment as if he was hesitating. Then his hand trembled, and the spoonful of tea fell back into the bag. Yu Chun slowly raised his head and saw Chen Wang staring at him. He smiled and said, "Your Highness, my hand trembled." "I don't believe you." Chen Wang reached out and took the spoon from Yu Chun's hand. He scooped out 3 spoonfuls of tea leaves from the tea bag and poured them into the ceramic cup. He mixed them with water and the aroma of tea filled the air. Looking at Yu Chun's bitter face, Chen Wang's mood instantly brightened. He took a sip of tea and the aroma of tea filled his mouth. Chen Wang nodded and said, "Yes. Delicious. It's really good tea. As long as your Highness likes it." Yu Chun touched the tea bag on the table and it instantly disappeared. He kept it. "Yu Chun, don't be so stingy. It's just tea leaves. When I ascend the throne, I'll have as much tea leaves as I want." Just as Yu Chun was about to reply, a long sword covered with blood-red lines suddenly appeared in the tent. Everyone's eyes in the tent were attracted by it. The world-famous red blood sword, the sword that Zhou Lihua, the empress of the Zhou kingdom, always carried with her. Legend had it that whoever obtained the red blood sword would become the strongest martial artist. Zhou Lihua also relied on the power of the red blood sword to become the strongest martial artist. Zhou Jiqiang looked at the red blood sword in front of him, his whole body trembling with excitement. Just as he was about to reach for it, someone behind him sighed, "Her Majesty has passed away." It was Yu Chun's voice. Zhou Jiqiang's hand stopped in midair. He remembered that Zhou Lihua had told him not to touch the red blood sword's hilt first. He hesitated for a moment, then heard Yu Chun say, "Your Highness, please keep the Empress ashes first." Only then did Zhou Jiqiang notice that beside the red blood sword floating in midair, there was a golden space ring and a pile of black ashes. Those must be Zhou Lihua's ashes. Zhou Jiqiang felt a wave of sadness for no reason. His sister had passed away just like that. Zhou Jiqiang's feelings toward his sister were very complicated. There was envy, fear, and respect. Just now, he had hoped that they would win the war and that Zhou Lihua would die in battle. Now that his wish had come true, his heart felt empty. Just then, someone patted his shoulder gently. "My condolences, Your Highness." Zhou Jiqiang smelled a strong fragrance. Then, he fell to the ground in a daze. Then, Wang Xian also slowly lay on the table. Pale Master Chen, who was squatting in the corner, turned around and saw Yu Chun's beautiful big eyes. His gaze suddenly became dull. Chen Hao was stunned by this unexpected turn of events. What was going on? Who was this man? "Red blood, long time no see." Yu Chun walked to the front of the red blood sword and greeted with a smile. Chen Hao was a little confused. He didn't seem to know this man. But soon, he realized. This voice was obviously a woman, and it was a woman that Chen Hao was very familiar with, Yi Qingyan. Chen Hao suddenly realized. He scanned with his divine sense and finally confirmed the identity of the woman. It was indeed Yi Qingyan. Although Yi Qingyan's aura had changed a lot, it still had the same aura as before. But then, he was confused. Hadn't Yi Qingyan been killed by the demons? How could he still be alive? The blue cloud giant eagle of the transcendent realm had seen it with its own eyes. How could it be fake? There were many questions that Chen Hao couldn't figure out. Chen Hao realized that he had been a Jianling for too long. It was no longer suitable for him to use his brain. However, he was still happy to see Qingyan. Chen Hao still remembered that when he heard the news of Qingyan's death, he had been in a bad mood. After all, he had watched Qingyan grow up. The people around him changed frequently. There were very few people who could stay in front of him for so many years and make him remember them. Looking at the red blood sword in front of her, Yi Qingyan was equally excited. Hadn't she waited for so many years for it? Now, she finally had the chance. She pursed her lips and held her breath. Then, she reached out to the red blood sword's hilt with her trembling hand. But just as she was about to grab the hilt, the red blood sword moved sideways. Yi Qingyan was a little nervous. She seemed to have sensed something. She stared at the red blood sword, bit her lower lip, and reached out her hand again. But just like last time, just as her hand was about to touch the hilt, the red blood sword moved sideways again, her lower lip was bitten and red blood flowed out. Her eyes were filled with tears. She tried hard not to cry. She tried hard to tell herself that crying wouldn't solve the problem. Yi Qingyan wasn't stupid. She could clearly feel the red blood sword's rejection of her. Extreme rejection. She had participated in the investigation of the red blood sword. The red blood sword had never rejected anyone who wanted to hold its hilt, even when Lan Yanlin committed suicide in Yandu. At that time, those who wanted to snatch the red blood sword. Anyone could hold its hilt, but why couldn't Yi Qingyan? Why? How many years had it been since that person died? She had wanted to get the red blood sword back. She had waited for 20 years, and finally, today. Yi Qingyan tried hard to squeeze a smile on her face and coaxed softly, "Red blood sword, I know you can understand me. Can you come with me?" The red blood sword didn't move. Yi Qingyan took a breath and tore off the mask on her face, revealing her beautiful face. "Red blood sword, you should know me, right? I'm Yi Qingyan. Yi Qingyan, who used to serve General Qin. I've been working for Her Majesty. You should have seen me, right?" Chen Hao didn't move. Seduction had no effect on him. After communicating with Qi, Yi Qingyan tried to take a step forward and reach out to grab the red blood sword, but she still failed. With Zhou Lihua's death, few people in the world could catch the red blood sword if it didn't want to. Yi Qingyan stared at her palm blankly, and then looked at the red blood sword floating in the air. She knelt down helplessly, and tears kept flowing from her beautiful big eyes. "Why do you reject me? Red blood sword, I've waited for 20 years. I'm General Chen's disciple and Zhou Lihua's confidant. It's been 20 years. It should be my turn now, right?" Yi Qingyan wiped her tears, and her beautiful eyes were filled with determination. "Red blood sword, you'd better leave with me. I've told Purple Fang about you. If you don't leave with me, maybe the demon beasts will come for you. As far as I know, the demon beasts don't use weapons. You have almost no use for them. Of course, they might embed you in their teeth." Embed him in their teeth. Yi Qingyan actually remembered to say that, but it was really possible. Chen Hao remembered that he was almost torn apart by the demon's sharp claws, and he lost his confidence. The demon's teeth and claws were indeed extraordinary. Chen Hao looked at Yi Qingyan, whose eyes were filled with defeat and despair. He hadn't seen Yi Qingyan like this for a long time. At this moment, Chen Hao felt a familiar aura of a demon beast. "Purple Fang? If you hold the red blood sword's hilt, you might lose everything. Can you still hold on?" Yi Qingyan slowly raised her head and looked at the red blood sword floating in front of her. The despair in her eyes turned into ecstasy. She jumped up from the ground and hugged the red blood sword. She cried, "I have nothing to lose. The demon beasts are coming. It's Purple Fang. They don't keep their word." Yi Qingyan wiped her face and quickly took out a spiritual longsword from her spatial ring. "I hope I can make it." The longsword was almost identical to the red blood sword. Even the number of blood traces on the sword was the same. Even Zhou Lihua's blood traces had some. The only difference was that the width of Zhou Lihua's blood traces was slightly different. But this was enough to confuse most people. They were too well prepared. The red blood sword's hilt was wrapped with a golden dudu. The golden dudu was embroidered with beautiful dragon patterns. Chen Hao recognized it at a glance. This dudu must be Zhou Lihua's. Tisk tsk, Yi Qingyan had been single for so many years. How did she survive? Yi Qingyan opened a bottle and poured the viscous blood on the fake red blood sword. Then, she wiped the fake sword with her golden dudu. Her hand never touched the fake sword. After doing all this, she inserted the fake sword in front of Zhou Jiqiang with her vital essence. As soon as the sword was inserted, Chen Hao said to Qing Yan, "It's coming." Okay. Yi Qingyan wanted to put the red blood sword into the interspatial ring, but Chen Hao stopped her. "It's too dark inside. I'm not going in." What a stubborn guy. Qingyan gritted her teeth and inserted the red blood sword into her clothes. She put it away and smoothed the mask on her face with her hand, restoring Yu Chen's appearance. A powerful aura swept over. Facing such a terrifying pressure, Zhou Jiqiang, Wang Xian, and Pale Master Chen, who were on the verge of waking up, suddenly woke up. Of course, Yu Chen also woke up. The four of them woke up. Before they could figure out what had happened, a purple wolf shadow appeared in front of him. Purple Fang saw the long sword inserted into the ground at a glance. It was indeed the red blood sword. It wrinkled its nose. In the tent, a pungent smell made it want to sneeze. The smell of mint and other strange smells was one of the scents it hated the most. However, there were many places in Zhou's camp that smelled like this. It heard from Zhou Lihua that this was used to repel insects and snakes. However, the smell in this tent was a little stronger. Purple Fang didn't find it strange. It walked to the red blood sword, opened its mouth, and gently bit the red blood sword, pulling it out. "Lord Demonic Beast, this is the thing that Her Majesty passed down to me." Zhou Jiqiang stood up with difficulty. Even though he was mentally prepared, he still couldn't accept seeing the red blood sword being taken away by the Demonic Beast clan. He wanted to fight for it. Purple Fang looked at Zhou Jiqiang and asked, "You are the successor that Zhou Lihua chose?" "Yes, I am her brother. Your empress has already passed away. The red blood sword isn't something you can have. We, the Monster Beast clan, will take it away. Such a dangerous thing should be kept by the Monster Beast clan." Before he left, Xia added, "The strongest expert of the demon clan has been killed. The demon king will soon rush to seal the passage of the demon clan. We have won this war. The conditions that we have promised your empress are still valid. We will not go back on our words. You can rest assured about this." After saying that, Xia turned around and left. Zhou Jiqiang was left alone in a daze. Purple Fang flew into the air. The fresh air made his nose feel much better. He could also smell the blood of the red blood sword, Zhou Lihua, and the demons. Zifang didn't tell his father about the red blood sword. It wasn't that it wanted to monopolize the red blood sword, but it was worried that if its father knew about this, he would ask it to return the sword. At least, that was what it told itself. It's over. The red blood sword has been taken away. What should I do? Your Highness, the red blood sword has been taken away. At least the throne is still there. Yu Chen persuaded. Sigh. Zhou Jiqiang picked up Zhou Lihua's space ring and sighed. Obviously, he still couldn't recover from the loss of the red blood sword. In Zhou Jiqiang's eyes, the red blood sword was more important than the throne. You can all leave now. I want to be alone. Yu Chen and the other two nodded and left the tent, leaving Zhou Jiqiang alone. Yu Chen returned to her tent and crushed another bottle. Then she changed her appearance and disguised herself as an ordinary soldier. She secretly left the camp and walked more than 10 kilometers in the direction of the Zhou Kingdom's temporary residences. The route that Yi Qingyan took was very safe. It was a route that the Monster Beast clan specially left for them to communicate between the military camp and the temporary residences of the civilians. Even if the Monster Beasts saw the Zhou Kingdom's soldiers passing by, they wouldn't be surprised. Seeing that the distance was about right, Yi Qingyan changed back to her original appearance. She took out the blue feather that Purple Fang gave her and blew it gently. A sharp and slightly ear-piercing sound was heard. Soon, a blue cloud condor appeared in the sky. Its sharp eyes quickly locked onto Yi Qingyan, and then it slowly flew towards Yi Qingyan. Standing on the cliff, the blue cloud condor folded its 70-meter wide wings and looked down at the human girl below. It was exactly as Purple Fang had said. You're the one who wants to pass through our territory? The blue cloud condor still had to obey Purple Fang's orders. Yes, it's me, Yi Qingyan. Lord Purple Fang allowed it. All right, then you can get on my back. Thank you, Lord Blue Cloud Condor. If it were any other time, the Blue Cloud Condor might have looked down on Yi Qingyan. However, it was obviously in a good mood now. Many blue cloud condors had seen the purple moon wolf king and Zhou Lihua's battle together. The news had spread, the most powerful expert of the demon race had been killed by their monster king. The victory was certain. The monster beast clan's crisis had been averted. Even the blue cloud condor looked at Yi Qingyan with a warmer expression. It felt that the humans here were much more pleasing to the eye than the humans on the other side. Yi Qingyan sat on the blue cloud condor's back. She touched the beautiful feathers of the blue cloud condor excitedly. It was her first time touching such a huge monster beast. She wanted to silently ride Purple Fang or White Wolf, but she didn't have the guts. Hold on tight. I'm in a hurry to send you over and then come back to continue killing those demons. Alright, Lord Blue Cloud Condor. The Blue Cloud Condor was in a hurry. Yi Qingyan also hoped that it could run faster. She didn't know how long the fake red blood sword could last. What if Purple Fang realized it? Monsters didn't know much about human weapons. She had tried her best to change her aura and hide her scent. However, what if something happened? Yi Qingyan secretly reached out and touched the red blood sword's hilt. She felt extremely satisfied. 20 years of painstaking effort, taking such a huge risk, and all her efforts finally paid off. The blue cloud condor spread its wings and flew into the sky. It flew over the mountains and clouds. The strong airflow blew Yi Qingyan's long hair. She couldn't even open her eyes. However, she didn't use her power to resist the airflow. She just wanted to feel the wind. She pressed down on her messy long hair and looked past the enormous body of the blue cloud giant condor. She looked down at the mountains and the purple earth beneath her feet, then turned back to look at the blurry battlefield, as well as the direction of the southern cloud nation. For a moment, she actually became somewhat absent-minded. She knew that after leaving this time, it would be difficult for her to come back in her lifetime. She remembered the row of banyan trees in front of her house. The roots of the banyan trees grew wildly and broke the bluestone road. She remembered the familiar garden pavilion. The sword mark on the pavilion should still be there. She also remembered the tomb on the nameless hill. After so many years, Yi Qingyan had met many people. However, there was only one person that she couldn't forget. Yi Qingyan was still sad about Zhou Lihua's death. At the same time, she was relieved. At least from Ziya's words before he left, Zhou Lihua had succeeded. At the very least, her death was very valuable. She probably wouldn't be too sad before she died. She saved the Zhou kingdom and its millions of citizens. She had achieved her goal. Perhaps in the eyes of the soldiers and citizens of Zhou country, Zhou Lihua, who saved them from demons, was a perfect monarch, a perfect hero, who deserved to be remembered for thousands of years. Her story might be passed down for a longer time in the land of the South region. Sometimes, a ruler was just like a woman who died at her most beautiful time was the most poetic. Everyone who knew her would forever remember her at her most beautiful time in her life. They would remember her for a very long time. If a beauty was allowed to grow old and lose her beauty, who would remember her? It was the same for a ruler. Many rulers were wise and powerful in their early days. They were called wise rulers of their generation. But in their later days, in Yi Qingyan's opinion, Zhou Lihua was also such a person, especially after Jiang Qingyu left her. Without Jiang Qingyu's restraint and the pressure from the devil tribe, Zhou Lihua was likely to indulge herself completely. Zhou Lihua left when she was at the peak of her glory days. No one would pursue the absurd things she had done in the past. The impression she left in the hearts of the officials and citizens would always be the heroic, wise, steady, and fearless image she had shown in her last days. She was perfect. Yi Qingyan didn't feel guilty about taking away the red blood sword. The red blood sword didn't belong to Zhou Lihua. It belonged to the Zhou family. The Zhou family also took it from Xiao Hongyan. If they were to look into it, she, as Chen Pengfei's disciple, was more qualified to inherit the red blood sword. Ziya had arranged a mid-stage transcendent realm blue cloud condor for Yi Qingyan. It was extremely fast. There were many powerful demonic beasts in the southern mountain range. But no demonic beast would stop this blue cloud condor. The weaker demonic beasts couldn't do anything to it. They couldn't even reach it. Most of the powerful demonic beasts had spiritual intelligence, and they would not easily provoke this powerful clan. After flying continuously for more than a month, the number of mountain peaks decreased, and the terrain became more and more flat. Through the conversation with the giant eagle, Yi Qingyan knew that she was almost there. One day later, in the afternoon, the sun was setting in the west. The sunset dyed the entire mountain range with an orange hue. The giant eagle began to descend slowly. Its huge claws dug into the mountain rocks, and the entire mountain trembled slightly. Countless rocks rolled down. It closed its wings and looked at the end of the forest in the distance. This place is close to the periphery of the southern Demon Mountain range. I can only send you here. Qingyan already knew that the southern Demon Mountain range was the southern absolute mountain range. If you follow this river upstream, you'll reach the southern domain of the human race. The giant eagle smiled. Of course, it's not the southern domain you're talking about. The place where your Zhou nation used to live was only a small part of the southern domain of the human race. When we demons retreated to the southern domain, we separated it. If it weren't for the fact that your domain realm expert had a close relationship with the demon king and didn't make a move during the war between humans and demons, there would be no Zhou nation in this world. The giant eagle's words were filled with a sense of superiority. This is all thanks to the demon king. Whether it was Qingyan's tone, expression, or even her eyes, they were all filled with deep reverence for the demon king. If she could wear a piece of beast skin, she would definitely be a loyal fan of the Purple Moon Wolf King. It's good that you know. The giant eagle nodded in satisfaction. After so many days together, even though the giant eagle had a deep prejudice against humans, it still liked this human girl. Sometimes, as it flew, it would think that it would be great if the girl on its back was a demonic beast. Qingyan jumped down from the giant eagle and bowed respectfully. Thank you, Lord Giant Eagle. Thank you for sending me all the way. The giant eagle didn't understand human etiquette, but this didn't stop it from feeling Qingyan's respect. Don't let me see you on the battlefield. If I see you, I won't show you any mercy. Don't worry, Lord Giant Eagle. How can I become enemies with the demonic beasts? That's no different from seeking death. Qingyan smiled. Moreover, I have a very good relationship with Lord Purple Moon and Lord White Wolf. The little White Wolves in Lord White Wolf's clan all like me. They're all very cute. They are quite cute, but they can't be eaten. Watching the blue cloud giant eagle disappear into the sky, Qingyan recalled the words it said before it left and couldn't help but worry for it. It wouldn't have such dangerous thoughts, right? Qingyan tore open her clothes and pulled out a pocket-sized red blood sword. The red blood sword could see the light of day again. After being covered by Qingyan for more than a month, the red blood sword almost got a rash. Chen Hao scanned the surroundings. There were humans and demonic beasts, but they weren't very strong, so he didn't pay much attention to them. It had been more than a month, but Purple Moon and the others didn't chase after them. Yi Qingyan had passed. Maybe the demonic beasts didn't realize that the red blood sword in their hands was fake, or maybe they didn't think it was Qingyan, or maybe they were chasing but didn't catch up. No one knew, and Chen Hao didn't care. Qingyan, are you sure you want to be the sword master of the red blood sword? You have to think about it. The red blood sword is very dangerous. The sword master rarely ends well, just like Zhou Lihua and Chen Pengfei. Yi Qingyan asked doubtfully, am I not the sword master of the red blood sword? I admit that you are. You are. For the past month, Qingyan had been a vehicle. Chen Hao didn't know the way, so he had to take a ride here. I'm sure. I want to be the sword master. Seeing Qingyan's serious look, Chen Hao didn't refuse. He glanced at the system messages that kept popping up these days. He clicked on the most recent one and confirmed the binding. Congratulations to the host for binding the 35th Renkenju of the Red Blood Sword. Congratulations. To be honest, Chen Hao felt that the word congratulations was a bit dazzling. After confirming that Yi Qingyan was Renkenju of the 35th Renkenju, Chen Hao followed the routine procedure. He either blocked or modified some of the skill information that wasn't suitable for the sword master to know. Finally, he sent the modified skill information into Yi Qingyan's mind. In less than 15 minutes, Qingyan came back to her senses. It's just as I predicted. Just as I expected, Chen Hao didn't say much. When he saw the extra blood pattern on the fake red blood sword that she took out, he knew that Yi Qingyan had a deep understanding of the red blood sword. Oh right, Qing Yan, why were you so sure that the red blood sword could communicate with you? Zhou Lihua wouldn't tell you, right? Chen Hao still remembered what Yi Qingyan had said to Zhou Jiqiang. I know you can understand me. Yi Qingyan replied in a low voice. Back then, before Her Majesty started fighting for the red blood sword, she sent Sister Qingyu to investigate the red blood sword. Later, when Sister Qingyu was about to report the news, Her Majesty hinted to her to do it when you weren't around. Oh. Chen Hao suddenly understood. But he didn't care. It was more normal for Zhou Lihua to secretly investigate the red blood sword. Moreover, as a good-tempered Jianling, he would never be angry with the former Ren Kenju. Really? Red blood sword, what should I call you? Red blood, that's what Zhou Lihua calls me. What about General Chen? Qing Yan asked curiously. Chen Hao thought for a moment and said, he calls me Master Jianling. Oh. Qing Yan nodded. Master Jianling, can you change your appearance? I'm not used to using a short sword. Red blood turned into a short sword to make it easier to hide in Qing Yan's clothes. The red blood sword kept elongating and soon returned to its standard form. Most of the owners of the red blood sword used this style of long sword. It was the most common style in the Zhou nation. Qing Yan looked at the long sword in her hand and said in a low voice, I want a soft sword. Soft sword? Chen Hao remembered that 17 had taught Qing Yan the soft sword back then. In the past few years, he had almost never seen Qing Yan fight, so he had forgotten about it. Yi Qingyan pulled something from her waist, and a 2-meter-long soft sword appeared in front of Chen Hao amid the rustling wind. Chen Hao glanced at Qing Yan's slender waist and calculated in his mind how many rounds this soft sword had been wrapped around her waist. The soft sword began to swim in front of Chen Hao. Not only could it bend 90 degrees, but it could even touch the hilt like a poisonous snake, very flexible. Very few martial artists used flexible swords. There was no other reason. It was too difficult to learn, and it was easy to hurt oneself if one couldn't control it well. Master Jianling, can you do it? Of course. The red blood sword had swallowed so much metal, how could it not work? Soon, under Qing Yan's excited gaze, the red blood sword began to thin and elongate. In the end, it looked exactly the same as the flexible sword in her hand, except that there were dozens of blood patterns on the sword. Sir Jianling, there's also this. Qing Yan lightly pressed on the handle, and with a gotcha sound, the flexible sword in her hand suddenly broke into countless pieces. Chen Hao took a closer look and saw that there were pitch-black metal threads connecting every section. The flexible sword had turned into a whip sword. Following the infusion of Qing Yan's true essence, the whip sword began to straighten. It was 10 meters long, and like a snake, it began to coil around her body. This was really like playing with snakes. Did XVI lead her astray back then, or did she go astray herself? What's so fancy about it? Chen Hao cursed in his heart. Qing Yan looked at red blood sword expectantly. Sir Jianling, can you do it? Of course I can. Strictly speaking, a flexible sword was a sword, and a whip sword was also a sword. However, a whip sword was rarer than a flexible sword. A flexible sword was a weirdo among swords, and a whip sword was a weirdo among weirdos. With a gotcha sound, the 2-meter-long red blood sword broke into 34 sections. Between each section, there were black metal threads connected in series. The red blood sword flashed with a bloody light, and the blood patterns on every section slowly expanded, completely dyeing every section of the sword red. A blood-red whip sword appeared in front of Yi Qingyan's eyes. Chen Hao reminded her proudly, the red blood sword doesn't need to press any mechanism. With just a thought, it can turn from a flexible sword into a whip sword. Sir Jianling, where are those blood patterns? No, they're hidden. Chen Hao decided to hide all the blood patterns, otherwise, every time a sword owner died, one more blood pattern would appear on the sword. Not only would it look ominous, it would also easily cause people to have unnecessary misunderstandings about the red blood sword. Today, he had traveled thousands of miles and crossed the southern mountain range to come to a wider world. He wanted to start anew. He wanted to change its appearance and make a sword anew. However, when he thought about the legend of the red blood sword in Zhou country, he was a little unhappy. Looking at Qing Yan, who was happily controlling the new red blood sword, Chen Hao asked, Qing Yan, you were in charge of intelligence work in Zhou country. Let me ask you, the legend of Zhou country said that before Lan Yanlin died, she cursed all the red blood sword owners to die a horrible death. What's the story about? That's fake news. I know it's fake news, but I want to ask, which bastard made it up? Qing Yan's face stiffened. Chen Hao could hear her heartbeat thumping violently. Chen Hao asked in disbelief, it's you. Qing Yan stuck out her tongue, sorry, Master Jianling. Bastard, you're an old woman in your 30s, why are you still acting coquettishly? Which idiot would act coquettishly in front of a sword? Chen Hao roared loudly in Qing Yan's mind, tell me? Why did you make up a rumor about me? I was thinking, if the whole world knows that you're a jinx to your master, then no one will fight with me, right? Excellent. But I really am a jinx to my master, Qing Yan, you have to be prepared. Really? Of course, I feel that the red blood sword should be born with bad luck, it's a sort of misfortune. Seeing that Qing Yan didn't speak, Chen Hao continued to ask, why, do you regret it? No. Master Jianling has already warned me. Chen Hao didn't say anything else. That was all he had to say. He had already reminded them of everything he needed to. Qing Yan put her original soft sword back into the space ring, then wrapped the red blood sword around her waist. Chen Hao wanted to complain about the position where she put her weapon, but when he thought about the space ring, he didn't say anything. It was also at this moment that he remembered that the scabbard that Zhou Lihua had specially made for the red blood sword seemed to have disappeared. That scabbard. Chen Hao didn't think too much about it. If it was lost, then it was lost. Qing Yan went down the mountain and followed the river that the blue cloud eagle had mentioned, heading upstream. Looking at the surrounding scenery, Chen Hao remembered that he still had a question to ask. Qing Yan, do you have any wishes or dreams to become the master of the red blood sword? Chen Hao realized that this question had already become a kind of ritual and convention, just like how every sword master's slaughter feedback would be split at 5%. Wishes? Dreams? Qing Yan suddenly stopped and asked, can you revive General Chen? No. If Chen Hao really had the ability to revive, he would definitely revive himself first. Qing Yan rolled her eyes and continued on her way. Obviously, she didn't have any hope for the red blood sword either. Chen Hao felt that he was being ignored. Then, let me ask you another question, why do you want the red blood sword? You said that you spent 20 years. Because you're General Chen's sword. That's the reason? That's right. Qing Yan nodded. Chen Hao looked at Qing Yan. To be honest, he couldn't understand her train of thought. But judging from Qing Yan's expression, this reason seemed to be sufficient. This made Chen Hao fall into deep self-doubt. Was it because he had been a sword for too long that he couldn't understand human thought? Is there any other reason? What do you want from the red blood sword? Like powerful martial arts? Qing Yan asked in a low voice, can I really do that? Of course. Has Master Jianling been with General Chen all this time? Something like that. Chen Hao nodded. I've known him since he was very young. Can Master Jianling tell me about General Chen when he was young? Hatchui. Chen Hao shut himself up. What did Qing Yan take him, the red blood sword, for? What did she take him, the red blood sword Jianling, for? An old man who could tell stories. Master Jianling, why aren't you saying anything? Chen Hao ignored her. He felt that there might be a generation gap between him and Qing Yan. The blue cloud eagle didn't lie to Qing Yan. She didn't encounter any danger along the way. There were demonic beasts in the outer area of the southern demon mountain range, but they were generally weak. There wasn't even a single innate realm demonic beast. Qing Yan didn't fly. Instead, she traveled quickly on the ground in a low-key manner. A day passed. On the morning of the second day, Chen Hao scanned the area with his divine perception and found a group of human martial artists. Speaking of which, it had been more than a month, but the red blood sword hadn't eaten any meat yet. It had been drinking the northwest wind on the back of the giant eagle. The thirst for blood was deeply rooted in Chen Hao's soul. If he didn't kill, how could the red blood sword level up? Although he was a salted fish demon sword, salted fish still yearned for the blue sky and the sea. He felt that he needed to remind his 35th sword master that she should shoulder the heavy responsibility of upgrading the red blood sword. Little Yan, the red blood sword needs to be upgraded. Don't forget. Xianxia reminded her. It's been more than a month. You're not doing a good job as the sword master. I will pay attention. Xianxia nodded. You don't have to worry about it. I found the prey for you. There's a group of people in the northwest direction. Xianxia asked, must we use humans? Can demonic beasts do it? Demonic beasts are fine as well, but it's best if they have spiritual intelligence. Demonic beasts that are too low in level won't have a soul when eaten. I'll go take a look first. Gentle Yan did not answer, nor did she reject Red Blood Sword's request. She had been by Zhou Lihua's side for so long that she had already mentally prepared herself when she started plotting against the Red Blood Sword. Killing a few people did not make her feel guilty at all. After being by Zhou Lihua's side for so many years, her hands were already stained with blood. With the Red Blood Sword leading the way, Yi Qingyan quickly found the group of people. There were 7 of them, and every single one of them was a martial artist. The strongest was at the middle stage of the True Essence realm, while the weakest was at the Qi Condensation realm. They were covered in dust and stained with blood. 2 of the strong martial artists were carrying 2 demonic beasts on their backs. Those were probably their gains. The moment Qingyan appeared, the 7 martial artists immediately stared at her warily. When they saw her face, almost all of them were stunned. No one would have thought that they would meet such a beautiful woman in the outer region of the southern Demon Mountain range. However, someone in the group reacted quickly. A burly man who was walking at the front kicked his companion beside him. He politely cupped his hands and asked Qingyan, Miss, please don't take offense. My brothers have not seen much of the world. May I ask if there's anything we can do for you? The man bent his waist and lowered his posture. Yi Qingyan could roughly understand what he was saying, but his intonation was a little strange. However, she did not mind. So what if it was strange? Perhaps, in their ears, her accent was also strange. She took a look at her appearance and knew why they were so careful. Her clothes were spotless, too clean. Was it wrong to be cute and clean? She did not hesitate and quickly changed the purpose of her trip. I'm lost in the forest. Do you know how to get out? Actually, Yi Qingyan knew that she was almost out of the southern Demon Mountain range. When the leader heard Qingyan's voice, he was stunned. However, he still replied, we're going back too. Why don't we lead the way for you? Sure. Qingyan nodded. Inside the Red Blood Sword, Qianhao asked Qingyan why she did not make a move. They're too polite. It's a little embarrassing to make a move like this. Qingyan persuaded gently. Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. I need to ask them about the situation in the southern mountain range. She knew what she was doing. Qianhao knew what kind of sword master he had met. However, he was used to it. It was not the first time he was rejected by a sword master. Xvii had rejected him, Xiao Hongyan had rejected him, and Zhou Lihua had also rejected him. Moreover, he also realized that these disobedient sword masters seemed to have achieved quite a lot. Yi Qingyan was also the kind of person who had her own opinions. It would be strange if she obeyed his words. Qingyan asked casually, are you mercenaries? Yes, we are. I'm their leader. You can call me Su Tian. Behind Su Tian, his 6 companions noticed that something was wrong when they saw Su Tian's behavior. Seeing Qingyan looking at them, they tried hard to squeeze out a smile. Where do we go from here? Li Town. Are there any bigger cities nearby? Su Tian replied, yes, Black Earth City. Black Earth City is the closest city to here. Which country is Black Earth City from? Su Tian glanced at Yi Qingyan carefully and said, it's a city in the Southern Moon Country. Southern Moon Country? Qingyan did not know if this Southern Moon Country was related to the Southern Moon Empire that had once ruled the Zhou country. In less than half a day, the forest became thinner and thinner. They stepped onto a flat ground with a small path on it. Su Tian smiled and said, Miss, we have already walked out of the Southern Demon Mountain range. As long as we follow this path, we will reach Li Town. Yes. Yi Qingyan nodded. Do you know the Nine Sword Sect? Yes, of course. Who doesn't know one of the most powerful sects in the central region? Su Tian immediately asked respectfully in a low voice, are you from the Nine Sword Sect? No. Yi Qingyan shook her head and smiled. However, I have a friend from the Nine Sword sect. I haven't seen him in a long time. I miss him. Lin Yunj, how could Yi Qingyan forget him? Didn't she say that she would bring people to help them? When Yi Qingyan heard Zhou Lihua talk about the strength of the Devil clan, she felt a little desperate. With the strength of the Zhou kingdom at that time, they were no match for the Devil clan. That transmission formation was not only Zhou Lihua's escape route, but also Yi Qingyan's escape route. Yi Qingyan knew that Zhou Lihua had the idea of leaving through the transmission formation at the beginning. She was already preparing for it, but the central region destroyed the transmission formation directly, their escape route was cut off. Not only did Zhou Lihua hate the central region, but Yi Qingyan also detested them. Especially when Jiang Qingyu was killed, Yi Qingyan really couldn't accept this. Jiang Qingyu was really good to Yi Qingyan. She almost treated Yi Qingyan as her own sister. Although Yi Qingyan tried to please her, they had been together for more than 10 years. Jiang Qingyu was really good to her. She taught her many things step by step. Yi Qingyan was almost cultivated by Jiang Qingyu. Sometimes, Yi Qingyan even suspected that Jiang Qingyu had raised her as a daughter. Even a stone would be warmed by this, let alone a sensitive person like Yi Qingyan. When Jiang Qingyu was still alive, almost all the warriors in the Zhou kingdom knew that Jiang Qingyu was Zhou Lihua's confidant. Yi Qingyan was also Jiang Qingyu's confidant. After snatching the red blood sword, there was no place for Yi Qingyan in the Zhou kingdom anymore. She had no choice but to leave the Zhou kingdom. Other than escaping, she had another purpose here. That was to find the murderer of Jiang Qingyu, and bring them the friendly greetings of the Empress of the Zhou kingdom. She believed that Zhou Lihua must have wanted to greet them before she died. But she didn't have time to come. As soon as she walked into Li Town, Su Tian said, "Miss, this is Li Town. We still have some gains to deal with. My brother is also injured. We'll leave first." "Go ahead." Yi Qingyan waved her hand. Su Tian nodded and left with his brothers. Before leaving, the mercenaries didn't forget to look back at Yi Qingyan. But their captain, who was walking at the back, slapped them back. "What are you looking at? If we don't take our prey back, it will be rotten. Get out of here." The group disappeared around the corner, but Yi Qingyan didn't care. Li Town, because it was close to the southern Demon Mountain range, was much livelier than ordinary towns. There were taverns along the street, shops that bought furs and crystal nuclei, as well as some weapon shops. Most of the people on the street were martial artists with weapons. Yi Qingyan walked on the street. Many warriors couldn't help but look at her when they passed by. Even if they had already walked past her, they would still look back reluctantly. Yi Qingyan looked at the attire of the warriors and listened to their conversation. She carefully observed the differences between them and the warriors of the Zhou state. She had been in charge of intelligence work in the Zhou nation for many years. Under the influence of what she saw and heard, she had developed many professional habits. A group of red-faced drunkards came out of the tavern. They walked in groups of 2s and 3s, walking in the middle. Many passers-by avoided them. When one of them saw Qing Yan, he immediately whispered a few words to the brothers next to him. Soon, the 7 somewhat drunk martial artists all looked at Qing Yan. The martial artists winked at each other with a smirk on their faces. Qing Yan also glanced at them. Then, she said to Qi Shui in her mind, "Lord Jianling, are you hungry?" This sentence made Chen Hao, who was quietly staying in the red blood sword, jolt. Qing Yan, this little girl, finally found her conscience. Just as Yi Qingyan passed by them, a drunk martial artist with a full beard tripped and stumbled. Then, he suddenly threw himself at Yi Qingyan. He was tall and big. His hands naturally reached for Yi Qingyan's chest. In the red blood sword, Chen Hao could clearly see that although the martial artist who threw himself at Qing Yan had his head lowered, Chen Hao still saw the triumphant smile on his face. Seeing this, Chen Hao couldn't help but exclaim in his heart, "What a clever and cute martial artist." Just as the cultivator was about to pounce on Yi Qingyan dodged slightly and avoided the cultivator's perverted hands. When the cultivator saw that he had missed, he didn't intend to continue his act. He took 2 steps forward and stopped. When he turned around, a blood-red sword was placed on his shoulder. "Misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding." The drunk martial artist said loudly, "I was drunk and tripped by my brother." I'm sorry, Mississippi. This is definitely a misunderstanding. I didn't do it on purpose. He was indeed tripped by his brother and fell towards Yi Qingyan. Chen Hao also saw it. If not for Qingyan's reminder, he might have thought that it was an accident. However, because of Qingyan's reminder, Chen Hao was certain that this was a premeditated action. In other words, this wasn't the first time this martial artist had done such a thing in front of his brother. The brothers could even cooperate with each other. That's right, Mississippi. Let go of my brother. He's drunk. It's completely an accident. The other drunkards also quickly pleaded for mercy and proved that it was an accident. As for the passers-by, most of them stood aside to watch the show. After all, the drunkards were numerous and weak. They had some fame in Lijia town. Although Qingyan was extremely beautiful, she wasn't so beautiful that people would risk their lives for her. There were also a few powerful martial artists who held on to their swords and sabers, eager to fight. They were also waiting for an opportunity to save the damsel in distress. However, they knew that it wasn't appropriate for them to step forward now. No matter how they looked at the current situation, it did seem like an accident. What if that unbelievably beautiful woman didn't want to cause trouble? Qingyan's beautiful big eyes were a little dazed. Was it really just an accident? Yes, yes, yes. Miss, it was really just an accident. My brother and I apologize to you. Please be merciful. Their brother's life was still in her hands. The drunkards all pleaded for mercy for the man under Qingyan's sword. Many people looked at Yi Qingyan. Even Chen Hao looked at his sword mistress with eager eyes. All right. Qingyan's all right disappointed many passers-by. It also disappointed Chen Hao. The passers-by could also tell that Qingyan wasn't weak. They thought that a fight would break out. When the drunkards saw that Yi Qingyan didn't pursue the matter, they heaved a sigh of relief. The drunkard under Qingyan's sword wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. He was frightened. The murderous aura on Qingyan made him fearful. One of the drunkards shouted, all right, all right. This is a misunderstanding. Let's disperse. However, at this moment, the red blood sword slit the throat of the man under the sword. The man who wanted to take advantage of Qingyan covered his throat and lay on the ground. He looked at Yi Qingyan in disbelief. He wanted to say something but couldn't say anything. He probably didn't understand why Qingyan didn't keep her word. You killed him? The other drunkards looked at Yi Qingyan angrily. Yi Qingyan was slightly stunned. She said in horror, I'm sorry. My hand slipped. It seems like an accident. Am I right? Am I right? I apologize. Seeing Qingyan's innocent, frightened, and apologetic eyes, which didn't seem to be fake, the other drunkards were stunned for a moment. They looked at each other and were a little suspicious. Could Qingyan be telling the truth? Only Chen Hao, who was inside the red blood sword, sighed helplessly. Who did Qingyan learn her acting skills from, Zhou Lihua or Jiang Qingyu? Of course, Chen Hao was more inclined towards Zhou Lihua. Zhou Lihua's acting skills and ability to fool people had always impressed Chen Hao. Within the red blood sword, blood energy, quintessential essence, and even soul force flowed into Yi Qingyan's body through the sword hilt. The drunkards who were staring at Qingyan, trying to see if she was speaking, suddenly saw Qingyan close her eyes. Her body trembled slightly, and her face flushed red. Not long after, she slowly opened her beautiful eyes and sighed with a blurred look. So this is what it feels like? It's so comfortable. Many of the onlookers felt their hearts go numb. They found it hard to accept the intoxicated expression of someone who had just killed someone. This woman is lying. She is lying to us. Kill her. Being fooled by a girl like Qingyan made the drunkards furious. No matter how beautiful Qingyan was, she couldn't suppress their anger. Pung. 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 6 weapons were unsheathed and all of them attacked Yi Qingyan. Facing the siege of 6 warriors, Qingyan said to Chen Hao with some anger and embarrassment, Lord Jianling, you are too much. My cultivation has been broken. Seeing Qingyan attack, Chen Hao was in a good mood. He comforted her, it's fine. Zhou Lihua had the same expression on her first time. As for Qingyan's opponents, Chen Hao wasn't worried at all. They were just a bunch of postnatal realm warriors. Although they made the first move, Yi Qingyan was faster than them. Seeing the blood-red sword shadow approaching, the warrior at the front quickly used his weapon to block. Even though the martial artist was drunk, his fighting spirit was still there. With a dang sound, the weapon in his hand firmly blocked the crimson blood flexible sword. But before he could be proud of himself, he saw the flexible sword bend where he had blocked. With a rustling sound, the soft sword coiled around his neck like a viper. Xianxia pulled back the scarlet blood soft sword, and the sharp blade directly cut through the opponent's neck. A soft corpse fell to the ground at her feet. At this time, another martial artist's attack also arrived. The other party stabbed straight at Qingyan's chest, but he didn't notice that the soft sword soared Qingyan's soft sword. It circled around his body, from his back to his arm, and coiled around his arm like a snake. Just as the tip of the sword was about to touch Qingyan's chest, Qingyan pulled out the scarlet blood flexible sword. The opponent's arm was instantly cut into 3 pieces, and his body was cut open from the back. Then, under the influence of the flexible sword, the opponent spun in a circle and lay on the ground, never to move again. Qingyan's sword control, TS2, Qingyan, the soft sword was much longer than an ordinary sword. This was definitely an advantage. At this time, the fourth warrior raised his saber and slashed at Qingyan from the left. Qingyan immediately used her soft sword to block. After blocking the saber, the soft sword was like a red viper, quickly coiling around his saber. He wanted to pull back his saber, but his saber was tightly wrapped around by the soft sword. In his horrified eyes, the soft sword coiled around his saber and arm, biting down on his throat. Under the exquisite control of Qingyan's true essence, the scarlet blood soft sword seemed to have a life of its own. It wasn't a soft sword, but a sinister viper. In front of Qingyan, 4 martial artists in a row practically did not have the strength to resist. The other 2 martial artists were also frightened awake from their drunkenness. The 2 of them tacitly turned and fled at the same time. Qingyan smiled as she looked at the backs of the 2 martial artists. She waved the flexible sword in her hand, and with a gotcha sound, the scarlet blood sword in midair suddenly elongated. Like a blood-red whip, it strangled the 2 martial artists who were running away. "Don't!" one of them shouted loudly. Qingyan fiercely pulled, and the scarlet blood sword wildly cut at their waists. The entire street quieted down, everyone's throats seemed to be stuck. They watched as the blood-red whip slowly retracted, returning to its soft sword form in Qingyan's hand, and slowly retreated. This ridiculously beautiful woman was also ridiculously strong, especially that sword technique of hers. Her control over the soft sword was ridiculously frightening. Qingyan withdrew her soft sword and glanced at the corpses. She stepped on the blood as she walked over. She smelled the pungent smell of alcohol and body odor. She couldn't help but frown. She originally planned to search the corpses to see if there was anything valuable. But now, she could only give up. In any case, looking at the strength of this group of people, the probability of finding anything useful was not high. After Qingyan left, the security team in Li Town walked out from the crowd. They quickly cleaned up the corpses and washed the street. The street was clean again. Chen Hao asked curiously, "Qingyan, you didn't seem to be serious just now. You only used the strength of an early-stage true energy realm. Can you tell me why? I'm new here. It's better to keep a low profile." Qingyan raised her eyebrows and asked. She had just arrived and committed murder on the street. Was this keeping a low profile? However, Chen Hao was more satisfied with her keeping a low profile. They found an inn in Li Town and rested for the night. It was peaceful. Until the next morning, Qingyan had breakfast, paid the bill at the shopkeeper, and walked out of Li Town. She was still a little disappointed. "What's wrong with you? I thought someone would come looking for trouble with me." Chen Hao thought for a moment. "Now that you mention it, I'm also a little disappointed." 4 days later, Qingyan arrived at Black Earth City. Because it was backed by the southern Demon Mountain Range, there were many martial artists and merchants coming and going. Black Earth City was considered a wealthy city in the southern Moon Nation. Before entering the city, Qingyan wore a veil. Qingyan walked all the way. Because of her face, she had caused a lot of trouble. However, Chen Hao was gratified that she used the red blood sword to solve all the problems. The red blood sword was indeed a very suitable tool to solve problems. Of course, Chen Hao also suspected that Qingyan had deliberately revealed her face. Stepping into Black Earth City, Yi Qingyan heard some unfamiliar accents and unfamiliar clothes. She still found it difficult to adapt. Scarlet blood, I need to stay in Black Earth City for a while. Why? There's some information I need to understand. Yi Qingyan said, this place is different from Zhou Nation. I don't know many forces, especially the Nine Sword sect. I'm completely confused. Hearing Yi Qingyan mention the Nine Sword sect, Chen Hao understood what she wanted to do. Chen Hao kindly reminded, your strength is still a little low. Lord Jianling, please don't worry. I understand what you mean. That Lin Yanj is most likely a transcendent, right? With your current strength, you can't do anything to him even if you find him, Chen Hao asked after checking Yi Qingyan's strength. By the way, how did your strength deteriorate? If I'm not wrong, you're cultivating a low-class black-level technique, right? Why is it getting worse and worse? Last time, I replaced Yu Chen and hid beside His Highness King Chen. The Empress is too familiar with me. I was afraid that she would find out that I faked my death. I didn't want to expose myself, so I dispersed some of my power. Yu Chen was cultivating this technique. Yi Qingyan continued, however, don't worry, Sir Jianling. I'll cultivate it back soon. You have the red blood sword. Do you still need to cultivate it? Yes. Yi Qingyan nodded and asked, Sir Jianling, is it true that the red blood sword is cursed? You're so naive to think that it's true. Chen Hao replied. Chen Hao believed that Yi Qingyan was a smart child. She should understand what he meant. Then what about General Chen? That should be one of the reasons. Of course, the biggest reason is that he forcibly increased his strength twice. Otherwise, he would have been in it longer than Zhou Lihua. Chen Hao added, of course, he had no choice when he was in danger. If he didn't forcibly increase his strength, I'm afraid you wouldn't have the chance to see him. I know you still like that Chen Pengfei. Chen Hao glanced at Yi Qingyan and asked, why? Do you hate me? Yi Qingyan asked softly, did he hate you before he died? Chen Hao asked, did Zhou Lihua hate me before she died? No. Yi Qingyan shook her head with certainty. The Empress wouldn't. Then do you think Chen Pengfei hated me before he died? No, he was much kinder than the Empress. Chen Hao warned her kindly, remember, Qingyan, don't be blinded by power. You must remember that the red blood sword is always a demonic sword. Yi Qingyan followed the crowd and looked at the shop signs on the street. She said to Chen Hao, Sir Jianling, it's different from ordinary demonic swords. I'm different. Chen Hao recalled his past life and said in a low voice, I've never forced the sword master. As long as the sword master isn't too cowardly or cowardly, I'll help them within the scope of my principles. As for what they achieve and what kind of ending they will have, it all depends on them. Yi Qingyan seemed to have noticed that the sword spirit of the red blood sword had a good temper, or maybe she was too familiar with it. She stopped and asked, can Lord Sword Spirit control the sword owner? Like the demonic blood saber? This question was a little out of line. So far, I've never controlled a sword master. Chen Hao thought of his system. There was no benefit in doing it himself. Staying in the sword could improve it. He really couldn't find any joy in doing it alone. I like to watch the sword master perform. I'll just give my opinions occasionally. As for whether the sword master listens to me, I don't care. As long as you don't forget to upgrade the red blood sword, that's enough. Sir Jianling's character is really, Yi Qingyan couldn't find the right words to describe it. However, Yi Qingyan had to admit that the character of the Jianling of the red blood sword would make all the sword masters feel better. Yi Qingyan entered a large inn in Black Earth City. Under the guidance of the inn's waiter, she took a look at her new residence and paid for a month's rent. It was a stand-alone house with a small garden, pond, and pavilion. There were also a few unknown dense trees. Although the rent was expensive, Yi Qingyan liked it. After entering the room, Yi Qingyan took a bath and dried her body with vital essence. Amidst the steam, she changed into a white dress and sat in front of the dressing mirror. She combed her long hair while looking at herself in the bronze mirror. Her eyes were calm. Before leaving, she thought for a while and put on a veil. She didn't want to cause any trouble for now. Yi Qingyan went to the inn's main hall and asked the innkeeper, I'm looking for a gentleman to teach me how to read. Do you have any good recommendations? The innkeeper looked at Yi Qingyan in surprise. The innkeeper had read countless people. He didn't think that someone like Yi Qingyan, who had an extraordinary temperament and generosity, would be illiterate. Even though he had a lot of doubts, he didn't ask. Do you have any requests? Do you want a female gentleman or a male gentleman? Yi Qingyan said, it's best if it's a female. The price is negotiable. Yi Qingyan had discovered that the Zhou nation and the southern region had been separated by the southern demonic beasts for 10,000 years. Not only had their accents changed a lot, but even the most important characters had changed. She looked at the shop signboard and couldn't recognize some of the words. She could only guess, as a warrior, she had to be literate at least. If she got her hands on a martial arts technique, she couldn't practice it blindly, could she? It's best if it's a female gentleman. Well. The innkeeper frowned and thought for a while. I should be able to find one for you. Thank you, innkeeper. The sooner the better. Yi Qingyan took out a gold nugget and put it on the counter. Yi Qingyan had plenty of gold coins. However, the gold coins on both sides had also changed. She had no choice but to pinch the gold coin into a gold nugget. The innkeeper put away the gold nugget with a smile and said, Thank you, Mississippi. I do have someone in mind, but I'm not sure if you mind her identity. Tell me about it. Scholar Wang's wife, Chen Miao, used to be a courtesan in the Red Moon Tower. She redeemed herself and married Scholar Wang not long ago. The couple lived a poor life. As far as I know, Chen Miao is a good reader of poetry and books. She is also proficient in music. If you don't mind her identity, I can talk to her for you. I think I'm sure they will agree. The innkeeper thought Yi Qingyan would despise him, so he continued to persuade her. There are many warriors who can recognize a few words. However, their skills are limited and they can still be confused when they come across rare words. Besides, it's not cheap to hire them. The most suitable candidate for you would be a scholar, but most of them are men. Since you want a female teacher, I think Scholar Wang's wife is a good choice. She can recognize words well and can compose poems. She would be cheaper than a scholar. Sure, help me ask her. If she's willing, come to my place in the afternoon. Yi Qingyan nodded and said, If I'm satisfied with her, I won't treat her unfairly. In the afternoon, a couple came to the inn. Seeing the innkeeper, the young man walking in front greeted him, Uncle Su. Oh, you're here. The innkeeper stood in front of the counter and saw Scholar Wang. He glanced at the dignified and delicate woman and said in a low voice, Wang Xian, the girl I'm going to introduce to you has an extraordinary temperament and is generous. When you go in later, be respectful and don't offend her. Thank you, Uncle Su. I understand. All right, that's good. Shopkeeper Su nodded. Follow me. Shopkeeper Su was born a commoner and did not have the means to practice martial arts. His father sent him to Scholar Wang's grandfather to study. At the age of 14, Master Su was literate and had learned simple arithmetic from Scholar Wang's grandfather. He successfully joined a chamber of commerce as a waiter and worked hard for most of his life. When he got older, he left the chamber of commerce and returned to the Black Earth City with his years of savings to open an inn. Seeing that the grandson of his first teacher was living a poor life, he more or less took care of Scholar Wang over the years. As for why Scholar Wang followed Yi Qingyan because she hired a female teacher, it was simple. Scholar Wang was worried, knocking on Qingyan's door. Shopkeeper Su smiled and said, Miss, the person you want is here. Yi Qingyan glanced at the two people behind Shopkeeper Su and nodded to let them in. Shopkeeper Su sniffed the air in the living room. There was an elegant fragrance. His eyes lit up when he saw the strange incense burner with light smoke. Have a seat. Yi Qingyan glanced at Shopkeeper Su and the handsome man. Finally, she fixed her eyes on Chen Miao. Chen Miao was about 20 years old. She was dressed plainly, but her skin was fair. She looked gentle and graceful. There was a hint of prostitution in her behavior, but it was not that strong. Perhaps Yi Qingyan's gaze was sharp, but Chen Miao did not dare to raise her head. Chen Miao was knowledgeable. She could tell that Yi Qingyan had a noble temperament despite her veil. Even the son of the governor of Black Earth City paled in comparison to Yi Qingyan. Moreover, as a beautiful woman, she was sure that behind the veil was a great beauty, There was no need to ask how she could tell. Yi Qingyan's strong confidence in her movements was enough to confirm that she did not wear the veil to hide her ugliness. Shopkeeper Su introduced the two. Yi Qingyan nodded slightly and said, "My surname is Yi." She did not say her real name. The atmosphere was a little awkward, but Yi Qingyan did not care. "Chen Miao? Is there anything you need, Miss Yi? I need you to teach me how to read." 10 days. Chen Miao said honestly, "Miss Yi, 10 days is too short, isn't it? I have the foundation. 10 days is enough." Yi Qingyan didn't have much time to waste. "For 10 days, I need you to come to my place every day before 9 and leave at 5. You have to have lunch with me. Here's the deposit." Yi Qingyan extended her hand in front of Chen Miao. Chen Miao hurriedly took it, and 10 gold coins fell into her hand. During the day, Yi Qingyan exchanged a large amount of gold with shopkeeper Su, which made shopkeeper Su a lot of money. Looking at the dazzling 10 gold coins in her hand, Chen Miao's eyes lit up like a miser. Even Scholar Wang, who was next to him, took a deep breath and pinched his thigh with one hand, trying to keep himself calm. To an ordinary family, 10 gold coins was a huge sum of money. Scholar Wang's family was even poorer than the average commoners. "If you can satisfy me in 10 days, there will be more." Chen Miao replied seriously, "I will do my best." "Then you can go back. Come back tomorrow morning." Early the next morning, Chen Miao knocked on Yi Qingyan's door. Yi Qingyan opened the door and saw Chen Miao. She asked doubtfully, "It's not time yet, is it? I think it's better to be a little earlier." Chen Hao was speechless. It was not just a little earlier, it was an hour earlier. Yi Qingyan glanced at the basket in Chen Miao's hand. "Come in." Chen Miao closed the door and saw Yi Qingyan put the veil on the table. Chen Miao held her breath when she saw Yi Qingyan's face. She finally understood why Yi Qingyan always wore a veil. The woman in front of her was definitely the most beautiful woman she had ever seen. Even the top hostess of the Black Dirt City could not compare to her, especially in terms of temperament. In the Red Moon brothel, the sisters or guests would occasionally discuss the issue of women's appearance. Beautiful women were also divided into two types. The first type was the beauties at first sight. Most people would be stunned by their beauty at first sight. The second type was the beauties at second sight. They were not stunning at first sight, but after looking at them for a long time, they would realize their beauty. As for Yi Qingyan, she should be one of those rare women who had two attributes. However, Chen Miao was more concerned about her temperament. Her eyes were really like the stars in the night sky, as if they were shining from time to time. Her eyes were calm and confident. Behind the calm and confidence, there seemed to be an indescribable sadness and disappointment that was engraved in her bones. She had an elegant and noble air about her. This air of nobility was mixed with a hint of bossiness. This kind of temperament made Chen Miao a little fascinated. "Do I look good?" "Yes." After saying this, Chen Miao immediately lowered her head in embarrassment. She had lost a lot of face today. "Have some tea." A cup of hot tea was handed over. Chen Miao immediately took it. The teacup was warm and did not burn her hands. She took a light breath and the faint fragrance of tea lingered around her nose. She could not help but take a small sip from the edge of the teacup. The tea was very hot. She only moistened the tip of her tongue. "Good tea. What's that basket?" "Books." Only then did Chen Miao remember the purpose of her visit. She put down the teacup, lifted the gray cloth on the basket, and took out the 4 books inside. "These are books specially written by my father-in-law. Almost all the commonly used words are in them." Qingyan took out a set of exquisite snacks and placed the 2 tables in the living room side by side. She sat next to Chen Miao. "Let's begin." "All right." As soon as the lesson began, Chen Miao completely understood why Yi Qingyan was so confident that she could learn to read in 10 days. Yi Qingyan's memory was outstanding. In addition, she already had a foundation. As long as Chen Miao explained it once, she could remember the words firmly. There was no need to repeatedly deepen and consolidate it. After Chen Miao realized this, she immediately increased her learning speed. It was only when Chen Miao's stomach rumbled that the two of them realized that it was already noon. After a whole morning of learning, Yi Qingyan improved rapidly. She had already mastered more than 300 words. This speed made Chen Miao speechless. Yi Qingyan did not want to show her face. She passed a piece of paper to Chen Miao. This is the menu. Pass it to the waiter. All right. Not long after, Chen Miao carried a basket into Qingyan's room. The fragrance of food came from inside. Qingyan nodded. Chen Miao seemed to understand what she meant. Yi Qingyan watched as Chen Miao deftly placed the various dishes in the basket on the table. She even served herself a bowl of rice. Yi Qingyan smiled and said, "Do you like these dishes? I just ordered them. I can eat anything. I'm not picky." Chen Miao secretly swallowed her saliva. "It's just that your dishes are a little too much. 2 women, 4 plates of meat dishes, 3 plates of vegetables, and a bowl of soup." The basket was so heavy that Chen Miao almost couldn't lift it in the inn's kitchen. Speaking of which, how long had it been since she last ate meat, especially demonic beast meat? In the past, she could only take advantage of the customers. In order to maintain her elegance, she didn't dare to eat too much. 3 slices was her limit. Eat as much as you can. Okay. Chen Miao could tell that Yi Qingyan was definitely rich. She didn't stand on ceremony and ate until she was a little full. She put the leftover food into the basket and carried it back to the inn's kitchen. She even went to innkeeper Su's place and asked shamelessly if she could take the leftovers back home. It would be a pity to throw them away. Manager Su didn't make things difficult for her. He instructed the waiter to pack the leftovers and bring them back after she left. When she returned to Qingyan's room, Chen Miao was a little happy. There were 2 chairs in the pavilion. The 2 women rested for a while in the garden pavilion. Chen Miao looked at the blooming roses in the garden. She recalled Manager Su's instructions and asked, "Does Mishi like music?" "Yes." "Then I'll bring my pipa next time. When I'm resting, I can play my pipa for you. I'm very good at it." Chen Miao's talents weren't top-notch. She was only good at playing the pipa, so she was a little confident. "Why don't you play it now? You have it here? Okay." Qingyan waved her white hand and a pipa appeared in her bosom. Chen Miao took the pipa and with a glance, she could see that the craftsmanship of this pipa was not ordinary. She looked at the number of strings on the pipa and happily said, "This ancient style of pipa is very rare nowadays." "The most ancient style?" Yi Qingyan thought for a while and asked, "How is it? Can you play it?" "Yes, give me some time." Chen Miao plucked the strings. When she heard the sound of the pipa, she smiled. This sound was much better than the pipa she had at home. Looking at Chen Miao fiddling with the pipa, Qingyan took out a fake nail and gave it to her. "Wear this, otherwise your hand will hurt." "Yes." Chen Miao put on her fake nails and played a few notes on the strings. She then said, "All right, I'll play it for you." "All right." Yi Qingyan could tell that Chen Miao was quite good at playing the pipa. She had put in a lot of effort in this area and was quite talented. Other than practicing martial arts, Yi Qingyan's only hobby in her spare time was musical instruments. She was best at guzheng, guqin, and pipa. In the Zhou Palace, all sorts of top musicians had gathered. Yi Qingyan had also consulted them before, and those musicians had taught Yi Qingyan everything without holding anything back. After all, the status of musicians was very low. They were more than happy to be on good terms with someone like Yi Qingyan, who held great power. Yi Qingyan was very good at music. Only 1 or 2 old musicians in the Zhou Palace dared to say that they were better at music than her. "How is it? Does it sound good?" Qingyan smiled and said, "Yes." To be able to play the pipa like this at around 20 years old, it was indeed not bad. "Is it just okay?" Qingyan's evaluation made Chen Miao a little disappointed. She felt that she had performed well today. She glanced at Qingyan and asked softly, "Since Mishi has collected a pipa, your musical skills must be quite good, right?" Qingyan smiled and said, "It's all right." She felt very relaxed talking to Chen Miao. Or rather, she felt more relaxed after leaving the Zhou kingdom. She also saw her own reflection in Chen Miao. Of course, the 2 of them should be considered lucky. "Can you play it?" Chen Miao was a little expectant, but she asked carefully, "I want to hear it." "Sure." Yi Qingyan took the pipa. Without wearing her nails, she played a popular song in the Zhou Palace. Chen Miao looked at Yi Qingyan's face and watched her slender fingers pluck on the strings. Her technique was both strange and familiar. She was a little entranced as she listened to the unknown song. She seemed to be in the palace and saw the majestic palace, as well as the well-dressed dancers. "How is it?" "Much better than me," Chen Miao said with sincere admiration. "What's the name of this song?" "It doesn't have a name. The musician who taught me the pipa didn't say." It should be a palace musician. Listen to this song. It's magnificent. Ordinary people aren't qualified to listen to it. It should be. After listening to the song, Chen Miao began to teach Yi Qingyan how to read seriously. When the two of them came back to their senses, the sky was almost dark. The words on the paper were almost invisible. According to Chen Hao, this teacher was delaying the lesson until she went crazy. Yi Qingyan stood up and said, "It's very late now. I'll send you back." "I think it's better not." Chen Miao thought of the takeaway food and chose to refuse. "Besides, it's not dark yet. We still have time. Listen to me." Qingyan looked at Chen Miao and said seriously. There was a domineering tone in her voice that didn't allow for any argument. Okay." Yi Qingyan put on her veil and led the somewhat submissive Chen Miao to the lobby. Chen Miao immediately saw her husband, Scholar Wang, standing at the entrance of the inn. "Miss Yi, my husband is at the door." Yi Qingyan looked at the young man and nodded. "Then you can go. I won't send you off." Thank you, Miss Yi." Qingyan slowly retreated into the shadows. She glanced at the couple and returned to her room. In the darkness, she didn't light a lamp. "Qingyan." After a long time, Chen Hao shouted in red blood sword. "What's the matter, Master Jianling? I heard you play the pipa today. It was quite nice. I have a song here. I hope you can play it for me." "What song?" Yi Qingyan would never have dreamed that Master Jianling would make such a request. Shouldn't he be instigating her to kill someone at this time? "Pipa language." "Pipa language?" Hearing this unfamiliar name, Qingyan asked, "Is this song composed by Master Jianling?" "Yes, it's me," Chen Hao said shamelessly. Yi Qingyan probably knew the background of Red Blood Sword. Chen Hao was too lazy to make up excuses. He might as well say that he composed the song himself. "Master Jianling, please teach me." "How?" Chen Hao was in a difficult position. He didn't know how to compose music. Qingyan said, "Humph, you can play it for me." "Okay." When Chen Hao hummed the first time, Yi Qingyan, who was holding the pipa, couldn't help but laugh. Be serious, Chen Hao said unhappily. "Okay, I won't laugh." At first, Yi Qingyan wanted to laugh. But after a while, her face suddenly became serious after listening to a few lines. She gradually discerned the sad and melancholic tune from Jianling's rough and unpleasant voice. It was not an exaggeration to say that Yi Qingyan was a master of music. Of course, she could tell whether the song was good or bad. After Chen Hao hummed once, Yi Qingyan sat up straight and said solemnly, "Master Jianling, please play it again." "All right." Chen Hao did not refuse. He just suddenly wanted to listen to a song from his hometown. As soon as Chen Hao started to hum, the sound of the pipa rang out. At first, it was Chen Hao who played with Qingyan, but after the second time, the sound of the pipa took over and Chen Hao started to hum along with the pipa. This song was very simple. With Qingyan's talent and cultivation, she learned it very quickly. Of course, the song she played was much better than Chen Hao's humming. Chen Hao hummed 3 times and did not say anything else. He listened to the song quietly. When Qingyan played the song for the 4th time, Chen Hao could hear the sadness and sorrow in the song. When he looked at Qingyan again, he found that Qingyan's face was already covered in tears. She gently opened her red lips and hummed along with the song. Her voice was 1,000 times more pleasant than Chen Hao's, but it was also 1,000 times more sorrowful. Her unfocused eyes were filled with longing. The pipa between her slender fingers was like the rolling dust of the mortal world. The cycle of reincarnation had become a death. All the prosperity and happiness had become the past. She was left alone to search for traces of the past. Qing Yan played the pipa song again and again like a madwoman. When dawn broke, Chen Miao knocked on her door. Only then did she recover from the collapse of her emotions. She tidied her clothes, wiped her eyes, and put away the pipa. She asked softly, "Master Jianling, is this song for me? If you like it, I'll give it to you. I like it very much." "Thank you." Qing Yan brought Chen Miao back. After lunch, they played the pipa in the pavilion as usual. However, Qing Yan mainly played while Chen Miao listened. "It's really nice. Miss Ye's pipa is the best I've ever heard." Chen Miao wiped her tears. After praising from the bottom of her heart, she whispered, "Oh right, what's the name of this song?" "Pipa Melody. This tune is so nice. I've been learning the pipa for so many years, but why haven't I heard it before?" Hearing this question, Qing Yan lowered her head and said slowly, "I composed this song myself." Inside the red blood sword, Chen Hao stared at Yi Qing Yan blankly. This girl, even her tone was exactly the same as his. He felt that he had been plagiarized. "Miss Yi, you're really amazing." Chen Miao looked at Yi Qing Yan with adoring eyes. Yi Qing Yan felt a little embarrassed. "It's all right." Chen Miao could clearly hear some emotions in the song, even though Yi Qing Yan had tried her best to restrain herself. "By the way, Miss Yi, are you missing someone? Let's not talk about this anymore." "Okay, I won't talk about it anymore. I think that as long as it's a man and he's not blind, he won't let you down." Since Yi Qing Yan said that she didn't want to talk about it anymore, of course she wouldn't go against her wishes. "I really hope that he's blind." Chen Hao frantically expressed his dissatisfaction in the sword, but Yi Qing Yan's words extinguished his anger. "Master Jianling, did you really write this song? Also, didn't you say that you'd give it to me?" Chen Hao did say that he'd give it to her. However, after thinking about it, Chen Hao gave up on pursuing the matter. To him and Qing Yan, this song didn't seem to have any value, especially in this world. After learning for only 8 days, Chen Miao realized that she had nothing to teach Yi Qing Yan. Qing Yan had already learned most of the 4,000 common words. Later on, Chen Miao had no choice but to go home and crazily study, learning some rare words to teach Yi Qing Yan. On the 9th day, Qing Yan was waiting in the hall. She frowned because Chen Miao hadn't come yet. 10 days ago, Qing Yan requested that Chen Miao come to her every day at 9. Chen Miao was very serious about this job. Although she said that it was 9, she would come an hour earlier every day. However, it was already past 9 now. After waiting for another hour, there was finally a knock on her door. Chen Miao lowered her head and came over. Qing Yan closed the door and reached out to pinch Qing Yan's chin, lifting her face up. There was a palm print on Chen Miao's beautiful face. Yi Qing Yan noticed it when she entered the room. "Who hit you?" "It's nothing." Chen Miao smiled. "It wasn't him." "Then who did it?" "Miss Yi, forget it. Tell me, maybe I can help you solve it?" Qing Yan sat on the chair and said casually, "Some things may be extremely difficult for you, but for me, it's just a matter of saying a word." Chen Miao hesitated for a moment and didn't hesitate anymore. She was also someone who had seen the world and knew that Qing Yan was telling the truth. "It's a follower of the third young master of the Lu family in Black Dirt City. I met him before when the third young master of the Lu family was listening to music. He seemed to like me. After I redeemed myself and got married, I didn't go out again. I didn't expect to meet him just now. He said that he likes me. I said that I'm married and he was very angry." "So he slapped you?" "Yes." Chen Miao whispered. "Miss Yi, I'm a little worried. He said that he won't let me go." Qing Yan couldn't help but smile. "Just this small matter?" "Yes, it seems a little small." Chen Miao whispered. "But my husband is a scholar. He's no match for him. Moreover, he has the Lu family behind him. Don't worry, I know the city lord of Black Dirt City. I'll find time to talk to him. You won't be in trouble." Thank you, Miss Yi. Thank you, Miss Yi." After receiving Yi Qing Yan's assurance, Chen Miao hurriedly thanked her. After thanking her, she began to teach Qing Yan more seriously. After learning more or less, Qing Yan would chat with Chen Miao and indirectly inquire about the situation in the southern mountain range. Chen Miao would answer Qingyan's questions without hiding anything. Although she wasn't a warrior, she had seen many warriors because she had stayed in a brothel. This rough information still benefited Qingyan a lot. After Chen Miao left, Qingyan had dinner and walked to the back garden. She patted the red blood sword at her waist. "Lord Jianling, are you hungry?" "Isn't that nonsense? I'll take you to eat something delicious today." Yi Qingyan had heard about the Lu family of Black Dirt City. They didn't have a good reputation. In Black Earth City's Lu family, there were 5 Xiantian masters on the surface, and the Lu family's ancestor seemed to be a peak Xiantian master. Among the several big families in Black Earth City, the Lu family was the strongest, and also the most arrogant and despotic. "Are you sure it's not to help Chen Miao solve her problem?" "I think so." Qingyan didn't hide it. After being together for so long, she had figured out the temper of Lord Jianling, the red blood sword. She knew that she couldn't blindly act according to Jianling's ideas. She had to show due respect, but she had to maintain her independence. Otherwise, she would be easily controlled by Jianling. Or Jianling might think that the sword master should listen to the Jianling's orders and couldn't go against them. Of course, she couldn't completely go against Jianling's requests. She had more or less figured out the finer points of this. "What are you going to do? Kill that little guard?" The other party was indeed a little guard. Chen Hao was now a sword with status. He really didn't care about guards. Of course, guards like 17 were not included in this list. "I don't want to leave any trouble for Chen Miao." Chen Hao was well aware of Yi Qingyan's cultivation level. During the 10 days in Black Dirt City, she had cultivated the Cloud Cauldron technique again. Coupled with the replenishment of spirit stones, her true essence cultivation level was maintained at the middle stage of the innate realm. Her true essence was much purer and denser than when she cultivated the wood elemental spring technique. At the same time, she also cultivated the demon spirit sex enchanting heart technique. She had comprehended the illusion profound meaning and the cloud profound meaning. Innate realm martial artists were no match for her. Even if she encountered an early-stage heaven-breaking realm expert, she could still escape unscathed. It was not yet late at night, but the Lu clan's mansion was brightly lit. Yi Qingyan stood in the air above the mansion with the red blood sword in her hand. She scanned the area with her divine sense and confirmed her target. A pure white sword chi whizzed toward a room. The entire room was split into 2 by Qingyan's sword chi. With a crash, a person broke through the window in a sorry state with a weapon in hand. "Assassin! Assassin!" Shouts rang out in the Lu clan's mansion. Countless members of the Lu clan and their guards rushed out with weapons, looking at Yi Qingyan's black figure in the air. The 4 innate realm experts of the Lu clan flew into the air and surrounded Yi Qingyan. Yi Qingyan's face was covered, only revealing a pair of sharp eyes. Her curvaceous figure was completely covered. Even her towering feminine features were covered up by the white cloth. As for the fragrance on her body, she had also concealed it slightly, not wanting to reveal any flaws. "Who are you?" The leader of the Lu clan's late-stage innate realm experts shouted angrily, "How dare you behave so atrociously in our Lu clan?" Qingyan did not hide her middle-stage innate realm cultivation level at all. "I'm here for revenge." As soon as Qingyan spoke, not only did the 4 innate realm experts look at each other, but even Chen Hao and the red blood sword looked at her in shock. The voice coming out of Qingyan's mouth was hoarse, deep, and magnetic. It was extremely charming. Hearing this voice, it was easy to imagine the image of a 40 or 50-year-old handsome man who had experienced countless vicissitudes of life. It was said that a pleasant bass voice could make one's ears pregnant. The voice coming out of Yi Qingyan's mouth must be such a voice. That's right, this was the voice of Jianling's Chen Hao. Chen Hao knew that Qingyan was being mischievous again. "I want to avenge my son." Yi Qingyan's voice was filled with her irreconcilable hatred towards the Lu clan. Chen Hao was not used to it. He did not have a son. After saying this, Qingyan narrowed her eyes. The foreplay was enough. The rise of an aristocratic family was definitely built on countless corpses. It was not uncommon for people to seek revenge in this world where martial arts flourished. When they heard the purpose of the visitor, the few Xiantian realm experts of the Lu clan practically didn't intend to ask any further. Since it was a blood feud, it was impossible to reconcile. At this moment, Yi Qingyan's blood sword began to swing left and right rhythmically, like a poisonous snake waiting for an opportunity. The gazes of the four Xiantian experts were simultaneously drawn over. Because in their eyes, the swaying flexible swords had already changed into 7. Concept of illusion. Everyone be careful. 7 sword shadows attacked the 4 Xiantian realm experts at the same time. The 4 Xiantian realm experts hurriedly defended themselves. Soon, after one move, one of the Xiantian realm experts fell to the ground and smashed through the roof beam. Third brother, someone roared. Yi Qingyan glanced at the countless servants and guards of the Lu clan below her. They were probably all gathered. I'm going to kill you. A Xiantian expert from the Lu clan charged towards Yi Qingyan furiously. Yi Qingyan dodged him with a flash, and her body descended rapidly. She then charged towards the guards and servants. She injected her true essence into the scarlet blood sword, and the originally soft longsword instantly straightened. Yi Qingyan brandished the 2-meter-long flexible sword and killed her way into the dense crowd of servants and guards. It was as if she was harvesting wheat. Wherever the red blood sword passed, no one was left alive. How dare you? The 3 Xiantian realm experts were furious as they charged at Yi Qingyan. However, Yi Qingyan's movements were extremely agile. Amidst her agility, there was calmness and elegance. She was like a beautiful butterfly dancing among the flowers. Even Chen Hao didn't pay attention to the red blood sword's blade. He didn't know how many martial artists' bodies were cut. Instead, he focused on Yi Qingyan's agile movements. In terms of elegance, Yi Qingyan was definitely the best. Just as Yi Qingyan was massacring the guards and servants, another 3 Xiantian realm experts appeared. Among them, there were even 2 peak Xiantian realm experts. This situation was not much different from what Yi Qingyan had expected. Sometimes, these aristocratic families liked to hide a little of their strength. The 6 Xiantian realm experts didn't waste any more time with Yi Qingyan. They charged at Yi Qingyan without holding back. Yi Qingyan stood on the ground and swung the red blood sword lightly. She shouted in a low voice, "Illusion superpower." In an instant, countless men in black appeared in front of the Xiantian realm experts of the Lu clan. The men in black filled the backyard of the Lu clan. They even stood on the rockery, in the lake, on the roof. The 6 Xiantian realm experts were stunned. Someone shouted, "Patriarch." This is definitely not some illusion concept. The patriarch of the Lu clan roared with an ugly expression, "It's the esoteric meaning." Esoteric meaning? Esoteric meaning. Yi Qingyan looked at them. They were also looking at Yi Qingyan in shock. When they saw Yi Qingyan, they suddenly realized that her pitch-black eyes had turned silver-white. Those beautiful silver-white eyes were as dazzling as the starry sky. They were mesmerized. Esoteric meaning of clouds, 7 styles of wind and cloud. Just as they were stunned, countless men in black and countless sword shadows shrouded them. Standing on the roof of the Lu clan's mansion, Yi Qingyan swung the red blood sword. Blood splattered on the roof tiles. She looked at the silent Lu clan's mansion and said to the red blood sword in her heart, "I think the person who was pestering her should be dead too." Yes, he should be dead. He shouldn't be so lucky. He was just an attendant of the Lu clan. He should have been buried in the pile of bones. Yi Qingyan nodded and said with satisfaction, "Yes. There are no hidden dangers." Indeed, there were no hidden dangers. Chen Hao had to admit this. Chen Hao had witnessed Yi Qingyan's swift and decisive, ruthless and merciless way of doing things. She was promoted to Zhou Lihua's side at such a young age and became the target of Jiang Qinyu's grooming. This was definitely not a fluke. Didn't the powerful emperor admire such talents? "You seem to like Chen Miao a lot." "Yes, I saw her and her husband today. I can tell that they are very loving." Yi Qingyan lowered her head and continued, I'm a little jealous. I feel that she is very similar to me. However, she is luckier than me. I really hope that they can lead a better life. Do you understand?" "I don't really understand. I'm a little confused." Chen Hao replied. "You are just a Jianling. You don't need to understand. Although I don't really understand, I have to compliment you today." Chen Hao said with dissatisfaction, "Qingyan, you are such a kind girl. I admire you." Kind? How could Qingyan not hear Jianling's sarcasm? As for admiring her, it might be true. However, she was not angry and said to herself, I'll take it that Lord Jianling is praising me. Yi Qingyan glanced at the black figure in the distance and did not find it strange. With such a big commotion, how could the city lord of Black Earth City not be alarmed? Fortunately, she was quite fast in killing people. An expert in the middle stage of the heaven-breaking realm as the city lord. If this were the Zhou nation, it would definitely be too extravagant. Perhaps this was also related to the proximity to the territory of the monster clan. Chen Hao also noticed that person and could not help but urge, do you want to challenge him? Forget it. Qing Yan refused. Besides, I don't want to deal with them now. Let's leave. After the city lord of Black Earth City arrived, he glanced at Yi Qingyan warily. He quickly noticed the situation in the Liu clan mansion, and his expression became very ugly. The Liu clan's power was inseparable from his indulgence. Why did he allow the Liu clan to be so powerful? Of course, it was because the Liu clan offered him filial piety every year and even married their first daughter to him as a concubine. Everyone in Black Earth City knew that the Liu clan was under his protection, but now, the Liu clan was almost uprooted. The city lord of Black Earth City said with a cold expression, Your Excellency's methods are too ruthless. However, he quickly realized that something was wrong. He stabbed his sword at the other party, but the other party did not dodge. After the long sword pierced an inch into the other party's body, the long sword in his hand stopped. Then, the illusion in front of him dissipated. He held his breath, and his heart went numb. All the hair on his body stood on end. His whole body was motionless like a statue. After a long time, he sighed softly. He knew that the other party should have left. He looked at the piles of corpses in the Liu clan mansion and cursed through gritted teeth, damn the Liu clan, they deserved to be destroyed. Why did they provoke such a strong enemy and almost implicate me? After saying this, he immediately left the scene. He would pretend that today's incident did not happen and that he had never come. He would not care about the Liu family's matters. At most, he would be criticized by his superior. He could bear it. It was absolutely impossible to avenge the Liu clan. The other party was very strong. The Liu clan was already finished. Even if he tried his best to avenge the Liu clan, what would he gain? Face was indeed important, but he could pretend that he was doing his best to investigate and arrest them. As for his favored concubine, he felt that as long as that woman's brain wasn't damaged, whether it was to protect her position or to avenge her family, she should try her best to please him. Of course, if one was stupid and couldn't figure it out, he could only give it up. With his current status, he didn't lack one or two beautiful women. While the city lord of Black Dirt City was dealing with the illusion left behind by Yi Qingyan had already returned to the inn and was preparing to bathe and change her clothes. The scarlet blood sword was hung on the screen, at a place where she could reach out her hand. When the pervasive mist touched the cold red blood sword, countless tiny water droplets hung on the sword. Chen Hao looked at Qing Yan, who was lying in the bathtub, and said, Get ready tonight. As a sword master, Chen Hao was quite satisfied with Qing Yan. In other words, he didn't have high requirements for a sword master to begin with. Prepare for what? Qing Yan raised her head and asked. Receive the inheritance of the red blood sword. Didn't you say that you wanted to hear Chen Pengfei's story? The red blood sword contains the inheritance he left behind. Are you interested? Yi Qingyan said very seriously, Of course, I want all of his things. After learning that the red blood sword contained the inheritance of XVI, Qingyan no longer dawdled. She jumped out of the bathtub quickly, dried the water droplets on her body, wrapped herself in a bath towel, picked up the red blood sword, and returned to her room. How do I inherit it? Just lie on the bed and close your eyes. Okay. Qing Yan didn't say anything. She held the red blood sword, lay on the bed, and covered herself with a blanket. The blood mist rose from the red blood sword, enveloping Qing Yan's entire body. The next morning, Qing Yan woke up from the inheritance of the red blood sword. How is it? Did you inherit anything? I comprehended the slaughter concept, the concept of fear. Qing Yan sat up from the bed, looking a little disappointed. She pleaded, But I still can't comprehend the concept of strength. Lord Jianling, can you let me comprehend it again? Chen Hao glanced at the bulging blanket and the slightly slender figure, and then at her somewhat delicate arms. He didn't have any hope that she could comprehend the concept of strength, although the inheritance of the red blood sword was somewhat overpowered. After experiencing several sword masters, he understood that some powerful concepts required some prerequisites. If it was suitable, then it was suitable. If it wasn't suitable, then it wasn't suitable. The concept of strength was so powerful. Which sword master didn't want to have it? Zhou Lihua had thought about it, and so had Xiao Hongyan. However, Chen Hao had given them many chances, and they had all failed. It was the same for Meng Juanpei's destruction concept. Zhou Lihua still couldn't comprehend it. However, Zhou Lihua had comprehended the fast concept. However, Chen Hao admired Qing Yan's stubborn spirit very much. Therefore, he said, it depends on your performance. If you perform well, I will give you another chance. Thank you, Lord Jianling. Performance, of course, Yi Qingyan knew what Jianling wanted to see. However, Jianling's bait was too tempting. She had no choice but to take it. Chen Miao knocked on Yi Qingyan's door again. Her expression was the same as usual. Yi Qingyan knew that she might not know about the Lu clan's extermination. However, Yi Qingyan wouldn't reveal anything to her. Instead, she said apologetically, I forgot about the Lu clan yesterday. I will send someone to inform them today. It's fine, Miss Yi. Chen Miao smiled and placed the book in her hand on the table. This is the content of today's lesson. I have taken out all the treasures that my father-in-law left at home. I feel that after today, there is nothing left to teach Miss Yi. Miss Yi is truly too amazing. Qing Yan glanced at Chen Miao's dark eyes and smiled. She was already used to such words, since she was young, except for her father and Chen Pengfei. Almost everyone praised her for her intelligence and said that she had a bright future. Then let's begin. Okay. After lunch, the two girls rested in the pavilion. Qing Yan watched as the roses in the garden began to wither. She turned around and asked Chen Miao, what day is it today? I remember it's April 19th. Qing Yan closed her eyes and counted the days. She realized that the calendar in the Zhou nation was the same as here. She sighed softly, so it's April 19th. It's a pity that I don't have time to go back. What's wrong? Chen Miao asked softly, is this date important to you? I suddenly remembered that in 5 days, it will be the death anniversary of my sister. Chen Miao asked cautiously, biological sister? No. Qing Yan shook her head and said, it's senior sister. She was a very good sister. She treated me well. She was the one who brought me into the sect. Oh, I'm sorry. Did I mention something sad? Sad? Qing Yan plucked the strings, and the pipa made a pleasant and light sound. She smiled and said, why would I be sad? She has passed away for many years. Occasionally, when I pass by there, I will go to her grave and have a chat. After spending some time together, Yi Qingyan also felt that senior sister Ku'er was a good person and took good care of her. When she laid hands on Ku'er knelt in front of her and begged. Yi Qingyan couldn't bear it. Ku'er was a good person, but she was a little talkative and offended someone she shouldn't have. After this afternoon, the 10-day agreement with Chen Miao was up. Chen Miao had nothing else to teach Qing Yan. Qing Yan gave her 20 gold coins, which was more than Chen Miao expected. Chen Miao looked at the gold coins and thanked her. She didn't refuse. She knew that Yi Qingyan wasn't someone who would refuse such a small amount of money, nor was she someone who liked to be hypocritical. Before leaving, Qing Yan added, don't worry, I won't forget about you. Her words made Chen Miao feel relieved. Chen Miao walked out of Yi Qingyan's room and arrived at the inn's main hall. She wanted to see if her husband had come to pick her up and bid farewell to innkeeper Su. Then, she heard many diners mention the Lu family of Black Dirt City. Hearing about the Lu family of Black Dirt City, she immediately stopped and listened carefully. How could the Lu family be annihilated? That's the most powerful family in Black Dirt City. They have several innate experts. Who knows? They must have offended someone they shouldn't have. The Lu family and the city lord seem to be in-laws? Isn't the other party afraid of the city lord? I heard that the city lord is also confused. He probably won't be able to solve this case, another person asked in a mysterious tone. Do you know how the Lu family offended that mysterious expert? You know? Of course I know. I'm very well informed in Black Dirt City. Chen Miao couldn't take another step, let me tell you. I heard that the Lu family was annihilated because of an old lady of the Lu family. Old Lady Lu was also beautiful when she was young. She had a lover, but after the rise of the Lu family's patriarch, she turned to him. Her lover was cruelly abandoned and suffered a huge blow. He almost couldn't recover from the setback. Later, Chen Miao listened and pursed her lips. She ran to Innkeeper Su and asked, "Innkeeper Su, do you know about the Lu family?" Shopkeeper Su glanced around and nodded his head. Was the Lu clan really destroyed? Shopkeeper Su simply said, "Yes, the news has already spread." What about the guards of the Lu family? Shopkeeper Su looked at her doubtfully and said, "The Lu family, as well as the Lu family's guards and servants, are all dead. Only a few women and children survived." "Thank you." Chen Miao ran back excitedly and knocked on Yi Qingyan's door. "Miss Yi, the Lu family was exterminated last night." "Really?" Chen Miao looked at the expression on Yi Qingyan's face and found no flaws. It seemed that this was the first time she had heard of it. "I heard that the guards of the Lu family are all dead." She sincerely thanked her, but no matter what, I still have to thank Miss Yi for being willing to help me with the Lu family's matter. Yi Qingyan smiled and said, "It's fine. I didn't do anything either." Chen Miao lowered her head and asked in a low voice, "Miss Yi should be staying in Black Earth City for a while, right?" "Yes." "Then can I come and see you later?" Seeing Qingyan coldly shake her head, Chen Miao withered. "I don't think so." Even if Chen Miao was disappointed, it could not change Yi Qingyan's decision. "I still have some other things to attend to and don't have time. I should be leaving soon." Chen Miao nodded heavily. The long hair on her head was a little out of shape. She really liked Miss Yi in front of her. She liked being with her and interacting with her. She always felt very happy. She was also clear about the gap between the two of them. But she still found it hard to accept being rejected like this. Yi Qingyan said softly, "Go back. Thank you for taking care of me, Miss Yi." Chen Miao turned and left. Yi Qingyan looked at her departing back and slowly closed the door. They originally belonged to two different worlds. Yi Qingyan had gained a lot last night. After exterminating the Lu family, her strength was almost at the advanced Khanate realm. She stayed in Black Earth City for another 10 days. After using spiritual stones to raise her strength to the advanced Khanate realm, she left Black Earth City. Chen Hao asked, "Where are you going next?" "To join a force." Yi Qingyan answered honestly. "Why do you want to join a force?" Chen Hao was puzzled. "With the red blood sword in hand, you don't need to join any force? As long as you keep killing, it's only a matter of time before you become the #1 expert in the continent." Yi Qingyan rolled her eyes. She could become the #1 expert if she kept killing. Any martial artist with some sense would not believe Jianling's nonsense. It was said that if you walked too much at night, you would run into ghosts. If you killed too many people, you might also run into ghosts. Of course, she could not refute Jianling directly. "Don't worry, Sir Jianling. I know what I'm doing. Up to you." During this period of time, besides cultivating, Yi Qingyan also found a Khanate realm expert who was not very lucky. After a professional interrogation, that Khanate realm expert revealed a lot of useful information to Yi Qingyan. Yi Qingyan recalled the information she heard in Black Earth City. The southern region had been very strong for 1,000 years, second only to the central region. However, because of a wolf disaster 1,000 years ago, the overall strength of the southern region's martial artists was forcefully halved. It was reduced to the weakest region of the continent among the 5 regions. 1,000 years ago, the demonic beasts in the southern Demon Mountain range, which had been silent for 2,000 years, suddenly rebelled. A purple demonic wolf led a violent demonic beast tied out of the southern Demon Mountain range, directly destroying a third of the countries in the southern region. For a time, the entire southern region was covered in corpses, and the people were plunged into misery and suffering. Later, 2 peak domain realm experts from the central region joined forces with the southern region's Nanyue Empire's patriarch. After 7 days and 7 nights of bitter battle, the 2 peak domain realm experts paid the price of their lives to repel the cruel and bloodthirsty demonic Wolf King. Even after 1,000 years, the people of the southern region still remembered the names of those three heroes. They were Patriarch Chao Haolin of the Nanyue Empire, Grand Elder Sun Jioming of the Central Region's Purple Lightning Sect, and Elder Tao Xingning of the Central Region's Seven Ultimates Sect. In that battle, Chao Haolin died on the spot without leaving a corpse behind. Grand Elder Sun Jioming of the Purple Lightning Sect died of severe injuries after the battle. Elder Tao Xingning of the Seven Ultimates Sect had a good ending. It was said that he did not die, but he did not appear again for 1,000 years. Rumors said that he was actually dead, but no one dared to guarantee that he was really dead. In order to commemorate these three heroes, the southern region's humans even carved their statues on the Wolf Blood Cliff. As for the cause of the wolf disaster, very few people knew. Coincidentally, Yi Qingyan was one of the people who knew the truth. It was not Zhou Lihua who told her, but Jianling of the Red Blood Sword. After learning the cause of the wolf disaster, Yi Qingyan did not know whether to laugh or cry. She felt that the Purple Moon Wolf King was too strong. Those three peak domain realm experts had more or less died unjustly. Yi Qingyan wanted to join a large faction and become a rogue cultivator. Although she had freedom, she would need extraordinary luck to grow. Without a backer, she would have to kill incessantly. It was too risky. If she made enemies frequently, it would be easy for her to be killed. At the same time, Yi Qingyan was confident that she could gain a foothold in the new faction and gain a certain amount of power. Another important reason to join a big power was because there were cultivation methods and martial skills above the profound level. In the Zhou nation, the black level martial arts techniques were the best. Warriors of the same level would naturally be stronger than those who cultivated the earth level martial arts techniques. Yi Qingyan's cultivation methods and martial arts techniques were certainly not weak. She had the Cloud Cauldron skill, the superior class profound level cultivation method, the enchanting skill, the superior class profound level sword technique, the 7 styles of wind and cloud, the medium class profound level cultivation method, the soaring snake sword technique, and the medium class profound level body movement method, the floating cloud steps. These cultivation methods and martial arts techniques were definitely very powerful in the Zhou state. The Red Blood Sword could deduce martial arts techniques, but Yi Qingyan wanted to save as much as possible. She hoped to obtain the martial arts techniques from the large factions. As for Jiang Qinyu's revenge, she planned to put it aside for a while. With her current strength, if she appeared in front of Lin Yunj, she might be killed instantly. There were not many large factions she could choose from. Family factions were the first to be eliminated. Family factions were known to be xenophobic. They might hire some consecrators, but the consecrators would not be given any real power. As for the martial arts techniques that were the foundation of the family's inheritance, they would not share them. Sects were also eliminated. Powerful sects were very particular about one's background. Qingyan's identity could not be investigated. Weaker sects might accept her, but Qingyan was interested in their inheritance. Powerful countries' factions were also out of the question for the same reason. Therefore, Qingyan could only choose the demon sect. Fortunately, there was no powerful figure like Zhou Lihua in the southern region. The demon sect was still prosperous and its strength was enough to compete with the other orthodox sections. Because of the cruel elimination rate that existed in the demonic path sects, they had always opened their doors to rogue martial artists. As long as you had the ability, as long as you passed a series of tests, as long as you were willing to do your best for the sect, they would be willing to sincerely accept you. They would even allow you to become a high-level figure. The target of Qingyan's trip this time was the southern region's #1 Devil Dao sect, the Bloodbath sect. Many sects in the Zhou country had a certain inheritance with the southern region. Many of them developed independently after the Monster Beast clan isolated the Zhou country and lost contact with their original sections. Qingyan suspected that this Blood Fiend sect was very likely the predecessor of the Blood Sea sect. Yi Qingyan couldn't find the predecessor of the Devil Spirit sect in the Zhou state. Maybe the predecessor of the Devil Spirit sect had lost its inheritance, or maybe they kept a low profile and ordinary warriors couldn't find them. However, even if they showed up, Yi Qingyan had no intention of joining them. She was only interested in their spiritual power cultivation method. This was the result of her careful consideration. After obtaining the Red Blood Sword, the Holocaust sect was clearly more suitable for her. The Holocaust sect didn't have many disciples, but in the southern region, they were famous for being difficult to provoke. All of them were battle maniacs and had extremely powerful combat abilities. The Holocaust sect especially liked to nurture experts who had comprehended the massacre concept. More than half of the innate realm experts in the southern region who had comprehended the massacre concept were in the Holocaust sect. The two experts in the southern region who had comprehended the massacre domain were both in the Holocaust sect. One of them was the sect master of the Holocaust sect, Yan Ben, and the other was the great elder of the Holocaust sect, Zhao Haiqing. Every sword master who wanted to control the red blood sword for a long time would face the same difficulty. They relied on killing to increase their strength. In addition, the red blood sword itself increased the sword master's comprehension. Even Ren Kenju could easily comprehend the massacre concept. Comprehending concepts, profound meanings, and superpowers weren't things that could be controlled. Even if the sword master didn't want to comprehend them, in the constant battles and killings, they might inadvertently improve. Furthermore, the massacre concept was famous for easily causing martial artists to go berserk. The massacre concept had become a hidden danger that almost every red blood sword master couldn't get rid of. In the Holocaust sect, there would be martial artists who went berserk from time to time. In order to control or reduce this hidden danger, Yi Qingyan believed that the Holocaust sect should be a good place to go. After all, the Holocaust sect was definitely the place with the most martial artists who went berserk from the massacre concept. It was said that a long illness made a good doctor. Over there, Yi Qingyan could at least learn some effective methods to deal with the massacre concept. Of course, as the members of the Holocaust sect were extremely addicted to bloody battles and killings, and they had been troubled by their inner demons for a long time, most of the disciples in the Holocaust sect had bad tempers. Sometimes, they even seemed a little brainless. For example, during the wolf disaster 1,000 years ago, the southern region suffered the heaviest losses. It was none other than the strongest southern moon empire. Among all the sects, the House of Blood Fiend had the most intense and bloody battle with the demonic beast clan. Among all the top sects in the southern region, they were the only one that didn't move their sect from the beginning to the end. They even guarded their sect. At the same time, they were the only top sect in the southern region whose sect master and elders were all dead. However, the Holocaust sect was very lucky. After the wolf disaster, among the 5 remaining disciples, Protector Zhao Haiqing, who originally had the ability to become an elder, broke through to the early stage of the domain realm. The sect master's third personal disciple, Yan Ben, broke through to the peak of the transcendent realm. In the following 100 years, before all the top sects had recovered from the wolf disaster, Yan Ben broke through again and took over the position of sect master of the Holocaust sect. Zhao Haiqing became the grand elder of the Holocaust sect. As such, the Holocaust sect returned to being one of the top demon Dao sects. These things weren't secrets. Yi Qingyan even suspected that the Holocaust sect had intentionally released them in order to attract those martial artists who liked to fight. Of course, she didn't think that everyone in the Holocaust sect was brainless. She only thought that a martial artist like her would have a greater chance of being put in an important position in the Holocaust sect. In 20 days, Yi Qingyan crossed the border of the Nanyue Nation. She passed by the chaotic land at the intersection of the Nanyue Nation, the Ansu Nation, and the Jiangping Nation and arrived at Lingshan City. Yi Qingyan had heard of Lingshan City for a long time. However, she didn't enter. She only looked at the dilapidated city built on Lingshan City from afar before leaving. After entering the Ansu Nation, just as she arrived at the first city of Ansu City, Chen Hao, who had been silent for a long time in the red blood sword, spoke up. Qingyan, it's been 3 days, I understand, Lord Jianling. Hence, Qingyan removed her veil. After so many days, Chen Hao and Yi Qingyan had developed a tacit understanding. He didn't need to say it clearly. Qingyan knew what he meant. Every time Qingyan removed her veil, her temperament, actions, and expression would all change. Her beautiful face, petite figure, slightly pale face, and her deliberately feigned curiosity and timidity as she stared at the shops on the bustling street, as well as her pitiful temperament of a pretty girl from a humble family, all of these were sending out messages. I'm beautiful. I'm weak. I have a small background. I'm super easy to bully. As long as you're brave enough and slightly more powerful, you can directly attack me. According to Chen Hao's observation, Yi Qingyan dressed like this every time she was in the city. It was different in the wilderness. When she was urged by Chen Hao, she would be more careful and change into a coarse hemp garment, turning into a pretty village girl. Qingyan curiously looked at the shops along the street. She even bought a stick of sugar-coated haws and nibbled on it as she walked. Not long after entering the city from the south gate, she realized that she was being followed by 4 people. The 4 of them were quite careful. They blended in with the crowd and wouldn't be noticed by ordinary people. The 4 of them followed Qingyan and discussed with their heads lowered. "Brother Wolf, that girl looks pretty good. TSK, that figure, that face, it's amazing. I've never seen such a beautiful girl in my life. Looks like she hasn't seen much of the world. Hee hee. Look at the way she nibbles on the sugar-coated haws. Ouch. She's biting my heart." Someone suggested, "Why don't we bring her back?" "Do you know who she is?" "No idea. No idea. She's prettier than the 3rd daughter of the Zhou clan. It's impossible that we haven't heard of her before. She probably doesn't go out much. Maybe her family is scared. They're keeping a close eye on her. Yeah, if she were my wife, I'd keep a close eye on her too. I'd never let her go out. Let's kidnap her and play with her for a few days. Then we can sell her. We'll definitely make a fortune. Follow her. Let's follow her and see where she sleeps at night." Then, quietly, without leaving any trace. While the 4 gang members were discussing Yi Qingyan, she was also discussing the 4 martial artists with Jianling, the red blood sword. "Sir Jianling, are those 4 good enough? The strongest is only in the true energy realm. The other 3 are so weak that I don't even want to look at them." "Sir Jianling," Chen Hao added. "Sir Jianling, don't be so picky. Then I'll make do with them. There's no reason to let them go when they come knocking on my door." "Okay." Qingyan looked around and saw a handsome martial artist with decent strength walking past her. He was also at the true element boundary. However, she only glanced at the young cultivator for a moment before he immediately lowered his head, as if he had a guilty conscience. Yi Qingyan didn't care too much about it. She turned around and glanced at the man who was the leader of the 4 cultivators. Then, she pretended to have discovered them and fled into a small alley with a panicked look on her face, just like a frightened little white rabbit. The 4 of them also noticed Yi Qingyan, who was running into the alley. The warrior in the lead couldn't help but laugh. As a local gang, they were familiar with the layout of the city. The alley that Qingyan escaped into was a dead end. It seemed like they didn't need to wait until nighttime to make their move. The 4 of them felt their blood boiling as they followed Qingyan into the alley. Some of the street vendors and pedestrians also noticed the beautiful girl and the 4 gang members entering the dead end, but they didn't say anything. Those who were walking continued to walk, and those who were shouting continued to shout. Those who were slightly sympathetic might have sighed for the girl in their hearts. Qingyan walked to the end of the alley and stared at the dirty yellow wall in front of her. At the corner of the wall, there was a pile of rubbish. Behind her, the sound of footsteps was getting closer. "Found you, little girl. Let's see where you can run to." Haha. The wild and arrogant laughter that was unique to men rang out. Chen Hao didn't know how many times he had heard this kind of laughter recently. However, every time he heard it, he felt that this laughter was especially pleasing to the ears. It even surpassed the music that Qingyan played, because every time this laughter appeared, it indicated that today was another day of harvest. Qingyan slowly turned around and placed her small hand on the red blood sword's hilt at her waist. Qingyan was a woman who was arrogant to the core. It was already their great honor to be able to accompany this group of people to this stage. Usually, at this time, Qingyan would use the red blood sword in her hand to give this short story a clean and powerful ending. However, today was different. Qingyan's hand on the hilt hesitated for a moment. This was because another martial artist had come over. He was also a true energy realm martial artist. Not bad, not bad. It seems to be a double yoke. Jianling Chen Hao praised. "Qingyan, your charm has improved." Qingyan didn't say anything. She knew that the charm that Mr. Jianling mentioned was different from the charm that ordinary people saw. If a pig could attract a Xiantian realm martial artist, Mr. Jianling might think that the pig's charm was greater than hers. the alley wasn't deep to begin with. The person who came over quickly alerted the four martial artists. A handsome young man with red lips and white teeth walked over with firm steps. He placed his right hand on the hilt of his sword and stared vigilantly at the four martial artists who had bad intentions towards the girl. He said righteously, "What are you trying to do to this girl in broad daylight?" The four martial artists' first reaction was that this young man was trying to be a hero and save the damsel in distress. Xianxia's first reaction was that this young man was trying to be a busybody. The leader of the True Energy Realm martial artists shouted, "Young man, how dare you be a busybody? Do you know who we are? I don't care who you are. I don't care who you are. I won't let you hurt this girl." The young martial artist stood in front of Xianxia and took a deep breath. He comforted her gently, "Young lady, don't worry. I'm here. You'll be fine." Xianxia looked at the XVI to 8-year-old young man who was at the early stage of the True Energy Realm. Then, she looked at the man who was at the late stage of the True Energy Realm. She didn't understand where this young martial artist's confidence came from. Xianxia reminded them faintly, "Let's get rid of this idiot as well. He'll suffer if he lives. Let's just give him a release." The leader of the four martial artists asked, "Young man, don't you know me? Why should I know you?" "Oh, I was wondering why someone would be a busybody. Aren't you a local?" The martial artist called Brother Wolf said disdainfully. "Have you heard of the Sky Tiger Gang? I'm Xianlang, the leader of the Sky Tiger Gang's branch in the city. Are you sure you want to be a busybody?" Xianlang narrowed his eyes and said cruelly, "I think you're at the early stage of the True Energy Realm. Your aura is unstable. You must have just broken through not long ago." The young martial artist's expression changed instantly when he heard Xianlang's name. Xianxian guessed that this Sky Tiger Gang was not weak. Xianlang shouted, "Get out of my way. No way." The young martial artist looked at the beautiful Xianxian and felt a surge of pride. He gritted his teeth and looked at the powerful Xianlang. He slowly pulled out his long saber. "Unless you step over my dead body." He didn't need to say anything. Everyone knew what he meant. Xianlang put on his boxing gloves and grinned. "Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." For a moment, the atmosphere was tense. However, at that moment, the five martial artists heard the rustling sound of metal being swung. Before they could check where the sound came from, Xianlang felt a chill on his neck. Then, as if something had grabbed him, he was sent flying. The young martial artist looked at the four incomplete corpses on the ground and swallowed. A breath ago, they were his greatest enemies. He was prepared to be killed by them. But now, they were just corpses. They had died without being able to fight back. He gripped his long saber tightly as cold sweat broke out all over his body. If he remembered correctly, there were only two people left in the secluded alley. One was him, and the other was the weak young girl behind him. He mechanically turned around and looked at the beautiful girl in front of him. If it wasn't for the blood-red sword in her hand that was still dripping with blood, he would definitely suspect that it was some super expert who had just passed by and slaughtered that group of scum. "Miss." Xianxian replied. "Why?" He had too many questions. "My hands are itchy." An inexplicable sense of absurdity and fear gripped his heart tightly. He watched Xianxian leave the alley step by step until she disappeared at the corner of the alley. Then, he sat down on the dirty ground. "Why didn't you kill them all together?" Chen said unhappily. Xianxian said righteously, "I didn't want to. I admire a sword master like you who insists on being independent." Chen didn't dwell on this issue. Come, let's continue fishing." Xianxian looked at the sky and said, "Let's forget about it today. I'll find a place to stay. We'll go out tonight. I'm going to take a look at that gang." "Yes." Then you rest well." In the latter half of the night, the entire city could hear the sounds of fighting coming from the direction of the Sky Tiger Gang's branch. Soon after, Xianxian flipped over the city wall in a sorry state, her blood staining the city wall red. She ran for more than 100 miles until she was exhausted and fell into the bushes. She panted heavily and struggled to turn over. The thorns of the thorns left a few bloody marks on her beautiful face. She knew that she might have crushed something, but she didn't have the strength to move her body. She lay on her side on the ground and took out a few pills to swallow. After taking the pills, the wound on her back stopped bleeding. Sigh. She sighed softly. Chen Hao looked at Qing Yan silently and didn't say anything. Qing Yan was unlucky today. In the beginning, they discovered that there was a heaven-breaking realm early-stage expert and 3 not-so-strong innate realm experts in the Sky Tiger gang. Chen Hao instigated Qing Yan to make a move, and the result was like this. The 3 Xiantian experts were still manageable, and Qing Yan could easily deal with them. The problem lay with that shattering heaven-tier early-stage expert. That early-stage heaven-shattering realm expert was extremely powerful, and he had comprehended and cultivated 2 kinds of profound meanings, wind profound meaning and fire profound meaning. What Chen Hao and the others didn't expect the most was that the other party had comprehended both wind profound meaning and fire profound meaning to the level of great accomplishment, dual profound meanings at the level of great accomplishment, yet his strength was actually only at the middle stage of the heaven-shattering realm. Who would have thought? It was Chen Hao's first time encountering such a situation. As long as there were enough cultivation resources, a martial artist who had comprehended a grand accomplishment level profound meaning was completely capable of raising their strength to the late stage of the heaven-shattering realm. There was no obstruction at all. In the end, the other party's strength was actually only at the early stage of the heaven-shattering realm. If it weren't for the fact that Yi Qingyan's true essence was at the peak of the early stage of the heaven-breaking realm when they fought, Chen Hao would have suspected that there was something wrong with his perception. Therefore, Yi Qingyan, whose cultivation had barely recovered to the peak of the Xiantian realm, was naturally defeated by such a strange opponent. If it wasn't for her illusion profound meaning, she might not have been able to escape. That person is a little strange. Qing Yan replied weakly, and then continued, when I fought with him, I found that his true essence wasn't flowing smoothly, as if there was a problem with his meridians. It's very likely that he used to be an expert in the late stage or middle stage of the heaven-shattering realm, and then he was seriously injured, causing his cultivation to regress permanently. Of course, there's also the possibility that, wait. Chen Hao interrupted her. Weren't you seriously injured? Qing Yan made a nasal sound and replied weakly, I heard you say that person was strange, so I couldn't help but analyze it for you. Chen Hao admitted that he wasn't a very smart person. If he was still a human, he would definitely be played to death by his many sword masters, such as Lu Fan, Zhou Lihua, and Yi Qingyan. It was also because he wasn't smart enough that he was sealed in the red blood sword. You'd better shut up and rest. Not long after, Qing Yan suddenly said, Lord Jianling. What's the matter? Can you help me move? I can't move for the time being. If I move, my wounds might burst open again. Just lie there. Chen Hao said casually. He wasn't a nanny, nor was he a medical staff. He didn't have the habit of healing the wounded and saving the dying. Qing Yan said in a pitiful tone, I think I'm lying on a thicket of thorns. A few of them are pricking me. This woman was in her 30s, Chen Hao thought for a moment. The red blood sword gently wrapped around Yi Qingyan's petite body and placed her on a flat surface. Thank you, Lord Jianling. Chen Hao looked at Yi Qingyan. You should give up on the concept of force. This time, perhaps because Qing Yan was too badly injured, she didn't make a sound, which was rare. Her long hair covered her face, so Chen Hao couldn't see her expression. I've already given you many chances. There are other inheritances on the red blood sword. If you had properly comprehended and cultivated them, you wouldn't be in such a sorry state today. You have to know how to give up. If you continue to persist, that's not persistence, that's stubbornness. That's stubbornness. That's a problem. But, don't say that it's General Chen's inheritance. I'm sick of hearing that. Chen Pengfei has never admitted that you're his disciple. Hearing Chen Hao's words, Qing Yan's petite body trembled violently, as if she was shivering from the cold. The wound on her back burst open again, and fresh blood soaked the soil beneath her. She dug her hands into the soil, and then her entire body went limp like a deflated balloon. Through her messy long hair, Chen Hao saw her black right eye glowing in the dark night. Qing Yan muttered, Lord Jianling, do you also think that I'm useless? Qing Yan was useless. If Qing Yan was really useless, then there wouldn't be many useful people on the entire continent. Yi Qingyan's martial arts talent should be above Zhou Lihua's. And her other abilities weren't inferior to Zhou Lihua's either. Her only problem was her background. Her parents were commoners, not warriors. Her mother died early, and her father was murdered. Her relatives sold her to a brothel, and she only started cultivating at the age of 14. Through her hard work, she became one of the best among her peers in terms of strength, power, and status. She even surpassed many experts of the older generation. In a small place like the Zhou kingdom, she had already done her best. Wasn't such a person outstanding? Why do you ask? I still can't comprehend General Chen's profound meaning of strength, that's it? And the thing that General Chen asked me to do, I still failed. The thing that XVI asked Qingyan to do? Chen Hao looked at her with a strange expression. It should be to take good care of Lan Yanlin, right? It seems to have happened more than 20 years ago. Is it necessary to care so much? Yi Qingyan clenched her fists tightly. Of course it's necessary. That was the only thing that General Chen asked me to do, but I messed it up. I'll never forgive myself. Don't keep mentioning General Chen. You already know that his real name is XVI. Sometimes I can't think straight when you mention General Chen. No, he's General Chen, XVI. He's Lady Lan's XVI. Zhou Lihua's talent is not bad, right? But the red blood sword has been in her hands for more than 20 years, and she still hasn't comprehended the concept of power. I'm not asking you to give up. I'm serious. You should try your best to improve your fighting ability and survival skills. It was rare for Chen Hao to give a correct suggestion to the sword master. Anyway, the red blood sword is in your hands. You can comprehend the concept of power whenever you want to. See, isn't my words reasonable? Yes. Although Qingyan was stubborn, she wasn't stupid. So, it's settled? Yes. Hold the red blood sword tightly. Chen Hao said. Leave the vigilance to me. The sword hilt was delivered to Qingyan's hands. The blood-red mist completely enveloped her. In the darkness, it was like a blood-red cocoon. In the inheritance of the red blood sword, there were two relatively powerful and rare concepts. They were the fast concept that Xiao Hongyan and Zhou Lihua had comprehended and cultivated, and Meng Juanpei's destruction concept. Chen Hao temporarily put the destruction concept to the back of his mind. It was harder to comprehend than the fast concept. Before Meng Junpei died, he was only a transcendent realm expert. He had barely comprehended a useless destruction transcendent realm technique. The fast concept was different. After 2 generations of sword masters, Zhou Lihua had already deduced it to the peak of the domain realm. Countless inheritance experiences told Chen Hao that the higher the level of the inheritance, the faster the sword master could comprehend it, and Qingyan was a female martial artist. In this world, regardless of individual differences, in most cases, male martial artists were stronger than female martial artists with the same cultivation technique, the same martial skills, and the same strength. Female martial artists mostly walked the path of agility, just like Yi Qingyan. From Chen Hao's perspective, Qingyan had a certain advantage in her movement technique. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to escape from being hunted down. Therefore, Chen Hao wanted Qingyan to comprehend the concept of speed. Whether it was escaping, chasing, or even her fighting style, it was extremely compatible with the concept of speed. In her dream, Yi Qingyan experienced Xiao Hongyan's despair before her death. She was extremely talented, and with the help of the red blood sword, she understood the concept of speed when Xiao Hongyan turned into ashes. After that, the inheritance of the red blood sword didn't stop there. She was more familiar with Zhou country's Empress Zhou Lihua's 20 years of comprehension and cultivation experience slowly flowed into her mind. Her comprehension of the concept of swiftness also increased, from beginner level to small success. In the morning, Qingyan slowly opened her eyes. Chen Hao felt the formless concept coming from her body. In just one night, her comprehension of the concept of swiftness had reached the large perfection level. He felt gratified. He hadn't guessed wrong. Qingyan was indeed very suited for the concept of swiftness. If she had this kind of strength yesterday, she wouldn't have suffered such heavy injuries even if she was escaping. The wound on Qingyan's back had already healed, but it would take some time before it was completely healed. However, she still couldn't engage in an intense battle. She slowly sat up from the ground. After washing up, she changed into a new set of black warrior clothes that she had bought here. She even changed into an ugly appearance. After tidying up, she walked towards the direction of the House of Blood Fiend. It seemed like before her injuries healed, she planned to keep a low profile. After all, just wearing a veil would cause trouble. Sometimes, when she met people with strong curiosity, they would also be interested in Qingyan's appearance behind the veil. It wasn't like she hadn't met such people on the way. Chen Hao asked softly, "Don't you plan to wait until your injuries are healed before going back to take revenge?" "Sir Jianling, are you going to help me take revenge?" Chen Hao said in a principled manner, "Take your own revenge." Qingyan curled her lips, "Then forget it. If I have time in the future, I will come back and take a look. I have other things to do now." Seeing Qingyan's refusal, Chen Hao didn't force her. There were so many soft persimmons waiting to be pinched in this world. There was no need to press that ugly rock. 10 days later, Qingyan's injuries were almost healed. In her interspatial ring, there were quite a number of healing elixirs. They were all brought over from the Zhou nation. She spent more than a month's effort. She passed through the Ansu nation and rushed to the Red Blood town, which was the closest to the House of Blood Fiend. Every 3 to 5 days along the way, she would deliberately cause a massacre. It was almost the same method. When she acted, it was impossible to guarantee that no one would witness it. Chen Hao suspected that Qingyan might even have her own name. After all, what Qingyan did could be said to be vile. It would definitely leave a deep impression on those who knew the truth. On the way to the Red Blood town, Chen Hao saw Yi Qingyan wearing a veil to cover her beautiful face. He knew that today's hunting was over, and there was no reward. Sometimes, little Qingyan's charm wasn't always successful. An inexplicable sense of melancholy lingered in his heart. In this month of fighting, Qingyan's harvests were plentiful. She had reached small success in illusion intent and entry stage in cloud intent. She hadn't made any progress yet, and she had just comprehended the concept of slaughter to perfection. Every sword master of the Scarlet Blood Sword would make rapid progress in the concept of slaughter. Her fast concept had also reached perfection. With the inheritance of the peak domain realm expert, Zhou Lihua, her fast concept's early stage was almost dead. Her true essence cultivation had also almost recovered to the early stage of the heaven-breaking realm. Rushing all the way and allowing her strength to rise so quickly was really hard on her. The Red Blood town wasn't an ordinary town. As the town closest to the House of Blood Fiend, it was much larger and more prosperous than ordinary towns. Although the Holocaust sect was a demonic sect that loved to fight and kill, they were still humans. As humans, they needed to wear clothes and eat. If one were to expect them to carry hoes, reclaim land, farm and raise pigs, and be self-sufficient, it would definitely drive them crazy. In the Red Blood town, Qingyan saw a few House of Blood Fiend disciples wearing blood-red uniforms. She didn't care and directly checked into an inn. "I'm not far from the heaven-breaking realm. I plan to recover my strength to the early stage of the heaven-breaking realm before going up the House of Blood Fiend." A heaven-breaking realm martial artist was obviously more valuable than a peak Xiantian realm martial artist and would be valued more by the House of Blood Fiend. Since Qingyan wanted to obtain a higher status, she obviously had to try her best to have a higher starting point. "Okay, I can help you keep an eye on it. No one will disturb you." Chen Hao didn't object. They had already agreed on this matter. Moreover, this was also beneficial to the Red Blood Sword. Qingyan had already planned to flee. Her spatial ring contained abundant cultivation resources, and she didn't consume much on the way. From the middle stage of the Xiantian realm to the peak stage of the Xiantian realm, she had killed her way out. She took out spirit stones one by one and sat cross-legged on the bed. Circulating the cloud cauldron art, she began to absorb the pure spirit chi within the spirit stones and turned the spirit chi into true essence. It was extremely difficult for an ordinary peak stage Xiantian realm expert to advance to the early stage of the Xiantian realm. However, Qingyan didn't need to go through so much trouble. She was originally a heaven-breaking realm martial artist and hadn't lost the profound meaning she comprehended. As long as she had enough spirit stones, advancing to the heaven-breaking realm was completely a matter of course. 10 days later, the spirit chi whirlpool formed, and everyone in Red Blood Town sensed that someone was breaking through to the heaven-breaking realm. Qingyan opened her eyes and said with some joy, "Finally recovered." N. Chen Hao, who was inside the red blood sword, said, "It's good that you broke through, but choosing to break through here seems to have caused some trouble." "What trouble?" "There's a group of people standing at your door right now, and they don't seem weak. But it's strange, they just stood at the door and didn't make any noise, nor did they try to barge in, so I ignored them." Hearing Chen Hao's words, Qingyan's divine sense swept over, and she immediately tore off the mask on her face, then changed into a red muslin dress. Watching her methodically change clothes, tidy up her attire, and simply tidy up her long hair in front of the bronze mirror, Chen Hao asked doubtfully, "You're not disguising yourself as ugly? And dressed up so beautifully? You can't be thinking of seducing them, right? They're most likely people from the House of Blood Fiend. Although I don't know what they're here for, I still have to show my true face." Qingyan had just finished answering Chen Hao's question when one person and one sword heard loud banging on the door, followed by a voice like a broken gong. "The person inside, listen up, come out and fight with me. If you don't come out, I'll directly smash the door." Qingyan shouted at the door, wait for me to change my clothes." Chen Hao smiled and said, "You guessed right, they're most likely people from the House of Blood Fiend." With Qingyan's shout, the people outside didn't urge her anymore. There were a total of 5 of them, one in the early stage of the heaven-breaking realm, one in the peak stage of the innate realm, and the remaining 3 were almost all true element realm martial artists. Chen Hao heard the 2 strongest people talking in a low voice. "Little Fei," from the voice, "it seems to be a woman inside." "Woman? Why forget it, don't fight." "Little Fei, didn't you say you needed to find an opponent who just broke through to the heaven-breaking realm, and then have a life and death battle, wanting to break through to the heaven-breaking realm at the edge of life and death? The one inside really just broke through, very fresh. But she's a woman, so what? Maybe she can't force me to use my full strength. Why don't we fight first? I just happened to meet him when I went down the mountain. How would I know if I don't try? Then let's just treat it as an exercise? Yes, it's to stretch my muscles and bones." A martial artist at the peak of the Xiantian realm wanted to break through to the heaven-shattering realm on the verge of life and death through battle. Hearing their intentions, Chen Hao couldn't help but laugh. Indeed, the people from Holocaust sect were very warlike, even his method of breaking through was different from ordinary peak greater heaven realm martial artists. However, did they really think that Yu Qingyan was a fledgling who had just broken through to the heaven-breaking tier? Qingyan knew that someone was waiting for her at the door, so she cleaned up quickly. She looked at the mirror and nodded in satisfaction. Holding the red blood sword in her hand, she walked towards the door. In the corridor outside the house, the 5 Blood Fiend sect members did not speak after hearing the footsteps. Instead, they looked towards the wooden door. With a creak, the door opened, and a beautiful girl in red appeared. The red gauze dress made Qingyan's skin look even more tender and supple. Her exquisite facial features, as well as her pair of beautiful eyes that were as bright as the stars, caused the 5 people outside the door to fall into a daze. However, in just a moment, the 2 strongest among the 5 people reacted. Qingyan asked softly, "What's the matter? Brother Sun, why don't we just let it go? It'd be a pity to kill such a beautiful woman." Qingyan glanced at the person who spoke. He had a short stature, even shorter than her. His limbs were thick, and even his neck was thick. He had thick eyebrows, big eyes, and a bulbous nose. He wore the red uniform of Blood Fiend sect, and his strength was only at the peak of the Xiantian realm. Qingyan turned to look at Brother Sun, who seemed to be at the early stage of the heaven-breaking tier, and asked, "Do you have a grudge against me?" Brother Sun seemed to be very young. He was taller and had a well-proportioned body. It was just that his fierce face looked a little scary. He shook his head and said, "No." Qingyan frowned and said, "Then you want to fight with me?" "No, I'm the one who wants to fight with you," the short peak greater heaven realm expert said angrily, feeling that he was being ignored. Qingyan said, "No, you're too weak." The short man's neck was red as he shouted, "How do you know I'm weak without fighting with me? Come, let's go out and fight. We'll fight to the death." "Forget it. This is Blood Fiend Sect's territory. If I accidentally kill you, do you think I'll be able to leave here alive? We can sign a life and death contract. Even if I die, Blood Fiend Sect won't look for you." The person called Brother Sun glanced at Yi Qingyan. Her aura was very condensed and didn't leak out at all. She didn't look like a martial artist who had just broken through to the heaven-breaking tier. So he said in a low voice, "Little Fei, I think this woman isn't simple. She just broke through. What's so special about her?" For blood fiend sex disciples, fighting above their level is as easy as eating and drinking. Little Fei pointed his index finger at Yi Qingyan and shouted, "Woman, blood fiend sex inner disciple Qing Fei, is at the peak of the Xiantian realm. I formally challenge you to a fight to the death. Do you dare to accept?" As if afraid that Yi Qingyan wouldn't, he continued, "If you have the guts, then accept." His short and thick finger almost touched Qingyan's nose. "Yes, why wouldn't I accept?" Qingyan didn't think much and agreed. If she didn't accept this challenge, she wouldn't have to consider joining Blood Fiend sect. When they arrived outside Red Blood Town, Qing Yifei directly threw a piece of paper to Yi Qingyan. Qingyan glanced at it. It was a life and death contract. The general meaning was that if they fought to the death, their sect or family would not pursue the matter. "Sign the contract, one for each person. Since you want to die so badly, it seems like you're well prepared." Qing Yifei said with a vicious expression, "Woman, you're so stubborn. I'll tear your stinky mouth apart later." The two signed the contract and stamped it. When Qingyan signed her name, Chen Hao noticed that she wrote Chen Ruoyan, a fake name. Chen Hao didn't find it strange that Qingyan used a fake name at all. After all, she had a criminal record with the demon beasts in the south. If she was exposed one day, the demon beasts might come looking for trouble with Qingyan. Although demon beasts and humans were mortal enemies, and because of the difference in appearance, it was difficult for them to blend into the human world, it was better to be safe than sorry. It was always right to keep a low profile. Qing Yifei pulled out a black, thick-backed machete. There was a blood groove on the machete, and the groove was still stained with blood. "Woman, I'm going to make my move." Qingyan didn't say anything. She held the red blood sword and used the floating cloud steps to rush at Qing Yifei. Good timing. Qing Yifei roared and blocked the red blood flexible sword with his machete. At this moment, the red blood flexible sword's blade bent from where he blocked, and the sharp sword tip pierced towards Qing Yifei's back. A sudden pain came from his back. Qing Yifei reacted in time, swinging the saber on his back and deflecting the crimson blood sword. However, the tip of the sword still left an inch-long gash on his back. The wound was like an open mouth, and blood dyed his back red. With just one strike, Qing Yifei was wounded. This result was completely within Chen Hao's expectations. Qingyan probably hadn't used her full strength yet. Otherwise, with her consummate-level fast sword intent, it was very likely that she could kill Qing Yifei in one strike. Qing Yifei wanted to find an opponent slightly stronger than himself to break through under the pressure of life and death. Chen Hao could understand why he chose a martial artist who had just broken through to the heaven-breaking tier, but he chose the wrong opponent. How was Yi Qingyan a martial artist who had just broken through? Although her slaughter and fast sword intent hadn't been upgraded to profound meaning, Qingyan's overall strength was already enough to fight with a middle-stage heaven-breaking tier expert. She might be able to break through if she chose an opponent slightly stronger than herself, but choosing a martial artist who was much stronger than herself was just looking for a beating. What a sinister and vicious woman! Qing Yifei said indignantly. Sinister and vicious? Yi Qingyan narrowed her eyes. Qing Yifei didn't notice the approaching danger, and said to himself, "Yes. It's sinister and vicious. My master said that martial artists who use flexible swords are all scheming, sinister, and vicious. With a smile on their face, they might be plotting against you behind your back." Inside the red blood sword, Chen Hao couldn't help but nod inwardly. Qing Yifei's master's words were very reasonable, but was it appropriate to say such things in front of Qingyan? "Then, I'll let you know what sinister and vicious is." Qingyan's soft voice rang out, and she instantly charged in front of Qing Yifei. "Wait!" Brother Sun, who was standing in the distance, shouted loudly. Brother Sun, who had heaven-breaking tier strength, had already discovered that Qingyan was definitely not a simple early-stage heaven-breaking tier martial artist. Unfortunately, he was too far away and couldn't stop Yi Qingyan. Punishment sword, blowing snow. The crimson blood sword in Qingyan's hand swayed lightly, but Qing Yifei discovered that the blood-red flexible sword in front of him had split into 7, and 7 sword shadows instantly enveloped him. Pain, his whole body hurt. It was like being bitten by countless ants, but no matter how he dodged, he could not escape from that red flexible sword. The 7 red sword shadows seemed to be real. "Don't kill him, he is Protector Cheng's grandson," the cultivator surnamed Sun shouted. When Qing Yan heard these words, she withdrew her scarlet blood flexible sword amidst the rustling of the wind. Luckily, he managed to keep his life. Qing Yifei stood naked in the same spot. His eyes were lifeless as he looked at the white snowflakes in the sky. He reached out his hand and a few snowflakes landed on his palm. The snowflakes did not melt because of his body temperature. They were soft to the touch. Soon, his naked body turned blood red, and he collapsed to the ground. Chen Hao knew that those were not snowflakes. They were Qing Yifei's skin and muscles. Qing Yan had used the red blood sword to cut them off from his body. It was just that the cut was too thin and there was no blood. It looked like snowflakes filling the sky. Qing Yifei's body was covered with cuts. "Little Fei, what's wrong? Are you all right?" The cultivator surnamed Sun hurriedly ran over and helped Qing Yifei up. He stuffed a few precious elixirs into his mouth and said, "The few of you, come quickly and apply the medicine for little Fei." The other 3 blood fiend sect disciples quickly ran over. They could tell at a glance that Qing Yifei's injuries weren't serious. They just looked terrifying. As long as they could stop the bleeding and let the skin grow back, it would be fine. "I'm fine." Qing Yifei slowly bent down and looked down. Suddenly, he hugged the martial artist surnamed Sun. And cried, "Brother Sun, help me kill that smelly bitch. She cut my little brother so many times that it shrank by a bit." "I only cut your little brother 13 times. Qing Yan said with a cold face, "What's more, it is already very small. It doesn't make much of a difference whether you cut it or not. I'm going to kill you." Qing Yifei suddenly bounced up from the ground and charged at Yi Qing Yan with his saber. However, he was held down by the cultivator surnamed Sunday. "Let me go. Let me go. I'm going to kill her." "Little Fei, calm down. You can't beat her." Qing Yan waved the red blood sword in her hand in disdain. "Let him go. I can directly flatten his little brother." Qing Yifei suddenly calmed down. "Brother Sun, help me kill her. If you kill her, I'll give you a demon blood origin elixir. It'll be equivalent to 3 years of cultivation." "That's not a good idea." It was obvious that the cultivator surnamed Sun was tempted. "Who knows if I kill her?" Qing Yifei gritted his teeth and said. After being humiliated by Yi Qing Yan, he had completely lost his rationality. To be honest, no man would be able to calm down when faced with such a situation. "All right." The cultivator surnamed Sun nodded heavily. "It's a deal." He turned around and looked at Yi Qing Yan. "Lady Chen, I'm sorry. You won the previous round. Next, I'll take you on." He saw Yi Qing Yan's name on the life and death contract. "Are all the blood fiend sex fights meant to tire me out?" The cultivator surnamed Sun placed his right hand on the hilt of his saber. A blood-red aura surged. This was a sign that he was about to attack. The blood-red aura caught Yi Qing Yan's attention. The massacre esoteric was very rare, whether it was in the Zhou nation or here. She raised the scarlet blood sword. Her aura instantly turned dim. She was clearly standing on the same spot, but the cultivator surnamed Sun suspected that she was an illusion. When he thought of the 7 sword shadows in Yi Qing Yan's hand, his expression turned grave. Massacre esoteric, blood shadow saber technique. The cultivator surnamed Sun charged towards Yi Qing Yan. The blood-red saber radiance slashed towards her body with an indomitable will. However, Yi Qing Yan only tiptoed and moved to his side like a butterfly. The perfection stage of swiftness concept combined with the floating cloud steps made her body unbelievably agile. Illusion esoteric, illusory sword. The scarlet blood sword swayed left and right. In the cultivator surnamed Sun's vision, 4 sword shadows appeared. The cultivator surnamed Sun bit his tongue. However, he was surprised to find that he still couldn't distinguish which sword shadows were real and which sword intents were fake. 5 blood-red sword shadows attacked 4 vital parts of his body at the same time. Since this was the case, he would treat all four sword shadows as real. The cultivator surnamed Sun clenched his teeth. His clothes exploded. He used his saber technique to the extreme, creating many afterimages. At least, in the eyes of Qing Yifei and the other two, there were afterimages. He dodged one sword and blocked the other three with his saber. The second sword didn't collide, it was fake. The third sword, it was fake. Then, the fourth sword, the one that was aimed at his heart, must be real. However, when he blocked it with his saber, the cultivator surnamed Sun found that he had blocked nothing. The fourth sword was also fake, wrong, none of the sword shadows were real. When the cold longsword wrapped around his neck, he lowered his head and saw the red flexible sword. He laughed bitterly and didn't struggle anymore. He knew he had lost, a crushing defeat. He didn't even have the strength to fight back. How is this possible? Qing Yifei said with a trembling voice. Nothing was impossible. The martial artist surnamed Sun knew that even if he had another chance, he wouldn't be a match for the woman in front of him. If he had more time, he might be able to break through the profound meaning of illusion. However, the opponent's attack speed was too fast. He had already reached his limit by blocking the three sword strikes that had come out of nowhere. Are you going to kill me? Don't tell me you are the son of the Blood Fiend sect master. Qing Yan said softly. Well, I'm not. If you want to kill me, please do it quickly. You are not bad. Much stronger than that little thing. Little thing. Qing Yifei looked at Yi Qingyan and asked frantically, who are you talking about? Qing Yan ignored him and pulled back the red blood sword. She took out a pair of shackles from her interspatial ring and threw them to the martial artist surnamed Sunday. The martial artist surnamed Sun said doubtfully, this is, shackle yourself. The martial artist surnamed Sun said angrily, I'm telling you, Chen Ruoyan. You can kill me, but you can't humiliate me. I plan to join the Blood Fiend sect. The martial artist surnamed Sun paused and asked again, really? Why should I lie to you? Did I come all the way to Red Blood Town just to fight with you? As Qing Yan spoke, the perfected slaughter concept suddenly erupted from her body. The perfected slaughter concept was indeed inferior to the slaughter concept on the martial artist surnamed Sun, but the martial artist surnamed Sun understood. The Blood Fiend sect was the first choice of wandering martial artists and martial artists who possessed the slaughter concept in the entire southern region. All right. He knew that with Yi Qingyan's strength, it wouldn't be hard for her to join the Blood Fiend sect. Heaven-breaking realm experts were already the backbone of the Blood Fiend sect, especially those who possessed the slaughter concept. The Blood Fiend sect had no reason to let them go. Although it was embarrassing to be defeated and captured by the enemy, it wasn't like he hadn't been defeated before. As long as the other party became a fellow sect member, then he could regain some of his face, just treat it as a spar between fellow disciples. Moreover, if one was willing to live, who would be willing to die? Wearing the shackles, martial artist Sun found that the true essence in his body was completely confined. Miss Ruoyan, I am Sun Yaoyun, an inner disciple of Xianxia sect. Chen Ruoyan, a rogue cultivator. The two of them exchanged names as a form of greeting. However, at this moment, a discordant voice was heard, stupid woman, you still want to join Holocaust sect? Let me tell you, stop dreaming. With me around, I guarantee that you won't be able to move an inch in Holocaust sect. Qing Yifei, who had been ignored by Qing Yan, jumped out again. At this moment, his entire body was wrapped up like a rice dumpling. Qing Yan glanced at Sun Yaoyun. Sun Yaoyun said with a headache, Little Face Father, Protector Qing, is a transcendent realm expert. He is very powerful and has a lot of influence in the sect. Sun Yaoyun shook his head and motioned for Qing Yifei to behave, but his reminder was useless. No man could endure such humiliation, no matter which man it was. It would be impossible for them to remain calm after their important parts were cut more than 10 times. Yes, my father is a transcendent realm expert. Are you afraid? Qing Yifei shouted viciously, if you are willing to kneel down and beg me, and agree to be my maidservant, I will let you join Holocaust sect and let bygones be bygones. Qing Yan rushed towards Qing Yifei, and Sun Yaoyun shouted, please show mercy. However, his reminder was obviously unnecessary. Qing Yan didn't plan to offend a powerful transcendent realm expert before entering Holocaust sect. Including Qing Yifei, the Dantian of the 4 Holocaust sect disciples were all sealed. Qingyan threw a bundle of rope at their feet. Tie yourselves up. Qing Yifei said stubbornly, dream on. Qingyan swung the red blood sword, then I will castrate you. Looking at the shiny flexible sword, Qing Yifei's body shrank. He could accept death, but he definitely couldn't accept being castrated. Can you give me a pair of shackles like brother sons? No. Qingyan didn't have many shackles that could seal a heaven-breaking realm expert's true essence, and these were all her treasures. Sun Yaoyun shouted, you three, hurry up and tie little Fei up. The other 3 Holocaust sect disciples also understood the current situation. Even the strongest heaven-breaking realm expert among them was defeated, and they definitely couldn't beat that woman. Since that woman didn't plan to take their lives and still wanted to join Holocaust sect, they didn't need to put up any unnecessary resistance. Besides, didn't they have heaven-breaking realm expert Sun Yaoyun to accompany them? It didn't seem like there was anything to be embarrassed about with innate realm martial artists being captured. The 3 immediately tied Qing Yifei up. And Qing Yifei even cursed, I say, you 3 idiots, tie me up gently. TSK, my wounds are very painful. Just tie up your hands. Qingyan said, I suggest you don't think of escaping. I have 10,000 ways to make you wish you were dead. The other 3 Holocaust sect disciples said, understood. Understood. I brought you guys to Holocaust sect. You Holocaust sect people won't be angry, right? Qing Yifei shouted, they will definitely cut you into pieces. Qingyan picked up a fist-sized rock and kicked it into Qing Yifei's mouth. That rock completely blocked his mouth and even knocked out a few of his teeth, causing his mouth to be filled with blood. This scene caused Sun Yaoyun's facial muscles to twitch. He knew that this woman in front of him was definitely a ruthless person who wanted to offend Qing Yifei to death. Sun Yaoyun, let me ask you. Will the people of your sect be angry? If you join our Holocaust sect, they won't be too angry, right? After all, we didn't suffer heavy injuries. Sun Yaoyun glanced at Yi Qingyan and replied, however, there is no precedent for such a thing. How could there be a precedent for such a thing, bringing a captured Holocaust sect disciple to join Holocaust sect? Not only had Holocaust sect never encountered such a greeting before, but the entire continent sects probably never encountered such a thing, right? Then can Protector Qing do whatever he wants in Holocaust sect? Of course not. Above Protector Qing are the sect master, vice-sect master, and various elders. Even among the protectors, there are a few who can be compared to Protector Qing. That's good. Miss Ruoyan, to be honest, even if you join Holocaust sect, you can only be a deacon with no authority at the beginning. I think I should treat little Fei better. Yi Qingyan glanced at Qing Yifei, who was so frightened that he quickly lowered his head. That rock was too big and was stuffed too tightly. It was stuck in his mouth and he hadn't pulled it out yet. Let's go. Qingyan said. The 5 disheveled Holocaust sect disciples followed behind Qingyan. They hadn't even taken 2 steps when a burst of laughter came from not far away. Everyone turned around and saw a tall, thin man with a slightly pale face and a smile on his face walking out with a long sword in his hand. What did I just see? Our Holocaust sect's great expert, Sun Yaoyun, was captured by a woman and even Yifei was killed. Ha ha ha. I'm sorry, I couldn't help it. Just now on the street, I heard that you brought Yifei to fight with a woman who just broke through to the heaven-breaking realm. I just wanted to come and take a look. I didn't expect. Ah, ha ha ha. The other party held his stomach and wiped his eyes as he laughed. I laughed until tears came out. I'm sorry, life in the sect is too boring. When I go back later, I will definitely tell this to the other disciples so that everyone can laugh together. You know him? Sun Yaoyun nodded with an ugly expression. He doesn't get along with you? Sun Yaoyun didn't say anything. Qingyan knew that she had guessed correctly. Yi Qingyan narrowed her eyes and looked at the other party. She sent a voice transmission. Tell me his strength. Sun Yaoyun opened his mouth but didn't say anything. Qingyan's voice transmission sounded in his ears again. Don't you want me to capture him and accompany you? Sun Yaoyun took a look at Yi Qingyan's understanding big eyes and sucked in a breath of cold air. He already felt how vicious the mind of this unbelievably beautiful woman in front of him was. He suddenly realized that Qing Yifei was right about one thing. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone that you said it. Yun Jiming, born in an aristocratic family. His strength is at the early stage of the heaven-breaking realm. Like me, he has comprehended the slaughter profound meaning. You have to be careful. His sword moves are extremely fast, and his sword art is very tricky. He knows a secret technique that can temporarily increase his strength by one stage. It lasts for about 15 minutes. Also, he has a sleeve arrow tied to his wrist, which is dipped in poison. Sun Yaoyun sold out Yun Jiming completely. The two of them were rivals in the Blood Fiend sect, but their strength was similar. They had fought many times, but both of them had won and lost. He knew Yun Jiming very well. Hearing Yun Jiming's sarcasm, he was very unhappy. If Yi Qingyan could capture Yun Jiming to accompany him, he would definitely agree. When Qing Yifei saw Yun Jiming, he was overjoyed. He removed his chin and took out the stone. He shouted, "Senior brother Yun, help me kill this woman." He was missing 2 front teeth, so he spoke with a lisp. Yun Jiming hurriedly said, "Okay, junior brother Qing, I'll go back and call for help immediately." After saying that, he broke into a run. He wasn't stupid. Although that woman had just advanced to the early stage of the heaven-breaking realm, she could defeat Sun Yaoyun. He might not be her match in terms of strength. He didn't want to follow in Sun Yaoyun's footsteps. He stood out just now because he couldn't help but want to laugh at Sun Yaoyun. However, he still stood very far away vigilantly. He felt that since they were both in the early stage of the heaven-breaking realm, their strength was comparable. If he wanted to escape, that woman shouldn't be able to stop him. Sun Yaoyun anxiously transmitted his voice, "Miss Chen, don't let him escape." Without his urging, Yi Qingyan chased after Yun Jiming the moment he wanted to escape. Yun Jiming's movement technique was indeed very fast. Unfortunately, in terms of speed, he couldn't catch up with Yi Qingyan, who had comprehended the concept of speed. Yi Qingyan quickly caught up with Yun Jiming. Seeing that he couldn't escape, Yun Jiming immediately drew his sword to meet her attack. The two of them immediately fought. Among cultivators of the same level, Yun Jiming was definitely a top expert. The two of them had the same style of swordsmanship. It was tricky and vicious, and every move was fatal. Unfortunately, in terms of viciousness, strangeness, or speed, Yi Qingyan, who had a small success in illusion profundity and a perfect concept of speed, obviously had the upper hand. In just 5 moves, Yi Qingyan's sword cut open his right wrist. Yun Jiming screamed in pain. He seemed to be unable to bear the pain. The sword in his hand dropped, and his left hand covered his right wrist. Logically speaking, the outcome was already decided. It was time for Qingyan to relax. However, Yi Qingyan was not a newbie in Jianghu. Of course, she would not let her guard down. With Sun Yaoyun's reminder, she became even more vigilant at this time. With a whoosh, a thin arrow shot towards Qingyan. Qingyan easily dodged. The scarlet blood flexible sword was wrapped around Yun Jiming's neck. As long as she used a bit of strength, the flexible sword would be able to cut open his throat. "Senior brother Yun!" Qing Yifei shouted. Qingyan turned around and glanced at Qing Yifei. Qing Yifei couldn't help but shudder and immediately shut his mouth. He knew very well that he could not afford to offend this woman. Yun Jiming lowered his head, not knowing what to say. Qingyan threw a pair of shackles at his feet. "Put them on yourself. Even if you kill me, I will never be your captive." Yun Jiming raised his head high. His face was filled with pride, as if he was unafraid of death. "I'm not a cowardly martial artist like Sun Yaoyun." Even in death, Yun Jiming did not forget to belittle Sun Yaoyun, who asked the two of them to be mortal enemies when they just entered the sect. However, at this time, a figure suddenly appeared. He picked up the shackles on the ground and locked them on Yun Jiming's hands. With a crack, the shackles were completely locked. Yun Jiming discovered that the true essence in his body was imprisoned. Yun Jiming struggled with his hands. The shackles made a clattering sound, but they were not broken. How could the shackles used by the Zhou nation to imprison heaven-breaking realm experts be broken so easily? "Sun Yaoyun!" Yun Jiming roared. "You bastard, what the f***ck are you doing?" I%% Yun Jiming cursed as he stretched out his leg to kick Sun Yaoyun. However, Sun Yaoyun was already prepared and nimbly dodged. Everyone's true essence was imprisoned, so there was not much difference in speed. That's right, the person who locked the shackles on Yun Jiming's hands was Sun Yaoyun. Sun Yaoyun hid under Yun Jiming's foot. He wiped the saliva on his face and smiled. Don't worry. Don't worry. Don't worry. This Miss Chen is about to become a member of our sect. After Yun Jiming finished cursing and his cultivation was imprisoned, he accepted his fate. He asked doubtfully, what do you mean? This Miss Chen wants to join our blood fiend sect. Is there anyone who doesn't know the way and needs our referral? If Sun Yaoyun's hands were not shackled, Yun Jiming might have believed him. You must be lying to me, right? Yun Jiming waved the clanking shackles in his hands. Who treats their referral like this? I offended that guy. He said that he would not let me do as I wish. He also said that even if I joined Blood Fiend sect, he would make it difficult for me to do anything in Blood Fiend sect. Qing Yan pointed the red blood sword at Qing Yifei. This time, Qing Yifei did not yell. He only said weakly, I am Qing Yifei, not that guy. His two reliable senior brothers had fallen. He was even more afraid of Yi Qingyan. Especially the 13 swords in his lower body. He was worried that he would not be able to do anything in the future. Thinking about the cause and effect of the matter, Yun Jiming seemed to understand what the woman in front of him wanted to do, but to join Blood Fiend sect like this, wasn't she afraid of being treated as a sect breaker? Yun Jiming asked, what if she is lying to us? Just as he said this, Sun Yaoyun also realized that this was a possibility. Sun Yaoyun did not think too much about it. He did not think that Qing Yan would lie to him. But now that Yun Jiming was involved, it seemed a little. Qing Yifei emphasized in a low voice, my father is a protector of Blood Fiend sect. Perhaps only his father's name could give him a sense of security. Qing Yan did not intend to explain anything. She already had a plan in mind. Which direction is Blood Fiend sect? Sun Yaoyun pointed in the direction of Red Blood Town and said, there is a path behind Red Blood Town. You can reach our sect by following the path. Alright, then let's go. No, I will not go unless you remove my shackles. Yi Qingyan looked at Yun Jiming's small body and said, then I will castrate you. Yun Jiming was stunned. This kind of threat made him feel a little uncomfortable. Sun Yaoyun reminded him by his ear, do you know why Qing Yifei hates her so much? She cut Little Fei's lower body 13 times. Yun Jiming swallowed and glanced at Qing Yifei. The 3 Blood Fiend sect disciples behind Qing Yifei nodded. But Yun Jiming thought about it. Didn't she say that she wanted to join Blood Fiend sect? Would she dare to do such a thing? I still won't go. I bet that you won't dare to do such a thing to me. I am still very popular in the sect. You won the bet. Qing Yan nodded seriously. Yun Jiming did not think that the other party would admit defeat so easily. He suddenly had a bad feeling. Yun Jiming's premonition came true very quickly. Yi Qingyan dislocated all 4 of his limbs, then used a rope to tie the shackles on his hands and dragged him forward. With his true energy restrained and his limbs dislocated, Yun Jiming had almost no power to resist. His whole body was rubbing against the ground. You guys, aren't you following? Qingyan turned around and asked. The other 5 people hurriedly followed her footsteps, afraid that they would end up like Yun Jiming. The road was filled with gravel and mud. From time to time, a stone would hit Yun Jiming's head. Small puddles were also dragged in and out. Sun Yaoyun looked at Yun Jiming's miserable appearance and was very happy in his heart. However, he pretended to be very worried and distressed. Those who didn't know would think that they were close brothers. He even pretended to plead, Miss Chen, I'm afraid you'll torture Yun Jiming to death like this. Why don't you give me the rope? Qing Yan glanced at him and stuffed the rope into his hands. Although she wasn't afraid of offending these heaven-breaking realm experts, if she could befriend them, why not? Soon, something that made Yun Jiming afraid happened. Sun Yaoyun, what are you doing? That's horse dung. That's horse dung. Horse dung, such a big pile, who couldn't see it, seeing Yun Jiming being dragged into the horse dung with their own eyes. Qing Yifei and the other 3 couldn't bear to continue watching. After dragging him over, Sun Yaoyun said apologetically, sorry, Yun Jiming, I just wanted you to avoid that stone. Sun Yaoyun, let go of me, or I'll kill your whole family. After you die, help me find out if my whole family is still around. Sun Yaoyun said indifferently. Jiming, raise your head and see what's in front of you. Yun Jiming struggled to raise his head and saw a big black pile in front of him. His eyes were full of fear. It was the first time he realized that cow dung was such a scary thing. Cow dung, it was actually cow dung, and not just one pile. The horses of the caravans and the cows raised by the farmers all walked on this road. No one would care about the road's hygiene, only occasionally there would be children who came to pick up the dung. How clean could it be? Sun Yaoyun had a smirk on his face. It seems to be fresh. The horse dung just now was a bit stale. Sorry for the inconvenience, brother. Qing Yifei couldn't stand it anymore. He was about to speak up for Yun Jiming and tell Sun Yaoyun not to go overboard. However, just as he was about to speak, he met Yi Qingyan's warning gaze. He took a deep breath and lowered his head. Indeed, people under the eaves had no choice but to lower their heads. He was afraid that if he dared to speak, the other party might directly throw him into the cow dung. Brother Sun. Sun Yaoyun asked in confusion, what did you call me? Brother Sun, I'll call you Brother Sun. Smelling the disgusting stench and looking at the cow dung that was getting bigger and bigger in his field of vision, Yun Jiming finally couldn't take it anymore. Brother Sun, I beg you, don't drag me in. Hearing her call him Brother Sun, Sun Yaoyun felt great. After so many years, his mortal enemy had finally yielded. When the cow dung was only half an inch away from Yun Jiming, Sun Yaoyun lifted him up and carried him on his shoulder. On account of you calling me Brother Sun, I'll give you face today. After being carried on Sun Yaoyun's shoulder, Yun Jiming let out a long sigh of relief. He didn't dare to refute Sun Yaoyun's complacent words. Sun Yaoyun could throw him down at any time. After being dragged for more than 200 meters, his pants were already worn out. He didn't want to enter Red Blood Town with his butt naked. Sun Yaoyun carried Yun Jiming on his shoulder. Qing Yan didn't say anything. The captives from the House of Blood Fiend were very obedient. When they were about to reach Red Blood Town, Qing Yan said, I can make a heart demon oath that I sincerely want to join the House of Blood Fiend. I won't harm you too much. At most, I'll just punish you. After hearing Yi Qingyan's words, Sun Yaoyun, Yun Jiming, and Qing Yifei felt relieved. Even if they were diabolical disciples, they wouldn't dare to make a heart demon oath casually. However, I can't let you go. With that guy here, I don't want you to go back and report. Yi Qingyan pointed at Qing Yifei. Qing Yifei didn't even bother to emphasize his name. So now, I can only bring you to Blood Fiend Sect. No matter what, I've defeated you. Blood Fiend Sect has to give me some respect, right? Although it might hurt your reputation, please forgive me. Qing Yifei and his 3 subordinates weren't afraid. After all, the 2 heaven-breaking realm martial practitioners were the most embarrassed. Sun Yaoyun didn't say anything, and Yun Jiming pretended not to hear. I think that if I bring you to Blood Fiend Sect, it will cause a stir, right? Will all the sects in the southern region know? I heard that no one has done this before. I might be the first to do so. Sun Yaoyun smiled bitterly. Yun Jiming closed his eyes in despair. They had already expected that Yi Qingyan bringing them captives to the sect would cause a huge stir. No matter if it was a righteous sect or a diabolical sect, there was no precedent for such a thing. Who the F***ck would want to slap the sect's face before joining, not to mention the strongest diabolical sect in the southern region, Blood Fiend Sect, yet, both of them thought that Yi Qingyan had a high chance of succeeding. Because the diabolical sects valued combat ability greatly. Moreover, as long as Blood Fiend Sect accepted Yi Qingyan would become one of them. Then, Blood Fiend Sect wouldn't lose face. In any case, it would show the spirit of a great sect. The ones who would lose face would be them. The 2 of them would very likely become famous. They would serve as Yi Qingyan's foil and background. As long as this matter was brought up, then their names would also be mentioned. After thinking through all this, Sun Yaoyun and Yun Jiming had the urge to pull out their swords and commit suicide. Unfortunately, the true essence in their bodies had been sealed. With Yi Qingyan by their side, it was impossible for them to commit suicide. So, do you know the whereabouts of any heaven-breaking realm opponents or people you don't like, or do you know if they will be leaving the sect recently? The 2 of them almost stopped breathing at the same time and looked at Yi Qingyan, who transmitted her voice. Sun Yaoyun was easily defeated by Yi Qingyan, had his true essence sealed, and had secretly betrayed Yun Jiming. His willpower was almost completely destroyed. As for Yun Jiming, he wasn't much better. Fresh cow dung almost caused him to break down. Moreover, he didn't want to become the laughingstock of the southern region, facing two early-stage heaven-breaking realm experts who had almost lost their willpower. Yi Qingyan's enchanting heart technique finally came in handy. Yi Qingyan's tone was full of bewitchment. Don't worry, I won't hurt them. I've made a heart demon oath, so I won't violate it. I won't tell anyone. I won't divulge the little secret between us. Do you want to become the laughingstock of other senior and junior brothers? Become the laughingstock of many disciples of the southern region's great sects? In that case, I'm afraid your masters won't be proud. They won't focus on nurturing you. Maybe because of this, your martial past future will be gone. Think about your family and friends who have high hopes for you. I just asked them to come over and accompany you. Even if you lose face in the future, we'll share blessings and hardships as fellow disciples. The more people there are, the better. What's wrong with everyone bearing the burden together? Isn't that right? As long as I capture enough people who are strong enough, everyone will think that you were captured by me because I'm strong, and not because you're weak, right? Almost every word of Qingyan's could break down the two's willpower defenses. Inside the red blood sword, Chen Hao shook his head inwardly. Just from their breathing and heartbeat, he knew that these two were no match for Qingyan. Sun Yaoyun and Yun Jiming's eyes met in the air at the same time. Yun Jiming could clearly see the desire in Sun Yaoyun's eyes. The last bit of persistence in his heart also collapsed. At the end of the day, Blood Fiend's sect was a demonic sect. Its internal competition was extremely fierce, and bloody conflicts were frequent. It was impossible for its disciples to be united as one. Sun Yaoyun lowered his head, and Yun Jiming turned his face away. They had guessed each other's thoughts, but they didn't communicate with each other. There were some things that were better left unsaid. Soon, Sun Yaoyun lowered his head and sent a voice transmission. I know that there's a senior brother who's just broken through to the middle stage of the heaven-shattering tier who's about to leave. He's a true genius in battle. He was born a commoner, but his talent is extraordinary. He's very young, only 21 years old. It's said that he's very likely to be accepted as a disciple by Elder Jian. Was it jealousy? Yi Qingyan understood in her heart, but she wore an encouraging smile on her face. Anything else? After glancing at Yi Qingyan, Sun Yaoyun continued, there's also a Deacon Liu. He'll be going down the mountain to buy some medicinal ingredients today. His strength should also be at the middle stage of the heaven-breaking realm. Hatred? Yi Qingyan could sense the hatred in Sun Yaoyun's eyes. Does he have any backing? There is. Sun Yaoyun nodded. Behind him, there is also a protector. Don't worry, I'll teach him a lesson for you. For a moment, Sun Yaoyun was grateful to Yi Qingyan. Do you have any other enemies or people you don't like? With strength at the early stage of the heaven-breaking realm and the middle stage of the heaven-breaking realm, I can help you deal with them? Not long after Sun Yaoyun spoke, Yi Qingyan also received Yun Jiming's voice transmission. There's a team of 3 people. 2 of them are in the early stage of the heaven-breaking tier, and 1 is in the middle stage of the heaven-breaking tier. Is that okay? Sure. Is there anything else? Yi Qingyan continued asking. There's a senior brother at the middle stage of the heaven-shattering realm, Guan Wei. He's a member of the Guan clan, and I accidentally heard that 10 days from now is the day of their Guan clan's internal martial arts competition. He'll set out tomorrow. All right. After obtaining this precious information, Yi Qingyan decided to visit the Holocaust sect 3 days later. She also told her situation to the captives from the House of Blood Fiend. She only informed them that they had no right to resist. While she was at it, she also searched the bodies of these captives and said that she would return them to them after the matter was over. She found some communication tools on almost every Holocaust sect disciple. She was also certain that the captives did not leave any markings along the way. In the next 3 days, how to deal with the captives in her hands had become a big problem for Yi Qingyan. Looking at the sky, it was getting late. She did not plan to bring them into Red Blood Town. There were too many Blood Fiend sect disciples passing by Red Blood Town. Maybe someone would recognize them. Taking advantage of the night, Qingyan brought the 6 of them to another small town that she had passed by before. She used poison to threaten the coffin shop owner, then directly sealed the dantian of these 6 captives, removed their limbs, and forced down some precious medicine that was enough to make heaven-breaking realm experts unconscious. Then, she knocked them unconscious and buried them in the 3 meters of soil in the coffin shop's backyard. For a group of martial artists, the weakest was at the Xianxia realm. Starving for a few days wasn't a problem. Qingyan didn't forget to give them an opening to breathe through, a thin bamboo tube. By the time the ground was flattened, it was already dawn. Qingyan looked at the flattened ground and said, "This should be enough." More or less. In any case, Chen Hao couldn't think of how the people in the coffins could escape. Let's go. Now it's time to do something big. Chen Hao rarely saw Yi Qingyan so excited. He also felt that this matter was very interesting. When they left the coffin shop owner had already prepared a team of 7 carriages. The carriages were all tied to empty coffins. Sitting beside the coffin shop owner, Qingyan said, "Let's go. We are going to the vicinity of Red Blood Town." The coffin shop owner immediately ordered the team to set off. The 7 carriages slowly left the small town. Along the way, someone who knew the coffin shop owner called out, "Boss Tian, this is a big business." Yes. I have a big business. Only Boss Tian knew the bitterness in his heart. While the carriages were moving, Yi Qingyan began to communicate with Jianling. "Lord Jianling, my operation is starting now. Along the way, I need you to sense the surrounding martial artists and avoid those martial artists above the late stage of the heaven-breaking realm." Compared to Sun Yaoyun and Yun Ximing, Yi Qingyan trusted Red Blood Sword's sensing ability more. When she thought of this daring plan yesterday, she asked Red Blood Sword. Jianling told her very clearly that its sensing range wasn't inferior to peak stage domain realm experts. Within a radius of 5,000 meters, martial artists below the peak stage of the domain realm couldn't escape its sensing, even if they deliberately hid their aura. At least, there was no precedent. Jianling's sensing ability was Qingyan's greatest reliance for this operation. In terms of sensing, even the Blood Fiend sect master and elders were probably no match for Red Blood Sword. If they really encountered an expert, Red Blood Sword would definitely sense them first. However, Jianling had clearly said that if there were no benefits, she wouldn't do anything. After all, sensing required mental energy. As for the mental energy required by Jianling, this was very easy to handle. Jianling said that he was definitely the type that was easy to bribe. "Okay, remember the benefits you promised me." "Don't worry, Lord Jianling." Qingyan only gave herself 3 days to capture the early stage and middle stage heaven-breaking realm martial artists of the Blood Fiend sect. She would gather as many as she could within 3 days. Moreover, the operation had to be efficient and not leave any traces behind. As they neared Red Blood Town, Qingyan's expression became serious. Although the Blood Fiend sect was still very far from Red Blood Town, it was barely considered the periphery of the Blood Fiend sect. After instructing the team to stop temporarily, she left alone. After Yi Qingyan left, a coachman asked softly, "Boss Tian, what are we doing here? Why are you being so secretive? Don't ask what you shouldn't ask." Boss Tian shouted in a low voice. "Anyway, you just need to know that we're working for the Blood Fiend sect. We have money, but don't spread it out, unless your family doesn't want to live anymore." Hearing that they were working for the Blood Fiend sect, the 7 coachmen immediately shut up and didn't even dare to ask. As for why the Blood Fiend sect wanted a coffin, they could imagine it themselves. So what if a Demon Dao sect wanted a coffin? Sun Yaoyun and Yun Jiming's information was still valuable. At least it would allow Qingyan to search for them purposefully. She traveled quickly in the mountain forest. Her speed concept was already perfected, and her speed was very fast. An hour later, inside the Red Blood Sword, Chen Hao told Qingyan that they had discovered a middle-stage heaven-breaking realm martial artist. Just a middle-stage heaven-breaking realm martial artist. There's no one around. We can make a move. After Qingyan returned to the team, she carried a coffin. In 3 days' time, with the help of the Red Blood Sword, Qingyan caught 7 early-stage and middle-stage heaven-breaking realm experts. She almost lost her life for this. Compared to killing her opponents, capturing them alive was more difficult. Many of the demonic path sect's disciples had grasped some indiscriminate destruction secret techniques. Qingyan had to capture them before they risked their lives. fortunately, she still survived. The information Sun Yaoyun gave Qin Yan was mostly accurate, but some people were still missing. Yun Jiming's information was more or less the same, but Yun Jiming had other thoughts. On the morning of the fourth day, a group of carriages slowly drove into the mountain path behind Red Blood Town. This mountain path led directly to the House of Blood Fiend. Although it was called a mountain path, it was actually as wide as an official road, allowing two carriages to pass at the same time. Qin Yan sat beside the coffin shop owner, Boss Tian. Her face was pale and bloodless, somewhat haggard. Behind her were 8 carriages, each carriage carrying 2 coffins. 16 coffins, 9 heaven-breaking realm experts, 7 blood fiend sect disciples, and those 7 innate realm martial artists were naturally incidental. Heaven-breaking realm experts dealing with innate realm martial artists. If not for fear of them leaking information, Qin Yan would have wanted to let them go. It was somewhat bullying. On the way, the carriages would occasionally encounter House of Blood Fiend disciples. Their strength was mostly below the innate realm, and innate realm martial artists rarely appeared on this path. After martial artists reached the innate realm, they could fly, and they could fly down the mountain directly. Only disciples whose strength had not reached the innate realm would obediently follow this mountain path to enter and exit the sect. Following this mountain path, they needed to walk for 2 days to reach the House of Blood Fiend. These 2 days were also a kind of test for Qin Yan. Encountering coffins when leaving the house, this is bad luck. Hearing the House of Blood Fiend disciples say this, she pretended not to hear. However, the House of Blood Fiend always needed coffins, so encountering them was normal. Most of the time, Qin Yan lowered her head and leaned against the partition of the carriage. She had lost too much blood and was somewhat dozing off. Of course, she did not really dare to sleep, but only needed to rest and recuperate. Healing medicinal pills could not let her recover fully on the spot. That very afternoon, she heard some people talking. There should be something in those coffins, right? She sensed a little and found that there were 4 martial artists following behind the carriage. None of them were strong and had yet to reach the Xiantian realm. That's right. Judging from the ruts, it shouldn't be empty. What could be in a coffin? Among the 4 warriors, one of them was very curious. He rushed over and asked Mr. Tian, "What's in your coffin?" Mr. Tian did not reply because he had doubts in his heart. However, he had not seen it with his own eyes. Qin Yan helped Boss Tian reply, "What can be stored in a coffin?" "Of course, it's to store people." "Dead people? Why can't it contain a living person?" Qin Yan raised her head and asked. "A living person?" The martial artist from the House of Blood Fiend was enlightened. Obviously, he knew the purpose of living people. After coming to a sudden realization, he saw Qin Yan's face again. It was pale and bloodless, making one feel pity for her. It made his heart tremble a bit. He thought for a moment and said, "But this is the first time I've seen one in a coffin." After that martial artist finished speaking, his several companions also followed up. The 4 martial artists were very young and full of vigor. Qin Yan could clearly feel that they seemed to have some thoughts about her. Qin Yan could not bear to hurt these young people. She asked indifferently, "The ones you met in the past. How did they store them?" "They were tied up and brought up the mountain, those prison wagons." Another person interrupted, "There are also those who don't use a wagon. They just use ropes to tie them up and pull them up the mountain." "Yes, I'm different from them. Moreover, the prison wagons are not safe," Qin Yan said in a flat tone. A martial artist asked, "Miss, are you a delivery person?" "Yes." Qin Yan nodded, "I'm not only in charge of delivery, but also in charge of finding the goods. Then you're the boss too?" Qin Yan sat up straight and made herself more comfortable. "Yes, I'm the boss. You can call me Boss Chen. If we have a need, can you help us solve it?" Qin Yan glanced at the martial artist who spoke. As if she did not hear the ambiguity in his words, she nodded seriously, "Yes, but you have to be able to afford the price." That person laughed and said, "What price?" This time, Qin Yan was even more certain that this young martial artist was taking liberties with her, but Qin Yan would not go along with his words. "I only deliver heaven-breaking realm martial artists. If you need congenital realm martial artists, unless the quantity is large, I won't accept it." The four Blood Fiend sect martial artists practically all heard the meaning in Qingyan's words. What Qingyan meant was that if they needed to buy some martial artists from Qingyan to cultivate, then they had to buy a large number of congenital realm martial artists or heaven-breaking realm experts. They took a glance at the 16 coffins in the convoy and could not help shuddering. Those in the coffins are all heaven-breaking realm martial artists? Only 9 heaven-breaking realm martial artists. The remaining 7 congenital realm martial artists were caught along the way. Qingyan squeezed out a smile from her face. Those congenital realm martial artists are a bonus, free of charge. Doing business with your Blood Fiend sect for the first time, it's somewhat inexcusable if I don't give some small gifts. Congenital realm experts were considered a bonus small gift. The 4 Blood Fiend sect disciples felt the surrounding temperature turn cold. Congenital realm experts were considered a small gift. What were they? Martial artists who had not reached congenital realm, considered. That martial artist who flirted with Qingyan just now lowered his head, not daring to speak. They roughly guessed Qingyan's strength, but there were still some of them who did not believe that the seemingly delicate Qingyan had such strong strength. Boss Chen, you wouldn't be joking, right? Joking? Qingyan smiled lightly, and the might belonging to a heaven-breaking realm expert flashed past. The 4 Blood Fiend sect disciples instantly felt like their chests were smashed by a heavy hammer. Then Boss Chen, we still have matters to attend to, we won't disturb you anymore. Yes, Boss Chen, if there's a chance in the future, we'll definitely take care of your business. Qingyan smiled gently at them, and, go busy yourselves. Looking at the 4 Blood Fiend sect disciples fleeing in panic, Qingyan did not mind. As for revealing the contents of the coffins, that was not a big deal. The coffins used some ordinary wood, and many congenital realm experts could sense whether the person inside was alive or dead. Many businesses had similar transactions with Blood Fiend sect. She was going to do business now, so there was no need to conceal it. If she concealed it, it might instead bring unnecessary trouble. The Blood Fiend sect's mountain gate was in sight. Qingyan saw many Blood Fiend sect disciples coming out, and the number was much more than usual. Some congenital realm and heaven-breaking realm martial artists directly flew into the sky outside the mountain gate, while those disciples below congenital realm began to follow the mountain path and pass by Qingyan's caravan. Qingyan heard their conversation. Do you guys think Elder Cheng's grandson could have been kidnapped? Who knows, maybe he's hiding somewhere to recuperate, and we can't contact him for a while. But doesn't Qing Yifei have senior brother Sun Yaofei following him? Senior brother Sun is a heaven-breaking realm martial artist. Maybe senior brother Sun has also fallen. That's really possible. Who is so daring to touch Elder Cheng's grandson? Who knows, these days, there are many people who don't want to live. In our eyes, he's our Elder Cheng's grandson, but in the eyes of other martial artists, he might just be an ordinary peak congenital realm expert. This group of people brushed past Qingyan's caravan just like that. They would never have dreamed that the person they were looking for was in the coffins beside them. After the Blood Fiend sect's disciples left, the carriages slowly drove towards the Blood Fiend sect's mountain gate. What entered her eyes was a huge rock that was over 10 meters tall. The huge rock was engraved with the words Blood Fiend sect in dark red. The 3 words were written forcefully with a sharp aura. As she got closer, Qingyan felt as though she could see countless corpses, blood everywhere, and soaring killing intent. In an instant, the massacre intent in her body seemed to be triggered by the aura of those 3 words. Qingyan jumped off the carriage and quickly approached the huge rock. A blood-red killing intent burst out as she drew the red blood sword. Her entire body was shrouded in a dense blood-red fog. The few horses that were pulling the coffin seemed to have sensed something and retreated in fear. Fortunately, Qingyan was far away. A few experienced coachmen managed to control the frightened horses with great difficulty and slowly retreated. 2 Blood Fiend sect's disciples wearing blood-red martial artist robes appeared on both sides of the gate. They looked at Qingyan, who was shrouded in killing intent, with envy and jealousy in their eyes. However, they didn't go forward to disturb her. Those 3 words were deliberately left behind by their sect's seniors for the fated ones to comprehend. According to the sect's rules, no matter who it was, if they were affected by the huge rock and had signs of comprehending the massacre intent or enhancing the massacre intent, they couldn't obstruct them. They even stood between Qingyan and the road, indicating for the Blood Fiend sect's disciples that just exited to stay away. Those Blood Fiend sect's disciples also knew the rules. If they encountered a martial artist that was in an epiphany, it was best not to disturb them if they weren't enemies. Otherwise, they would definitely have another mortal enemy. Almost all of them stopped in their tracks and seriously looked at the phenomenon on Yi Qingyan's body. They wanted to see if they could comprehend anything. As for Qingyan, she was indeed in an epiphany. Her perception was extraordinary, and with the enhancement of the red blood sword, her perception was definitely at the top of the continent. She wouldn't lose to the top geniuses of the various large sects. After a while, Qingyan's eyes were suffused with a blood-red glow. The blood-red killing intent on her body suddenly erupted. That killing intent was like a blood-red flame that was poured with oil and rose up. The two Blood Fiend sect's disciples guarding the gate were both at the Heavenbreaker realm. They weren't affected much. However, the disciples who were watching from afar and below the Xianxia realm all suffered a calamity. All of them felt dizzy and their vision blurred. Even though Mr. Tian and the rest of the ordinary people were far away, they still could not withstand the impact of the killing intent. Their faces instantly turned pale. The horses under them instantly fell into fear. As the horse neighed in fright, Qingyan opened her eyes slightly. The killing intent suddenly retracted and surrounded her within 3 meters. The blood-red slaughter power Upanishad emitted a faint red light, just like the ghostly flame in the graveyard in the dark night. It floated silently in the night sky. The frightened horses stopped and looked around blankly. Mr. Tian and the rest of the ordinary people also recovered and looked at Yi Qingyan with lingering fear. However, the two disciples guarding the mountain gate had grave expressions on their faces, because the woman in front of the huge rock had clearly unleashed her slaughter profundity, but they didn't feel any killing intent. That killing intent seemed to be completely controlled by that woman and hidden deep within her. They were all Heavenbreaker realm martial artists. This was the first time they saw a martial artist who could completely control the slaughter power Upanishad the moment she comprehended it. This kind of control was clearly at the level of a Heavenbreaker realm martial artist. Who is this woman? First time seeing her. She's very beautiful. Indeed very beautiful, but she looks a little fierce. After completely retracting the slaughter power Upanishad into her body, Qingyan put away the red blood sword. She smiled and nodded at the two Heavenbreaker realm early-stage martial artists guarding the gate not far away as a form of gratitude. Her face was gentle and bright. That smile was like the sun in March, pure and beautiful, making one's heart feel warm. What a beautiful sister. Yes. She's so beautiful and powerful. She's at least at the Heavenbreaker realm, right? Some people were mesmerized by Qingyan's smile, but there were also a few Blood Fiend sect disciples who couldn't help but retreat far away the moment they saw Qingyan's beautiful smile. Martial artists who could comprehend the slaughter power Upanishad, their hands stained with blood. Not many of those martial artists whose hands were stained with blood could reveal such a bright and beautiful smile. That smile was definitely fake. However, no matter how fake Qingyan's smile was, those few people who thought that she was two-faced still had a favorable impression of her. At least, the first impression wasn't bad. There were very few people who could refuse such beauties, especially when they smiled and expressed goodwill to you. Even if they knew that the other party wasn't some kind person, a favorable impression would still exist when there was a conflict. A disciple guarding the gate asked, "Young lady, may I know why you've come to the Blood Fiend sect?" "I want to join the Blood Fiend sect," Qingyan said. Hearing that Qingyan wanted to join the Blood Fiend sect, some of the disciples who were attracted by her sudden comprehension earlier started to discuss softly. "She wants to join our Blood Fiend sect? Our Blood Fiend sect seems to have very few women, right? There aren't many female disciples in our Blood Fiend sect who can comprehend the slaughter power concept. But those who can comprehend it, none of them are kind people. When women become ruthless, they're indeed a little crazy. This one seems to be much more normal. Why do I feel that she's the most abnormal one?" Qingyan looked at that disciple guarding the gate and asked, "May I ask, are there any requirements to join your sect? But for martial artists like you who joined the Blood Fiend sect with your skills, we still have a combat assessment. You need to spar with martial artists of the same level in our Blood Fiend sect. If I win against you, I can join?" No, it's to last 50 moves against martial artists of the same level in our Blood Fiend sect. The disciple guarding the gate explained, for example, you're a martial artist of the early stage of the heaven-breaking realm, and I'm also at the early stage of the heaven-breaking realm. If you can last 50 moves against me, you'll be qualified. This disciple guarding the gate was already considering if he should go easy on her during the spar later. Xianxia said somewhat embarrassedly, but I've been injured recently. Injured? Then come again after you've recovered. No. Xianxia shook her head and said, I've offended a few disciples of your Blood Fiend sect. If I'm late, I might not be able to join the Blood Fiend sect. That disciple guarding the gate was stunned for a moment and didn't say anything else. If he had any background, he wouldn't be guarding the gate here. But these people that I've captured with my own hands should be able to prove my strength. Xianxia pointed at a group of carriages behind her. The two disciples guarding the gate looked at those coffins, and with a sweep of their divine senses, they immediately discovered that there seemed to be 9 heaven-breaking realm experts inside. The auras of the 9 heaven-breaking realm martial artists were relatively weak, as if they had fainted. If an early-stage heaven-breaking realm martial artist could really capture 9 heaven-breaking realm martial artists alive, even if they were slightly injured, their strength would absolutely be a top expert among those of the same level. Can we check it out personally? Of course. Xianxia glanced around. There were more than a dozen House of Blood Fiend disciples, and she was quite satisfied. But let's say the ugly words first. If we've offended your sect in any way, please forgive us. The two disciples guarding the door didn't understand the meaning of Xianxia's words, but they still opened the first coffin. When they saw the person in the coffin, the two disciples widened their eyes and looked at the person lying in the coffin in shock, then looked at Xianxia in disbelief. What did they see? Why do the two heaven-breaking realm inner court senior brothers look like they've seen a ghost? The dozen or so House of Blood Fiend disciples gathered around, and when they saw the person in the coffin, someone shouted, "This is senior brother Yun Ming, an inner court heaven-breaking realm early-stage expert." Hearing this shout, the other House of Blood Fiend disciples turned their gazes to the other 15 coffins. The coachman was chased away, and the coffins were opened one by one. Almost every time a coffin was opened, those House of Blood Fiend disciples would cry out in shock. This is Deacon Chen, right? Isn't Deacon Chen of the medicine hall at the middle stage of heaven-breaking realm? This is senior brother AI, a heaven-breaking realm middle stage expert, a combat genius who can fight evenly with a heaven-breaking realm late stage expert. He's my idol. For the majority of the surrounding disciples, the strongest among them was only at the Xiantian realm. To them, heaven-shattering realm martial artists were all important figures. Suddenly discovering that their own sect's heaven-shattering realm expert had been loaded into a coffin and sent inside, it would be strange if they weren't astonished. Why is senior brother Sun Yaoyun here? Didn't he go missing with Qing Yifei? Could it be that Elder Cheng's grandson is also in the coffin? Soon, Qing Yifei was dug out from the coffin. Seeing countless Blood Fiend sect's heaven-breaking realm martial artists being found in the coffins, several Blood Fiend sect's disciples quickly rushed into the sect. Soon, many more Blood Fiend sect's disciples rushed out from the sect, and among them, there were even some heaven-breaking realm experts. After all, the matter was too strange. Someone actually dared to capture House of Blood Fiend's heaven-breaking realm martial artists and send them to the sect. It was quite the suspicion of slapping House of Blood Fiend's face. They seem to be fine. They've been drugged. Those with antidote, take it out, save them. Xianxia didn't bother about those Blood Fiend sect's disciples. Anyway, those people were useless now. Are you the one who captured my son, Qing Yifei? Just as these words were heard, the Holocaust sect's disciples consciously opened up a path and the scene instantly quietened down. A short, middle-aged man wearing a blood-red robe rushed out with an angry look on his face. He looked very similar to Qing Yifei, so he should be Qing Yifei's father. He's fine. It's just some superficial wounds. He'll be fine after 2 days of rest. Xianxia knew that he wanted to ask why, and did not want to give him the chance to make a move. Thus, she continued to explain, I've long heard of the great name of the House of Blood Fiend, and came here this time in hopes of joining the House of Blood Fiend. However, 4 days ago, when I broke through to the early stage of the heaven-shattering tier in Red Blood Town, that Qing Yifei came to find me, and forced me to have a martial arts duel with him. In the end, I won, and when he found out that I wanted to join the House of Blood Fiend, he threatened me, saying that his grandfather was a protector of the House of Blood Fiend, and that if I did not become his personal maidservant, he would not let me do as I wished. Qingyan's voice was loud enough for all the surrounding House of Blood Fiend's disciples to hear. Hearing this, countless House of Blood Fiend's disciples looked at the unconscious Qing Yifei with disdain. If he lost in a martial arts duel, then there was no need to talk about it. Using his family's influence to threaten a delicate and beautiful young lady was truly a little unreasonable. Most of the House of Blood Fiend's disciples present were commoners, and they were often bullied by those disciples with backgrounds. Attendant Cheng's aura stagnated. He looked at the surrounding House of Blood Fiend's disciples and hesitated. Qingyan continued, however, because I had already comprehended the massacre concept to the perfection stage, I still wanted to join your esteemed sect. Out of desperation, I wanted to do something big. The group of House of Blood Fiend's disciples looked at Yi Qingyan in shock. This matter was really big. Attendant Qing looked at the 16 coffins, the 9 House of Blood Fiend's heaven-shattering tear disciples, and then at Yi Qingyan. After a long time, he squeezed out a sentence. You're really honest. Qingyan lowered her head and asked, then, can I join the House of Blood Fiend? Attendant Qing had already noticed that the other attendants in the House of Blood Fiend had also appeared. There were already people who woke up those who were held captive by Qingyan. This included Qing Yifei, who was the first to wake up. It wasn't because he was strong, but because there were many people who wanted to wake him up. Among the House of Blood Fiend, 7 of them were at a loss after waking up. Then, their faces were filled with joy. When they saw Qingyan, their faces were strangely furious. It's that woman. Yes, it's her. If they could make a move now, perhaps they would have drawn their swords and charged over. However, they had just woken up and hadn't completely gotten rid of the effects of the medicine. Their dantians were still sealed, and their hands were still shackled. They couldn't make a move at all. Soon, the surrounding House of Blood Fiend's disciples told them about Qingyan wanting to join the House of Blood Fiend. When the House of Blood Fiend's captive House of Blood Fiend learned of Qingyan's goal, some of them were furious, some of them were filled with admiration, and some of them had complicated expressions. No one knew what they were thinking. The only ones who were calm were Sun Yaoyun and Yun Jiming. After all, they were already mentally prepared. Seeing Qing Yifei wake up, Attendant Qing walked over. Dad, it's this woman who hit me. This point, Attendant Qing naturally knew. Let me ask you, did you compete with her and lose? Yes, I wanted to break through at the brink of life and death. In the end, you found her? Attendant Qing asked with a strange expression. Qing Yifei nodded. Yes. Couldn't he find someone slightly stronger? Yet, he found someone who was ridiculously strong. What a pig brain, Attendant Qing cursed in his heart. Did you threaten her that if she didn't become your personal maidservant, you would take revenge on her? Qing Yifei lowered his head and said hesitantly, of course not. Right at this time, someone reminded, Yifei, you have to speak the truth. At that time, there were still a few disciples with you. Qing Yifei glanced at the other party and hurriedly corrected himself. I think so. I was fed so much medicine by that woman. My head was a little muddled. You idiot, trash. Under Attendant Cheng's rage, he slapped Qing Yifei until he spun 2 rounds on the spot. Qing Yifei, whose head was still somewhat muddled, directly sprawled on the ground and could not get up for a long time. He could tell that his dad was really angry. Everyone, disperse. Attendant Qing knew that if the matter carried on, the influence would not be good either. At this time, Qingyan asked again, may I ask, Your Excellency, do I have the qualifications to join the House of Blood Fiend? These words were asked to Attendant Qing. Before Attendant Qing could say anything, someone stood out and said, you do have the qualifications, but you still need to go through some procedures. Yi Qingyan took a look at that person. It was actually the person who forced Qing Yifei to speak the truth. Since he dared to go against Attendant Qing, he must not be a simple person. Our Blood Fiend sect has always welcomed capable experts to join us, especially martial artists like you who have comprehended the massacre esoteric. That person looked at Attendant Qing with a faint smile and said, although you have captured our Blood Fiend sect's disciple, I can let bygones be bygones on account of the reason. This also proves your strength. I will report your situation to Deputy Sect Master Liu and let him make the decision. Attendant Qing stared at that person but couldn't do anything. If a foreign martial artist wanted to join the Blood Fiend sect, it was indeed within Attendant Wang's authority. Attendant Qing couldn't interfere. He took a look at Yi Qingyan and said with guilt, I didn't discipline Yifei well. I apologize to young lady on his behalf. Furthermore, I guarantee that he will not dare to target young lady in the future. Here are 5 demon blood origin elixirs. Please accept them. A black jade bottle appeared in Attendant Cheng's hand. Attendant Cheng already knew that today's incident would definitely cause an uproar. The sect master and even the elders might know about it. For this incident, his son was in the wrong. It would easily affect his and his father's prestige. Even his father, who was the guardian, might be reprimanded by the sect master and the elders. As long as Qingyan accepted his apology, it would mean that both parties had reconciled. Even if his father was reprimanded, it wouldn't be too serious. Since it had already happened, he could only try his best to salvage the situation. As for whether he needed to take revenge, he would think about it in the future. Countless Blood Fiend sect's disciples had their eyes on the jade bottle. Qingyan knew about the demon blood origin elixirs. Qing Yifei had used it to bribe Sun Yaoyun. In the Blood Fiend sect, the demon blood origin elixirs should be very precious. Attendant Qing took out 5 elixirs at once. Many thanks, Senior. Qingyan received the jade bottle from Attendant Qing and thanked him. Attendant Qing felt relieved but still said, it's Yifei's fault. It's not entirely his fault. Qingyan smiled and said, actually, I went overboard and might have infuriated him. Who asked him to have such a foul mouth? Oh? Deacon Qing looked a little surprised. He seemed to have sensed something. The other party seemed to be finding a way out for him. What do you mean? Qing Yifei's mouth is too smelly. I couldn't help but cut off 13 pieces of meat from his offsprings. Upon hearing Yi Qingyan's words, countless Holocaust sect's male disciples gasped. Some people even subconsciously covered their crotch. Countless Blood Fiend sect's disciples, who had looked down on Qing Yifei's character, now looked at him sympathetically. They could now understand why Qing Yifei had threatened that woman. No man would be able to endure this kind of hurt and shame, putting themselves in his shoes. If they encountered such injuries, they would definitely fight with their lives on the line. Even the deacon who was closest to Qingyan and had spoken for her couldn't help but take half a step back. Manager Qing was so frightened that his body trembled. Looking at the anxious look on Manager Qing's face, Qingyan knew what he was worried about. Elder, don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Yifei has only sustained superficial wounds, and it won't affect his ability to carry on the bloodline. Furthermore, he won't really shrink even after consuming some recovery pills. Many Holocaust sect's disciples, who were previously obsessed with Qingyan's beauty, had already regained their senses. They had already recognized the hideous and terrifying soul beneath her beautiful skin. Manager Cheng's head was covered in cold sweat. In the end, he sighed and said, then, it's still all right. His anger and hatred towards Qingyan had unknowingly dissipated by half. He had already stepped on the way out that Qingyan had given him. If the upper echelons of the sect were to ask about this matter, they might just laugh it off after knowing the cause and effect. After all, it was normal for a young man to be a little impulsive after suffering such great humiliation. Furthermore, Qingyan had already accepted the gift. They shouldn't have any reason to pursue the matter. Seeing the countless Holocaust sect's disciples looking at Qingyan with a trace of fear in their eyes, even Manager Qing was a little impressed by this outrageously beautiful woman. In the Holocaust sect, the disciples were all hot-blooded and most of them had bad tempers. A woman as beautiful as her would definitely cause countless troubles. However, after today's matter was spread out, her troubles would probably be reduced by a lot. Most men wouldn't like such a vicious woman. They would even keep a respectful distance from her, no matter how beautiful she was. In a demonic sect, the more vicious one's reputation was, the better. Qingyan walked in front of Qing Yifei. At this moment, Qing Yifei had already stood up. He looked at Yi Qingyan with a face full of resentment. Qingyan asked with a guilty expression, Qing Yifei, I admit that I was impulsive. Can you forgive me? Qing Yifei wanted to say that it was impossible. However, just as he was about to open his mouth, He heard his father's thunderous roar in his ears. Say that you forgive her and then admit your mistake. Don't cause trouble for your grandfather. The voice transmission entered his ears. Qing Yifei looked at his father's stern gaze and then at the hypocritical Yi Qingyan. No matter how unwilling he was, he had no choice but to say, "It's fine. Can't the flesh grow back? I was also in the wrong. I shouldn't have had such a foul mouth." Although that was what he said, his heart was filled with hot tears. It was 2F*** King unbearable. Manager Qing knew that this matter had really come to an end. Both parties were happy. The only one who felt wronged was his son. "Manager Wang, bring this young lady in." Manager Qing said to the manager who spoke up for Qing Yan. Manager Wang said, "Young lady, please come with us." He didn't feel good when he didn't see Manager Qing stumble. Qing Yan smiled and said, "Yes, sir manager." There were actually a few Holocaust sect deacons who left with Qing Yan. They had already noticed Yi Qingyan. Boss Tian from the coffin shop had left with his coachman. He didn't even ask for the empty coffins and horses. No one paid any attention to them. As for the money, Qing Yan had already paid for it. Qing Yan wasn't someone who lacked that bit of money. After entering the Holocaust sect and walking for half an hour, she was led to a small courtyard. After she sat down, an old granny appeared. Manager Wang explained to Qing Yan, "The first step is to confirm your identity. Granny Chen will need to touch your entire body." All right. Qing Yan was already prepared for this. It was definitely a fool's dream if she wanted to join the sect with makeup or a disguise. As long as she touched her carefully, no matter how intricate the human skin mask was, it would be useless. Even if there were any unnatural stretching of the bones or wounds, she would be able to find them. No sect would accept a member who had changed her appearance. What if she was a spy? Then follow me in. That old granny pointed to a door at the side. Then I'll have to trouble Granny Chen. It's no trouble, no trouble. Granny Chen looked at Qing Yan kindly and said, "There are very few girls in the House of Blood Fiend, especially one as beautiful as you. This is the first time I've seen you. Am I beautiful?" Qing Yan blinked. "When Granny was young, you must have been as beautiful as me, right?" Granny Chen smiled until her face wrinkled. Such a sweet-tongued girl. However, I won't go easy on you. As expected, Granny Chen didn't go easy on her. She almost touched every inch of Qing Yan's bones. When they went out, the few attendants in the small courtyard didn't leave. They were also very interested in Qing Yan. Granny Chen brought Qing Yan out. She didn't change her appearance. Her bone age should be around 36 years old. She should be very young when she broke through to the innate realm, right? Yes, 16 years old. Granny Chen nodded. 16 years old. Her talent should be quite good. Unfortunately, she didn't catch up later. She only cultivated to the early stage of the heaven-breaking realm after 20 years. It's a bit of a waste. Qing Yan didn't explain in detail and only nodded obediently. Because her talent was very good, her appearance was still that of a young girl. Even her behavior was similar to that of a young girl. That obedient expression didn't seem out of place at all. Attendant Wang said seriously, "Next, introduce yourself. You must tell the truth. Your name, parents, and master must be true. We will send people to verify." "My name is Chen Ruoyan. I have no parents and am an orphan. My master picked me up. I have been wandering around with my master. My master is very mysterious. I only know that her surname is Jiang. However, not long ago, my master made a trip to the southern Demon Mountain range. After returning, she was severely injured and passed away." Qing Yan saw that some attendants were shaking their heads. Obviously, there were some problems with Qing Yan's background. No parents meant that her background couldn't be checked. When her master passed away, it meant that she didn't have a master. If Qing Yan wanted to join the House of Blood Fiend, she had to make the House of Blood Fiend feel at ease with her. After all, the House of Blood Fiend had many enemies. Deacon Wang interrupted, "Is there a witness?" "No." Qing Yan shook her head. "My master is good at disguising. Every time we go out, she will change her face. Xianxia also knew that her background was a problem, however, she didn't have any foundation in the southern demon mountain range. If it was too simple, it would be easy for the Holocaust sect to detect it. An old deacon asked, "I've heard that you've already comprehended the slaughter intent. Can you tell us how you comprehended the slaughter intent and raised it to such a high level of slaughter? Don't ever say that you comprehended it for no reason." Deacon Wang smiled and nodded. "You have to answer this." Qingyifei's father, Deacon Qing, also said, "Don't worry. This will be helpful for your investigation. It will make it easier for us to find some traces of you. Even if you killed someone, it won't be a big deal. As long as you didn't kill someone from the House of Blood Fiend, nothing else matters." The other deacon smiled, agreeing with Deacon Qing's words. "The truth is, I didn't comprehend the concept of slaughter before. After my master passed away, in a small town of the Southern Moon Empire, there was a group of stinky men who wanted to take advantage of me. Then, I killed them all. Of course, I felt very happy and comfortable. That was the first time I killed someone. I comprehended the concept of slaughter." Speaking of this matter, Qingyan's beautiful face had a faint smile. It was as if she was recalling a beautiful memory. That pure and beautiful smile made the few deacons who were used to seeing the world stunned for a moment. Deacon Wang frowned and asked, "How long ago was that?" "About 2 to 3 months ago." A deacon lost his voice and said, "Are you sure? You raised the concept of slaughter to the intent level in 3 months." Qingyan asked back, "That's right? Is there a problem?" "Actually, I didn't just comprehend the concept of slaughter, I also comprehended the concept of fear. Now, the concept of fear is at the great accomplishment stage." The deacon who lost his voice didn't say anything. The other deacons also lost their interest in talking. They didn't think that Qingyan would lie to them. Deacon Wang asked solemnly, "Then before you comprehended the concept of slaughter and concept of fear, what concepts did you cultivate?" "The concept of illusion and concept of cloud." Deacon Qing asked, "What about now?" "They are all intense. The concept of illusion is already at the small accomplishment stage. If there are enough resources, I should be able to continue breaking through." Almost all the deacons were shocked by Qingyan's comprehension ability. In other words, Yi Qingyan, who had just entered the heaven-breaking realm, had 3 types of intents. Among them, there was the profound meaning of illusion and profound meaning of slaughter. These 2 types of intents were extremely powerful in battle. To a martial artist, one's root bone and comprehension ability were lacking. The root bone was very important before the innate realm. However, after the innate realm, the thing that restricted a martial artist's strength was their comprehension ability. If Qingyan wasn't lying, then her comprehension ability was really terrifyingly strong. Deacon Wang asked, "Can you show it to me?" "Sure." After showing it to the deacons, they understood. This woman who wanted to join the House of Blood Fiend did indeed have strong comprehension ability and strength. "Miss Chen, we need to discuss it. We will give you an answer later. You can go and rest with Granny Chen first." "Alright, then I'll leave it to you, seniors." Qingyan bowed to the deacon and left with Granny Chen. Deacon Wang looked at the deacons with a headache. "I hope everyone can give me some suggestions. Do you think we should report her name?" Regardless of whether what she said was true or not, I wouldn't even think about the untraceable background that she mentioned. If it were any other time, I wouldn't even think about it and directly reject her. Her talent is too outstanding. Some deacons understood Deacon Wang's distress. That's right. With her comprehension ability, she would be a treasure in any large sect. It's just that her strength doesn't match her comprehension ability. If we delay for too long, a bright pearl will be covered in dust. Some deacons sighed. If I had that girl's comprehension ability, why would I be a deacon? I think that she is proficient in disguise and illusion profundity. Could her master be related to some secret assassin organization? Deacon Qing didn't care about the doubtful gazes of others and continued, "Moreover, I also think that no force would allow such a genius to be a spy in the House of Blood Fiend. Moreover, her actions are so high-profile that it makes one's hair stand on end. She has nothing to do with being a spy. Also, don't forget how she entered the sect. Everyone has to consider the reputation of our sect. If we really let her go, our House of Blood Fiend will become the laughingstock of all the sects in the southern region." Who knows, the moment she leaves, the White Bone sect or the Black Demon sect might take her in. At that time, perhaps the sect leader will personally ask about it. End of chapter 475. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.